ตันเล่น
น้ำไม่
ยังก่อไม่เคยก่อโดนพลิกใส่เนี่ยเว้ยปล่อยซันเทสออกมาแบบนี้ก็เละเด็กแม่งเห็นแมปปุ๊บมองไปที่ไอบ็อกเลยอ่ะ
มันโหดขนาดนั้นเลยซันเซ็ต
แม่งซันเทสคือฮูไม่เอาเลย
มันอาจจะทำมาก็ได้
ทำมาแล้ว ทำมาโดนเมื่อวานอ่ะ
ใส่ตู้เย็นไหมเพราะว่ามันตั้งนะเอาใส่ตู้เย็นเดี๋ยวเราไปกินเอง
ไอ้สามเหลี่ยมนั่นชนะเอาไปใส่ถ้วยคนชนะเลือกทีมแพ้มาทำลายได้3 ทีม เป็นธรรมเนียมเหรอ
สวัสดีครับ
เฮ้ย
เปิดทิ้งไว้เลย
You take a look at the agent select though, see that it's going to be pretty stock standard here across the board. Some KO variation in for the side of BLG.
เรียกคือ
ช่วงนี้พี่ไอโดนหลอกบ่อยเลยโดนทั้ง EDG ทั้งเซน
Till that's going to be coming out from Neff, going to be really important.
แต่วันนี้พี่มั่นใจ3 คู่
ผมว่า BLG มาวะ
คู่นี้ไม่มั่นใจสุด อีก3 คู่นี่คือแบบโคตรชัวร์
EWC โดนเสียไม่รู้ว่ามันปิดเป็นเขาเรียกว่าไงมันปิดเป็นธรรมชาติไปแล้ว
แน่นอน
Pressure him. He looked good yesterday. So is that going to be something that BLG is going to attempt to exploit those Cypher setups early, with the defender side being the starting side for G2?
อย่างคือเขิมไม่คงไม่โดนหรอก
Seen for G2 in the series yesterday was still trying to stick widely to the same comps rather than making any overarching changes. And
แต่คู่เฮเลติกนี่คือพี่เอ๋ยมั่นใจ 100% ใช่ไหม
ใช่
เจอเทคอะ100%ขอแบบ 100% เลยใช่ไหม
100ให้300เลย
ช่วงนี้ว่าช่วงนี้ทำไมแบบว่าเฮเลติกฟอร์มดับแปลกๆคู่บีมีใครบ้างอะ
อะไรนะ
คู่บีใครอะเซนกับไส้ไหล
เป็นไส้ไหล
มาดูนี้ดีกว่า
ดูอะไรอ่ะ
BLG พี่เอ๋ยดูคู่ไหน
ดูบีโอเจ
ไม่ดูไส้ไหลกับเซนนะโดนเซนหลอกอย่าไปดูเลยพี่
น้องๆอยากดูอันนี้มากกว่า
อ๋อเดี๋ยวผมเปิดดีกว่าเปิดโหวต
As we get ready, get into the pistol, and we are into the pistol. YZ with a frenzy on a bit of a check to make sure there was no tiles hit coming through. 2 players here. Valen under pressure. Jogamo already gets Neff.
already finding one, gets the fadeaway back over onto the site. Go ahead and safely escape. So getting rid of that KO. Flashes now to try to work their way forward into the site. K-Knight taking an immense beating down to 6 HP here.
ร้อยพังไปเลยครับแชท YouTube เปิดโหวตที่
Stays alive, you can see.
เป็นอะไร
Knowing if there's anybody still lurking here at Alley. Slow creep up from YZ will be able to clear it. Levius, nice 1-tap, confirms presence of that second player. And smoke will come through. BLG still looking to try to play around this side of the map, but now they will go ahead and cut some noise.
ยังเหลือบอสลูเชียอยู่
Start to explore other areas, but they've given up so much space because they've consistently been playing around this A main location, so they have no idea where the 2 other players that they hadn't really spotted out have been. So for all they know, Jonah P could certainly be lurking forward up in mid.
Yeah, look at this reclear. Really nicely done here by G2. Great call from Valen to retake this space. And they're going to get quick info that it's been a rotate. Now they're going to clear the trip, so BLG should also be pretty aware of what's going on. Held player.
Lurk here from K-Knight. Going to see if he can try to get the jump. Plays this out a little bit patiently, but ends up costing him to Shaq.
Wow.
Reads the
เป็นไง
angle
โพสต์เป็น
very
คนละเอียด
nicely
โพสต์เลย
read.
เช็ค
Stops Catastrophe from striking now. 10 seconds remaining as the plant gets ready to come through. Looking for the safe one. Levius ends up
โอ้แพลน
now it gets taken down. The time is just not going to be on the side. And let's
Oh.
Last player
just
standing.
Lô
kills
Lucia.
them all.
เวลาไม่พอด้วย
And there you have it. G2 maybe getting a
ไม่
little
มีใคร
bit
โหด สงสาร
overzealous
ใน
wanting
คน
to
ไว้
try to stop that spike plan from going down, but all get into a position where Russia can collect 3 kills.
I mean, we saw
แล้วพี่โจด้าเขาเอาหลังไปไถ่คนวาง
Enemy remaining.
and he's popping off once again here to start.
Last player standing.
Oh
โอ้ย
my
ลูเชีย
god, that is clean with a classic.
ที่งานเสร็จ
Absolutely
อะไรวะ
ridiculous and Neff
ไม่ค่อยเช็คงง
very happy to see his controller showing up as well. So I'd say a really
ไม่
good
โจด้า
round
มัน
for
ไม่ได้ยิน
both
เสียง
teams.
วาง
I
หรอ
mean,
หรือ
I
อะไร
think a good read from BLG to pull back. You know, there's a haunt there, spot on the YZ, but he wasn't really committed to that.
Free fire, it looks like here on the Jonah P just threw
เมื่อวาน
that
ไม่ได้
wall,
มาดู
taking
อ่ะ
him
เมื่อวาน
down. 23 HP.
เดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงนะขอ
Good
เอา
early
ลูกลงมาเลย
advantage is going to be found. Jogamo to try to instill a bit of doubt here, a bit of concern about that flank as he clears out the tripwire. BLG just grabbing the orb here, playing Pac-Man as they want to try to funnel these into net and get that null command online
แป๊บนึง
nice
นะ
and
ลอง
early.
ก่อน
For sure.
นิวมูฟคุณสมาชิก
And they are, once again, going to be rerouting. Too much pressure there over on the B side. So you anticipate on the eco, your opponents are going to heavily stack one side of the map or the other. But they now see the boom bot. See if they want to keep trying to push forward towards A. If they think that Jogamo would be the one that's on his own. YZ going to be the first up to bat. Jogamo takes quite a bit of damage.
It does.
ลิงก์มันลิงก์ไหนวะเนี่ย
Is now expounded upon his balance. Similarly, going to be taken down. Levius not wanting to
Mà lính này à?
overstep, but similarly continues to
30
tag up these
seconds
players, make
Spike
thrifty
planted.
attempts
เอา
that
วี
more
ออน
unlikely.
สอง
Spike
แค่เติม
down
เลข
in
สองเข้าไป
play. Full sight control here in the hands of BLG. See what G2 has. They try to break through. It's a decent little early shot coming through. Some damage across onto K-Knight, but the kill still looking fairly unlikely, especially as the flash connects. BLG are able to surround all the remaining players. Now it's just Jonah P to try to see if he can stop this from being a flawless.
Yeah, has a sheriff. Definitely do some damage, but he's not looking the right way. It's going to be
Oh, wait, no,
YZ with the stinger. Find the final kill there. It's BLG comes through on their anti-eco
ไว้นี่ก็
very
ไม่ได้บาง
nicely.
แบบ
Doing a good
Why
job
don't
here
Gong-
again.
Để
You know,
ปิด
the
กล้อง
same
อีก
things that I was really impressed with them yesterday. Not overcommitting, you know, not making
เต้า EDG
bad reads or going for gambles, trying to work
ดู
the
แค่ภาพ
map,
พอ
Enemy.
find their opportunities, going for a flank there is YZ with the neon. So far, so good for BLG.
ซันเซ็ต
Now it's going to be
ครับผม
onto G2. Try to step up to the plate. See
What
what they've
G2
got in
โดน
store for us here on their buy round.
เหมือนมันไม่พร้อมอะ
Just a little bit of a haunt over the top to check if they were going
โอ้
to
โห
pressure A
ตอนแรก
main.
นึกว่า
Looking for
G2
that
ดรอป
tap spin
โอ้
or
โห
G2.
ถ้าดรอปลิฟต์นี่คือหนักเลย
It's actually coming up mid.
เหมือนโยน
There's a
บอสออก
crossfire
ออก
set
จาก
up.
ทีม
Trent and Valen ready for it.
Top flash through, tuck back, and Fallon able to find one. Does get stunned up with a relay full, but looking to try to scale and pound him down. Eventually, Neff will
Walin,
come away with that kill.
what the
Jogamo
fuck?
now going to be spotted out in a main. They try to
Yeah,
challenge him,
song
but
legit
Spike
for me.
ends up losing it. Trent at the same time does find Levius. So a bit of a back and forth brawl brings us now into a 3v3. Site open for the taking. How long is going to be the question? This main plant here.
Spike
4K
planted.
Knight. Just backpedaling away in the try to utilize this one-way smoke that they have set up. Neff, however, wants to try to take some space towards backside, but that is where everybody
ส่ง
from
โดนโบ
G2
นัส
is
ว่ะ
at.
ส่งนี้
Avoids the haunt.
เฮ้ย
Getting spotted out though, and
May
will
don't.
get gunned down as the C's flying there at his feet. K-Knight going to be good for one more.
เฮ้ย
Risha quick on the reposition. 6 bullets have remained. Has to go for the reload now. 1v2, tucked in the
Oh.
corner. The double face will come in. So decent damage dealt here by Billy, but they cannot get the bonus conversion.
Yeah, like the initial
ไอ้
ideas
โพสต์มัน
here.
แบกปะเนี่ย
Something you know I was worried about with Neff when we last saw him on the KO was that the util wasn't quite there. This time around, the combo with him and Rushia with the flash drive
G2
into
ไม่
the
มีดิฟ
paranoia,
มัน
really good.
ไม่น่า
To
อยู่แล้ว
back some of those players off on mid so they could really storm through there, and then Neff just W keying his way in.
แต่แปลกนะพี่
Towards
เอ๋ยไม่ดู
Valen,
เซน
even getting the paranoia
พี่เอ๋ยแฟน
and
เซน
just
ไหมครับ
eating it and rushing
อ๋
forward.
อ
And then G2 able to find their response. I was a bit worried about this retake, but Neff there caught on a timing
Enemy
with the
remaining.
C's and the haunt.
เฮ้ยทำไมโต๊ะโค้ด
He
มัน
was trying to cross back over to
งงเหงา
regroup
เล
with
ย
his teammates.
คอมหลายเครื่องกัน
Gets punished for it. Trent only on a stinger. Doesn't have enough money to go it. So that damage for BLG could be a difference maker. That extra kill they're able to find.
นี่มันยกแมว
We're
เลย
gonna
นะ
get that null command. See what BLG wants to do. See Neff gonna pop it right away. Immediately smokes go up here. Oh, and Leviat not ready for Shaq's position.
Not at all, but Wisely sliding forward is able to find balance. Neural Theft comes across. They realize, yep, okay, well, everybody's on this A site once again. Let coming through nice and early here. K-Knight tagged down. 20 has a bit of regen armor behind that. Sees the nade combo, not going to be connecting. I think that shot should clue Wisey in to this position on top of the box. Knockdart does similarly find some damage. Showstopper now going to be coming through.
ไอ้ YC
Free
มัน
fire
เอา
out. K-Knight able to find one. Russia going to be taken down by the ult from Jogamo. Held at bay here for the moment, but Jonah P applying pressure from the flank. Wisey does
One
fall.
enemy
Neff
remaining.
able to find one. K-Knight finds Jogamo, and now it's going to be the 1v2. Both players damn near no HP, but somehow Jonah P cannot get the kill onto Neff. Survives with 3. BLG get 3 on the round count as well.
Man,
ผู้เซนเริ่ม
that is so close. Neff playing his life so well there. Righting some of the wrongs from the previous round. Able to keep himself alive. Just kept strafing. And Jonah P couldn't get him tracked down in time. Good hold on the backside by the Sova as well for BLG. Nice just spray down by K-Knight there. Anticipating the showstopper was just going fishing. And he didn't get the target he was looking for, but getting anything there is great. Now Rushia try to anticipate that G2 might try to get a little bit aggro here towards A main, and that is just death. That is the end of Jonah P. A great dump there to flush him out of the corner.
Yep, fantastically read. So understanding the tendencies of these players here. Similarly, Russia going to be able to find Jogamo. Pain continuing, and at this point, I have to suspect that G2 probably tooling around with the idea of a timeout call after the end of this round here.
Like this double down by Shaq. Are you going to anticipate that there's another player there, but it seems like BLG going to be doing their diligence, maybe.
Util aplenty, and no, it hasn't been spotted out.
เฮ้ย
The backslane cuts off the drone, so he actually gets no information on this
เป็นคลาส
whatsoever.
สิกทำอะไร
The
ไม่ได้
longer that he waits, the worse it's going to be.
ตัดไปตั้งตัวก็
While
จบ
trying to dodge the enemy, Util
What?
ends up catching line of sight. Shaq ends up paying the iron price.
ถ้ามันเป็นไรเฟิลนะ
Played it
บอกเลย
so
อร่อย
damn well. But ultimately ends up getting a bit undone by his own teammates.
That's one of those things. You love the idea, the execution just not quite there. And Neff really having a heater here. Another
One enemy
or a 3K for him, I should say. And he is just doing a great job on the KO. Yeah, that one's a little bit frustrating. No doubt about it. And it's going to be an early timeout here from Josh.
เมื่อวานพี่ให้ถูก
Try
ทุกคู่เลย
to see if he
ยก
can
เว้นคู่เฮีย
stabilize
ติก
G2.
เล่นนะ
Again, this is elimination match here already on day number 2 for them.
เฮียติก
Of
กับ
course,
เฟ
you
น
got
ติก
Anders able to make the trip to join him as well, the analyst for them. Trying to see if they could figure out some answers to what BLG has been bringing. And
เฮียติกโดนพี่เอ๋ยหลอก
honestly, it's just
พี่
been
เอ๋ย
a
โด
lot
น
of
หลอก
really good reads from BLG. So I think now you're just
ตอนแรก BLG
going to have to mix up the game plan for G2. You're going to have to try some things that you maybe normally wouldn't, some things that you normally don't
แต่
show
สบาย
on
แล้ว
this
เป็น
map
เล็กได้ไปแล้ว
to try to throw them a little bit off balance, because it is one thing about BLG, that I've noticed so far this
เฮ้ย
year
แต่
is
เซน
that
แข่งแล้วดิ
if you can get them off kilter, it is hard for them to restabilize. They really sometimes
Sure.
just can't
แต่
seem
เซนโดนไป
to
แล้วเกม
find that
ไม่ให้
groove
เกม
again.
We saw
ลาว
the run back from Paper X yesterday.
Yeah.
Until they
ยังนั่ง
get that
โดน
into an
เกม
OT.
ฟาดจัด
Yes, this should do.
Certainly is a consideration, something that BLG themselves are well aware about. It's about finding that moment when you can kind of instill that tilt, take the advantage. Wisey slides back to safety, getting the spot out here. Big reveal off the recon
เซ
dart
นไม่
as
เคยหลอก
well.
ใครยกเว้นพี่เอ๋ย
Those 2 players go their separate ways for now, but now Null Command going to be online for Neff.
Again.
Fury also there for
พี่
K9.
เอ๋ยให้เป๊ปไป
This is huge. And I
ใช่ป่ะ
like
พี่
that they're
เมื่อวาน
taking
พี่เอ๋ย
the
ให้เป๊ป
time
สอง
off
คู่
the
เลย
back of the
ที่
snow
แข่ง
command. Like in the previous round where Neff had it, he just popped it right off the rip and they went for it. This time, going to be a little bit
อันนี้ถือว่า
patient.
แม่น
I think a Prowler might have just spotted YZ out. So he's going to have to reposition out of elbow.
แจ็ค
Jonah P,
กับไม่
or excuse me, Valen and Jogamo looking to try to clear that. But YZ had abandoned it. They're using the drone to try to show presence over on B to set up for this A hit. And G2 has bought it hook, line
Make
and
him
sinker. This is a great fake sell by BLG. It's all on to Valen.
เบสแมน
Bailed them out of so many moments on the international stages, but
ตัวคนเดียว
small there.
เลยว่าถ้ามันทำสตรีม B แบบว่า
This is
จบ
again BLG just looking to
เอ้ย
try to play
ส
around
ตรีม
with
B
some
แบบว่า
time,
เริ่ม
with
ตอน
some alerts.
สตรีม A จบพอ
But
ดี
there you
นะ
go.
มัน
K-Knight
นะ
gets himself implanted on B, and as soon as Jonah starts to go for the wrap towards that A site to join in with the rest of the team, that's when the strike comes through. Now they find themselves 2 players down. The site has to be abandoned. The save call has to be made.
This is incredible macro here from BLG.
planted.
I really like what I'm seeing. They sell a great fake, they get a kill, they feel like going over towards A is not going to be successful. They get the kill onto B, and then it's an immediate re-wrap there, and there's not much G2 can do about it. And this allows YZ to do a little bit of hunting, and he got underneath the cam, and he finds Jog.
ถ้ามี2ช่องเขาไม่น่าทำแบบ
Just a missed timing there. Not sticking to it the entire time.
What time?
Shaq
What
now the
wen-
one
wen-
at
wen-
risk to push forward. Risha not going to be sappy enough to readjust. So K-Knight might try his odds, but YZ now get the spot out. Low on HP, but just slides
Young Sing.
across, just dancing on him. And now Trent is very much at risk. Levius surrounding. Chuck's in the water. Trent cannot snap on for the headshot. It's a 4K from YZ. It's BLG looking to run away with this attacker's side.
This is so impressive. I mean, I can't speak highly enough of the way that BLG is playing these rounds. It's
over.
not only is it like textbook shot calling, but they're making great individual decisions. YZ in the heat of the moment there, doing a really nice job, you know, not giving himself up to the hidden position of Shaq. He's able to get out in time, use the slide to get the kill. And they're able to track every single member of G2 down, take away all their guns, put them on a mostly eco. Spectre here, some stingers and a sheriff. The ever dangerous though, stingers for G2, something everybody that's ever played them is aware of.
Bring them
This
down.
is almost seemingly a buy round for them, but BLG, patience, again, gonna use this drone. Now it's got to be in your head as G2.
จิบยาดมไป2 ลังเลยจิบด้วยเหรอ
And you don't know if that's going to be the setup for the hit or not. Neft using the knife to clear the corner on elbow. Nobody there. So YZ immediately going to take
เนี่ยครับ
this control, but Valen just going to let a smoke drop, and they're going to play pretty far back here, giving up a little bit of space.
Tiny
Levius.
little gap here for Levius to try to play
Hey,
around.
what the-
And Giacomo and Shaq do go ahead back away. Falling into the potential trap. An ultimatum though, going to be popped. Over here as the A site tank gets ready to come in from BLG.
Door's good.
Load up a bit. Paranoia sent. Fast lane's there to obfuscate. As Levius is dragging across. Finds Giacomo. Shaq now fairly trapped in position. Valen going to be spotted. They just
Late one,
flush
G2.
him out. Relay bolt to the side. YZ swinging across. And they're not taking any chances. They want it.
ไม่มีลีฟมันได้ขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
G2. Shaq is still going to be able to find one. Damn near gets a second. Maybe the neural theft in the end. A bit of an overcommit, but in the chaos, BLG still
แล้วก็
thrive.
G2 ไม่ได้เล่น
Yeah.
คำนี้มานานแค่ไหน
Man, oh man.
ดูล่าสุดอะ
I mean, they're
Oh,
just
maybe
so
Lily
on
played
point.
that.
They're checking every corner. They're not leaving anything to chance. They're following up nicely there, even though the fragment just a little bit off. YZ instantly recognizes it, knows that Valen's stuck in that corner, and wants to make sure that it's dealt with.
I'm out of here.
You know, even when there's little mistakes, Billy quick to cover them up. Hunter's Fury for K-Knight. YZ has an overdrive if necessary. Big buy round here for G2.
Quick exit attempt there from Giacomo, but ends up on top of the box, and YZ just hounds him down so very quickly as Valen is dead to the Hunter's Fury. And it seems like everything that G2 attempt, everything they try to throw at this, none of it is sticking,
ไม่
none
ใช่
of
แม
it
ป
is
ตัวเองนั่นแห
working.
ละเดี๋ยวรอไปดูแมปเพิ่ม
BLG just far too on point with their execs, their shots, their macro strategy. G2 again have to try to go for a save, but it is early doors. That spike just got planted, and they have plenty of money and plenty of time to go on the hunt.
Absolutely right. They should be throwing out just about everything they have at this. Try to root them out. And Boba will be Shaq. He just made some noise, so Rushia gonna know he's there. Maybe a little bit of a bait for Jonah P, and it works. Shaq finds one as well.
Can he find more? Down to a sliver, the spike, detonating YZ. Pushing forward, looking for the kill, and we'll be able to find it. Jonah P dead at the same time over at Market.
ไม่เอาทรงเลย
Nothing retained. Nothing held on to. BLG just ripping everything out of the grasp of G2 round over round.
It's just a great util dump there. Get the recon, you get the Hunter's Fury.
ที่เปลี่ยนเซนเมาส์มาเล่นอย่างนี้แล้ว
Who cares? Still finding the
เล่น
target is
1,600
K-Knight.
0.225
Marussia there, backing up his
เดือด
duelist
ปะ
beautifully. Catches Trent trying
จาก
to peek
0.2
out of
อ่ะ
the smoke.
แบบว่าเปลี่ยนข้ามโลก
Just everything accounted for by BLG, man. This is just textbook stuff.
It is.
So well coordinated.
And even though, okay, well, I'll have to hold that thought maybe. Slow creep up cam is situated. There's the toggle, the clear.
หมดยุค G2 แล้วพี่
Looking forward into his smoke. Relay bolt. Not going to be dodged. Does get stunned up. Gonna peek. Forward into the pit. Able to find one. Shaq with a nice headshot. Takes down YZ. Gonna be lost, however. General Depth gets a reveal. The K gonna be expiring on Risha. Back up. Fairly healthy numbers. It's Jogamo. Quick peek with the Stinger. Gonna be able to find too much value there. He routes around to Boba. Ult's going to be invested. Nightfall. Getting the hit. Levius, however, holding his own. Now they know Trent's position. And there's nothing more that he can do. 8-1. BLG continue to just absolutely dismantle G2.
Yeah, and this felt like it maybe could be a round where they're able
ไอ้
to
ผู้ชนะกรุงเทพอะ
maybe stabilize a little bit here on their defender side, but it just isn't meant to be. Boombot there. Got some hot.
ทีวันก็โดน
The Levius absolutely
ไอ้นี่ก็โดน
ferocious on that
วิท
hold from Boba.
G2
And
โดนของที่ไทยนั่นเลย
invested on the eco. And are we gonna see
ไอ้นี่อีก แล้วเจ้าอีกกำลังมีปัญหาพอดีเลยเจอของแรงเอาไป
เจอคนไทยอ่ะ
เจอของใส่ไปเนี่ย
ตกรอบก็แพ้ นั่งไม่เป็นสุขเลยจอจัดเก้าอี้รัวๆเลย มีคนเดียวที่ยังของไม่หมดคือพี่เน็ตมีให้เรื่อยๆโอ้แต่แนทนี่ร่างทองจัดตอนทีเอลไปกรุงเทพ
พี่เน็ตน่าจะไม่ได้ไปเที่ยวไหนเก็บตัวอยู่ในโรงแรม
ใส่เจอบัฟมีแพนด้าไปล้างเคิร์ฟ
เดินมาแข่งเจอมีแพนด้าปุ๊บได้บัฟแทน
But they bested energy twice in a row back at Champ 23. They have international experience for the most part. This is
ไอ้
just
ทีมที่มากรุงเทพ
clear
นี่
that we're
เป๋
used to seeing from them on all fronts, and that has relatively nothing to do with G2 lacking a member at the moment.
exactly? I mean, I think what and I talked about this a little bit
ที่มา
yesterday.
กรุงเทพเหรอ
That,
มี
talking to Coach
T1
File, what frustrated him was just the
T2
breakdown of
with
fundamentals
TL
for
like
BLG.
like
So
CP.
far, we haven't seen that yet today, and that's what's important for them is when they play good. Fundamental stuff. When Neff is making
EDG ก็หนักอยู่แต่ตอนนี้ไม่รู้จะ
then they look like one of the best teams on the planet. When I was watching them in the preparations for Toronto, I thought this would be the best team coming out of China. I thought they had really good stuff, and they were so well drilled. But it was their mental that really started to break them, that started to crumble. So for BLG here, if you can come out, have a confident win against G2, I don't care who, the sub is or not. You still got Trent, you still got Valen, you still got Jogamo and Jonah P on that squad. That is disgusting.
ได้ไงวะ
Just walking at him, and Shaq does well to
ทำ
go
นี้ก็
ahead
เจ้า
and
เลย
straight back through that cage. Contact up for Shaq.
ก็มีไลน์ช็อตละ BLG แม่งเลื่อนเหลืออย่างน้อยฆ่าไม่ได้
Fairly even as
ติดไม่ลง
got the glimpse there. Finds the punish. It's going to be G2 in with the player advantage for the first time in God knows how long, but it doesn't last very long, unfortunately, as Valen does get taken down. Fragment going to be avoided. Shaq with a narrow little margin here, but they're not going for this plant spot, and I think YZ has spotted him. It's going to be Trent doubling up on the angle. Go ahead and clear out YZ. Just Neff and K-Knight. And timing to swing out. Neff finding the first. Approach coming in from behind. As it now goes down to the 1v1, and Jonah P tag at the 33, and Neff gets the job done. Timeout, speed down. BLG continue on their merry way now 9-1.
Yeah, I mean this is a brutal round for G2. You've got some good 1v1s that you're winning, some good trades that are coming through, but it's Neff again who's able to stand tall find that big multi-kill round when he needs it most. I mean, just so ready for Trent there. And Jonah Pete as well. Another 3K for the IGL of BLG. What a showing.
อีกทีมที่ไปแบงคอกคืออะไรนะของจีนอ่ะ BLG หรือ TE ป่ะ
Rough going. Jog looking for a one tap, has the
TE
showstopper.
ป่ะ
ไม่น่าใช่
Difference
BLG
maker in this round, but Neff
น่าจะ
with his
TE
third null command of the half.
They've been cycling these up so quickly. Both
น่ะไปเลยอันนี้
testing
คือ
orbs
หายไป
early
เลย
as well as just the fragging that he's put on
โดนของ
display.
แบงคอกกันหมด
And if he holds that, if they're able to get side access,
EDG
then
TE
just lose the showstopper completely as the null command comes through.
Right, right.
Thrown forward, going to be matched by a prowler.
มีแต่เส้นเนี่ยเส้นกับ TL นี่ดูทรง
Rotate
ตัวดิ
over towards the A site.
อันนี้
The double stack there from
ยังอยู่ใน
Jonah
สารระบบ
Pete, as well as Jogamo in position to try to shut this down.
ปืนกระดาษ
BLG looking like they're happy to just get the drone out, get the orb, and look to explore back over towards that B side.
I thought Valen for a moment there was going to take a page out of Munchkin's book and tuck into that corner with the judge, but
TI กระโดน
really feel comfortable to do so. The wall up, and here we go.
Well, it is the null command here for the entry, so Showstopper can come into play. We see the
Yeah,
rotation
Deadman.
starting to come through. Balance
Deadman,
trying to
there's
know
also
that he's gonna be
more.
in smoke.
Dun,
They know
dun,
that he's
dun.
going to be in main. They know that that judge was
เฮ้ยโค้ด
away.
เอาดิ
Shaq looking for a little bit
ยิง
more.
ผิดตัว
It's over to Classic, but F is there to go ahead and bail out. YZ keeps him alive. Jogamo on the approach here from
ไม่ออก
behind.
เห็น
Gets
ก่อน
the
วะ
spot out. K9 now in a rough position, and the headshot flies through. Two players left to contend with. The Showstopper certainly could deal with one. Down below, YZ trying to trade it out.
Hey,
Cannot
awa.
do so. Nep will fall. And that's going to be a second round win here for G2. Still an opportunity to try to make this a 9-3 half.
Yeah, so some good ideas, good positioning with the judge. I like the way Shaq is anticipating that BLG is going to overcommit to make sure that judge is dealt with from B main. And he gets a ton of damage there.
เมื่อวาน
Gets a
จี
kill
จีแม่ง
and
โดน
almost
ด่า
gets
นะ
a
เซน
second with just a Spectre. And he's still got the patient Jogamo waiting with that showstopper to end the round. It's a great kill there with the Guardian. Uses the boombot to set himself up.
One enemy.
Does so beautifully. Trent with the follow through. So yeah, after that timeout, G2 has looked better. They're starting to play more fundamental. They're starting to kind of anticipate
Oh,
BLG.
He's doing it again.
เห็นว่าคนเดิมไปไหนเลยเนี่ย
Let's see if they have a read on this one. Will have studied the match from yesterday. Is that attack off now in play? He was able to find value, got that early shutdown on something outside of A on Lotus. This time just staring at mid, but no one there from G2.
I would think
มุม
that
นี้ลูเชีย
BLG
มันหลับ
is
ตา
going to
เล่น
take a big pause right now. You want to
มี
get
กล้องจากด้าน
that
บน
surprise to be enabled with that operator like you're talking about, Achilleos. You can just take your time.
เฮี
Hold
ย
some
มุมนี้
angle.
มันวัยรุ่นเทสดี
Prowler there does get the confirmation, but
เอ้ยมุม
G2
พี่เอ้ยดูมุมกล้องไหนดิ
not even remotely
Hit the,
considering trying to push for that. They're just going to give up this space,
one.
kind of play back to what we've been seeing in these last couple rounds.
They know that the Hunter's Fury is available.
Mm.
And that could certainly come through on the entry. See if that ends up being the call. Push up 3 players in towards tiles.
into A เหรอ
Shaq about to go on a peek into market perhaps, but they're able to
อ้าว
side
คนในมา
pass
ร์เก็ต
that
ไม่ได้ข่าวด้วย
associate top mid. Trent in position, reading
30
this relatively
seconds
well
left.
as the drone tries to sell a little bit more towards that A side. Paranoia going
Oh,
across,
oi!
not connecting, but Neff's headshots certainly do.
หนักจัด
0 point going to be shallow, confirms that there's no one super forward on this side, but Jogamo now looks to fill that space, pushes up, finds one with the Hunter's Fury, then comes in, K9 able to take him down. That is just Shaq now. Coach, the call up, unable to find
Yeah, song
more
like
than
it.
just the 1 kill, so it's going to be Dominates.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเทนตัดได้น่าจะเป็นอีกภาพหนึงแล้วมาดูนี่กันหน่อยดิ
ทีทูยังไหวไหมฮะว่ากันแบบหน้าครับแบบนี้รีบเล่นให้จบครับผม
met with this much contention from XLG at A lobby, but this time Sentinels, they're just so stubborn with it. They're losing the duel group.
เฮ้ยไส้ไหลไม่ได้เถียงวะ
แล้วโค้ด
And Sentinels will trail
แล้วโค้ด
division.
โอ้โหแล้วโค้ดไม่อยู่ตรงนี้ ผมไม่อยู่นี่ได้ไงอะ
Stay as hidden as they can, and Sentinels have to figure out what is next.
XLG finding more and more value now over on this rebel side. One around through here just previously. The pseudo thrifting.
เมื่อวานไอ้เคซีด่านไอ้บ็อกมันไม่มีดูเอลใช่ปะที่แพ้เป็นเหล็กอะ ผมว่ามันเป็นเรื่องของสไตล์ทีมไปเป็นเล่นเล่นเร็วอะแล้วแม่งเอาคอมที่แบบว่าเล่นช้าๆมาชิบหายไม่รู้จะรับมือไง
เข้าใส่ไม่เป็นเลยตัดหมดเลย
เจอแบบดันเอาว่าตัดงงไปหมดเดี๋ยวร่างนู้นเดี๋ยวบางนี้ปวดหัวเลยไม่ได้ทำเลย
Now trying to come through the backside of B. Like this idea that Zelsis in a 1v3 has time to go to C.
คอมเวติกแม่งยังดูมีภาพไปเลยคอมเซตมีเศษแล้วอุ่นใจใช่ไหม
เตะไอ้บล็อกเก่งเสมอ
แล้วคนร่างทองแม่งเป็นคนที่แบบเป็นคนที่ชอบออกมาตัด งานงอกเลยซัมติงมันของเข้าจัดช่วงนี้
Zelsis could have pulled that off.
The Arc Bros nearly gave it to him, but there was 3 members there. 2 of
แต่มีคนไปบอกว่า
them was still able
ถ้า
to
จะเอาใครออกให้เอาซัมติงออกนี่ไง
finish things off. Even if that
Good
wasn't
form.
the case, I think the third play you would imagine should be to swing
แล้ว
in.
ไส้ไหลโค้ดจับ
Yeah,
ดู
that
ลิ
was, almost got spicy there. You respect what Zelsis was able to do. Got enough done that he's actually farmed up another steel guard.
โค้ดดูเอลลิสเลย
Our final round of the half.
แล้วประเด็นคือมันสู้เซนได้ไงคืออะไรวะ
Double kills. You start to see Dimitri Drift come through.
โอ้ยเซนสู้ได้ทุกคนอ่ะ
Play on the A side again. Just
ไม่เชื่อใจเซนแล้วพี่เฮ้ย
didn't help then. Another freebie coming through around the A
ไป
side.
เซนมันชนะได้ไงแต่มันต้องแบบมันไม่ชิวชอบเล่นนานๆเซนอ่ะ
First op and Odin. Oh, double op. Look at this.
มาแล้วดูมันนี้
Color,
หูฟัง
just
หูฟังการเสียงได้โคตรโหด
heartbreaking he can't be here. But let's see what G2 can do on their attacker
ปี
side.
หน้าเลย
See if they
จั
can
ดแล้ว
start running it back. A must-win pistol round with the 10-2 score line facing them. And YZ tucked in K-Knight around the corner, trying to set up a bit of a trap.
ปีหน้ามันน่าจะดีขึ้นนะ
Little
เพราะว่า
bit
ปีหน้า
down.
มันถูกไปไหน
ก็โดน
YZ really
อารม
trying
ณ์เหมือ
to
นงาน
sell
รีบ
this
ที่
for
ก็
the
ดีสุดแล้ว
corner. K-Knight is able to strike.
เรียบร้อย
Gonna get out
เฮ้ย
safely. Might not
เอา
need
สุด
to.
หมด
Runs out of bullets, so Valorant is able to collect 2 kills. Ghost gonna be scooped up. Neff reading this pinch coming in from Market quite well.
เอาวะวาลินมาช่วย
แล้วโค้ดแบบเดินมาเป็น
Breaks out
โค้ด
from
ตัว
B
เอส
main.
อะ
โคนแม่งเดินมาเบ็ดนี่มา
2v2, Levius and Roshan just classics in hand. Still working their way around. Be able to try to get this retake going. They will join up in Market.
เดี๋ยวลูเชีย
Yeah, that looked like it might be favorable there for
เดือน
BLG,
125 ด้วย
but
2 คนเลย
G2 gets the trades they need.
เบียร์
Good
จีได้
timing
วะ
from Shaq to
ไม่
snuff
มี
Neff
สโมก
out.
ด้วยน่ะมีด้วยอ่ะเรียบร้อยเลย
โหจบเลยครับอย่างนี้
Paranoia sent. Right clicks, flying, Shaq. Rotating around the back, the jump out of the smoke. Headshot gonna be found. Levius.
โอ้โหโดนยิงหัวเลยล่ะ
Finds it and gives them no
Classic.
reprieve, no
เกาหัว
recourse.
เลยเอง
It's another pistol here to BLG. As they now move up 11-2.
เลือด100
Man, oh
เมื่อ
man.
กี้ใช่ปะ
Both players in the smoke, and G2 knows it. They've got the angles there. The Haunt opening things up for Valen. Get the first, finds the second.
เห็นแล้วสติมันมีทารอนอ้าวพี่เป็น
Neff
ทารอ
on
น
the third with the swing. And Levius looking really good. And G2 now, I would expect the Stingers to be
One
coming
more.
out. Absolutely.
หัวลิน
To work their magic.
แล้วเขาท็อปไปไม่ได้โค้ด
But they're still going to be playing up against quite a bit of devastating weaponry
โค้ด
on
บอก
the
วันผิด
opposite
กู
side.
ไม่ได้
One suppressed.
He's on me cross, top mid. มาอย่างนี้แล้วท็อปแฟกนี่
Let's see
น่า
what
คิด
they can do.
I will cage right.
ผมว่าแม่งนักแข่งเล่น
A
แบบ
little bit
ไม่มีกำลังใจชิว
cautious here. G2
ๆจริงๆผมว่าถ้าการที่เล่นเกมแล้วชิวๆน่าจะทำได้ดีกว่านี้นะเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้กดดันอะไร
ใช่
Tripwire. Trent runs right into it. Cleared though.
อันนี้มันน่าจะกดดันตัวเองเพราะว่ามันมีโค้ดแบบ
But B main control held here by BLG. This is going to be
เห
tough
มือน
for
ว่าการเล่น
G2.
ไม่เหมือนเดิม
Oh,
นี่อ่ะ
sounded
โชว์ตัน
corner.
ตัวเองไปที
YZ is actually ahead of his own relay moment. Does get stunned. Ends up causing his life as Levius tries to hold down this side. Pops the cage. It's already been
หรือ
spotted.
ไม่ก็แบบ
Trent
อาจ
able
จะ
to clean it up.
ไม่ได้เตรียมตัวมาเน้นไม่ได้ซ้อมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเอาเลยออกมาไม่ดี
Just damage in. 3 players, however, remaining. Russia with a judge. We'll see what kind of value he's going to be able to find from that. Swaps it over to the Spectre. Knows that
หรือ
he's
ไม่
not
ก็
gonna
อาจ
be
จะโดน
favored,
ของ
but
จ
yeah,
ริง
full reposition
ๆ
here.
นี่
เบียร์ต้องบอก
Fred
เบียร์
Shack
จีนโห
play
ดด้วย
together.
โหด
Back cross in towards market.
ไม่ใช่โดนของเลยมั้ย
Another
ไม่
corner.
น่าโดน
Headshot
ของ
found.
เฮ้ย
Fred first, another
ฝาก
headshot.
ฝาก
Connecting
หัว
K9
เม็ด
down
นึง
so low. But Neff
จีว่ะ
will be able to join in there. The last little moments, right when it looks like G2 have the opportunity. It just gets taken right away from them, swept under the rug. Map point now here for BLG. G2, their economy going to be in the dumps.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, those stingers, like they might work some magic, but that B main control, just too much for G2 to deal with. You know, both teams just kind of ceding power points on the map.
One enemy.
BLG gives up top mid.
Enemy remaining.
G2 happy to take it, but with that B main control, they're able to lock things down. Little fist bump there from the coaching staff of BLG.
เดี๋ยวนะ
And you're going to have a decent buy coming through
Oh, oh.
still, though. So you're going to invest all your economy that you can here as G2.
Naturally have to. For every player that you lose, even if you win this round, just slows down that potential build-up. Consistently keeps you on the back foot.
โอ้โห
Judge in position.
เรียบร้อย
Dogamo cut in half. Why is he
Look
going to be
song.
taken down by Jonah P at the same time off screen?
ว่านเทเลติกโดนลูกซองเหรอพี่
Brings it back to parity. Duelists going to be dead on both
โดน
sides.
เนี่ย
Look at this quick lurk from K-Knight.
Swinging around the back. Might be able to find a timing
One
here. The
jab.
tripwire.
One
set
jab
up.
jing.
Can he slide across
Ah,
fast
hit
enough?
me.
No. Has been
Ah,
spotted. Challenging
shit.
for the fight, but bites off a bit more than he can chew.
เกือบหวานเจี๊ยบอันนี้
That's going to force a
ถ้ามันเร็วกว่านี้
reposition.
ไม่จบ
Levius
เลยนะ
โดนพี่เอ๋ย
over
อะ
towards mid. Does have that Guardian in hand, so we'll be in a decent position in a ranged battle. That being said, Jonah P finding another. So Neff falls to the wayside, so in with a decent opportunity here. RG2 now.
They've got complete control of the site. Jonah P finds his third.
ตอนนี้ต้องบอกทีเก็บแรงไว้ก่อนแบบหน้าดีกว่าไหมตอนนี้
Russia holding him at bay here for the
ตอนนี้
moment.
ถือว่ามอง
With 30
ฮะ
seconds, they can just go ahead and fully swing this
ไม่ทัน
spike
แล้ว
across to the B
โคตร
site.
ไกล
Is exactly the call. Barring a
มันจะมีอยู่
miraculous
ทีมหนึ่ง
clutch.
นะพี่
G2 still
โอ้ปิ้ง
should
ป้าย
be
ไม่สุ
holding
กเลยอัน
on
นี้
by a thread. There you go. Shaq will be the one to go ahead and put Russia down. So not done quite just yet. G2 find a third.
Yeah, this round looked really nice. Even though you lose one to the judge, you're able to stabilize really quickly, win some big battles throughout mid. Jonah P doing a great job with that bulldog. He was the one who got the lurking K-Knight as well. Really clean stuff.
One enemy remaining.
He's just dialed in, and no problem at all there for Shaq. And
มันจะเสียดายในข
a
นาด
little bit frustrated, but they're going to be on a mostly full buy. There is
เห็นสกอร์แล้ว
a Bucky there for Russia. So that's going to be
ใส่
interesting
ดู
to
พี่อเล็ก
see.
มา ส
Still
กอร์
over
ก็ยังไม่
A.
พอใจ
There's a trip right here at top mid. You can see
ก็อยาก
that
ปิดวินแล้ว
BLG recognizing that this is a part of the map that
ไอ้
G2
แมตช์เด็กปิด
wants
นี่
to
คือผมเป็น
exploit.
พี่อเล็กผมก็
Saw it on their second round of this half and immediately
Hot
just cleared
diet.
a pullback.
วิโรดแมช
Two just going to be taking their time, looking for whatever advantages they can find. Door opened as well in mid, so giving themselves options here as the round goes on.
Russia's position widely just to try to play in Levius.
7 ล้าน
The
มั้งรางวัล
contact
สู
here
งสุด
of the camera. Paranoia at the ready to try to really slow this
เฮ้ย
up.
เน็ตหลุดเหรอ
Sends it, but
แค่ตู้เฉย
overwhelmed.
เซตแบบไม่ให้เถียง
Vulnerability jumped in with a shot to the chest from the Guardian.
ๆถ้าคัมแบ็กได้นะผมบอกมันจะเป็นแบบปรากฏการณ์
It's been dismantled.
แต่ดูจากปืนของลู
Well,
เชีย
this
นี่
is
ไม่น่า
looking
ละ
good for G2.
แค่โดนหนึ่งตรงนี้
They've got themselves
Don't have them
quite a
on
bit of
the-
map
Oh.
control. Probably going to get the
Dia
blend
pun
down here
lupa,
shortly.
Lemmy
Nobody,
Major.
Can't spot him.
exactly. Nobody got tagged by a 0 point.
Ah!
Catastrophic. Russia
30
no
seconds
ปืน
left.
gonna be scratching his head and wondering how the hell he's come away with that kill. G2 though, looking to try to break their way forward onto the side. K-Knight makes his presence known. Scale forward now in towards Boba. Neff looking to hold the line. Cannot take down Trent. Now it's going to be the pivot call. Russia hearing these footsteps, tries to strike, gets a tiny bit of damage across, but cannot find the kill. Now the Hunter's Fury is going to be opened up, looking to intercept
Yeah,
them, trying to
the
take
long
them
one.
down here on the entry to the site, but
He don't
only
know.
able to arrive in time. This spike plant just there for Trent. Is able to get it, but now finds himself alone. The Nightfall invested versus 2. They backpedal away from it. That might make him think twice about the approach here. Have they swung back through the defender's spawn? Eyes on it here for the moment.
วินนี้แบบ
So
ปี
much
ของ
time
G2 ชัดๆอ่ะ
for BLG to work with.
protected from the flank, but Trent completely playing with 0 information with 33 HP. K-Knight now has spotted him out. The recon gonna be sent. 3 positions, 3 swings, and cannot get it done. K-Knight will find it, and that's gonna be 13-3. The most dominant showing yet here at EWC is BLG take away their map pick of Sunset.
ไปกันต่อครับ Sentinel ดูแบบต่อเนื่องเขาเทคพอร์ตคู่หนึ่งก็เทคพอร์ตรอเราพี่มา
leading candidates that has the region on its shoulders. Of course, NRG have already qualified, and so Sentinels want to make sure that they are backing themselves in with NRG in that top 8. But for XLG, it's been a rough run. Royal roading.
แล้วบอร์ดครับ
Ascension into China. First place
น่าจะไม่ถึงไอบ็อกแล้วดูละ
into
Day2
roster issues. However, first half so far.
ไม่ถูกปากอยากกลับบ้าน
6-6, brilliant recovery. Can they get into a leading position though? Here's the problem is
สับซีนครับไม่ได้เซตมาเพื่อแมนนวลระบบแมนนวล
an opening pistol win for Sentinels that will likely turn
ไอ
into
สาย USB ที่ห้อยมาข้างบนตัวเงี้ยโคตรดีเลย
At what point do XLG have the capability to actually take a
ร้าน
lead
เกม
in
ร้าน
this
เกม
series?
ต่างประเทศเป็นอย่างนี้หมดนะเวลาแบบ
They won that
ส่วนมาก
round.
คนไปเล่นก็ถอดเสียบ
If they didn't
ง่าย
have tech issues,
อยากมีจอ3แล้ววะ
Sentinels
น้อง
just taking over now.
ตอนแรกมี
I
3 จอ
don't
แล้ว
even
ถอด
know
ออก
myself.
เหลือ
I'm just
2
really
จอ
excited for this game
ตอนนี้
because
อยากกลับมามี
this was
3 จอเหมือนเดิม
my
นะ
match of the day just because of the narrative. It's just oozing from Masters Toronto and how these teams met up, and mostly just what they had to say about each other. And it's also saying, "Oh, we own this region." And then XLG
ยิงไส้ไหลมันน่าจะหายคนที่แบบตึงๆได้อยู่นะ
to be like that, but they were the ones that chose
มัน
Sentinels
รีบไง
thinking they
รอบนี้
could beat them, and that was not
เกือบมาพังตอนที่แบบการแข่งมันติดกัน ชิบหายเลยคือเลยชิบหายเกมมิ่ง
ตอนนี้มันทำอะไรอยู่อยากรู้ มันจะ
นั่งกอดเข่าอยู่รู้สึกผิด
มันจะคิดได้อย่าง
มันน่ากำลังนั่งดูเพื่อนแข่งอยู่แล้วแบบทำไมไม่มีกูวะ
จบแชมเปี้ยนคิดว่าเซลใช่คิดว่าเซลซิตน่าจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้ว
ทำไมเซลซิตอะพี่สงสารดูช่วงที่ผ่านมามันก็ดูทำงานหนักอยู่แบบว่า
มันก็ถ้าทีมมันจะไปต่อมันก็ต้องไฟพาวเวอร์ไง
แต่ดูจากไฟพาวเวอร์มันก็ด้อยกว่าโชลีที
could have been the team to take down DRX, which BBL has done. So really setting the stage now for what can be possible.
I think you just can't underestimate Chinese teams at all. Whether I know we could argue till the cows come home about which region is the best or whatever, but Wolves surprised us all at Masters Toronto. So you don't want to take Day1 too seriously. This is now what I'm really focusing on after you had a whole 24 hours or probably less. I don't know, the matches.
เดี๋ยวเราไซโชว์ไปเป็นไอ้นี่แล้ว
You had a whole day to try and bounce back mentally, talk about what the mistakes were and what you're looking forward to today.
เดิร์กเนี่ยเดิร์กรับจ็อบไปเป็นสตาฟมัน
You're in a best of 3 where you can
นั่น
maybe
น่ะ
go
ขวามือ
towards more of
ตรง
those
จอน่ะ
strengths and it's less fluky as a best of 1. So we really got to see everyone hit their peak form today.
Well, both Shilai and Sentinels ended their days fairly early yesterday, so they had more time than most to talk about what they needed to. Pretty sure Shilai would have had plenty more to talk through given they have more to work through as a roster with the changes, but also they had a more rough game versus DRX that was not pretty at all. At least for Sentinels, I think they can still be confident that they knew they were good enough to win that series. They knew that really it was just that
เอ้ยมึงเทคนานไปป่ะน้อง
lead that BBL got in that second half that kind of got away from Sentinels, requiring them to make their comeback. Was a bit of a
นึก
problem.
ว่าเทคพอร์ตจะเกิดขึ้นกับเฟนาติกอย่างเงี้ย
Really started to show himself a lot more in that second half of Icebox after Levin essentially took over the entire server for the majority of it. But really what we're trying to say here is that, yeah, I mean, Sentinels probably could have won that game. Sentinels is still a team that we expect to go far here, but right now, XLG putting up an immense fight against them.
And just to kind of remind everyone of who's in Group B, it's XLG, Sentinels, BBL, and DRX, which I think is kind of up for grabs. I'm really not sure who to predict is going to get out of this group because everyone's had their good moments, everyone's had their bad moments. It's been some close matches. And of course, at Group A, we have G2, BLG, PaperX, and K-Corp, where that one's kind of been back and forth. It's giving more BLG and PaperX, though, after G2.
ว่ะไม่ไอตรงกลางคือไอโค้ดที่มันเป็นเฮดโค้ดด้วยเนี่ย
ใช่ จับเลสอยู่ตอนเนี้ย
Who you think is going to get out of each group. Of course, after this match, we're going to be featuring Heretics versus Titan
พี่เอาคอมเมนต์
for an elimination match to see who's going to continue living on. And then the group of death, Group D.
แล้วใครไปนั่งในนี่แทนอ่ะคนกดทำเอา
So there's a bit of an update here on what's
Hey,
happening on the
hey,
stream
hey,
because we are talking about some of the groups here. BLG
ก็
versus
อยากเห็นแบบว่า
G2
เป็นเล็กคน
woes
ขาดแต่ว่าไม่มีรอนไม่มีแพทเป็นพี่เล็กจะลงแทนเขา
Sunset BLG
เฮ้ย
up 12 and 3
พี่เล็กก็
likely win this
เอาอยู่นะ
round.
พี่เล็กอะ
They now officially have. So it's 13 and 3 for map 1 Sunset between BLG and G2. And where G2
that's tough.
having their issues again, this has just been so far a tough tournament for them and likely will continue to be through BLG who
CGIS
break so close yesterday showing
เขาเอา CGIS ลงแต่ว่า CGIS เล่นอยู่บ้าน
the other 3 Chinese teams do not show
โอ้
up.
I think G2 were chilling, you know.
Work
Because
from
they
home
got
ที่แท้จริง
what is it? The prize pool is like 16K just for being here. Top 16, like everyone gets a piece of that prize pool. It's a nice little trip. Whether and then they don't have to worry too much about stage 2 because they're already qualified for champs. So hopefully they find some time.
เหมือนทีมเลยว่าตอนนี้คนเยอะมากเลย
Is that map 1 of that series or was
It
that?
is
ไอ้
map
ดี
1.
DIX กับลิควิดเนี่ยโอ้โหคนยังเยอะ
It's not over. Cope. it's
There's
not over,
the
guys.
NA Cope I like.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
I don't know how you bounce back after
That
that.
being said, you know, you still got some good NA teams out here. So
จริงๆผมว่าถ้าไส้ไหลมันกลับมาชนะได้สักแมตช์2 แมตช์มันน่าจะใจมายอารมณ์เหมือนแบบว่าทีมแม่งเป๋อยู่พักนึงทำไมช่องนี้มันเบาอีกช่องนึงวะมันเปิดโคตรดังเลย
They do retain the lead.
They come back.
คนเซตสตรีมคนละเจ้ากัน
Clutch, or at least a closeout from Bang, and now they buy up on the anti-eco. And it's just Narrate having to hold this back as best as he can. The numbers stacked for XLG, but with the smoke,
Hey.
they're not just getting
Yeah.
stamped through, and they kind of hesitate whether they wanted to retreat or not.
เฮ้ยแบงแม่งย้อมผมมาด้วยวะหน้าตาแปลก
We've had plenty of these go through. Coconut's usually the
ร้าน
first
นี้
one
ร้าน
to go
ทำสี
down.
ที่
He's got the sole survivor
ซา
now
อุ
on
ถูก
Fever.
ๆเปลี่ยนหน้าด้วยใช่ปะ
ต้องหน่อย
It's coming through once again.
ไปหาหมอศัลยกรรมต่อ
We'll see
โคตรเหมือน
what
นาเลด
XLG
เลย
look once they finally get the rifles. Looking once again at Coach Havoya on this race to see what he can do. He's already starting to put up some numbers, and it is the day in the tournament for coaches to be putting up numbers as to sort of round out that conversation we're having about G2 as well. Finish up that first map of Sunset versus BLG despite losing 3 and 13. It was actually Shaq, assistant coach of G2, step in and Leaf's position that top fragged in that game. So can't say Shaq didn't at least do something this tournament. He was able to put up the numbers for G2 despite losing that first map. But in this map, we continue with XLG's gun round. A couple of retained items from Sentinels in the previous as well.
And we can maybe finally see the
อ้าว
impact
นาเลดก็
of
หน้า
having
ตา
set
แปลก
a Sentinel for Sentinels. That was going to hurt my brain there for a second, but Celsius will have his wall sort of further back, Thorns into tree, ready to flash and assist himself if he gets pushed in that area.
แต่การมีโค้ดมาดีนะ เหมือนแม่งได้ทำเอาทุกราว
Setup is XLG.
จบราวหนึ่งก็
See very soon.
ไล่ยาว
แบบรู้อยู่แล้วอะ
Take on Seek here.
ว่าจะต้องการอะไร
Presence shown,
Would-
instant poison.
แต่ทุกอย่างใน
Fast rotations expected.
แปดนั้นมี
I like the preemptive as
หนึ่งในนั้นคือมีแนทอยู่นะ
It's not
แนทมีทุกอย่าง
give a chance as
พูดเยอะกว่าโค้ดอีก
Waterfall
ตามเอามาโค้ดจะไม่ได้พูดเลยนะ พูดหมดละหมดเวลาละ
Not immediately getting in, they were delayed by John Cutie's orb, so XLG
ตอนนี้พี่แนทกำลังสงสัยว่าคอมที่ซาอุแรงหรือเปล่า
เฮ้ย
ไม่ได้มาเทส ไม่ได้มาเทสสเปค
มีที่ไหน โค้ดจับดูเอล
แต่ทีเอลมันต้องยอมจริงนะ เพราะ BBL ฟอร์มหลังจากนั้นมันเดือดจัดเลย
มันเริ่มมาฟอร์มโหดตอนในคัด EWC นะ
ปลายสเตจหนึ่งก็โหดอยู่แบบแพ้ลิควิดเลยแต่แม่งแพ้แบบว่าสู้มันอะ
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยเชี่ยแล้วไง
โบนัส
แต่มันตัดไม่ได้เลยพี่แม้แต่ตัวเดียว
Waiting for the plant to come on through before the retake comes in, and everyone making their way into holes and falling down to the firing squad of XLG, all on site together, holding strong.
ตอนนี้ผมอยากรู้ข่าวทีมนี้มากเลยเอเปกมันได้ใครไปแทนได้มันทำอะไรอยู่ เงียบกิ๊บเลย
Start to feel a little bit more confident. They get their own flawless back in, and this is going a
แต่
lot
คุ้นๆเหมือนได้คนมาแล้วเลย
remember that one.
ได้แล้วพี่แต่ว่าจำไม่ได้ว่าใคร
going over towards Sentinels and then 6 in a row straight away. Here comes
ใช่เหรอเพนนีอ่ะ
from Sentinels as they are
สรุปเป็นเพนนีจริงๆเหรอ
momentum building for XLG considering how the last 4
เฮ้ย
rounds
เพน
of
นีมัน
the
นี่ไม่
first
ใช่หรอ
half went.
เฮ้ยแต่ไปเล่นให้เอ
First
เปก
gun round, a flawless. That is quite a statement from XLG.
Yeah, because what really hurt XLG in that first
สรุป
half
เพนนี
was
ย้ายไป
the
เล่นที่เอเปก
economy.
เหรอ
You led
น่า
Sentinels
จะ
down on a win streak, so very, very good that XLG won that first rifle round and could build momentum off of that. And this is gonna be a close game. I said it's one thing to beat a team once.
แต่มันก็บ้าอยู่แล้วไอ้เส้นไหลเนี่ยกดโลตัสใส่เซนแสดงว่ามัน พร้อมบวก
but going up against XLG on these same maps again, there's a lot of prep work to do.
พี่ดูหน้าจอเนี่ยเหมือนอาหารไม่อร่อย2 วันแล้วนะ
Try and figure this out, and they're not running the Sentinel. They have the double duelist. It's sort of a different look, and now
เป็น
XLG are
เป็น
getting
ทอด
warmed up.
เต้นไม่ค่อยดีดูอะไรกันเนี่ย
เซลซิตยังไม่ค่อยยืนเลยนะครับ
Sentinels.
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าเขาห้ามยืนแต่ผมเห็นซัมติงมึงยืนอยู่คนเดียวเลย
Expectations for Shilai Gaming considering how they went
นี่มันยังไม่ได้คนที่ 5 เลยเอเปกอะมันได้โอลิเซล่ามา
But now, overnight,
คนโปรตุเกส
starting to land
ตั้งแต่เสียคาจักรไปก็จะโห
something
เป
that
ย์
really
ยาก
works for XLG. And look, despite the double
จาก
duelist
ทีมที่
here,
แบบน่าจับตามองเพราะมาจากเอเซนชันแบบเป็นตึงไงมีคาจักร
Sentinel given that coconut
โดน
sauce
เฟรติก
as
เอาคาจักรไปเลย
And there's very different vibes from both these teams. Like XLG have a lot of good vibes. They're yapping. They're loud behind.
แสดงว่าต้องเห็นว่ามันเล่นดีจริง
Meticulous, play some clean
ฟิลเหมือนไอ้
rounds
สุด
and
เลย
stay
ที่มัน
locked
แบ
in.
กไอ้
They
เนี่ย
know
แบกเกียร์
the
2
job's not done.
ต้องโดนดึงตัว
That leads the way for Havoya and the boom bot that could have marked someone close. Now
Wee.
you got Odin. As
ขอสัก
Zelda
ศพไป
tries to read
เซล
where
ซิต
this push is. XLG now playing chicken against bullets.
ได้
That's a
จริง
deadly game, and Havoya will still put the red
แล้วมึง
carpet
ไป
down.
ตายยังไงอะนั่นเลย
Going towards B to the loving arms of Sentinels, but the push from Happyway was unexpected. It caught Sentinels watching that B link door off guard. Now you could get a good plant, but now it's just
เพนนีน่าจะไปเอเปกกัน
They can rotate now. Havoya's got full
I think
control
that-
towards A. He's winning his duels over there. You already start to see Coconut pivoting. It might just be Happyway chilling over towards B to keep things interesting. Finally, the decision going to be made. B is looking a little bit safer. Coconut will eventually place here. But still, though, on the big flank, Havoya can get a lot. They can still see that Sentinels are very considerate of the fact that this
ถ้าเพนนี
flank
มาจาก
is
NA
active.
แล้วแสดงว่าโควต้าเอเปกมันครบแล้วดิที่แบบว่า
clear through the top site.
คนต่างไอ้เนี่ยต่างแดน
And
คนหนึง
then focus on that A-link door where
Oh,
they
he's not
blast some
facing.
defenders, and this
มันได้แค่
is
คนเดียวปะ
both
ใช่ได้
players
คนเดียว
about to face, and it's Happyway that has to shut it down. But John Cutie's been dealt with, and it's just up to Celsius.
เจนก็มีนาเลดนะเอ้ยไม่ใช่นาเลด
He does.
ไม่มีนี่หว่า
Maybe
ไอ้นาเลดมัน
he
อเมริกาอยู่แล้ว
the Vandal, but a 1v2 is certainly possible for a guy like him. But the high low
เฮ้ย
too strong. XLG will
ไส้
tie.
ไหลได้เหรอ
Dark Rose through
แบบมันพี่แบบมัน
if possible, but 2 players too strong. Havoya again getting work done. I mean, this coach has really been stepping through. It's Happyway at the top of the leaderboard, and XLG even things up 8-8 after losing pistol and anti-eco. That flawless has now
โอ้โห
given
โค้ด
them
ยิง
another gun round win.
โอ้บลีดถ้าเป็นบลีดไลน์อัพแอสเซนชั่นนะโคตร
Delivering
โห
as
ด
much as they would have liked to.
เนปจูซี่
And this is considering
The
that Havoya
carry.
kind of missed out on his timing.
เจสซี่กายคนใคร
On, I
จำไม่ได้
believe it was John QT over on the top side of
จอห์น
but still paint
จอห์น
shells
นี่นับ
into
ว่า
a
เป็น
free kill.
เออว่ะ
ชาติเหรอ
Advantage for
จอห์น
XLG. So we start to
โมร็อก
look
โก
towards the potential with Viva Ultimate, Moraga,
โอ้ยแค่ชาตินั่นเลย
kill.
Yeah, his story has been put to an end.
คนไหนคนใหม่ไม่ใช่คนใหม่โค้ดลงแทนเฉย
Happy
ๆ
with
คนใหม่
that
ยังไม่
game.
มา
Sentinels will have to fill the gap
ได้ไหล
that
อะ
was left behind, and you got a 3-man walk up from
คิดว่ามันจะเอาใครมา
towards A
มีข่าวยัง
B, taking advantage of one out's oldest
มีแล้ว
is Rarga.
ส่งชื่อไม่ทัน
Meanwhile, XLG
อ๋อ
get the objective done, and Celsius will be called back. Of course, they just have pistols and this stinger from Bang. Gotta hope it does exactly that, but they're just not going to be running into Rarga
ภาพถ้าสมมติโค้ดมาลงแล้วแบบอย่างเช่นไอเฮลโคยะเลยน่ะมาแล้วมันยิงลั่นแบบ20-30ทุกแมปอะ
เลิกโค้ดเลยลงมาเล่น
อาจจะแบบมีสัญญาส่งมาถึงบ้านอ่ะ
Now, the orb out
ให้
of
ไป
the
เล่น
way.
อ่ะ
Celsius hopes to
มัน
make
ยิง
contact
ไส้ไหลมันได้
with
คนมาใหม่
Celsius
ชื่อ
for Sentinels to
UOY
rotate.
เป็นคนเดิมแต่ว่าเปลี่ยน
Players
ชื่อ
are
มา
just playing for exits here. Their weaponry is a little bit too low. Hard to flank.
แล้วน่าจะต้องเลิกแข่งตลอดชีวิต
Through attacker spawn, Raga's got that one cut off, and will just be a little bit of exploration from Zels to see what he finds. We'll find a shot from Coconut, a little bit of assistance here from Happyway as well as the
เดี๋ยวดู
round
โค้ดครับ
will end, and a couple players will walk into these last
นี่
remaining
ไง
members of
เอาปืนไป
Sentinels.
แจกมา
There'll be at least one gun.
จะไม่
Should
สู
be
สี
walk away with this one easily.
Going down with it, and the Vandal is always nice. A 3-round win streak from XLG, block by block.
เฮ้ยคู่เริ่มแล้ว
Begins from a 2-6 deficit
สลับไม่ทัน
in favor of course Sentinels. XLG in the lead, And this is the power of the double duelist, especially
ประเด็นคือแม่งต้องสลับจอด้วยไงประเด็นเอาอันนี้ไว้จอรองอันนี้ไว้จอหลัก
ให้ใครชนะ100%มันก็มีเซนอยู่ในนั้นแหละครับผม
เซนนี่เวลาก่อนจะได้แชมป์นี่ก็สะบักสะบอมทุกทัวร์อยู่นะ
โอ้ยเซนไม่เคยโรยด้วยกลีบกุหลาบบอกเลย
สะบักสะบอมตลอดมาสเตอร์มันลิดนี่คือแบบกว่าจะไปเจอเจนจีได้เนี่ยโดนแล้วโดนอีกไปลืมเปิดเสียง
At the top of the orb, just goes in for the peak, and Trent ends up paying the higher price here instead of Jaw. He's now going to go TPing forward. Stinger in hand, and
เคโฮอ่ะพี่
think it'll ring out nicely.
มาว่ะ T2
So over the kill on the YZ. K-Knight going to be taken down.
มาแล้ว
Spike planted.
มาแล้ว
Leaves just Russia with a sheriff now
เริ่ม
approaching
แล้วราวหนึ่งอ่ะ
from the stair side.
เกมนี้เทนเอาให้
Okay,
40 ตัว
Jonah P.
ได้จับตัวถ
Taking
นั
a
ด
very nice one. Making it a little bit more costly. Dogamo taken down, but weapon not to be recovered. These ranges, Stinger's not going to be the most ideal weapon. See if BLG can make this a little bit more costly. That's going to be Levius coming away with one more. Jonah P now on the floor. Already decent damage dealt. Russia wanting to get a little bit more done.
โอ้แล้ว
These
ไส้ไหล
side is cleared
ไส้
out.
ไหลว่าคือได้
Spectacle
ยาว
players are going to be in from main.
พี่ดูลูเซีย
Here
หลั
comes
บ
the
ตาเล่น
challenge. Valorant
แต่
will
ว่ากล้อง
be
กล้อง
left
มุมสูง
standing. So the Shack
เหมือนผมเลยเวลากล้องมุม
as
สูง
far
ไม่
as
หลับ
armor
ตา
is
เล่น
concerned. 3 players dead. Overall, not a bad attempt here from the side of BLG with the 2-0 for G2.
Yeah, you got to be feeling good as BLG. Finding a couple kills with those sheriffs and getting 3 kills overall is really impactful there. Knocking a lot of the big guns out of this
จานลิฟไปไหนจานลิฟป่วย
for G2. Valen ready to swing, was on 46 HP. Maybe
ถ้าเกิด G2 เขา
point
ลิฟ
might
พัก
have
แล้วเอา
gone
ลิ
down
ฟ
as
ทูฮอต
well,
มาเล่น
but
อย่าง
not to be.
โอ้โห
So far, BLG doing a little bit of
Can't
a push
watch
out
it.
over towards a deep knife to check. So
จานลิฟ
see if this is going to be a free orb here.
กล้องพี่
Dog's
ปกติ
definitely
ปก
gonna
ติ
get this one, but on the other side, YZ turret's going to check him. He's not going to try to contest it.
Doesn't feel safe enough playing alone to try to go for the orb take here, so leaves it be for the moment. Drone scouting forward, gets the spot,
นี่ผมเดินมา50 นาทีหรือว่า
slowly drifts away.
50หรอ
The aforementioned
สตรีม
job
เมื่อกี้เนี่ยนาทีละ57ประมาณนั้น40 นาที
very pivotal.
ที่G2 ปกติคอมมีปะมีแชมเบอร์ปะ
I
ใช่
think you
ใช่
get a pick somewhere, you get a
ปกติ
kill.
มีคอมแชมเบอร์
ว่า
Might be what opens things up for Jog to feel comfortable
เอ๊ะ
and go
เปลี่ยน
for
เปลี่ยน
that
คือ
ult.
จอย
He's just going to do it
ใช่ปะ
anyway.
Do it anyway. It's Jogger we're talking about. Quick TP forward, not wasting any
น่าจะเล่นตำ
time.
แหน่งลิฟไม่ได้โค้ชก็เลย
Knows that there's
แสด
going
ง
to be
ว่า
a
มัน
player at
ไม่ใช่
alley,
แค่เรา
sees the other
แล้ว
one
แบ
here.
บ
Connector.
แชมเบอร์
Flash
มี
now
แค่
going to
ลิ
be
ฟ
set. Bounds out of this one, but Russia is able to hold his
Jaw.
own, finds the kill there. Looks for a
Wait.
little bit
Ow.
more wall to intercept
Ow.
the Shack with that sheriff. We'll go ahead and put him down. Weapon can be
Ow,
recovered.
ow,
Pull this flank.
Well, YZ first half not connecting, but
เฮ้ย
the follow-ups are damn clean.
โอ้โห
Last player
2 quick kills there, as it's going to be just about a flawless. Russia, the only casualty here for BLG as they prevent the bonus conversion.
Yeah, nice response from Russia. Not sure how much of that flash connected with him. I thought it looked
ไอ
pretty
ทีม
good
ที่
for
ทำปืน
Dogamo
ตก
there,
ใส่แล้วน่ากลัวที่สุดเพราะตอนนี้มันน่าจะเป็นเปเปอร์เล็กอะ
but
คือแบบ
maybe
ไม่รู้
not
ฟัง
connecting as much as he would have hoped.
ใครพลาดเอาปืนไปตกกระบอกก็เป็นเรื่อ
Great
ง
timing from YZ. He was all over this round
Spike
from the beginning, putting pressure at A main, giving that map control over to BLG so they can make that quick lurk
แต่ภาพจอ
rotation.
แปลกมากอะปกติไม่ค่อยเห็นตรงนี้เนี่ย
Shutting things down pretty nicely initially.
ที่ถึง
So
ลิฟต์อะ
Bulldog going to be bought down for Jog. Very important round here for G2. They could find this win here. Keep that economy in a place where it's decent.
ผมอยากเห็นพี่เอ๋ยไว้โดดแบบจอ
Secure this orb for Trent, or rather for Jonah.
Yeah,
P.
do
He's
him
saying
in
Trent when it comes down
มั
to
น
it.
มันไม่ยาวขนาด
มัน
นี้
ไม่ขึ้นใช่ไหม
มันไม่หนา
ของผมมันก็ไม่ขึ้น
Charge away now from having the Nightfall online.
เป็นที่เป็นคนที่แบบ
คนน้อยฮะ
มันไม่หนาแน่นอะ
Really trying to feel each
แล้ว
other
มัน
out.
ต้องโกนทิ้งอะ
Ui.
Discipline Valen!
He said they stack up Valen. Collecting the collat.
เอาดีวาลิน
And that is a monstrous advantage now to be had. K-Knight gonna look to try to fill in this space. The nanoswarm here at his
May Lord.
feet.
Oi.
And
Ito lang
G2
kaya
reading
yan,
like a
ano?
book. He's manipulating him around like he's a puppet.
My goodness, this is such a tremendous round for G2.
Huge bounce back as well. Dogamo considering the reface back in. Looks like we're just going to drift away, join in with Levius on this A site and look to hold on to the weapons. G2 going to be allowed to go ahead and stretch this lead up 3-1.
เจอที่ไอ้บอกเราแต่แรกแล้ว
Spike play.
I mean, that's got to be a bit of a tilter here for BLG.
ผู้เซนเก
You
ม
lose
สุ
two
ดสิ
players so quickly there, and that just gives G2 all the confidence to start scaling forward.
กัน
That
แชทด้วยเนี่ย
anticipation
เห็นแชทน้อย
onto the positioning of K-Knight
ๆนี่ใหญ่
ruins his
ๆ
round, and that is just
แล้วก็เอาเข้าห้อง
GG.
เราไปอยู่
Crazy good stuff.
นี่แหละ
It looked
ที
like
เด็ด
maybe BLG wasn't anticipating that tight angle. I'm not sure, but they double faced it, and not sure if that's just a
เขาเรียกว่าดูสองนิดนึง
miscommunication thing or what
วินวัน
happened. But that is definitely concerning.
Certainly weren't ready for the pre-fire. It's fairly costly in the end. Good from G2 to not allow for BLG to start getting the gears turning. We've talked about it ad nauseum. You know, if you can slow this team down, that's when BLG starts fumbling. That's where they start scrambling for ideas. And yeah, it's basically pre-firing on the angle is one hell of a way to just continue to jumpstart your team in these rounds.
Yeah, that feels bad, man, but good news for BLG is they still had money. Get a full buy to go through mostly. 3 regen shields. And still, though, the economy just a little bit off balance. Or at least, you know, Jogamo wants to make sure he has enough for the next round. So still going to hang on to that Bulldog. Sets up a TP. Trying to make a push around this corner. Shaq right there as well. Looking for the nano lineup.
Placing swarm grenade. I dropped
Jack.
the spike.
I'm going to use that to try to clear Art.
Just hitting the clone. Looking for a little bit more. It does catch a glimpse,
Ui.
but Jogamo quickly trades it
มา
back
แล้ว
and trades
เดิ
it
ม
up
นี้
the
เจิม
skin
หน่อย
and
ยิง
Levius
ใหญ่เลย
both end up falling.
นา
พี่
โน
จอ
ดีเนี่ยตรง
Spike's
เนี้ย
still going to be on the floor there and out here for the moment, but G2 plenty of time and
พอ
advantages
กลับไปเล่น
around with his
กับ
YZ.
ลิฟเปลี่ยนเป็นคิว
He's
จอย
trying to look forward in the club.
Dude, Valen is on one right now. He is on a mission. That's twice he's gotten YZ's number.
ล็อกก่อนล็อก
แต่ลีฟมันใช้แชมเบอร์คุ้มจังหวะแง้ม
Quiet
จังหวะอะไร
before
แบ
the
บ
storm.
Last
Up the
player
corner,
standing.
Ui.
Nusha needing to hit
Check.
that headshot, cannot do so. Neff once again, now alone. We'll have to go and make the call to save.
พิกพอสก็
Looks like though Spike is going to be brought right to his doorstep, so
30
there's
seconds
no
left.
option to tuck back and play it quiet. He's going to have to fight his way back into this one. He wants to hold on to that weapon.
นี่ผมดูใน OBS เราแล้วเนี่ย
Drifting across, but Balance snappy on the follow-up. Stops them from finding
เดินมาเป็
any
นโดนเลย
more
เจ้า
value.
Man, love to see that kill from Valen onto YZ. The double from Jog. Just incredible. It's a little bit out from some Astra util, and YZ's just slow creeping up. Pays the price.
Perfect.
Not anticipating
คน
these
โดนบุก
angles.
ไม่ได้
Valen, that's 2 rounds in a row where he's
สงสัย
found these tight off angles that BLG is just not ready for.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นครับ
And that's been his response to what we saw from that second round. You know, BLG there.
เพลงไม่โดนแน่นะน้องเทคพอสอะไรดูอีกคู่เลย
It's typically been Viva
เทคหรือไทม์วะทำไมเมื่อกี้เห็นคำว่าเทควะ
This time around, be happy weight. Viva has had some success over there in previous rounds, including the last one, but Seas will slow things down considerably. Pretty confident this is not going to end over towards C. In fact, you could even see the potential for Zelsis to fall off the side as
เรียบ
well.
เลย
2 prowlers too from Neri. He could check things out. Once he gets a good sense, he could lay it all down with an Odin and do some critical damage to XLG, just really dwindling their chances.
เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้เซตเลยเอาเนี่ยกดปุ่มเปลี่ยน
Had time to rotate. Nobody
Really leads for themselves at the half. And most recently, you can see, I mean, they took down
สตรีมเด็กซื้อมา 5,000
squads in China.
เอาไปทำอะไรรู้ป่ะ เอาไปใส่
G-Light
ตู้
Bulls, EDG, bested them all just a couple months ago here on Pearl. So this is likely a start that's going to have them reeling a bit. Now looking for some thrifty magic.
Oh, change up is just to play a little bit further back.
ใครแมป
Zero
มัน
point is nice though. Huge confirmation, but why is he just going to be
โอ้
spammed
เจอ
down?
แบบ
No opportunity to drop down the TP to
เจอ
safety.
โคตรเยอะ
Use that.
ไป
D2
ต่อเปล่า
very quickly claim his life.
Like the pivot here. You didn't receive any contact. You're going to use the
Wait,
Cosmic
I'm
Divide
seeing-
to try to really sell this B hit as well. This is all just a fake. You're going to leave
โอ้
Jogamo
โห
there.
วิ่งอย่างนี้หลอก
To
อีกเหรอ
just keep him
หลอกเลย
busy,
พี่
keep him interested.
Flash
Fantastic.
through.
หลอก
Right
เสีย
there.
ทรง
Johnny on the spot has that pre-set up on the TP.
หลอกแบบหลอกแบบใจอันตีเลยอ่ะ
And G2 still not
Lee.
wanting to take any chances. Respect this.
โอ้ my
To set
god
out the Nightfall, ensuring that it is
Why not?
clear. Pretty much confirming that it was a full 4-player stack towards that B
ห
side
รื
of
อ
the
ว่า
map.
ถูกต้องแล้ววะเราต้อง
Well, I like
คิด
the
ใหม่
read.
วะเนี่ย
Beginning of the round, let's see what they can do to close this out. The Sheriffs look good at times for BLG.
It's a double stack setup, but they do pull off the angle, just leaving Trent to his own devices here. And what is the call? Do you actually try to make
มันเอา
a
ชั
go
วร์
of
จัด
this,
เลยวะ
or
พี่
just try to get in a position?
มันเอา
back to
ชัวร์ไป
spy?
ป่ะอันนี้
K-Knight
อันนี้ชัวร์ไป
not going to be ready for this. Jogamo claims 1, 3 more to deal with. As Haunt gets cleared. Swing in. It's a nice shot. Belter there
Yeah.
from Russia. Time
Ooh, me.
certainly
Ooh,
is dwindling. A little bit more damage going to be found.
อืมผม
And in the end, 2 players
ผม
left
จัด
standing.
เขา
Plenty
เสีย
of
สาม
cash behind.
เสีย2 อันติ
G2 continue forward now 5-1.
Yeah, but this is just kind of like classic Valorant,
GG 100%
classic G2, where you just read your opponents and
ที่มันก็แค่
throw
แบบ
out
เร่งจังหวะ
some bait for them
I'll
and
be
just
wrong,
go
right,
to the
but-
other side of the map. Just really well read. Just understanding there was no pressure early on any of the mains this round, so G2 sensing the timeout call, the timeout change that BLG wanted to go for. They read it like a book.
Player standing.
Looking for that fast rotation. It's an eco as well. YZ's got the op now. He's going to be trying to take A main control. On here to try to set up Jogamo.
There.
K-Knight has an ult. So does Neff.
With a high-low. Salvo's going to be sent. There's the fake out. The turn back in, though. Get one apiece. Jogamo and Trent both can take it down. Shaq's position going to be noted. Quickly evacuates. Pulls back through Art. Himself safe as the Haunt gets cleared.
A little bit more discipline here, but look at this lurk.
And Neff is
Being
reading
red.
it. Going to get the jump. Yes, he does. BLG
ไอ้เช็คมันเล่นดีอยู่นะพี่
and understanding of how this one was going to
มัน
play
เป็นแอส
out.
ซิสโค้ดไง
Why
มัน
is
ไม่ได้
he
แบบ
crashes right in
โค้ด
front
เต็
of
ม
these
ตัว
two players that
มัน
are.
น่าจะเล่นอยู่บ้างแหละ
K-Knight, having conceded the position, almost certainly will have told him, yeah, don't take that.
Bring them down.
The way is shut.
Could end up playing in for a bit of a fake as Valen get away with just that minor amount of damage taken. But all angles
30
being
seconds
watched here at the
left.
moment.
Obscuring
Effectively
vision.
fully surrounded are these 2 players from G2.
Let's see if Rushia gets the read. He's got a star set up there. Right at the entrance to site.
The Nano gets ready to fly. There you go. They see that coming through. They're going to fly a Caterpillar forward, but Levius just goes ahead, sprays across, finds the 2 kills, and that's going to be flawless as BLG will find their second round win.
They don't even need to use an ult. They're still going to be hanging on to all 4. That's really clean from BLG. Nice little tuck away there by K-Knight from the clone. Yeah. Trent, a little bit frustrated. Unbelievable awareness of negative space there
One enemy.
for Neff.
Flawless.
Levius walks into the smoke.
That's one step of bending that needs to be taken. YZ now has an operator in hand for the first time, and oh, kind of splits the difference there. It's a bit of damage. Does manage to get away with his life intact. Certainly not the shot that he was
เดิน
looking
เพื่อ
for,
ปั่น
nor
ไฟ
the one
ครั
that
บผ
we
มเดี๋ยวไฟ
expected.
ดับไม่ได้
Typically is going to be good for those.
เดินถ้าเราหยุดเดินคอมจะดับ
One of those moments where it's a target-rich environment, you're not sure what to do. F gets hit by a Nova Pulse. That's gonna
เฮ้ยเหลือ5 นา
send
ทีแล้ว
G2 scaling up forward.
เดินมา
They
55 นาที
continue
แล้ว
this
น้อง
march towards site.
Who's next?
จริงๆพี่เดินทุกวันเลย
Neff and
เดิน
Levius.
เดินไปทีที
Well,
ไป
they're in a
หน้า
tough
คอม
spot here. They're gonna get pinched. The dimensional drift just gets a spot.
And Jogamo just hits Levius right
Ui.
through the smoke.
Oh,
Neff
แต่
now.
แต่เลนตรงนั้นคนมันชอบส
Being
แป
เอ
ม
อ
แล้ว
ผม
แบบ
ก็ชอบ
พวกคิดอะ
ยิ่งซื้อเป็นท่อมมานะ
No,
โคตร
not
มัน
gonna be enough space. Instead, it's just gonna be bleeding out on the floor.
Where are you?
Having to back away, go for the safe call. And
จำไว้เลยว่าแบบ
G2
เอ้ยถ้าโดนสมอง
securing
ห้าม
at
ไปยิง
least 6 here
กำแพง
on the
โด
attacker
นแน่
side.
I'm
ใคร
a
ก็ส
little
แปม
bit concerned with BLG in this round after the previous round where I thought they read the map incredibly well. This one, they just completely fumble what the information that they're seeing with the util means. You know, you get a little bit of util
เป็นตัว
over
ถ
at
นัดครับ
B-Link,
ขอได้
and
เฉิดบ้าง
instead of just kind of shoring up your defenses, you go for a push out
จะ
towards
รู้
B
ตัวมันโดน
main.
เนิร์ฟมาแล้วนะแล้วยัง
It
เล่
just
นได้
plays right into G2's hands. There's no
ติ่งโกง
follow-up
จัด
to contest that space at double
ตอนที่
doors
มัน
or
เข็ดจุด
B-Link.
นี่คือโอ้โห
And it's just wide open for G2. And they're going to greedily take it, as they
คือ
should.
สมมติแมปไหนบุกยากๆอะแล้ว
That one to
เขา
me
มีโยรู้อะ
Leaves me scratching
ไม่
my
เน็
head
ต
a little
ไม่
bit,
เน็ตอัน
but
ตีดีๆอะฟาร์มออฟดีๆอะ
see if they can
Right.
recover.
มัน
Neff
เบิก
did
วิน
use
สำ
that
คัญ
null
ได้
command, but otherwise no other ults invested. So if you're BLG, you've got that going
ทำ
for
ให้
you. You've
การ
got
บุก
plenty
ที่
of
ว่า
money
ยาก
for a buy.
มุมเช็คอะไรเงี้ยเคลียร์ซ้ายแป๊บเดียว
there is
เข้าไป
gonna
วาง
be
ได้
The Armageddon available for Trent, so something to consider. This is just
ผมว่า
phenomenal
แบบ
work
สาม
here by Jog. Got the spot. Smoke goes up and he just finds his target immediately. Gets Neff as well.
เดี๋ยวนะจอมยิง2คนที่ไม่เห็น
A
เลย
really solid round from your duelist, from one of the best Yorus in the business. Seen what he can do on this agent on the biggest of stages.
And it's just been a massive rebound here for G2 compared to the first map. Obviously, still plenty more to get played out as K-Knight
เกือบ
almost gets played out of the round.
คันไม้คันมือ
Trying
แผ
to
น
hold
เดิม
them
แผนเดิม
back. This is looking a lot more like the G2
รอบนี้เหมือนจะเฟกนะ
we have come to expect on the international stage, even with a sub.
This is all just baiting for util,
Yeah,
looking for
light on my
info. Spike is still down over in the
เฟกแต่ว่า
window.
รอบนี้ BLG ไม่สู้ละ
Sure if Trent, no, he's not even going to
เค
pick
ย
it
โดน
up
มาแล้ว
yet.
เข็ด
And they're just looking for that double stack over at Art again.
กด
Feeling
นะ
out
ไอ้
the
เนี่ย
map
นะ
as best
คือ
they
ผมทำห
can.
ลุดหูรัวๆเลย
A little bit of contact
ก
there
ระ
from
ชาก
Neff.
มันยังไม่ขาดอ่ะ
Jonah P. Not sure if Neff took any damage, just a scrape.
Oh, I see.
boy.
Gonna have to use the dimensional drift basically just to
อ
get
ยู่
out
ไม่ได้แล้ว
safely.
ครับ ไปดีกว่าเจอสอง
Spotting here on the two players. Flash not really going to be connecting there. Just behind them, they're well aware of this.
He didn't have a TV
Don't
set
pick
up.
Still
เอา
no
ไม่ได้
sign.
อะ
And that's going to be K-Knight now. Flush forward, sends that
Wait,
nice
wait,
ball
อะไรอะ
เฮ้ย
forward,
เดิน
gets
สวน
the
มีเลยเหรอ
talk about. Pushes
man.
forward,
Fast.
can't get the shorty out in time.
Oh,
Jonah P,
Kevin
however,
D.
is able to do so on the opposite side. Now K-Knight going to be dropped. Now chasing forward, but Jonah
Oh.
P
Hey,
still
Jim,
has the
Jim.
shorty. And
Hey,
things
Sakib.
are starting to get far too chaotic here for BLG to deal with. Lead secured at the half. G2 are looking to run this over to Icebox.
Peace will shatter in the cold and
These are some frankly kind of head-scratching moments here from BLG. I mean, YZ, I can understand he's under
แต่
pressure,
ถ้าแบบ
and he
ฝืนใช้
kind
เท
of has
โจ
to hit the
ไป
panic
เลย
button
อะ
there with
มัน
his
ก็จะไม่ต้อง
dimensional
คิดแผ
drift
น
to
ใหม่ก็
survive,
แค่ลด
but
จังหวะ
he saw
จั
that
งหวะ
turret.
เกม
It
น้อยลง
didn't really
แล้ว
register
พวก
that
เซ
it
ต
was
อัพ
there,
คอ
and
ม
he
โบอะไร
pops
มัน
out of
จะ
his
แค่
drift.
เปิดหน้าม่านจะยิ่งยากหน่อย
G2
ก็
doesn't
แค่ไป
care.
เทค
They're
เอา
like, oh, you're that far back? Don't worry. We're pressing to
คือเซต
sight.
เซตอัพที่มัน
And
ทำ
then
มา
the
ใช้
shorties
ที่
come
มัน
out, and
มา
they're
ปี
trying
หนึ่
to
ง
press
ที่มี
those
เทโจ
smokes
คือมันเพอร์เฟก
towards those shorties towards the end of the round. A little bit of a head scratcher for me. Let's see BLG.
Decoy.
A couple more
แต่
rounds to
แต่
try
ไม่
to
ไหว
stabilize.
ตอน
But
แรก
like
มั
you
น
were saying, this
มัน
is
เล็งจัดอะในเข่ง
the half of the map where they usually do their damage. And
มา
they're
ถึง
not doing
ยิง
much.
เปิดม่านไม่ได้เอา
They're
พื้
going
น
to
ที่
take a lot of main control here.
คือ
Balin
ทีมไหน
again.
มีเทโจคือคอนโทรลแบบ
Be on
ง่ายจัด
anti-lurk duty. This time he's got help.
Up flash at the ready here for YZ. There's the contact, there's the double phase, the spray coming across for
Hey.
peak. It's a smattering of damage, but can't confirm a kill. Puts YZ down to
8 KO
36.
Cutting through.
เป้าสะอาด
Same time, attack on this B site, getting ready to come through. Nebula ends up getting dropped. The thorns pop. Turn to the flash. Levius
There.
skirting forward as Concuss goes out from Trent. Jog him out at the same time. However,
Oh.
arrived in Halls, but Risha
Oh.
able to gun him down.
นี่
Site's
เพื่อน
still
เอา
gonna be
ให้
broken open. His flash fully connects on to K-Knight.
Oh,
Sends
the
out a
tower
shot.
been in
They're
here.
aware of his position now. He got sent free fire on the angle.
ไปไงดูเทนพอมาเล่นเทโจ
Claiming the kills,
That's it,
fragment.
tong palang
Gonna be
kap, tong
disrespected. Neff scraping across this one, but YZ is now dead. And Neff has suffered an immense amount of damage at his own hand. Trying to see what he can get done, but Valorant is there to clean it up. 8 to 2.
จบราวนี้ไม่ดีเลยหมดละ
G2 looking to similarly deliver at 10 and 2
เนี่ย
half.
4 กิโลพอดี
It's kind of one of the problems that they had on the pistol round as well for Billy, where they cede Hall's control over to Jogamo, and he's just going to punish him. They try to set up a crossfire on site, but Jogamo breaks that angle open, and G2 so well coordinated. They follow up instantly, even though Rushia gets the kill. And that's got the fist pumps from Josh and Anders. That was very good stuff. I mean, they are so on point right now are G2, and they've got BLG scratching their heads, making some questionable decisions. They're on stingers and a judge and a, well, YZ is a hero phantom.
So it's an opportunity, but one that BLG absolutely need to seize. 8 and 4 would be a decent recovery, but anything more than that, you're basically thinking GG go next.
Oh, for sure. Icebox could be on the horizon. Have to wait and see. Again, this turret position here, trying to play off of it this time is Shaq. A lot of time it's just been more of a kind of information gathering tool. He's trying to use it to set himself up, but BLG being a little more patient, not making any aggressive maneuvers on this side of the map. So they're basically playing with not much map control. G2's trying to figure out what are they doing? Where's their
แค่
setups?
เดียวรู้กระโดดมาวาร์ปทีเดียวอ่ะ
They're going to rotate back over to A and
เดี๋ยวต้องโยกมาบี
Oh, YZ does have a gate crash set up. Jump onto the corner, finds one, but doesn't have the time to try to escape. The Nebula can't get into that either. Unite similarly going to be taken down as Neff wants to try to rush forward, but isn't ready in
ก็
time.
ได้
Allen already forward into the smoke. Now no real way to try
แส
to
ดงว่า
dissuade,
Sunset
no
4
real
หู
way
เป็นหนักจริง
to try to interrupt. It's just Levius with a stinger at
ในวัน
dugout.
แรกอะ
G2
ถึงก็ต้อง
about
เปลี่ยน
to
ฟอร์ม
lock
มา
up
คิดดูดิ
9.
อย่าหาทำใช่ไหม
and just not much he can do here. And try to find a few
ถ้าเป็นแมปพูนี้เป็นเล็กอาจได้เปรียบอยู่นะ
money's going to be a little bit weak for BLG. God, YZ, if he'd just gotten the one and done, maybe it's a different round, but felt like with that Phantom in hand, he had agreed for those kills. Had the hero rifle. Ninja defuse?
Have to get on it right this second.
Move faster.
They want to drum some interest back over in this direction. Does
ผม
man
ยอม
take 2
ยอม
out?
ตายเลยเหรอวะ
They're not going to be too concerned about that.
ไม่ให้
given the
แตะ
money that they have going
บอ
into
ม
the
กู
final
ใคร
round
จะ
of the
แตะ
half.
เต็มอยู่นะวันนี้
Yeah, this is really well coordinated stuff. G2 is just working the map really nicely.
ขอเงินเหลือ
Finding
เย
their
อะ
moments,
สบาย
finding their timings, getting the trades
ไม่
that
รู้
they
เซีย
need.
มันจับคีย์บอร์ดอย่างนั้นได้ไงไม่เข้าใจ
Incredibly well prepared here for Pearl.
Oh yeah.
Granted, I mean, it is their map pick,
ไอ้แบบ
but
เอียงๆอะเหรอ
it's one that BLG
คือ
have been
คือ
strong
ฝ่า
in the
มือ
past.
อะฝ่ามือลอย
You know,
แล้วนิ้ว
this,
กด
I
ใน
think
คีย์บอร์ด
just goes to show
เออ
G2 with a little
ผม
bit
เล่นไม่ไหว
more
จริงว่ะ
time
ฝ่า
on
มือลอย
stage.
ได้ไง
โคตรเมื่อยเลย
Going to start looking like themselves. They're going to find that footing. I mean,
ถ้าเป็น
Valorant
เมาส์
right
ยัง
now
โอเค
top right
นะ
in the
แต่แบบ
lobby.
ว่า
ถ้านานๆมันจะมีปัญหาแล้วอะมืออะ
มือมันน่าจะไปเท้าตรงนี้นี่แทนพี่ทางแขนอาจจะไม่ได้เงินทางแต่แค่ไม่ถนัดมือมันจุ่มปุ๊กอยู่ไง
They're going to be cleared from the one side. Spots out at
Hey,
least
hey,
K9
don't
on the
move.
opposite.
ถ้าจกข้าวเหนียว
Prowler will check forward. Now they know that these players have evacuated the area. A little bit more of a fan out here from BLG, but early stack not leading to any success.
Yeah, they're just
แปลกนั้นเราใช้ข้อมือในการเล่นเกมบ่อยแทนที่มันจะมีกล้ามเนื้อมาแข็งแรงกับกลายเป็นบอลเสือ
trying to make G2 make
ส่วน
their
น้อย
moves,
เลย
but
ในขณะที่ออกกำลังกาย
BLG
เล่น
has tried to counter. They've been either a step too late or just missing some of their
ต้อง
battles.
ซื้อไอ้เนี่ยที่ของคนเล่นกอล์ฟข้อออกกำลังกายที่
ที่บีบ
เป็นลูกกลมๆอ่ะไม่ใช่ลูกกลมๆหมุนข้อมืออะ
G2 taking their time. Jog hasn't
เคยเห็
seen
น
a
ปะที่
damn
มันจะเป็น
thing
เหมือน
over
เป็น
on B.
เฟือง
He's
ใน
been
ลูก
holding
กลม
that
ใช่ไหม
angle
พอเรา
for
เชื่อมดึ
forever,
งเสร็จ
or
ปุ๊
maybe
บ
tag
เรามัน
Levius
จะ
with
หมุน
the
อะแล้วก็
yup.
กำไว้อะแล้วก็ข่วง
He's
ไป
down
เรื่อย
to 5 HP.
30 seconds left.
ๆของพวกตีกอล์ฟ
That's going to give them
บ
the
ริหาร
comfort they
ข้อ
feel
มือ
like they need to
Day
get through
low,
here.
day
Shaq
low.
going to be on the lurk. That Hall's
Joe.
control.
Straight into the concuss. Levius though,
ตบคนฝืนเลยดูเลือดเหลือ 5
dangerously low.
แล้วพี่จอไปอีกแล้ว
Does manage to find one. Displaces the enemy aura. They know that Halls is going to be cleared now. Flash connecting. Levy is able to collect one. Wisey gets the other. It seems like BLG have finally found their footing here in the last round of the half. They'll make it a flawless as they get it 9-3.
ผมว่าเพลงมันเริ่มไว้ใจไม่ได้แล้ววะไม่ได้อะเดี๋ยวไส้ไหลได้แมปได้ราวแรกไส้ไหลได้พกขึ้นไหมซุปข้าวมันไก่
ดี
EDG แข่งแล้วเหรอ
ไม่จีทูน่า3:15เวลาที่ซาอุไง15
อ๋อ
15
นึกว่าแบบสกอร์
ตอนแรกก็ตกใจเหมือนกัน
นึกว่าแม่ง OT อยู่ แล้วมันเอามาเขียนข้างๆกันด้วยนะ ไอ้ข้างหนึ่งก็สกอร์ข้างหนึงเป็นเวลา อดดูบายเลยวะไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวไปรอดูสเตจ2กันนะขอโรดบายทารอนบอกว่าได้แมปเก่งมา1แมปแล้วก็เอาไอ้เพร์ลออกไปถือว่าเป็นนิมิตหมายที่ดีด่านใครมั่งวะเพร์ลเปเปอร์เล็กแต่เปเปอร์เล็กก็ได้บายคืนมาก็ถือว่าได้อยู่มั้งนี่ดีกว่าโซสตองแน่นอนเฟนาติกเอาเพร์ลออกไปเอาไอ้นั่นเข้ามา
เฮ้ยด่านบายมันบ้านเก่าเอเนติกนี่หว่า
เออ
โอ้โหโคตรโกง
ลิควิดก็เหมือนกันเอาบายเอาเพร์ลออกไปแนทบอกว่าบายคือบ้านของมัน
Angles were going to be counter lurks.
เพราะว่าทีมจะเล่นดีไหมแต่คือมันเล่นดีแน่นอน
To try to get something going, and immediately Jogamo just deals with YZ.
It's certainly not the start that you're looking for here if you're BLG to try
เอ
to
อ
turn
บายบ้านพี่
tides.
โคนิเคิลด้วย
G2, they have their eyes
Gang-
on
Gambit.
Icebox. They have their eyes on sticking around in this tournament in the playoffs. Jonah P able to back away. Risha, however, does hound him down, finds
ไม่
the
เก่ง
kill.
หัว
สโมกอะนะ
There's certainly suspect
The-
positioning
the-
here of
พาวเลอ
Shaq,
ร์มัน
but
ยิง
maybe
เสร็จ
not
มันเดิน
Valorant
ไล่เนี่ย
with the double face. Able to trade it back,
Man,
maintain a player advantage.
They're going to use that extra
ดัน
little
บาย
bit
ก็
of
บ้าน
space
เต็มเหมือนกัน
to
One
get
suppressed.
themselves
Ban
a
Talon.
plant here. Maybe no. The spike is going around the world.
เอาสปิดออกใช่ไหม
Trent's ready.
Wanting to explore forward, gain a little bit of
ผู้จัด
additional
เปเปอร์เล็ก
control,
ถือ
but
ว่า
this
เสีย
does
แมป
leave
ฟูไป
K9
2 ด่าน
on an island. And, well, Jogamo has just flooded the damn thing.
To jump.
Buried it under the waves. With
Law
the
lock
exit
with the,
there, but now they are
jaw.
just essentially
Unfortunate
surrounded no
lock.
matter which way they try to go.
อืม
A side
เดินไป
control
ไล่
going to
เล
be
ย
back into the hands of G2. Seems like they're going to try their luck here.
Oh.
It's John. They will be able to win the fight. It's a nice
เม็ด
shot
เดียว
from Nap.
ตอนแรกมัน
Now
ก็
facing
ก็
back in towards A, and I
อินโทร
actually
อย่าง
do
เดียว
like
ก็
this
ดีอยู่
pump
แล้ว
fake here from BLG. They're suspecting the
อยู่ดีก็อยากจะ
rotation,
พีคเฉย
knowing that there's
อ้าวแล้ว
players on that A
จีทูที่อยู่
side.
เอเพื่อวิ่งมาวิ่ง
Swing back. They're gambling correctly.
I just
เหลือเชื่อ
left scratching my
Hold on,
head in a
relax.
couple different ways, but this is quite surprising for
10
BLG.
seconds left.
Gonna have just enough time here. Get that plant
โอ้
through.
เดอะแพลน
G2 gonna have to play retake. 2v2. Shaq's got a turret, a couple stars available for Valen. Let's see what they can do here.
อยากดูใครจะ
You
เป็น
know,
เจ้าขอ
nobody
รู้
really has much information on either side. So
ผมว่าโย
BLG
รู้เนี่ย
though
ไม่งมี
turn
แน่
their attention towards spawn.
ๆตัวมัน
reading now
ตา
that
มันโรเทตไกล
two players were over on B.
ที่ว่านีออนวะ
Star set up on dugout. Spot onto one.
Last
Oi,
player
Headshot
standing.
connecting. Nep going for the reload.
Flashbang.
The flash forward into the smoke. Not spraying out, but Shaq
เจ็บ
from within is able to go
อัน
ahead.
ลักกี้จัด
Get that shot to connect to Nep's skull. G2. They find stability here in the pistol, claiming both now on Pearl.
Yeah, this is
มาดู
another
ไอ้
kind
บล็อ
of
กเนี่ย
wonky round here for BLG, trying to confuse G2 by going all the way into spawn, and it almost works. Had the opportunity to plant on A for free, but with that art control being fully in G2's
แต่
favor,
EDG มันเจออะไรมานะที่ลงมาใส่ล่าง
One enemy
try to
remaining.
challenge some of these players, and they actually get some 1v1s that they're able to
นี่อ่ะ
kind of win out. Jog
ไม่เห็น
tries
อะไร
to
เลย
help Trent there. They're not able to secure those final 2 kills,
เจอ
but
เจนจี
อ๋อว่ะ
in the end, it's going to be Valen and Shaq who get the job done.
One
เจอ
suppressed.
ของแข็งไปนะ
See what
จ
BLG
ริง
is.
ๆถ้า
They're
เจอ
gonna
เฟนติก
force
ก็
by
น่าจะภาพเดียวกันอะ
Stingers to try to overwhelm onto this A site.
แล้วถ้าเจอร้อยคิดว่าต้องกลับไปเจอ
Players
เจน
in
จีต่อ
position to try to counteract this.
โอ้เหนื่อยเลย
Smoke
ถ้าชนะ
on A
ได้
main, holding two at bay. Scale forward, turret's going to
Made
get
off
cleared out.
here,
They
they
hear the
came.
Stingers ring out. G2 well aware of what is facing them as
ไม่น่า
Valen
กลับขึ้นไปวะ
nearly getting spammed down as he comes back through the smoke. Wisey taking point over towards Art, ends up along the wayside, swap to the classic. This is just going to be chaos breaking out across this map. Weapons scooped up the Prowler to scout. Jonah P. Charging forward over towards main, stabilizes the spray, finds Juan Rusha, hits the transfer.
Ôi,
He's
cháu.
down so low.
คนใจถึงเจอกัน
Will be able to get it done with a classic of his own. Close but no cigar. G2 barely managed to persevere.
Oh man, just
จริ
so
ง
scrappy.
ลูเชียนี่
Rusia
ท่าน
tried
เห
to
มาะ
do
เหมาะ
everything he
สำหรับพว
can
กตัว
there.
แบบไอ้นี่เหมือนกันนะพวกอิน
On
ดี้
the
พวก
stairs.
แชมเบอร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ย ดูมัน
Almost
เก่า
comes through. It was so low.
พวกตัวที่แบบ
And Jog, steady
Okay.
hand at the end of the round, able to get it done.
Last
K-Knight there as well, backing up Russia. My goodness, that was nasty.
แบบว่าสองสโมกโอ้โห
Coaching staff
ทำคอมโคไป
liking
นี่
what
ดู
they're
เสีย
seeing because that was a very important round.
Moving swarm grenade.
Both
Được, được.
teams, smattering of guns here and there. Jonah P with a judge, still the outlaw,
แต่ผ
but
ม
most of the
เคยเห็น
players on
KO ดัน
BLG
เนี่ย
actually have full armor, recognizing that Jog was going to be able to keep that gun over. Guardian going to be the best weaponry that BLG fields. Couple Spectres,
เทคนิคอลคอร์สเหรอไอ้เหี้ยซูเซนอะ
another
เทคนิคอลจริงๆไม่ใช่
ต้อ
เท
ง
ค
ศึก
นิ
ษา
คอล
เล่นเลยไม่ได้ต้องไปดูกัน
see what they can do on the other side. Nano is there. Dodge some of that util. Nano doesn't get
เคยชอบ
popped.
ด่านเพลไหมนี่ดูพี่โจหน้า
Around the corner. Gets Cubs to hold them back, to swing in. Jonah P able to collect one. Gets a bit of damage across on the K-Knight as well.
ไก่
Only
ตื่
is
น
just a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Turret set up
ถ้าเดิน
allows
เข้ามาเมื่อ
Shaq
กี้มัน
to
น่า
go
จะ
ahead
โดน
backpedal.
น่าจะได้สอง
There's Rusha trying to drum up some interest towards this B side of the map.
60%
Dodging the bullets here from Trent is able to
Hey,
come
nah,
away with that
buddy.
kill, but trade back is there as Jogamo gets on the line with the outlaw in hand.
They're just going to spread the map, our BLG. Trying to figure out where these last couple players are so they can find a safe
ไม่
plant.
มีครับไม่มีรายการไหนเอาโค้ดเป็นเดินข้างหลังเหมือนเซฟแน่นอน
Stepping all the way, recognizes that they had
30
left this
seconds
open,
left.
has to check water.
F tucked just around the corner here.
Blocking vision.
มีลาย
See
กำ
if
ลังนั่ง
anyone
อยู่ใน
comes
ท่อ
pushing in that direction. Valen, the one rifle in hand. Try to stop
Ow,
them in
ui,
their
ninh.
tracks.
Spike down
Finds the first,
A.
cannot get the second. Nep now
Mà bẹp
looking
mob.
to intercept.
Check
They're
ตัว
still
Chặt
suspicious
tụi
about this though. G2
โค้ดละเอียดอยู่แล้ว
great
นี่
awareness.
เป็นโค้ดใช่ไหม
Player standing.
Good damage dealt.
กูเป็นโค้ดกูต้องละเอียด
Levius has to do it all to try to prevent this from going to map point. Close angle,
Ui.
finds the
เฮ้ย
first.
ลั่นไวมาก
Qualifies the killjoy.
โอ้โห
เสียงมันหลุดก่อน
Backpedal.
ทำไงทีนี้
Jogamo scooping up.
Ow.
Spectre and getting the job
Like that.
done. Not enough
อันนี้เหมือน
bullets
แบบ
in the mag. Levius
อยากไป
falls
เล่น
at
ไอบอกแล้วอะ
G2.
จ่ายไปไอบอกแล้ว
Look to deliver a 13-3 in response to Sunset.
Back-to-back 1v wins for Jog. What a bounce back here. That's the only target that was going to get the job done with that outlaw in one bullet.
10 seconds left.
But phenomenal awareness. I mean, never
One enemy
giving up on the fact that there could have been alert through water. That is
จอหันมาให้
such
หัว
great discipline from G2 as
Word
you've
up.
come to expect from this squad. And that's a tilter. So, I mean, you are going to get a little bit better weaponry for this round for the side of
32
Billy
แล้วมีไอบ็อกอยู่แล้ว
Mostly rifles, a Spectre for Shaq.
บอกตั้งแต่ก่อนเริ่มรันเซตแล้วเนี่ย
9 consecutive just to try to get this into overtime. The rounds that BLG have gotten in their own right were fairly clean, but getting to those points was very much a struggle. It's a good flush out here on Jogamo. Loves to stick around.
เป็นไม่ได้หรอกมัน
Jack
ก็
similarly
แข่งมาไม่นาน
moving forward, loses his head. Friends now try to hold the line, but Levy is continuing
หนัก
to
ว่ะ
deliver.
เทนมันทำอะไรมาวะ
Seems
เทน
like
สองราวติด
BLG
แล้วอ่ะ
ไม่ทำอะไรเบาขนาดแบบท่าเป้าพีคด้วยนะ
of the scoreline from the opening map of the series.
หลุดทรงจัดอะ
We'll fight back for at least one more.
Spike
Jonah P comes away with a kill on Arusha, stopping it from being
เค
a
ยเห็น
flawless,
แต่ผู้
making
เล่น
it a bit
ค่อยๆฟอ
more
ร์มตก
costly. Because
ใช่
remember,
ปะ
BLG basically have
เพราะมัน
no
เป็น
money.
มันเป็นเบสเพลเยอร์แบบ
Yeah.
เบสเล
The
ต
next
ติ้ง
round for G2 is also going to be a little bit on the weaker side for the buy.
They can't afford to have K9 taken down
ต
here.
อบได้ขนาดนี้วะเนี่ย
มันเป็นอาการโลกด้วยเพราะว่าจังหวะแบบเมื่อกี้ท่าเป้าพีกอะแล้วเป้าแล้วแบบว่ากระสุนมันออกอะแสดงว่ามันกดยิงก่อนที่ตัวจะหยุด
Frankly, he is
แสดง
going to
ว่า
be welcoming
มัน
them
อาจจะรีบ
come
ๆเลย
out on the hunt.
ใจเต้นไงใจเต้น
Kill or a death, he's got the money to buy.
เป็นอาการของคนใจเต้นหรือไม่ก็คีย์บอร์ดแบบว่าเซตติ้งมาผิดสองอย่าง
No.
เฮ้ยเพื่อนมันแอบไปเปลี่ยนเซตติ้งคีย์
Head
บอร์ดหรือ
scratch
เปล่า
for me though. But overall, solid round for BLG. Jog tries to challenge from the back of pillar.
การที่เราแบบว่าพีกออกไปแล้วยิงแล้วกระสุนไม่ตรงเป้าคือการที่เรากดยิงก่อนที่ตัวจะหยุดเลยนั่นแหละมีสองอย่างที่ผมบอกไม่โลกก็คีย์บอร์ดเปลี่ยนเซตติ้ง
Abandoned ship. Then a lot of 1v1s being won by BLG. Kind of storm through
แต่พอเทโฮโดนเนิร์ฟไอ้ทั้งไอ้เทนทั้งฟรีอิงดูไม่เด่น
everything
แล้วนะ
but YZ's dimensional drift.
พอๆกันเลย
Getting close
By
to
cool,
small
eh,
G2, like you mentioned, Jonah
By
P.
cool.
Shaq pretty close to a lockdown. Dog still has his dimensional drift, but not much money available for G2 here.
มันเล่นกันออนไลน์เหรอ
Even
มันไม่ได้เล่น
only
แลนด์
two
เหรอ
classics for
มัน
Trent
มี
and
ปิง
Valen. Couple sheriffs, Jonah P with that held rifle, and it is just going to be BLG again fishing for info, using that to set up the wall to get the opportunity to deal with a lurk
จะ
or
ทำ
a
ให้มัน
flank.
ยากครับจะได้ไปดู
Or
ไอ้
push
บ็อก
out anything like that that's going to come out from G2, but turns out there's actually just a stack here, and all it took was one little star, one little smoke.
ไม่มีเซิร์ฟเลย
But it seems like the plan from the get-go for BLG
ไม่รู้
was
ว่า
to
การ
just
คี
get
ล็อบ
that
บี้มัน
vice
มี
wall
ว
in
งแลน
place
หรืออะไรหรือเปล่ามันต้องใช้พวก
and
แกลน
go
อะแบบว่าใน
rotate
เค
to
รือ
the other
ข่าย
side of the map, but they have no idea what's going on. They have no mid information, and they're just gonna try to make a go of this. This is playing right into G2's hands. See if they can convert.
Because of the positioning here, that turret is not going to be able to do much of anything. Full flash on the Jogamo. YZ turns back.
พี่จอบอด
Snap doesn't get traded. Jonah P still here on high. Coming away
แต่
from
ดี
kill.
ว่ะ
Sets up for
พี่โจหน้าไป
Trent
สอง
Classic. Get himself another. Still an opportunity to make a go of this. Shaq now. Phantom in hand.
Done deal.
Expand the angle. But he's a Kane. So very low.
อย่าทำให้
And
มัน
that
ยาก
will be the closeout in thrifty fashion. Classic G2.
วันนี้หมิ่นค้างๆผมไม่ได้หมิ่นครับค้างๆบอกว่าจริงๆไม่ได้มาแข่งครับผมวันนี้มาแบบมากินข้าวมาเที่ยวเฉย
เฮ้ยแต่100ทิปผมว่า EDG ได้ว่ะ
ๆ100 ทีป่ะ
ผมว่า EDG อะแล้ว EDG ก็กลับไปเจอกับ Gen G แล้วสุดท้ายก็ได้ไปกินข้าวเหมือนเดิม พี่เอ๋ยเนี่ยผมเดินมาประมาณอาทิตย์หนึ่ง5 วันอะรู้สึกได้เลยว่าตัวย้วยอะแบบว่าไม่ได้เล่นเวท
อ๋อแสดงว่าเดินเยอะไป
ชั่วโมงเดียวเนี่ยนะ
อาจจะต้องลดวันหน่อย มันลงเร็วไปไง
อ๋อไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวผมค่อยไปเวทเพิ่ม
ถ้ารู้สึกว่าย้วยเวทเลยดีกว่า
เวทเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่เวทเลย ถ้าเดินต่อเดี๋ยวมันจะยิ่งย้วยเวทแต่ก็แบบก็เดินด้วยแต่มันต้องแบบแต่เน้นเวทอ่ะ
ผมเดินชั่วโมงหนึ่งทุกวันเลย ยกเว้นเมื่อ2 วันก่อนมั้ง
เอาสัก300 นาทีอาทิตย์หนึ่งก็พอแล้ว
300 นาที
แล้วก็เวทแบบ เน้นเวททุกวันอ่ะ
เล่นเวทนั่นมันเวทบน
ถ้าลดแบบว่าค่อยลดอ่ะแล้วเวทยังไงก็ไม่ย้วยแต่ใช้เวลานะลดแบบไม่ต้องเครียด
Is
อะ
it the case that
ชิว
it's a little annoying that they're
ๆกินดี
consistently
อยู่ดี
having
ออก
to
กำลังกายเขาก็
อันนี้ผมกินเนื้อเยอะมากเลยเยอะแบบพูดเยอะ
three players
วาโลยังมีแข่งลีกไหมวันที่15นี้ครับ
moving
แข่ง
from
ลีก
ไปกินเนื้อเยอะด้วยเวทนี่แบบโอ้โห เต็มบอกเลย
consistent inconsistency you could
ผม
say
แบบว่า
in terms
ให้
of that position.
แฟนไปคิด
However,
คนสูตรก๋วยเตี๋ยวคลีน
despite
มา
this
กิน
event
อะ
being
ก๋วยเตี๋ยวแบบที่ไม่ได้ใส่อะไรลงน้ำซุปเยอะ
good enough to take this tournament through. Can it be
ๆ แล้ว
good
ก็
enough for
เน้นหมู
XLG to knock out Sentinels,
ใน
the
ต้ม
tournament favorite?
I think that round could
เส้น
have
ก็
just
ยัง
been
กินอยู่แต่
simplified
กิน
for
ไม่เยอะ
Sentinels.
เอ้ย
Just
มันจะมี
having
มันจะ
rolling
เดี๋ยวนี้มันจะมี
thunder
เส้นแบบ
neon glide in
น้ำตาล
and
สูตร
call
นะ
it a
เส้น
day,
ทำจาก
but
อัลมอนด์ทำ
that
จากอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
rotate over
พี่ไม่ไหววะมัน
was
เฮ้ย
really
อร่อย
tough, and what a
ใช่เหร
beautiful
อ
hunter's
เออ
from Viva. Like such a
แต่ว่า
good
แบบมันจะ
impact.
แพงกว่าเส้น
11
ปก
and
ติ
4
หน่อย
back-to-back round wins for XLG off of his effort. Again, rolling thunder, overdrive, neural theft. Surely this is the round for Sentinels.
ทำไม
Low armors, though.
มันเปิด60
ถ้าอย่างงี้ก็
เท่า
2-0ในเซนได้แบบแรกไปแล้วอะ
John
นี่
QT
สถานการณ์ไม่ค่อยดีเลย
No
ดูแบบ
aggression
สูสี
this
อยู่
time from XLG. Could be another market play for Sentinels. Walking this time.
คุมนิดนึงครับ แต่ว่าไม่ได้คุม 100% คุมประมาณ
Oh, Coconut
เอาง่าย
Steelers
คือผม
being
เดิน
dismantled
แต่ผม
on
แบบว่า
that
กิน
top
ปกติ
high
อะ
ground.
พยายามลดใน
Sentinels
สิ่ง
are
ที่มันไม่
definitely
จำเป็น
finding a
ที่สุดอะ
weaker entry point
แต่
to get
แต่ไม่อยาก
into
เครียดไง
B
ก็เลย
with,
กิน
and
ปก
it's
ติ
a
อยู่
2-3
ยังมีกิน
split
เนื้อย่าง
for
บ้างมี
Sentinels
กิน
to
ข้าว
attack
บ้าง
and dislodge the
แต่แบบ
center of
เขาบอก
ลดข้าวไปเพิ่มไข่เป็น3 ฟองอะไร
เครื่องคีโต
Hits one and dances around cover. A second
ตอนนี้ผมลด
revealed from the neural theft.
ตอนผมลด 150 ถึง 200 นาที จากหนัก 128 เปรตเป็นหลัก คนอ้วนอย่าไปคาร์ดิโอเยอะ กันย้วยใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่มันจะย้วยอะแต่ว่าถ้าไม่ซีเรียสมากก็
So this is the thing. How confident are you if you're
เนี่ย
Riot? You
แต่
can
ว่า
swap
ในเว
over
ท
to the
เดี๋ยวผม
overdrive
ค่อย
at
เล่น
any point in time. The real difficulty is eventually you're gonna
เอา
have
ไขมัน
to
ออกก่อน
play
ไข
some
มัน
แสดง
เย
ว่า
อะ
เหมือนที่พี่คิดอะตอนเนี้ย
Horns back on the line.
เอฟลด
Full
คาร์ดิโอ
life is
ไป
there
เวท
again.
อะ
Most importantly though, it is looking over
ดีกว่า
towards that ultimate. Swapping over
เมื่อก่อน
to
ผม
the
คาร์ดิโอ
Valorant.
แล้วเวทด้วยแล้วแบบหนักทั้งคู่โอ้โหผมบอกเป็นลดไวมากอะ อย่างกับสูตรโกงอะ
ต้องลดปริมาณคาร์ดิโอ
How important that weapon was. Of course, they're able to buy up again, but that was a big risk for Rarga to take, and it's so tough to push into that when you have the two corners to get through. The wall was a great isolation, but a better rolling thunder out of Sentinels.
I'll trade an operator for an old Rolling Thunder. That is far easier for you to get an op back than it is for the Rolling Thunder to come through. Taking that item off board. A utility gone now from Sentinels. It's a good trade for Rarga. Would have been even better if he got the kill, but overdrive he saved as well. So yeah, he had the opportunity to trade his operator for a rifle. And now
เอ้ยมันปาไปไหน
wants
อะ
to get something done over towards B main.
ปลามั่วเลย
เดี๋ยวนั่นเลน
Looking at the overdrive from Zach.
จริงๆมันต้องปลา
As the
ไปติด
drone
ตรง
from Viva
ตรง
reveals
ไอ้นี่
that
เมื่อกี้เหมือนมันหายไปเลยปะ
kick off their rounds over at A
อืม
main.
สงสัยแม่งปาไปโอเวอร์พาร์ท
But XLG are not going to immediately unleash that paranoia and be as aggressive and active as they have before. They're letting the ball be in Sentinel's court.
Sentinels are really curious to see if there's going to be early movements out of XLG. And
ผมไม่ผอมผมยังอ้วนหมูอยู่เลยผมเลยต้องเวทหนักไอ้คาร์ดิโอหนักเลยเอาไขมันออกหน่อยไม่ไขมันเยอะ
the first 40 seconds pass
ที่
on
ผมต้อง
through.
คาร์ดิโอหนักเพราะว่าต้องเอาไขมันออกอะมัน
Full mid
มี
control
เรื่อง
for
ของโลก
Sentinels
อะ
so far. They've had success over
อ๋อ
at Intel's market. Just
ถ้าเรา
extra
หุ่น
sense
เดี๋ยว
that Prowler's going to get
ก็ว่า
past
กัน
and check everything
เพราะว่า
out. Here to defend.
เปอร์เซ็นต์ไขมันเยอะมันเสี่ยงไปนู่นไปนี่
Sonic sensor at B is gonna make
เฮ้ย
things
อะไรอะสเคน
sketchy for Zekin if he crosses that
เต้น
path.
แปลกๆป่ะพี่
Especially when you have to try and get to that high ground and
Nah.
there's a sonic sensor stun.
แล้วแม่งรอด
Swing out of Favoria,
โอ้
but
เอาเลย
the squad is better
โค้ด
out of the Sentinels to
โค้ด
back up their duelist.
ไม่เป็นไรให้อภัยมัน
As
คือโค้ด
Coconut
ไง
from the top rope now being obscured, they'll have to take a market approach if XLG hope to retake this.
ว่าจะซันเซ็ตตีได้ขนาดนี้ก็สบายแล้วไอ้เส้นอะ
You have members playing offsite here as well, which is going to be very difficult for XLG to be able to navigate multiple angles here. At least if you come through Boba for one member on Coconut could be interesting, but no paranoia. It's already been spent now, but can they react in time to get these kills?
ปี
You don't even have time to use the neural theft. You
เอาแล้ว
just
ไอ้
go
เซคันด์
for
ไปไหน
it. Now
เอาตายห่าไปก่อนเหรอ อุ้ย
Happy Way, who claims
แฮปปี้
withdrawal.
เวย์
And
อุ้ยจอดนี่แฮปปี้มันคล่องจัดอ่ะ เห็น
Just like
เรียก
Bilski
ชั่น
said
ตอนมันออก
early
มา
on,
ปะ
it's been heavyweights
พับ
day
ปุ๊บ
in
พับ
his
ปุ๊บ
tournament
พับ
so
หายหม
far.
ด
แล้วเพื่อนออกมาจาก
But
CT
XLG
มันเอา
look like
ไอ้
they
นี่ให้ด้วย
are in a
เอา
struggling
second ให้ด้วยเพราะว่า
position.
second มันนั่งอยู่ด้วย
Heavyweight
เมื่อกี้
delivers. Losing yesterday to DRX as ISO at least was able to get something done. Now today
โอ้
on
โห
the Sentinel, Heavyweight leading the way.
เป็นเรื่องเลยแบบนี้
เหมือนเห็นช็อตเมื่อวานเลยที่ไอ้ซัมติงออกมายิงแล้วไอ้นั่นออกมายิงหลังแล้วไอ้น้องจิงพีคออกมาเอาสองบ้า
But he didn't even get the info. He just swings before the neural theft comes through. He
ดูดิ
wins these duels.
คลีน
Been a big conversation about the impact of these Sentinels happy way.
ตอนผมลดวิ่งว่ายน้ำอย่างเดียวเลยว่ากินเยอะด้วยครับอ๋อผมว่าถ้ากินพวกเนื้อเยอะมันน่าจะย้วยน้อยกว่าพวกที่ย้วยคือมันเอาแต่คาร์ดิโอจนแบบว่าเรื่องกินมันก็ยังกินแป้งอยู่เงี้ยแล้วสุดท้ายกล้ามเนื้อไม่มีเลย
ตอบไปในผลมีแท็บ
ผมเคยไปชั่งมวลกล้ามเนื้อผมเยอะแต่ว่าไขมันก็เยอะเลยตัวแน่นๆอ้วนเฮ้ยสติงเจอร์ทรงพลัง นี่อ่อนมันโคตรเก่งเลยอันติแม่ง
And Sentinels 2 versus 2 and
อดใจไหวได้ไงวะ
ใช่ไหม
ไม่ไหววะอดไม่ไหวจริงไปแล้วเมื่อกี้พี่ไปแล้วเดี๋ยวนิ้วหมด
ลาก้าเอาให้
อุ้ยถ้าเมื่อกี้ไปก็จบแล้ว
Raga
เซ
just
เคน
30 HP left to play through, but information gained from Viva who falls. Lots of utility still in there. Recon forces action through from Sentinels. And Raga responds. You see him sliding in all the way through mid into market, catching a timing. And it's the relief
ถ้า
squad.
เมื่อกี้ไปน่าจะกลายเป็น
From
5-6
XLG
เซ
to
เคน
come in to
ค่า
save the
8ตาย
day, to give them the
อีก
lead
คู่หนึ่งไหม
now
อ่ะ
on Sunset final round.
เอาสัมภาษณ์
Sent to be able to try and close this one out with a minimum 6-6, which is what we got in our opening map. Still though, decent damage done, considering this was just a big sting around coming through from Sentinels. If the objective was to, obviously if you can't quite get the rounds, to at least deal significant damage, you've done that. But have you taken enough money away? Because there still is enough money for this final round for XLG.
Big round out of Raga.
แป๊บนึงนะผมไปหาวิธีทำไงให้เวลาพับจอแล้วมันฟู activate 2
เอฟมีน้องบอกว่าน้องที่เขาเวทหนักๆอ่ะเดินแค่แบบ200 นาทีอ่ะ
หรอ
จาก 128 มันเหลือ 90 อ่ะ ไม่มีย้วยเลย ตอนแรกเขาบอกว่าตอนแรกก็มีโรคเบาหวานอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่พอลดมาก็ดีต้องเวทเป็นหลักคาร์ดิโอเสริมปะดัมเบลที่บ้านสักชุดหนึ่ง
ให้ผมมีแล้วเนี่ยแต่ว่า เดี๋ยวค่อยยกทำให้ตั้งกายเริ่มชิน
Waiting for the barrier mesh, being patient here. Right, doesn't want to.
แต่เห็นผลจริงนะตอนผมเข้ายิมอ่ะที่เข้าไป12-13 วันโอ้โหลงมัน6-7 โลเดือดมาก
He's starting to lean over, and
ลงเร็วไป
eventually
เร็วมากอะพี่เพราะว่าตอนนั้นผมกินแบบว่า
surely that's footsteps heard.
กินแต่เนื้อข้าวแบบนิดเดียว แล้วเวทคาร์ดิโอหนักอะ2 ชั่วโมงอย่างละชั่วโมงเฮ้ยทะลุเลยอะ
บ้าจัดมันยังงงอยู่เลย
มันยังงงจริง
มันยังตกใจยิงอยู่เลย
Got a golf clap coming out from me.
แต่ดีนะผมชอบมากไอเวลาทำอย่างนั้นแบบกลับไปกินแล้วน้ำหนักมันไม่ขึ้น
ก็คือถ้าเรามีมวลกล้ามเนื้อเราจะกินได้เยอะน้ำหนักไม่ขึ้น
นี่ก็จริง
เผาผ่านดีอะสมัยก่อนพี่กินบุฟเฟ่แบบกินบุฟเฟ่กระจายอะน้ำหนักไม่ขึ้นออกกำลังกายหนักนะฟิตเนสเสร็จชาบูชิฟิตเนสเสร็จชาบูชิกินแบบโอ้โห
I'll tell you what, G2 Leaf might not be here, but the Chinese Leaf certainly is.
You see the pressure, Sentinels really feeling it. They also just seem like a more quiet, locked-in team, at least my impression of them seeing them for the first time in person. And XLG, they're yappers, man. They're loud, and just every time someone steps up, they're just encouraging each other, and this is a team that could really scale up, but it was Sentinels that closed it out on Lotus after that big back and forth. So XLG have to keep up this level of performance, and it's all going to come down to this pistol.
A team that is mixed language here. Majority Chinese speakers, Russian coach, meaning that they do have to comm in English. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get some information across, particularly in very rough situations when a lot is happening at the same time, which is why sometimes you do see sloppy runs that we did get on Lotus, double pit situation and various others. But beyond all of that, getting past all those issues, 7-5 on the second map, and not a terrible opening map on Lotus either, despite that one eventually getting away from them. You can see Havoya is the one that, as I even just take a look at this.
A lot of ghosts for the side of G2.
มา G2 มาแล้ว
Jonah P.
I mean, F is just dead.
Okay.
F is just dead. Okay. Well, quick little peek under the tube here. And that is the Viper now dropped. YZ quickly trying to take some space here on the A site before G2 can get into position. Shots out. Shock dart looking to try to get some damage on the K-Knight, but lands up over the top, and YZ now going to be taken down. Dogamo eats some damage, but has the heal. Sheriff going to be recovered.
ไอ้ลูเชีย
In behind this harbor wall.
ไฮไลท์กำลังคืบคลาน
Getting it back.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Puts it to good use. Finds a headshot on the Jogamo, but now starting to get
โด
overwhelmed.
นพี่เช็คไง
This leaves just Levius to his own devices. The wall to fall, and so shall he. G2, 3 pistols now in a row.
This is
ตัวนี้สถิติ
really
พี่เอ๋ย
nice
เป็น
stuff
ไง
for G2. The opening kill.
ก็ถามว่าตัวนี้สถิติพี่เอ๋ยเป็
That
นไง
heal for the Sage didn't really amount to much, but
โคตรดี
still was really
วัน
annoying in
นี้
these pistol
เข้า
rounds.
4 คู่
G2 they're happy to play retake. They're going to be coming through with another big pistol win. It's BLG trying to get themselves sorted. Just being really patient on these angles. You know, keeping Rushia pinned in. Shaq finds his
One call.
moment to strike.
จำไม่ได้ครับผม
Had a really nice showing stepping in for G2. And the patience paying off once again.
ที่แน่พี่เอ๋ยโดนเซนละคู่หนึงอะโดนทีเฮดละคู่
Very nice buy going forward. YZ is going to grab an outlaw.
See if this
อะไรนะไม่รู้
ends up paying off.
โดนเซนกับทีเฮดไป
No one expiring.
Hey,
It
we
will
need-
scale forward
เดี๋ยว
towards
เซน
B.
ก็2-0แล้ว
Relatively for free.
ดีเฮด
Shot
ก็2-0
going a little bit wide there. Jonah P just backpedaling, waiting out the decay.
So now Jonah P going to be one tap to the outlaw, but everybody else has full armor. So for BLG there, going to be able to get as much value initially out of that gun, maybe. Maybe can get some players weakened up with some of those pistols first, and then find some value. So YZ trailing with that sniper rifle. Now they're going to look to explore
ดีนะ G2
towards A, but
150
it's identified here, at least somewhat by G2, but
เดี๋ยวโดนในไวซี่เปิด
what about going back towards B and Valen now saying, oh, okay, we're just going to have to play retake again, boys. Let them have it.
Have the comp for it. Plant
30 seconds left.
committed to here.
Spike planted.
Default.
ดูไม่ค่อยดีเลย
Massive
แปลกๆ
swing
เลยไม่รู้อะ
in the momentum here. BLG are going to be able to close this one out. Fast track at attacker side. YZ value going to be found off the outlaw. Needs to go for the reload. Repositions, but G2 scaling forward very quickly. Looking to try to take them down. Jonah P up and over here, down below. No concerns as YZ had been taken down by over the top.
G2 กับ Slinker
In the end, it's going to be 2
จะได้ outlaw
casualties,
ฟรี
and
ด้วย
outlaw handed over. Jonah P saying thank you very much. And ultimately,
G2
G2
leave ไม่ส
start
บาย
things
อะ
off nicely.
โคตรเล่นแทน
Yeah, it looked like for a moment there, maybe BLG was going to be able to pull away that thrifty round, but you know, the headshot comes through for YZ, but he gets down to 11 in the moment. Valen here just running and gunning with the stinger. Oh, man, wow. Got the drag down there, too. Unbelievable.
A bit of a lucky stray shot there to get YZ in the back of the head.
โอ้ซิงเกอร์มันทรงพลังเลยเหรอ
How much of it's luck, how much of it's skill, it's very much hard to say.
เออ
Buy now available, 2 players susceptible to that outlaw. Just the regen armors to try to work with, but Outlaw's going to be positioned over at B, where G2 are very quickly taking space, scaling forward towards the garage.
นึกว่าโดนลัด
Really getting a solid idea of the full picture here of BLG's game plan.
There's a turret back there. Or
Boom.
Levius. Get a read on
อาเบอร์มัน
this
เก่ง
3-man
เก่ง
flank that they're
นะ
attempting.
คือมันปิดเห็นไหม
Different look
บ้าน
on the
มันปิดหมด
retake.
เลย
Spike
See how
planted.
BLG can respond.
Step over the top here at the screens, able to get the spot out.
กระโดด
Back doing his damnedest to try to jump and dodge. The bullets cannot do so at the same time though.
เป็นฮาร์เบอร์มันรักไก่
Going to be
ได้
executed. Neff in position to find the initial punish, but Trent just swoops in, finds the kill.
Hey, hey,
Over
hey,
the
hey.
top of the rope here is YZ. Starting to get a little bit chaotic with it. It's just 4 bullets remaining here in this Phantom. Jonah Peak manages down to him. K-Knight will be there for support. They close it out, but it's 3 players lost, so still heavy damage suffered here by BLG.
Yeah,
ยืนเลยอะ
ยงมียืนยงมียืน
getting on his feet, trying to rally the troops a little bit. Still kind of a rough round, taking a lot of damage. Our BLG, YZ, such a such a good player, but he can be a little bit wild sometimes. That rope play, Trent he is not. And this gonna be a guardian for Jonah P there. Other than that, rifles for everybody. Rushia does have the reckoning.
สเตจสอง
So far we've seen
สเต
G2
จ
be
สเตจหลักไม่ค่อยมี
happy to play retake. That's going to continue to be the case, especially with the reckoning there. It's going to have to be.
Just forces them back out of the sight. Once again, that scale forward at B coming through.
Here,
Jonah P.
here.
Let's see if he can spot anybody outside of A main. YZ though going to be spammed down off the top of screens, peeks through the harbor
ติด
wall.
ใจติดใจ
Eventually
ทำซ้
giving himself over on a silver platter. As Jonah P breaks open the flank. K-Knight needing to win the fight is able to do so now. Turn his sights back over towards this plant. He attempted to defuse. Spotting out 2 players. Richman looking for the reposition. Right clicks flying. Jogamo going to be taken down. Neff able to find Shaq at the same time. Now brings it to the 1v2. Hunter's Fury going to be used. If nothing else, a bit of a consolation prize here for G2. As the retap comes in.
Concentrate, Sova.
Looks for the kill, can't find it, but the timing just not going to be there. K-Knight with a nice headshot brings this one to its conclusion. And it's going to be BLG tying it up 2-2.
Still, though, you got 2 ultimates out of BLG in that round. Not too bad. Playing for retake there off the rip. The reckoning.
เล่นท่าเดิมไม่ได้
This might
YC
go pretty well for G2.
No more.
5v3, but quickly became 4v3.
โอ้โห
Rushia just spamming away. Seems to always be switching to that classic.
มันเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบว่ากล้าคิด
And
กล้า
he's so
ทำจริง
darn good
ดู
with
เชีย
it to boot.
เล่น
Had some good value.
นึก
So
จะยัดไปยัดเลย
Stinger, 4 sheriffs
ำพี่รู้สึกว่ามัน
into the buy.
ไม่ต้องคิดเย
Into
อะ
the Deco, 4G2. Now and again, trying to create a little bit of pressure with that stinger.
กล้าทำเดี๋ยวยังไม่กล้าคิด ทำอะไรไม่คิด
ก็แค่ยิงให้ชนะ
Back away. Jonah P was his position red. No, I think Neff just going for some pre-fire. So Jonah does get a lot of scaling forward, relatively for free. Sheriff shots out. Section not going to be found. Back pedals. Same time, Jogamo clears the turret here at mid.
วิหรือว่าเน็บจะแบบแตกแล้วก็ปืนไปตกอะไร
Ends up falling to the wayside.
เปลี่ยนแล้ว
Be set now, broken open. The call to rotate ends up coming through. Jogamo finally kept off the angles here as Trent is able to fight
เนี่ย
back for 1.
มันอยากจะสเปรย์มาก
Some pause here for
นี่
BLG.
แหละจุดเริ่มต้น
Looks like YZ maybe wanting to
โอ้แต่มัน
sell
ไม่ได้
that
เก็บ
they're
ปืนเลยดิ
pivoting back, but the drone now has spotted out Levius.
ๆ ได้ไหมปืน
Brings up the fight, Jogamo. Able to find one more kill to peel off, but it's going to be player advantage here for BLG with YZ now
แล้วหล่อ
on
อีกที
flank.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing now
Oh,
from BLG. This was
insane.
more of what we were
30
seeing on
seconds
Sunset. Working the map a little bit. Just looking for their moments.
how to
Finding
ไล่
those
คนออก
picks
ไซด์แบบ
and then making moves off the back
ไป
of
เก็บ
it.
ปืนเล่นดีกว่า
Even
ปะ
though Neff
เออ
gets caught
เว
overextending
ลา
just a bit.
เวลาเหลือเยอะ
Fallon have the call shack back now.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
YZ.
Trying to find that entry, but going to be outgunned. Drop down. Stops him with the stinger, able to find it, but can't draw the Phantom.
มันน่าจะ
out
เชื่อ
fast
ใจใน
enough.
สติงเจอร์มันต่อ
It's gonna be
แล้วแบบ
BLG
เดิน
now
ไปรู
gaining
ด
the lead for themselves.
มันคงไม่คิดเลยว่าจะอยู่
Off the
ใกล้ข
stinger
นาดนี้
attempt here from G2.
Nice damage done. Couldn't convert the eco. There's Trent. Right as Neff's wall comes up, he takes him down. Had the angle, had the lineup. Fallon's so good with that stinger. At least going to be good for 1. But I think the more important thing for me here is now we're seeing BLG starting to lean more into that good macro game. That they just, I mean, they barely played an attacker side in Pearl, so weren't really able to work it as much. YZ there pinged out. Gonna have to back off momentarily. K-Knight gonna retake that position himself.
Turret playing him in. He's shutting it down. Tries to push forward. Looks like he was going to be
หัว
setting
เส้
it
น
there
ทาง
on
ไม่
the
ทันขึ้น
pin.
เลย
Does end up falling before he can try to get that one triggered. So decent little trade kill available there for Shaq, but still an immense amount of damage as well as control of the map here for BLG.
Well,
Shaq now needing to hold the line.
Hey, you get those 2 kills out of tube. You got to assume B's the weak side. You saw the Sova utility. Trent's been locking down A. So this is a
ตรง
good
ไม่ค่อย
read
ดีเลย
for
ว่ะ G2
BLG.
ด่าน
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวโค้ดเอาให้
Shaq looking to be the hero. Finds the timing on the one. Levius.
ตึงแล้ว
Recon pings him out though on YZ. A little bit faster to get around the corner. He'd be back over towards Snowman here for Valen, looking to try to arrive.
โค้ดบอกเอาเยอะไม่ได้แต่เกินหน้าเกินตาพวกนี้
Does get a connection as well as a kill. Rishia dead. Trent looking for a little bit more. Checks in towards kitchen, but nothing going to be noted there. Why is he trying to go on this push, but it's still being watched for.
Timing.
However, right as Trent turns away,
โอ้โห
ends up getting picked apart. All to do here for Valen. Shot
หัวดุ้ง
dart.
หัวดุ้ง
Ends up getting botched a little bit. Paranoia connecting. K-Knight, no clue where he's at. Valen strikes.
โอ้โห
Looking
รีโพซิ
for
ชั่
the
นมาแล้วนี่
clutch. YZ just the classic.
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
It's going to be good enough. It strikes him down, and BLG maintain the lead.
I do have to applaud G2 in their understanding of the tendencies of YZ. I mean, even though the timing is unfortunate for Trent, he still, you could see it on the map and you could see it that he was cognizant that could happen. But those 2 kills out of tube early.
ดูดิจังหวะหันกลับพอดีเลย
Different
นะ
thinker in this one.
แบบว่า
Valen doing his damnedest.
เห็นมันสวยจัด
Kind of a bit of a whoopsies from K-Knight with the shock dart, but all's well as that ends well for the side of Billy.
ดูแล้วด้วยนะ
And they have strung 4 rounds together here on this attacker side.
ที่ดูไป
Do have another reckoning. Do have the Viper's Pit. Gonna use this cascade to force Jonah P back. They're on the hunt.
Oh, one for a reload. Bit of an awkward timing there as spot out through the wall. Well, I'm just go ahead
Lát
and
lên
leave
à?
Jonah P to his own devices for the moment as the spike is now planted. The pit is in
แหมเสีย
play.
วางไว
โคตรไว
Question is, G2,
Well,
what are you
my
trying to
book
do? You don't have a counter pit of your own. You
Cũng
don't
cốt lực.
have that lockdown to try to flush players out of it. As Levy is now confirming presence of multiple
ปล่อย
players.
เสียง
Has
ห
the
นึ่งคนนะ
backpedal.
เกือบรอด
Heal
ซื้อได้
flies. Kills
Ow.
are found. K9 going to be taken down at the same time.
เป็นเรื่องแล้วอย่าง
Go
นี้
forward.
ต้องเอาข้า
BLG
งหน้าครับ
lead the fight up
ข้าง
into
หลั
the
งมา
pit. Widely do find
Recon
themselves
ด้วย
stacked up. The time is ticking, working against G2. Spray from Trent. Widely is going
เฮ้ย
right around
เกิด
the
อะไรขึ้นบ้างวะงงไปหมด
BLG will be able to clinch it out.
Yeah, love the change of pace here from BLG. Just rushing forward onto B. Again, just maybe
แต่มุม
looking
เมื่
to
อกี้
try to
ทาง
punish Shaq a little bit.
ทาง
He's
กลางอ่ะ
going to
โอ้
be
โหโคตรน่าสแปม
tasked
เล
to
ย
lock
ยืน
down
กันอย่า
that
ง
B
เยอะ
side on the Killjoy. But also knowing that if you can get that Viper's Pit down early, you're giving yourself a really good chance. With G2 finding the kills on the outer edges of the pit itself. Then once they have to get inside, it is locked down by Rushi and company. And back onto an eco. Go G2.
Standing ahead.
Couple ults available. Rez is there. Clear the turret. YZ he's just pushing. I like that cascade setup to set him up to cover that angle. Good
Just
kill.
not ready for the timing.
Down A.
Good kills in response. Those K9 and Levius both get taken out.
Your duty is not over.
Going to be the
Oh.
Rez as well to try to give him a numbers advantage. And Neff now going to be caught off guard. Swing out. And Chocobo wins out of range with the stinger. The wheels are starting to come off.
ฮิโดริโคเฉย
Yeah, this is going to be a eco win. I mean, you had the Rez in there too for Jog. This is just incredible. I was not expecting this at all. I thought this looked pretty good.
That's one more player to potentially pick up one of these upgraded weapons. Because now they know Risha's position. Just have that spike in hand, sets up the wall. And looks like he's just going to try to stay tucked back in the spawn for 44 seconds.
Well, we wait.
Yeah. No, we do.
I-
Chill out, hang back,
Yeah,
watch
this is,
wait for the timer to go down.
30
this is
seconds
nice.
left.
Yeah, the little relaxation moments that can sometimes just arbitrarily be built into Valorant.
Catch our breath a little bit.
Yeah.
Gonna have
Players
some.
can take the time.
Yeah.
You know, there is a massage room.
Yeah, there you go.
Get a quick 30-second
Yeah.
massage.
Some good coffee upstairs.
10
you know?
seconds left.
They've got a barista up there for the players.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Just do whatever. Chill out. Make sure that you're the vibes are good. And then you're ready to go. Looks like Jonah P got to go on the hunt. Can't see, but Russia can. So we'll be able to find it, but cannot prevent the Thrifty. So that's G2. Closing the gap ever so slightly. And the more rounds that they're able to find on the defending side, the better they're going to be feeling given the composition that they have and also just the propensity for Icebox to be an attacker-sided map.
Yeah, both teams just kind of going for some util combos. You can see the recon dart there to set up Valen, get his kill, the cascade to set up YZ to get up on that tube.
อันนี้คือ tactical port ใช่ไหมพี่ แต่อีกคู่หนึ่งอะ technical port ยาวๆเลยตอนนั้น
ไอช่องสองมันชอบไอ้นั่นอะเทคอะ
inbox ibox น้อง ibox แมปกันหรือแมปบุกตามนั้นเลยครับ
Using that util from Trent to accelerate. Do have a lockdown for both squads. Viper's pit for Jonah P. Is he just going to want to lock down this B side initially? You bet. You bet.
He's going to send it, but it seems like it's not really dissuading BLG. Getting up ahead of this one. Tucks into that smoke. You would be able to find him. It would have Jonah P dead to right. There you go. Finds it eventually. Still coming through. Wall's now going to be raised. There's a check. Trying to set up the nano for the delay. Coming through. YZ continuing to scale forward, pushes forward, and that gives Trent line of sight, but K-Knight will have the reply. Lockdown now going to be set up, but the Hunter's Fury is there. K-Knight clearing this out. The Shack actually strafes forward into it.
Oh no.
Ends up offering up just a big chunk of his HP bar.
Oh my.
โอ้แล้วดู G2 แม่งแบบโรเทตมาแบบสุดใจอ่ะ
They want to go to the other side of the map. Just they know basically everybody's here for G2.
ปิดจอยยังไม่ทิ้ง
They don't want to try to.
เป็นใครก็เสียทรงอ่ะช็อตนี้
โอ้แล้วเน็บตัดตัวดันด้วย
Yes, it does.
อะไรนะพี่
Get flushed up against the wall to have the jump. Talking about the slow creep. He does manage to keep this now. Parity 3v3. Spike is ready to be planted. Already 2 players from G2 in position to try to reply. And Valen almost finds himself a second elim.
แพ้เลยเนี่ยแพ้เลย
Do they expect Shaq here? No, they do not. Falls down to 5.
ทำดีว่ะเช็ค
Heal available as well. That means that Risha has his work cut out for him.
เอ้าแล้ววางปิดป่ะ
No time of plenty.
Got the wall for Job too. This is a very unorthodox position here for Russia.
ผมมัน
On pipes in front of 410. Hearing the double drop. Knows they're both going to be backside. Doesn't want to make any noise himself. The wall now going to be raised.
เป็นเรื่องเลยอย่างงี้
Knows that he has the ride over the top. Tries to fake that one out. Gets a spot onto one. But even if he had got
เป็นเรื่องเลย
the time of the defuse just wouldn't really be there for him to play against. G2 continuing to persevere.
Yeah, I don't mind at all what BLG's doing in this round. I think these are good ideas, but that position from Neff
should run.
Not a great one because you can see the gun barrel way ahead of time. And then that wall, again, that Sage, so valuable on this map. Like you said, the heal there actually came through and mattered because he got wall banged, did Shaq, and then the wall as well to force that angle. Make it an easier fight for G2. Now you got the Blade Storm here. YZ gonna pop it off the rip. Slow there. Try to keep him from going right up onto that belt position. Just storming forward. Neff is gonna be on his own on the other side of the map.
Drifts into nest. Jogamo top of screens. Drone to try to clear this out. See if it has enough power to clear the angle, but it'll be a quick little peek in, and then there you go. No spot on the Sage. YZ falls into the trap.
This is awkward. This is very awkward.
Yeah, it's just getting expounded upon now. G2 looking to tie things up 5-5. have themselves a 5v3 advantage, and I think the call to save is pretty much going to be made. Neff, a real contact over here, now gets the spot out on the Jonah P, who will just take him down through the smoke, and that seals the deal. Nothing more to be done. Weapons have to be saved.
This is a brutal round.
Yep.
Because BLG
เห็นอะไร
put
ก่อน
quite a bit of money into this.
Weapons have to be saved?
Well,
Okay, I think they're going to make their stand here.
well,
30 seconds left.
What I'm learning from this, though,
yeah.
this whole situation, is that I think that in elimination games, at least the first one that you have to play, we should make teams play with their coach.
Oh, I see.
Spice it up.
Yeah.
We gotta get Termy in there.
That could be a fun tournament.
Glow.
Can you imagine though? Yeah, you get to see like Solo come in for Gen G. Yeah.
Sorry, Foxy9, you're on the bench. I need to play Killjoy. Some shots distracting Jogamo back the opposite way, and that's going to be a timing found. Trisha cannot hold on to his weapon. Dancing around will be able to retain the Phantom, so it's going to be the Guardian lost in the end. The better of the two to save, but there's not too many silver linings that BLG are going to be able to find here.
Yeah, love this positioning from Jog. Shutting that Blade Storm right down. And then doubling down there, clearing net. Or clearing pipes, excuse me. And then finds a third. But again, this is a brutal round for BLG. They have a Bulldog. Got some Phantoms and a Guardian, but...
Dogamo forward in two. Waiting for the peak. There's the drop down.
พี่จอ
Quite reset the
เสีย
spray.
ทรงเลยนี่
It's decent damage across onto YZ. Regen shield
เจ้า
is
ทำไรอะ
there, but so is Trent.
โอ้แล้วพี่เจ้ามีชุบ
Make that a
ด้วยไง
1-for-1.
แล้วพี่เจ้าไปทำอย่างนั้นน่ะ
Valen just tucked
พี่
into
จอ
the
บอก
corner.
ไม่ไหววะลูเซียมเก่าเกิน
Scaling
ต้อง
forward.
เก่าตามนะ
โอ้ข่าว
The
ตาม
corner clear.
สี่คนเลย
Valen able to find it. Quickly does get overwhelmed.
พี่ถือฮาร์เบอร์แม่งเดินมาพีคคนแรกจะเก่าไม่เก่า
Spotting Trent in this position. Slides in the backside.
หรือมันคือแผนวะ
เดินมาก่อนให้เพื่อนเทรด
On the prowl. Sees the gun barrel. Spike now. Down on the floor. Trade. Not possible. Levius wanting to clear the angle, but as he does, there's far too many players.
โอเค
Trent comes away with 3.
ระวัง
G2
ตัวดีนะเทนน่ะ
securing themselves 6.
That is freaking brilliant. Shaq intentionally made noise there. You see Knight's gun look up right before Trent is about to swing that corner. Shaq did that
เมื่อ
intentionally
กี้มันไม่มี
to
ไม่มี
bait.
ของ
And Trent just a smooth criminal here. Bang, you can hear those footsteps right behind him. Shaq plays that so well. And Trent with a 3K.
ม้วนไม่
That
พัก
is
เลย
so well
วา
done.
ลินม้วนกันนะ
That
หรือจริงๆมันเป็นคนผม
teamwork
ตรง
there. With the
อ๋อที่มัน
standing
ฉีก
go
ผม
to
ม้วน
the
อย่างเงี้ย
player.
เออ
So
อ๋อจริงแบบว่าผมแบบโจนาเลยนะ
Another
เรียบๆอย่างเงี้ย
step
นะ
by
ใช่
here
เป็น
for
ผมแบบโจ
BLG.
น่า
Jonah P. No likelihood
ต
he
ลก
should
เหมื
be
อน
able
มัน
to
เป็นหน้า
have
วา
that.
ลิน
At
แล้ว
least
ผม
get
แบบ
some
โจนา
damage in, but considering going for the snake bites, it does get a little bit off timing. This Valen going to be taken down here, scaling forward at A. Finally suspecting that this has
ไปหน้า
been
ม้วนผมต่อ
left open, given the turret placement in mid, but
จะม้วนได้
YZ
ขนาด
is
นี้
there for
ผม
the jump,
โคตรมืออา
so
ชีพ
captainless for now.
Still have the res.
Bit
Don't
of an
think you're going to
awkward
get
spot.
there.
ดีเวอร์ชันมาไวครับ
Don't think you're going to get
I
there.
know, and Jogamo is
Oi,
not even letting any
man,
credence
okay.
to the idea of it. He is
Ow.
wanting to fight, and he
Look, you
is
can't be-
profiting from that idea.
อุ้ย
Nearly getting timing, challenges right back in, and Jogamo. If there was any doubts after Sunset, I
Oh,
think those
the-
have been quelled.
Absolutely. Again, a great push and pull for 2 members of G2.
ด้าน
This
หลัง
time
ปะล่ะ
it's Jog and Jonah P.
ไปชุบวาลิน
Maybe just
ที่
ended
กำลั
the
งนั่ง
round.
บน
We'll
ผ
have to
มอยู่
see.
Lots
YZ
of
does
win.
gain the space, does gain the sight. Trent, Shaq not too far away. And
For this
30 seconds
4v5.
left.
2v4 though necessary for BLG. Shaq, oh, elbow spotted. I think YZ had
Hit by
been
Shaq.
noted, but now
อ้าวสวยละ
Trent
เฮ้ย
ดีอ่ะ
Standing.
doesn't have him dead to
ดี
rights,
นะ
but
เทน
Shaq
เช็คพอ
does.
ดี
There
เรีย
you
บร้อย
go. The 1-2 punch. Refused to
Yeah.
come through. 7-5 at the half. G2
ละเอียดจัด
out
จี
in
ฮู
front from the defending side.
เข้าฟอร์มแล้วอะ
yeah, this is a really stellar half for G2.
เนี่ยชุบแล้วพี่
มันจบวินแล้ววันนี้ หมุนอะไรก่อน
พี่ดูอีกคู่หนึงดิมันเพิ่มเวลา15 นาทีแล้ว เทคโพส
โอ้โหงั้นเราทิ้งไว้งั้นเลยอย่าไปยุ่งกับมัน
เดทแมทดีกว่าฝึกเล่นเซน
ถ้า
ไว้
G2 ชนะเพื่อนก็แตกเลยเอ้าพี่ให้ G2 ชนะไม่ใช่หรอ
เยอะให้ G2 เนี่ย
EDG ยังไม่ฟื้นครับผมหลับยาววันนี้โดน100 โจร
โจรร้อย
โดน100ส่งกลับไปกินข้าวต่อ
เมื่อวานผมผิด2 คู่ที่เหลือถูกหมดเลยผมผิดคู่เจนจีกับเฟนติกแล้วก็ทีเฮด ทีเฮดแม่งพุทธฟักโดนหลอกจบแล้วผมว่า G2 ชนะดันเนี่ยเศษบุกสับจอกันแล้วกันมาส่วนในนี้ก็สับจอเป็นไม่ดูแล้วไอ้ทรงไอเซนแม่งเทคนานจัด
Match found.
แต่พี่เอ๋ยให้ G2 อันนี้ก็ต้องเบรกไว้ก่อน เพราะอาจจะมีแบบพินิหารเฮ้ยแป๊บเดียวไม่เป็นไรฮิว
Enough training. It's time.
พักเสร็จแล้วเหรอเอาแข่งแล้วเหรอไอ้ที่มันทับไทม์นี่ว่ะที่ผมนึกว่าจบแมตช์ว่ะไม่เป็นไรแล้วก็ดูเกมไปครับ
Between maps, just saying, hey, keep the vibes good, keep the comms good,
อาจจะมี
and good things are going to happen. And so far, not too bad at all. Trent just going to let loose with the dart.
ออกดีครับดอทไน
YZ inside of G2 smoke.
Skies in this. Here's that orb being taken with love to try to strike, but G2 are playing this very patiently, very slowly. Actually trying to free-fire him a little bit. Tailwind going to expire. Why is he sticking
พอดี
around?
มันไปมองคู่เซนไงแล้วมันแบบคิดว่ามันนาน
Here.
He's going to end up being greedy. Finds one. Does get taken down, but some
โอ้
damage
ฮิว
down
ได้
on
ฮิว
the
ได้
force
ฮิ
to
วได้
heal.
มันยังยิงได้รู้
It's
แล้ว
a CD out.
ยิงได้ไง
Ultimately doesn't make his exit, meets his demise. Already rotations have come through from BLG. Just looking to set up a wall here, at least is Russia. Now starts rotating back across towards A, but Spike continues to inch forward here in the hands of Jogamo.
And that's going to be falling quite far back.
Toxin screen down.
Fake attempt. Might just be getting them to bite here. Neff has not seen him miss them on the cross because he was backpedaling. Now the scale forward. Tries to get the jump there onto Fallon.
เกือบ
Cannot get the punish on the Jogamo either.
30
Jack will be
seconds
taken
left.
down.
That's done.
Levius finding
Oi.
one, finding
Oh,
two.
Levius.
Goes for the reload
Oi,
now. It's all
oi.
on Jaw.
เป็นเรื่องเลยจะได้เปลี่ยนอยู่ดี
Timing there for him, but the weaponry certainly is not. Spike planted, looking for the first, finds one, but cannot
Oi.
get any more. BLG taking the first step. We're just trying to regain some control. They get the pistol.
Yeah, fantastic timing from Levius. He struggled in that first half. 2 and 12. Now going to find 4 for himself. That's really nicely done there on the Killjoy. This is just classic YZ. Just so aggressive with his positioning, and man, oh man, that is such a tight angle. Catches Jonah P.
30 seconds left.
There you go, Levius.
Planted.
2 big kills. That opens
ทำไมมัน
things
ถึง
up.
วางเสียงขนาดนั้นนะมันไม่วาง
Well,
แบบ
they needed it the
เอาชัวร์
most.
ของกันสมกอะไรก็ไม่มีวางซะ
The
โอ้โห
first map, the pistols were a bit of a struggle to say the least.
มีเทคจัด
It's a buy up here though for G2. Got those stingers again.
I think this is a really good time to gamble it. Given that the score is so close, I mean, G2 do go for this more often than many other teams. So far, no confirmation on the force.
But it's one of those things, even if you know it's coming, sometimes you just can't stop it. It's just so good. Jonah P even has the Bulldog. So this is a scary buy to go up against for BLG.
Drone sees nothing, but BLG are keeping the lion's share of their players towards this A side of the map. Reading it still correctly. It's a heavy stack. Two in the elbow, one at the top of screens.
โดนว่ะ3กระบอกขนาด
End
นี้
up being a bit of a meat grinder here that
เอาอะไร
G2
ไปรอดครับผม
are lunging head first into.
ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Shaq tries to open up
Phải
mid
là
a
đỉnh.
bit, but can't get the damage through. Now storming their way in, and K-Knight has them lined up. Trent able to collect one, but more to be found there. There's quickly dispatched. Are these players from G2? This time the force not on their side. 7-7 the score. BLG tie it up.
Has a nice smoke there from YZ to keep that position obscured, to get that big double kill once the smoke drops. Oh, through the legs of the turret there for Levius. There you go. There's K-Knight out of the smoke and instantly finding value. Then the follow-up is good. That's a big win there for BLG. This should be pretty weak buy, I would suspect. Yeah, Sheriff's in one stinger for Valen. Trying to deal with Levius, or at least going to clear that position. They take a little bit of damage. The heal does come through onto Jonah P. So he's going to be back up to full. YZ backed off by the drone. He's just going to wait this out. He's the only one, though. Levius sliding through this mid push by Neff. Shaq on the jump peak. Gets the identification. G2 continues to scale their way forward. Smoke goes up behind them from Rusia. They're ahead of the curve.
G2 สติงเจอร์มันแกมแอบแกมเบิลหน่อยนะเพราะว่าอีกทีมันก็มีปืนกันไง
Get this through.
แล้วปืนมันดีกว่าเนี่ย
YZ, though, just that blind spray.
มัน
Trent
เซอร์ไพรส์จริงแต่ว่า
into it.
มันก็ไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นนะ
นี่แหละจุดเปลี่ยนนี่แหละ
Loses his head, and obviously,
Cover going out.
นี่แหละครับจุดเปลี่ยนนะ
you know, that red
Oh.
fit still come through.
จุดเปลี่ยน
This guy with a classic. It's just a deadly combination. Ping now gets the reveal. Shaq forward here. Outside of the harbor wall. Falls as Russia once again strikes.
กระโดด
BLG are well on their way to trying to close out this map. Hitting the bonus conversion.
Rusia just so willing to go to the classic. Pops out of that smoke.
Russia to the classic is like something to a shorty.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
Just bounding forward, praying that he gets a kill. But yet, reads it incredibly well. Just says, okay, I know where you're at. I know you're going to be stuck in there.
One enemy remaining.
BLG handle this retake incredibly well, and that's going to be the timeout call now here for G2.
ไม่ไหวหรือว่าจะเป็นละหรือว่าจะรั่ว
Full buy. G2 is going to bring to bear. They're just going to get Valen up on top of tube. Looking for, trying to get that counterplay against Levius if he had been at the boiler again.
Shaq,
Ooh, Shaq.
rough spot, approaching on his position. Some peel there, though, as YZ
Dang,
does
go
get taken
out.
out. Does he know? He's got tucked into this corner is the question. Russia just playing this quietly.
อุ้ย
Widely
อุ้ยเช็ค
holding his own.
Heck, man,
Not going to be
lockตัวจัดอะ
spotting K-Knight, but he's
Doon
very
สองคน
suspicious about it. Now starting to get surrounded.
จะได้
Back for a little bit more damage on the net at the same
ได้
time.
อินโฟ
Though B
ด้วย
site being taken.
เบรกได้หนึ่ง
G2 get the push forward.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Now going to be popped.
Tire.
Wall raised. Valen.
Ui.
Trying to hold the line.
Phantom
Headshot does
moment.
connect, but kill cannot come
140
through.
ครับ
Valen stays
แอล
alive.
ฮิวก่อน
Heal available for Jogamo as the plant goes down.
Poison orb emitting.
Now it's just the two Bulldogs
Poison's off.
for BLG. Not much util, just the snake bite for Neff. Playing it quietly. This time a little bit further back in the positioning is G2. Learning their lessons from the previous round.
แอร์บูลด็อกมันจะลอง
Over
เปิ
the
ดดู
top. Yeah, pushing the Viper wall.
Poison's off.
Okay, expiring. Two players here. Back yellow. Needs to try to break this open. Snake bite going to be thrown down, but Jogamo, he will just strafe over the top of that any day of the week. Loses his life, but they get the round win and they get us tied up.
ไอ้ข้างหลังนี่คือแบบว่าไปหมดแล้วเห็นนะเสียทรงมาแล้ว
See if they can continue to find some momentum. A rough start to the half.
อยากให้มันแบบ
With
ว่า
it being tied.
ไอ้ม้วน
Anybody's
ผม
game now.
ไอ้นี่เด้อ
Like the way Shaq is playing this.
โดนหน้าพี่ผมมันเรียบเกิน
Buying a ton of time there.
พอตายปุ๊บไปม้วนผม
Yeah,
เพื่อน
exactly. A ton of time, a ton of attention,
Remaining.
and kind of
Don't be-
anticipating
do-
that maybe somebody had gotten on top of that box in the corner.
Gan
It
ของอะไร
feels like he was reading it pretty well.
น่าจะมีอยู่นะ
Now you've got some ults.
Placing swarm
So
grenade.
that reckoning, Hunter's Fury as well for K-Knight. Just a nano, just in case anybody's up there to back him off a bit. A lot of damage done to Valen.
Gonna be at the same time though. Pushing forward, gets himself in the kitchen. Turrets around the corner. Levy has to try to play off of this one. Actually drops down out of window.
เอ้า
Way back up, and
Oh,
K9
one up.
crucially does win this fight.
อะไรวะน่ะ
This participation not required.
Right here.
Spike still going to be dropped outside of A. They try to
อุ้ยเหลือ
draw
หนึ่ง
attention here towards this B site, but Jogamo damn near dies.
แย่แล้ววะ
Down to 1 HP, I believe, then pops the
คิว
heal.
ขึ้นมาได้แค่30นี่โดนนัดเดียวอยู่ดี
Grab the orb for Trent. 2 charges from the Hunter's Fury. G2 certainly on the back foot here.
แจ็คต้องทำเกมอ่ะเนี่ยแต่ไม่ทันแล้วอ่ะ
เฮ้ยแต่วลินไหลมา
ทีนี้มันไอ้นี่แล้วอ่ะ
Knows that he has to be the one to try to break this
เฮ้ย
open.
กู
Oh,
ทา
this is
มิ่ง
crazy.
ครับยา
Strafing forward. Had he gone around the
Oh,
back
no,
over
yeah.
towards Raptors,
30
he
seconds.
would have been able to get the jump instead.
Got him.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
YZ
อันนี้
sights.
จะเรียบไปหรือไม่ก็เดินต่อนี่จบแล้วน่ะ
Kill found. The wall to be set up.
Bishop.
Rez can come through.
Kill my
Pulls him
ally.
right back into this one, but now the Hunter's Fury is perfectly timed.
เฮ้ย
Found.
รอด
เฮ้ย
Wrecked as far as the HP bar is concerned.
Spike
Let's
planted.
go.
Now Jogamo surviving for a brief little moment longer.
3-5 ครับ
Gets the spike planted right of the rope. YZ has to hop down. Damage not going to be suffered. K-Knight
Yep,
going to be
down,
taken out
no.
at the same time as Trent finds that kill. Players riding the rope. The
Oi.
drop down, bound on the crossfire. Able to find one more
Check.
before being traded out.
Standing.
Billy
Shock dart.
just looking to overwhelm. Shock dart lobbed
Oi,
in.
pin.
Neff dead. Position known. Rides the rope up the top, but Arisha is right there waiting for him. Kicks him back down to the ground floor. Billy narrowly regained the lead by 1.
This is one of those sort of fork in the road rounds where
โอ้โหแล้ว
maybe
ยิง
if
ก่อนด้วยนะ
goes left instead of right. This is a completely different round. And you have to invest so much. You know, the wall and the res. Yeah, you get the Hunter's Fury out, but doesn't really end up gaining too much for G2 in the long run. It's dealt with pretty quickly by
ม้วน
YZ.
มันม้วนมาตลอด
And I love the patience on the early part of the
อ
round.
ย่างนี้
for
ถ้าเกิด
YZ.
ว่า G2 อยู่ในร่างลีฟนี่น่าจะโรยด้วยกลีบกุหลาบเลย
น่าจะชิวอ่ะ
You know, he went for some early moves, and now he's
Great shock dart.
yeah.
No, gets the armor out, forces the heal. He's understanding Trent's typical setups. Meanwhile,
tong
back
kang
over
viva.
mid. Gonna be getting run down. He might just be able to escape. Now, Levius there, out of 2, able to find the kill.
ดู
Spike
เมื่
plant
อ
out.
นะพี่โจน่า
Coming through here for G2, Valen up over the top, Paranoia at the ready, setting
Say,
towards
kidding.
Stream. Doesn't, however, connect on Arusha, has that wide.
ปวดลิ้น
think maybe he thought that wall segment was still intact, but it was not. Juggernaut out, up and over the top, looking for that second kill, but cannot hit the transfer.
นี่ต้องดูวิน
BLG
วินบายวินเนี่ยสำคัญ
close it out and get to double digits.
Lockdown came through there. Didn't even
ถ้าแพ้
really
วิน
need
นี้ก็
it.
เล่นยากละ
There you go.
แต่ยังไม่ GG ใช่ไหม
ขึ้น
Just
11ยังไม่จีจี
couple wild moments. Trying to get some pressure in the tube.
แต่ยังไม่
Trying to
GG
open up that extra angle, but it's handled nicely by Neff.
Enemy remaining.
K-Knight gets up on the rafters. You had Rushia tucked in behind the stage wall, able to use that piece of utility against his opponents. Things not looking great for G2. After it was tied, it's been 2 in a row. Maybe the most important round of the map here. Try to get themselves back into it. A buy round, a Hunter's Fury, 1 away from a lockdown, 1 away from a Viper's Pit. Alt cycles coming into G2's hands. It's BLG. This is a trap and a half.
3 players set up. YZ enemy mod being baited for. This drone eventually does get cleared out. G2 multiple
โดน
weapons
ไอ้
fire
นี่แน่
off.
เลย
It will re-explore a bit of the area here, though.
You know there's at least 2. The cascade there. Still Jog.
YZ considering going on this push here.
Jog's got the spike.
Just around the corner. Gunbarrel going to be spotted. Did he note him? I don't think he did.
Okay.
So he's going to get caught off guard. Just didn't see those pixels out of place. So Jogamo able to go ahead and collect the kill. Now Orb taken. Rez also available.
They've gained some space, but the KJ util is over here on A. Alarm bot and a couple nanos at the plant spots.
30 seconds left.
So, gonna be some decent info. Valen going on a check. Is he gonna stick that? No. I was gonna say that would be wild if he did.
Certainly end up being bold, but now the attack is ready to come through. The ambiguity gone. Jogamo loses his life. That Rez no longer a concern. The time
เวลา
dwindling
กด
here.
ดันด้วย
Levius playing down underneath.
เฮ้ยสวยละ
Paranoia
7 วิ
not connecting. The swing out, the spike down on the floor. The round is over. Neff has done it all.
อาร์โซเวอร์เลย
Nothing more for Trent to do
อื้อหือ
other than potentially
โอ้โห
die.
โดนพลาด
And he
จีจี
shall.
ว่ะ
11 to 8. Billy
เดี๋ยวก่อนพี่
Billy
เมื่อกี้
very
พี่บอกว่า
much
เล่
in
นยากยังไม่
control.
GG
ตบแล้วเนี่ย
Absolutely brutal.
ต้องซื้อทุกวินแล้วเนี่ย
But
หมด
this
หวังเลย
early aggression towards B main in terms of just positioning. Even though they lose YZ to it,
โอ้โหเน็บนัดสุดท้ายเลยนะเมื่อกี้
it's enough to
Pep
scare
and foot
G2
step
off and force them to the other side of the map where they've got that Sentinel util.
Oh,
เดี๋ยวนะ G2 ไปยืนตอนไหน
I
วะ
think that certainly happened.
เออ เห็นหน้าม้วนผมกันอยู่
เห็นเม่งน้ำม้วนแต่ผม
โหแล้วตะโกนอย่างดังกันนั่งกันอย่างใกล้
G2 บอกกูไปยืนตอนไหนวะหรือยิง
ดู
บอก
เล่นกันโคตรเงียบอ่ะ
หรือบอกไอ้ลูเชียซิต้าอ๋อบอกสตาฟอ่ะเห็นเดินไปเดินมา
He had kept G2 away from the other side of the map. Leave YZ
ม้วนต่อมันดีว่ะ ม้วนผม100 กรัมเลย100 กรัมเลยปรุงให้หน่อยเหรอปลาเทคนิคอล ไม่ใช่แท็กติคอลอันเนี้ยเทคนิคอลฟังไม่ได้เจ๊มันเดินหลายรอบแต่ว่าแต่ครูเซนเป็นไงบ้างนะ
ยังไม่เริ่มเลยพออยู่
คนที่ขนเยอะนี่เขาขึ้นแก้มกันเลยเหรอพี่
ก็เขาอะ
ใส่ระวัง
มันไม่มีขวดพลาสติกไม่รู้ดอกหรอกยังไม่ได้ชิม
Force in the thrifty attempt.
Right.
Aim to see the rally back. Shock dart this time. Not going to be finding too much of anything there.
God, they have so many ults. Love to find opportunities to use them.
You should run.
Sneak this weaker buy away.
Well,
Used the lockdown early.
And K9 only halfway to that Hunter's Fury, so no real way to try to turn the tides of this one. Push out. They're going to get cleared. Neff wanting to try to keep that attention over towards him on this flank instead of forward onto the site. Pit now going to be invested. Some spam though, and Levius is able to find one. Shaq going to be taken down. Going to be answering back. Rusha on the floor. The pit still intact. Jogamo has a res, but knows that it's going to be far too risky.
You will not kill my.
Sends it, but there's a pixel. And YZ, he collects. Ping revealed. Counter spam is going to be there. Trying to be able to bring this one back. Keeps him
ใครจะไป
with
รู้
the
ว่ามันมี
advantage.
รูตรงนั้นเห็น
Spike now to be planted within the hands of Trent. Would love to be the one playing back, holding that Hunter's Fury.
ไม่ได้วาง
Push over the top. Fallon maybe with an
Don't let-
opportunity, but it is just that stinger that he has. Positions closes the gap a bit more. Paranoia sent. Quick clear on the dart. No ping reveal. Up and over the top.
อุ้ยถือว่าส
Goes
ติดีอยู่
K9, but
เป็น
Trent will be able to go ahead and hold his own. Spike now being planted. It's a weapon swap. Only
Wait,
has 8
we
bullets.
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
Will be able to find one more kill, but cannot bail them out. Cannot clutch it. G2. The timeout works to get themselves around win.
Yeah, just go to something simple, something reliable. Lock down into Viper's pit to get the round through for G2. Good call off of the timeout.
You will not kill
This is where I thought, oh no, it might just all be for naught.
Down A.
Oh, nice reveal there. Set up Jonah P. The fact that Jonah P survives through all this so huge to keep that pit up. And the running and gunning, and yeah, a little bit of frustration there from
เบล
Billy
คัน
Chili's
หัว
coaching
เนี่ย
staff.
เกาม้วนผม
Clear the dart. Immediate response with the toxic screen, but bought a little bit of a rotation.
Right here.
Rushi originally over towards A. Just gonna clear that with the pistol. So far, Billy doesn't have a ton of info. That drone though should kind of start giving away things, though, especially that one.
Bill on the one. YZ playing close here in the
Wait, check
corner. And
too.
they suspect this fully. Tailwind now expiring. He's got to reposition, but it cannot.
Deploy.
Fallon. Go ahead and collect one.
ถือว่ารอบครอบ
The Bay now as the reckoning comes through. G2 contained for the moment. The wall similarly does get raised. Neff still in position. That pit at the ready could send it if they suspect that this rotation is going to be started off.
โยก
Looks like he wants to try to maybe play for a little bit of
ตรงกลางมีของ
contact
ดูหมด
first before sending it.
30
Not going to
seconds
go
left.
over towards green. It's going to be the cut into mid.
รู้แล้ววะ
Smoke out. Under tube approach. Turret now cleared. No real way for this pit to try to come into play. Good timing. Gonna be fighting back. Survives with 1 health.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Spam through the wall. There's a swing out. Neff dealt with. Fallon finds the kill and Rush's position noted.
ใครเห็นก็ว่าตาย
There's still so many angles that they need to check.
Last player standing.
G2 ticking every single box. 2 players down to slivers. 34 health between Jonah P and Valen, but there's just nothing more that Risha's realistically going to be able to do about this. As Valen is on the hunt, and he's going to have the jump. The headshot found. G2. 2 rounds now in a row. Just 1 separating them from tying this up.
This is huge. Valen there. Able to deal with YZ and grab the spike. They just pivot to the other side of the map. Have to respect it as BLG, but they get a little bit of a confirmation. Losing that battle up in kitchen to Jonah P with just that 1 HP. That's pretty brutal. You lost the reckoning as well. That got in.
เพื่อคุณเลดด้วยนะครับ
Gets G2 within 1 of Billy, and they are going to be on a weak bye. Bladestorm, though, for YZ. Rushia with the Vandal. Guardian for K-Knight. Stinger and a Sheriff, respectively, for Neff and Levius.
Would be a thrifty if they could pull it off. K-Knight able to push forward to safety. Grabs the orb, backs away. 1 charge from a Hunter's Fury. Hit still being held onto. This round, it's even riskier, given that it's just that Stinger. Can do damage within the pit, but also very quickly get overwhelmed. Trying to come through. Neff just going to be backing away.
ลูเซียจะจัดให้พอวินนี้
Cannot scale back forward.
God, Rushia starting to push mid.
Nobody here with him. He's still going to let it rip. Pit invested, but YZ taken down. Shaq winning that fight in mid, takes it down under tube.
เนี่ยเจ้า
Spike planted.
ปาจัด
Now walled off. Dogamo is pre-firing it. Hey, let me help you with that. Finds the kill as well.
ที่เจ้ามัน
This
ได้
is
จัด
devastating in
ใจมัน
multiple
อะ
ways. G2 regaining control almost completely. As Russia not going to be snappy enough.
ไม่ต้องฟัน
The
เดี๋ยวมี
flank
ย้วย
is
เหลา
there, and it's flawless as G2 tied up 11 to 11.
บ้า
Trent getting fired up. My oh my. And the pit invested there by Neff is just dismantled by G2. That Sage wall, so impactful again. Not only does it counter the Viper's pit so they can get the plant down, but he's then able to use it against his opponent. And that's got to feel good. That's a timeout for BLG. We do have a Hunter's Fury, so does Trent on the other side. Sending out some of that util early to clear those
ติดดาว
front
เป็นเรื่องไง
positions, those
เนี่ย
forward
บอกเลย
areas, gain some map control. But on the other side, BLG has some map
ไล่
control
กี
of
ทู
their
ก็
own.
ไม่คิดอะไรเดี๋ยวกลับไปหาอะไรกินต่อ
Not
ที
leading
นี้
to too much of
เจ
anything
อ
at the
ติด
moment.
ดาว
You
ขอ
still
ง
have
เนี้ยไป
Jonah P tucking back inside of the spawn.
เผื่อเอาจริง
He's really done this, but now he's going to be noted. Think fight out to try to delay. Russia scaling forward in garage, but can they get the jump on him? Can they get this kill? A
ไอ้
minor
พีไม่
tag.
สุดใจ
Jonah P just saying
โอ้โห
tucked away.
แล้วเพื่อนมา
Jumps
ช่วยไม่
back
ทัน
in for
ด้ว
the
ย
fight. Finds some more damage on the YZ, but cannot get that elimination. A shock
โอ้
dart
ย
at Jogamo's feet. Absolutely tear him asunder. Valen going to take it down similarly. So now player advantage is going to be there. And the Hunter's Fury will connect. Spike does get planted. So the clock is ticking, but it's a 5v2. G2 if they can get a point off the back of this.
ทุกอย่างมันถูกกำหนดไปแล้ว
Likely be back breaking for BLG. The push forward, finds the first.
Player standing.
Ends up splitting the difference.
Taken out.
Trent with a fadeaway shot, looking for a little bit more. Finds the kill, nearly gets K-Knight.
K-Knight
33. He would have had a very solid shot of clutching it out, but instead, it's going to be BLG shouting out their teammates, their comrades rather, over on the side of Wolves. With a quick little stand up, but they find themselves now up to 12.
Yeah, this time around, starting to recognize that G2 has been widely not contesting the front of B main too much. You know, or if they do, they'll be very patient about it. And they're able to punish that with that flank angle. A great util from K-Knight. The shock darts, really nice. And then the follow-up with the Hunter's Fury. Here you go.
With the kills found, the lockdown available, but this Hunter's Fury has been in the back pocket of Trent. He's going to be One of the big primary targets for BLG. If they can find a kill on him, that ult goes off for free. Now, of course, out of position, dodges the shock dart. Tell G2 have a very good idea of where that Viper is going to be positioned.
Well, that's just to make sure that they're not going to be able to do that 3-man setup at B main again. Throwing all that util there just to be extra cautious. It's actually a 4-1 split for Billy.
Recon there from K-Knight shows that there's no one playing outside of B. To clear the alarm bot, plenty of footsteps being made. They should know. But this is where they're going to be at, and Joggerno has the
โดน
lead.
เพจโอ้โห GG เลยอย่างนี้
Fire from BLG.
ดีวะ
It's looking like it's far
รีบ
too
เกิน
much.
เฮ้ยพี่โจน่า
Hunter's Fury ends up getting cleared, but it's all on Jonah P now on this flank.
รีบเกิน
YZ standing between him and that spike. There's Neff trying to close the gap in from behind.
โดนว่ะ
The slow creep forward. He's riding the rope. And BLG are riding off into the sunset as they.
เฮ้ย
เอาว่ะถูก1 คู่แล้ววันนี้
แต่อีกคู่ยังไม่มา
เมื่อกี้มันมาแล้วนะ แล้วมันก็ตัดเข้าไอ้นี่ต่อ
อินลิติกวันนี้แน่นอนครับผม 2-0
แท็ก by แท็กแค่เมื่อกี้ถ้าพี่เอ๋ยไม่บอกว่า OT น่าจะ OT อยู่ ไม่เป็นไร G2 กลับไปเตรียมสเตจ2 พร้อมขึ้นเล่นแชมป์ดีกว่า
ปีนี้น่าจะไม่เอาเลยรอบแชมเปี้ยนแล้วจีทัวร์
สเตจ2ก็น่าจะมามันอีกเลยมาทำแผน ถือว่าคุ้มอยู่นะ เพราะว่าการันตีแชมเปี้ยนแล้วสเตจ2ก็เป็นแบบลองอะไรใหม่ๆด้วย BLG แม่งเล่นโหดขึ้นเยอะเลยถือว่าตอนก่อนที่มันมาเจอทีมอินเตอร์แล้ว สู้ไม่ได้เลยเป็นแก้มาถือว่าดีขึ้น โอ้เจอช็อตนี้เข้าไปดูก็รู้แล้วว่าโค้ดเอ็นดูใครพีกไปตายยังไงโค้ดก็รัก เมื่อกี้ไงลูเชีย
ไม่พี่สลับมาจอยช่องนี้
จอยอีกช่องมือนั่งเก้าอี้เลย
ลาก้าโอเวอร์เลตไหมไม่นะ มันแค่มาปลอมตกหลังออกจากมาแข่งนอกประเทศ เพราะว่าคนส่งของที่รู้ใจมันโดนแบน ไม่มีอะไรมาก ตอนนี้คนส่งของให้มันไม่รู้ใจเฉย
Match found.
คู่เนี้ยเมื่อไหร่
ห้องน้ำก่อน
Get zapped.
ไอเฮียมาแล้วเหรอ What the fuck ดูเลย แล้วกูก็กดมาเกอร์อีกแล้ว เสียงโลกไปหมด
A lurk over towards A. Just going to pull over plenty of members from Sen. However, that being the case, Marshall is going to be the upgrade over for Narrate. A post plant now set up with at least one of your
มันรอ
Sentinels.
อีกคู่หนึงจบแล้วคู่นี้เริ่มนี่หว่า
Tough to enter. You've
สง
lost
สัยไอ้
Sentinels
ส
as
ตา
well.
ฟที่เดินข้างหลังไม่พอ คือจบคู่นู้นรีบมาเดินต่อ
Got flashes from John Cutie, Narrate with nothing. Hope and a dream at 2 HP.
แล้วทรงเหมือนจะมีแมป3ป่ะนี่
This is going to be the beauty of XLG's double sentinel. There only one remains, but happy way
ให้ใครให้เซ็นไปครับ
taking care of the big entry point of Sentinels being Zekin.
This is the exit play coming through now. Zelsis looking for a few here. Stun to set him up. And will at least allow them to take the Havoya, but largely it's still XLG cleaning up strong here, retaining that rifle onto Raga as well. The Sentinels will have to just be happy to remove 2 players from XLG in that, but that's the 2 rounds that we had alluded to quite some time ago to put XLG 9-5 on this map, potentially taking us to a haven.
This first rifle round from Sentinels is going to be everything, though, to have a chance to stay composed after the extended pause and to try and catch up a little bit to XLG having a strong second half and obviously a strong first half when it went 7-5 XLG's way. They got really, really hype. So if anything, the pause kind of helps Sentinels keep XLG calmed down.
Okay, that's a pretty rough beginning. Bang onto Viva, Zekin onto Raga. Both sides of the map finding success for Sentinels. That's also the lurk side being dealt with as well on A. Really, for XLG now, mid is where their advantage is, but 2 traps will be in the way for Havoya.
And you kind of lose 2 important people to try and get through these choke points of the Sova, of Rarga, and the only chance is Coconut's paranoia, and that just hasn't developed. This round was cooked from the start from these early peaks from Sentinels, so that first rifle round, huge for them, and to potentially be able to bring all 5 of them would be even better.
Should be. Narrate on the angle, sees the shoulder. Team Ace coming through, everyone participated, and then of course we saw across the entire map, nothing from XLG really able to convert in that round at all. So Sentinels good to be able to take their actual rifle round and bring it to a victory. XLG now. Let's see what they can buy up here. Coconut, by the way, is going to be 1 away from the Shadow's ultimate, 1 away from the rate as well as we head into the 4th round of the half.
When I heard Sentinels try to get hype and bring that energy back, you look towards the IGL, the leadership of John Cutie, even Zelsis as a veteran on this team to kick back Sentinels into gear. Now Neri playing further back with the haunt. That is going to get some information with a paranoia that could have came out at a bang or even just the breach. A lot of utilities on the Sentinels side, but not utilizing it. XLG, they battle so well. When nothing affects them, but it's only Happyway left, and he's on the opposite side of the world just lurking. XLG end up taking a big ol' L at the end.
This has gone so poorly for XLG, but a 1 versus 2 Happyway has so far been the massive fragging power for the team. You can see the respect coming through. Sentinels want to make sure they can mark him, take him down, take no risks against Happyway, who's been sharp. The good news for Happyway is that there is time and he can isolate a 1 versus 1 against Zelsis here on B.
Just a good nightfall from Narrate if Zelsis was in position a little bit closer from mid, so a slight desync from the Sentinels. As XLG did, of course, hear Zelsis cross from mid. You know that nightfall came from A, so some information for Happyway to work with, but now the unknown in front of him. And it's Happyway around the corner, but just thought he checked in. Zelsis just blends in a little too much, and Sentinels have not given up.
Very stable there. Losing that trade, losing that deal would have eventuated into a plant, which then could get tricky for Narrate. In a 1 versus 1, of course, we've seen Happyway in such good position, but Zelsis will shut down straight away. Speaking of Narrate, large this round. All 3 shutting down that entire A pressure. And then Zelsis with the finish to keep Sentinels competitive in this half so far, reducing the gap to 2.
You have to go on mostly a save for XLG, so this is as close as this series gets. And this is why this was my match of the day, y'all. It's so difficult to beat a team twice, and now to do it on the same maps. Sentinels are starting to form that comeback, though. But how clean can they do it against the Sheriffs? XLG were deadly on Lotus at times with these. Not a thrifty per se, but being able to do a lot of damage with it.
Show some good presence over in towards mid. Refreshing one ways. Bang has control on A. And now it's up to Zelsis for first contact.
2-0 ไหมคู่นี้
Decent one-way cage rather. Should be able to allow Zelsis to get some good advantage here.
Like that one way, Zelsis is gonna get pinged and gets punished. At least takes one down with them. And Zekin just pokes and prods at the choke as XLG flood in. And it's Sentinels out to play this from front to back. And doing it without John Cutie, without your IGL. It's gonna be pain, and that neural theft is gonna give Happyway all the answers. But Zekin
Hey,
by their defenses, it doesn't matter because Neri
ไม่เอาสักบาทเลยครับ
is left for Sentinels in a
เป็น
1
เรื่องละ
versus 3. And Navoya walked by. Viva, of course, cleans it up. And I guess I said XLG haven't thrifty before, and this is the first one.
It's another big round from Happyway. He just converts, gets the first upgrade, dies to the
Oh,
shorty of
Zelsis.
Zekin, but Zekin's then instantly traded. XLG on an unexpected round. I do think, however, Zelsis stayed over a little too long. Overstayed his welcome for sure. He wanted to get more value spamming through in the one-way, but just didn't expect that he was going to get tapped in the face. This was really huge from Zekin, though, to take Happyway down, but unfortunately not enough to convert further as Happyway getting in that position, dropping the neural theft in there as well, and then getting kills on top of that. Man, what a sick round for XLG to be able to come back and get that lead back one more time.
เกมเมื่อวานบอกอยู่ว่าจะมาเพย์ออฟ
XLG are not gonna let that form for Sentinels. Annihilation doesn't.
เฮ้ย เอาเหี้ยจอดำ
Don't want a big double kill from Bang, but an
โอ้
answer
เป็นเรื่อง
from
เลย
XLG. They recovered the spike and they
พี่เอ๋ยดีเลย์มากเลย ขอพอดโกได้ไหมครับ
No paranoia.
พี่เหรอ
All
พี่เอ๋ยดู
neutral
ในไหน
from Viva and even a Hunter's
ดูใน
Fury,
หมวก
but had
ผม
even
ก็ดู
had
ในหมวก
ways to operate around that.
14
It's gonna be
13
tough. Zekin
12
to
ใช่ไหม
activate.
11
Speaking of operate right,
วางระเบิด
what's he
แล้ว
going to do about this situation? Should be able to get a free kill here. Doesn't need to use the overdrive just yet. A single player left to play through, and Viva, if we get more teammates in this post one, could use this Hunter's Fury, but Viva will be good for one, but can he get more? Absolutely not.
Hey,
Zelsis
it's again
backstab, and the round goes back the
one
way Sentinels.
Spang did a lot to cut down the forces of XLG and cost them a lot. Although at least XLG didn't waste too much time, but then Zekin just
เปิด
gets
100 เปอร์แล้วยังไม่ดัง
the
เลย
up and
ต้อง
get
เนี่ย
a free pick there too. If XLG could have shut that down earlier, maybe the round could have swung a
เปิด
different
19
way, but Sentinels remain in the XLG shadow.
And a missed Annihilation as well. Doesn't help that situation. If that catches onto Bang, you don't have those two deaths. And suddenly the round is a little bit different. As you can see here, Bang just really came up large. I mean, yeah, the trades were there from XLG, but when the numbers start to get dry and the rest of the defenders start to flood on in, Zelsis will find his kill. Operator retained, drop back into Zekin's hands. As we move into number 19, and Zekin is hungry for an opening.
And he's got pinged, and the Sentinels have gotten first and second blood in one of these previous rounds from just these early peaks, and XLG are going to try to mark that a bit better. It's good conditioning from Sentinels. They are going to get stunned and fall back into market. Some space for XLG to work with, but the retake is already there. John Cutie front and center, a big pick as Sentinels spread themselves thin on both sides of the pillar, and it's Bang left to pick up the pieces.
มันเป็นไปได้อย่างไร
1 versus 3, spike going down. And Bang has paranoia, and there's so many corners to check. At least Coconut won't be in this equation. Bang has the 1v2 ahead of and that's a good shot from Viva with 3
ใช้ไหล
that
มันใช้
round.
ส
And
กิ
a
ล
trust from XLG as
เข้า
well.
BD
Happyway was the only one that didn't actually have
ไม่
a
มี
gun.
แบบไม่มีมุม
He's
ให้
been the
คน
top
ตัดได้
performer
เลย
in
เลย
this map. Drops his rifle over to another member. They'll be able to push on through, get that one done. A number of players on
เอา
that
เลย
Sentinels
ตั้งแต่รอบแรกที่อีโคแตก
defense where they're actually on site. You get Zelsis over towards Marcus, who couldn't quite get the cleanup he needed, even on that off angle. And I feel like ever since we got that thrifty coming through from XLG, momentum is looking decent for this team, and it's still Sentinels trying to claw their way back to an even score count in this map to give them the opportunity to close out the series 2-0 and move on.
Yeah, Sentinels tried the same early round approach of just kind of saying hello and not getting greeted the way they like this time, but this time not kind of waiting for a whole retake to form and kind of letting them plant. Sentinels are trying to be on prevention duty, and I think trying to find their way through that chaos is what Sentinels have to talk about. Also just composing themselves because this has been very close, very back and forth rounds. No one really win streaking in this half too much. And it's 11-8. XLG so close to forcing Haven.
Zekin, of course, he saw the operator this round, so tried his best coming in with the overdrive, but only so much you can do that. As we come back from that attack pause, 11-8, as mentioned. Not great weaponry on board for Sentinels either, but they've essentially bought themselves out and they want to prevent this XLG 12. Very important for Sentinels to win this round now.
Sentinels can
วีว่าป่ะไอ้นี่ป่ะไอ้แฮป
kind
ปี้
of
เวย์
unite again
หน้าห
with
ล่อ
the initiator of narrate. You got prowlers, you got a paranoia, and it's him with a double kill. Could have saved this round. Narrate has been huge in these rounds at times.
สไลด์เป้าส่ง
Still
จัง
dwindles XLG down to only 2 rifles.
Solid from narrate, and now there's guns on the floor as well. So what do you do in this situation for XLG? You're down to minimal numbers.
ดีๆเซนดีๆ
Start to
2-0 นะ
pass
เว้ย
over the potential of gun upgrades if Sentinels are allowed map
เลิกหลอก
control
พี่เอ๋ย
here.
ได้แล้ว
And so for XLG, retain
หลอกไว้เยอะ
position,
แล้ว
push back
หลอก
over
ไม่พ
to
ออีก
A.
อะ
Sensing that Bang is going to be nearby.
คู่นี้พี่เอ๋ยให้ใครไป
The
เซ็น
rate's
เหรอ
been huge so far on this
เซ็นไป
defensive side.
2-0แบบ100%ด้วย
100%
So we even have what it takes to take down Bang here.
Yeah, Bang makes first contact. John Cutie
รอให้
could
จอห์น
swing
นะ
his
จอห์น
full
ลูก
U
ปากแล้วตอน
one
นี้
away from the rolling
จอห์น
thunder.
จัดหรือเปล่า
John Cutie up next. Viva's just quicker to the trigger.
จอห์นจัดให้มัน
Teamwork with him and Happy Way. Viva, it's not always about the numbers, but the importance of these kills. And now the plant goes down. Speed activated. Zekin in position. The drone out.
John.
Spotted this neon.
Tag.
As Zekin plays with his food. The spike in front of XLG to defend. And Happy Way puts one down. And it's 1 to go. Getting XLG up to match point.
มันหน้าแบบ
โลหน่อยปะ
ดับเบิลพีคู่เลยนะไอตอนที่สปอตตอน
As
แร
the
กอะ
round ends there, just no utility left to
ผ
play
มว่ามัน
for
จะให้
Sentinels.
ไอ้
Passing,
เซ
a
คัน
really
กระโดด
close
ล่อ
available.
แล้วมันล่อ
And
เป้า
Ray wants to play
Tong-
in
tong-
elbow.
elbow.
John Cutie
Oh.
not finding that kill with the stinger. And then
รู
the
ปปาก
conversion
ให้
to
จอห์น
Bang,
เมื่อกี้
who's watching over towards main.
รูป
Careful about the fact that he can
ตอนนี้
get
จอห์นน่าจะ
flanked
ม้วนผมแบบวา
But
ลิ
it
น
was
อะ
a double move. Both players from XLG coming
แล้ว
through
จอห์น
in
เดินมา
elbow,
แบบ
getting
ให้
the
เขา
clean
เปิด
up,
มุม
and
เห็น
then
ง่ายๆด้วยนะเดินหน้า
converting
มันเฉ
into
ย
narrow theft to find the positioning of the last 2 players. And it's just another gorgeous Happy Way round that allows XLG now to push this into map
วี
point.
ว่ามันยิงเยอะจัดเลยวะ
Gotta be able to cycle these ults well for Sentinels, but
ไม่น่า
invest
นะ
what you need
เรายังไม่น่าเลย
'cause you're on your last life for this map, or Haven comes up, and this is it wasn't a good map for XLG on their last visit, I believe, against DRX, but this kind of momentum
Ngay
they've
còn.
built up and how they've been able to be resilient even after the
เซน
tech
นี้กับ
pause
เซนเทนน่ะไหนโหดกว่ากัน
says
พี่
a
เลย
lot to XLG's work. From winning Ascension to getting to this point, stage champions to going up against
เซน
one of North
เซนชุด
America's
เทนกับเซน
best.
ชุดอะ
เห็นว่ะ
That's XLG with a 2-3 split at the moment. Could activate
เซ
Raga
น
with
ชุดเทน
the
นี่มี
overdrive.
ซาซี่ด้วยนะ
Good news for Sentinels. Plenty of ultimates. That's what they have to work through.
ทางที่กำลัง
Find some decent
จะ
value
พีคเลย
there. Find some gun
แต่ว่า
upgrades and
โดน
suddenly
ไล่ออ
end
ดเนิร์ฟ
business. And there's the
อ๋อ
first.
เลย
Neural Theft as well to confirm the position. You're going to be understanding the coconut's right there. Can Zelsus get this
Wait,
clean up?
they
That'll be
get- they get-
huge.
Making sure that breaches on the opposite side of the map could be huge for
เล่น
XLG.
เดี๋ยวติ
Ooh,
เออ มันต้องงี้
and even get the hunt down. Viva once again stealing away these rounds as XLG
ถ้ามันไม่โดนมิ
can
นิ
get
โค
one of
มัน
the
ชนะแล้ว
final
เนี่ยโดน
plants
มินิโค
going.
2 วินนะ
As
โก
John
งเลย
Cutie with
บอม
the
บี
rolling
โค2
thunder
วิ
is
น
coming up for Sentinels.
Yeah, can these 2 players on XLG do it again in these clutch scenarios? It would be insane for them to just consistently win. However, for Sentinels, they have the ultimates to play through. They have
Thunder.
utility for Zekin as well, and he's got a gun.
He slips and slides, and there's only one place
โอ้
XLG.
ยผมเพลีย
Oh,
ไม่ต้องถึงมือไอวีว่าเลย
they get
ไม่
themselves another chance. And it's on Haven.
แฮปปี้เบิร์ดมันยิงช็อตนี้โคตรบ่อยอ่ะ
I said this at the
Good word,
start. It's a
Jatta,
happy
yeah.
day for Happy Way. Unreal 3K there. 2
Unreal TK
แบบไม่ต้องปล่อยให้วีว่าเล่นเลย
ก็ Sentinel
จอนมันดูแบบ นี่จอนดูฟอร์มตกหน่อยปะตั้งแต่โดนเจสันแบบหมุนหัวใส่เนี่ยคือแบบไปยาวเลย
ตกทั้งทีมเลยนะ
โอ้ย
งงเลย
ทุกครั้งที่เห็นจอแล้วในหัวไปอุ้ยอ้าว
ดูบูติโอตีปิงปองดีกว่า
เฮ้ยอยากหนีไปอาบน้ำด้
ที
วย
นี้เขาโดนปิงปองอยู่ช่องหลัก
ใครชนะได้เลือกแมป
today, but who knows?
โค้ช T2 กับ XLG ครับไม่ได้ดู XLG เต็มๆอะครับผมทารอนยังไม่เรื่องว่าอันนี้ไม่มีทารอนคือถ้วยเหรอเขาไปถ่ายบนผาจริงหรือว่าซีจีมันอะ
ถ้าจีนชนะได้โดนคืน NA ช่วงนี้แบบจะต้องฝึกฝีมือเพิ่ม อย่าให้เสียทรง สมัยยุค FNS นี่คือได้แชมป์รัวๆนะ NA
อาจจะไม่ต้องฝึกอาจจะต้องไปตามไปเด็ดกลับมา
บูจาพอแล้ว ยุคนั้นอะไรนะ ออปติกลาวโอ้โหตึงๆกับแบบเซนตอนนี้ MEA ก็ดูทรงดีเลยเฟนาติกเนี่ย โอ้โห แบกเดวิด ฟอร์มดีผิดหูผิดตานะเป็นเล็กอะ
Sports World Cup presenting Valorant. Degon here alongside Big Time and making the swap. Baby Bay joins us back on in. Baby Bay, you got to sit back and watch the G2 boys attempt to battle back, claw back on in, but just fall a little bit short. How did it feel?
Oh, it's painful, man. It was painful, but I'm really happy for Billy, honestly. I think they deserved it. I think they played phenomenal throughout the series, and YZ had some great moments, and Neff was a pleasure to have on here. I was listening to it in the sidelines. I was like,
Neff was leaving the stage. Neff goes, is that Baby Bay? Yeah. And we get to have Baby Bay on the desk.
Yeah. He was like, I've been watching it forever, and I'm like, wow, am I really
ปีนี้มัน
that
เป็น
old?
เล็กมันแชมป์อยู่แล้ว3จะ EWC
All right, well, while he contemplates life, we're going to check in over on the B stream. So we checked in earlier. It was 1-0 Sentinels. They won map number 1, 13-9. And now here in map number 2, there was a little bit of a tech pause, but able to battle back were XLG, the champs of VCT China, and close this one out 13-8 against Sentinels on Sunset.
Yeah, that is extremely real quick because Sentinels are a Sunset team. Oh yeah. So yeah, this is insane. But
มันจะมี
impressive. I think a lot
ปี
of
ว่า
people
ที่แบ
have
บ
kind of
ทีม
already
เดียวมัน
counted
เหมาแชมป์
XLG
ทั้ง
out
ใน
of
นี้
this
ทั้ง
series
ปี
a little bit further. So for them to be taking it to even to map 3,
จะเกิด
obviously
ขึ้นได้ยากมากนะ
they
เราเลยนะ
เป็นไปไม่ได้
Sentinels key
ปลายเมตา
themselves. They were
เป็นเกมที่เก่งแค่ไหนมันจะต้องมีอะไรที่แบบแพ้ทางสักอย่าง
of NA versus
โอ้โห EH จะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนจริงๆใช่ไหม
And the veto also.
ถ่ายรูปแปลกๆรูปหน้าตรง
anything, come out swinging, and maybe catch on guard. I'm sure they're going to want redemption after, I mean, just getting decimated.
Similar to a new player coming on in from the roster that we're so used to seeing be locked in for such a long time. ZJC, that man in the middle when we showed the rosters. He got one game over at VCT China and then is here. He's still getting his bearings on the stage. And I think when you're dealing with a new player like that, you want to give him rounds. And unfortunately, 13-4, you didn't get too many rounds on stage. But now he enters here in his first best of 3 at Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you need reps, right? And sometimes when teams make changes, a honeymoon period can exist. Sometimes everything clicks and it seems brilliant, but most of the time, kind of this is what happens. It takes a little bit of time to settle. You got to calm those nerves. You got to get used to different voices in your headset telling you what to do. So I'd like to hope that things have settled down from a little bit more now and you'll be able to put on a much better showing heading into this best of 3.
Yeah, it's just been a revolving door for that 5th slot ever since Simon has left the roster for EDG, and they're just not able to replicate some of that success. That being said, I do think that the new guy had a strong start in that previous matchup, actually like winning the pistol round by himself. Just couldn't contain that composure throughout. So maybe we'll see something a little bit better here today.
And obviously, no knock on 100 Thieves, but Gen G, these are championship title aspirations here. A very different type of battle. And you go down that line of 100 Thieves players, good players, but I mean, when we rifle off the names on Gen G, it's going to be a very, very different type of test for EDG. And I think trying to step up to that level, going to be very, very important to them. It's so weird to have like a world champion like this kind of being like refiguring it out, baby Bay.
Yeah, they're in like a limbo stage right now, and it is very awkward. I mean, you could tell in the gameplay, right? It just felt like they didn't really know what they were doing. Kong's not able to get engaged in the series at all. It's just tough. So
yeah, I mean, in my mind, it's Valorant. This is a game that focuses on adaptation, right? The patches change fast, so sometimes a meta can really suit a team. Sometimes it can almost hinder a team. So a lot of the work we do, I did as coaches, in Valorant, it's about figuring out that patch. It's about getting your players comfortable. So sometimes they might just not necessarily have the read that some other teams have. So, but I think one thing is always for certain about EDG is they need to get Kang active, and he wasn't in that previous map.
All right, well, let's set the stage for the Americas' second place qualifier in 100 Thieves, who, again, looked good against Fnatic, but also trying to figure out how to put these pieces together, because when you go through the roster, Asuna, Cryo, EU, Boosty, and Xander, it's just, they got to be doing good. They should be doing good. You got Coach Zix. He won over with EG. He's won in League of Legends as well. And the roster here is just too talented to continue floundering.
Yeah, and EU had a great map against Fnatic. It's very impressive the way that he was able to step up. And I mean, if he can replicate some of that success today, I truly do think the story is going to be the battle of nobody versus EU, and who can initiate better for their duelist. Cryo and Asuna have both actually competed against EDG in the past, beating them in 2023 lock-in. So there is a little bit of history between these teams too, because most of the roster is the same from EDG. But there is 3 new faces from 100 Thieves that are going to have to face the EDG squad.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. There is a lot of talk about Kong, and, Cryo on that opposite side, but I have to agree with you. It's about how they're set up by their teams. Both of these are fantastic duelists, but they can't do it on their own. So it's about what structure, what system, and obviously how are those initiators using their utility into the game to get you those good fights. And I mean, both initiators on either side, world-class players that we expect really big things from.
Well, 100 Thieves from the Americas region were able to make it on the very, very last opportunity to get to Esports World Cup. And so we're standing by with them right now with a little interview.
Hey guys, welcome back to EWC. I'm Kakuka, and I'm joined by 2 very special guests from 100 Thieves. It's Boostio and EU. Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing good. Hi guys.
How did you guys qualify to be here?
แต่คู่นี้เราก็ต้องดูไฮเนทีฟกับรอยทีฟดูก่อนนะเฮ้ยไฮเนทีฟกับรอยทีฟเมาแล้วไฮเนทีฟกับ EDG ดิมาครับน้องเกอร์แมนเล่นหลังล่างมาไม่เล่นรีบเปล่าเล่นเดนรีบเปล่า
win it. So going into this best of three, if it's an EDG that are sort of a little bit underwhelming as they have been at other stages of the tournament, I do think that there's a very much good opportunity that 100 Thieves could take this one away from them. But that's what makes this so exciting. That's what makes Group D the group of death, is the fact that even the winner of this has to go and face Gen G. That's really all you need to know about how stacked this group is. This isn't a game that will get you qualified to the playoffs. This is a game for survival. And it really feels like if both these teams were in other groups, we could be looking at a very different story. Now for EDG, of course, bringing in ZJC as like their new player, he's going to be slotting into the similar role of what we saw from Jenny in the past. But on the other side of things, actually Cryo picking up that Yoru. We saw him on the ISO before, so having a Yoru Neon, one of the most explosive Haven comps you're ever going to see, one that will revolve around that hyper-fixation on aggression, and they are kicking things off, I believe, on the defensive side. So how they're going to challenge for that map control, how they're going to get up in the faces of their opponents, is going to be exciting to see, but also for EDG, having that new player in the mix, who's only really played that singular week, of course, over in China, and then played a singular best of one here. You're going to have to adapt incredibly quickly if you're going to actually be able to sort of put up against this composition.
I guess those changes for 100 Thieves coming off that loss they had to G2, obviously not the same G2 that we saw play here, that we saw the key crushed off, of course playing with a coach here in the EWC, but back over in Americas. They had a loss, they changed it up, and, realistically this is a map that throughout the entirety of the previous stage has been somewhere that 100 Thieves are very comfortable. They're always picking it if it's left open, and I imagine that means that EDG knew that they were going to be facing off against this. But that crap out the window, as we see that little bit of a comp switch up.
คือเวลาเล่นจะเยอะใช่ปะ
More towards normalcy as well.
แล้วก็
Although the ISO can be
จะเล่น
pretty
แบบพัก
impactful.
นาน
The
ๆเรานี่คือมีเวลา
Yoru
เล่น
so much
แค่
more valuable for going into those backside
ชั่ว
dives.
โมงเดียวแล้วเล่น
We'll be
ขา
kicking things off on Haven.
เพราะว่าต้องรีบกลับมาสตรีม
As we get into
ตื่น
the
มาบ่าย
game, stakes are high.
โอ้
This
เล่นขา
BO3
ครบเสร็จปั๊บ
sunset
แบบ
up next, ascent to close
คนที่
us
ฟิตเนส
out.
ทักบอกเดินไม่เป็นทรงอ่ะ
And the question on everyone's mind
เดินลง
is
บันได
do we
ไป
see
เข่าอ่อนอะ
EDG reach a new level? Because they have to. That opening matchup was disappointing to say the least.
น่า
But
จะ
if
นอน
anything,
น้อยครับผม
it's unusual to see a team under-deliver
ติด
two times
ติด
in
กา
a
ร์ตู
row.
น
I
อยู่
think
ช่
that
วง
was
นี้
a wake-up call.
Oh yeah, I think it almost had
มี
to
ใคร
be.
มีใครทัน
It's
เรื่องเกมบัก
interesting
ปะ
for me
ที่มัน
that
ถือ
the
ดาบ
swap
อะ
from
มันเอามา
100 Thieves just
ทำ
because
มันเอามาทำใหม่
throughout the
ครับใน
qualifier
เน็ตฟิก
we saw them playing with this
ตอนเด็กที่
composition
ดู
and
ไงแล้วพี่ลืม
absolutely
หมดแล้วพี่
battered
เลยแบบมานั่ง
MIBR
ดู
with
ใหม่
it. So
มัน
it's
ก็
like
สนุกดี
there's
ดูเรื่อง
definitely
นี้ถึง
been
วัน
times where I think this has worked for them, but at the same time, I think that Yoru right now is such a sort of strong choice in terms of the agent pool. So I can't really say I'm overly surprised. I don't think it will change too much about how this composition is overall going to be played. Nonetheless, as you said, I think EDG, they're going to have the opportunity to obviously set the tone in terms of the pacing. And I think Haven has been a pretty comfortable map for them. And over at least the last couple of times they played it, it's been that defensive side where they've been strong. So kind of had to wait and see if they're going to be able to at least put up a decent showing here as they're starting out on that attack
พี
side.
จีบุกก่อน
Well, kicking us off, it will be a
I must wait a moment.
clear intention to take this towards the A site from
รอยที
EDG.
มน่าจะเล่นรี
They've
เท
left
ค
the
เอ
trap on C for the push.
Pow.
It is 5 players down through long. A direct attack.
ตัวไฮโอ
Boost
เพื่อน
the
โร
other
เท
one
มา
with
ละ
the
หลัง
pressure
ซ้าย
on,
3
but
คน
rotations
เฮ้ย
already in.
อาซู
Asuna
น่า
here dropped immediately.
Okay,
And another
Asuna.
following up as 100 Thieves lose most players on the site.
Oh.
Cryo managing to fly under the radar at least. Picks up one. The paranoia delivered. Gets him a second. But they're losing players second by second. Xander in for the
ไฮโอ
double.
ซ่อมให้
Leaves
ครับ
him in a
เหลือ
1v1.
แซดกับแซดใครจะเป็นแซดหนึ่งเดียว
With the HP low, it doesn't matter. ZJC
เป็นอ
able
ดีต
to
ผู้เล่น
take it
ที่
across
ชื่
the
อ
line.
เคยยาวที่
someone
สุด
who
ใน
came
โลก
over,
ครับไป
I believe from Tai Lu, and has definitely shown some promise in the past. Of course, you might be wondering, have I seen this guy before? It is the name change away from what was quite a few more letters thrown into the mix. It just slips my mind. I think Clinton had it down, so I'll
อัน
wait
นี้
for
คือ
him to
ถ้า
come back
ไอ้
and
บู
I'll
ติ
be
โอ
able
กับ
to let
อา
you
ซู
know
น่า
that
เอา
one.
สัก
But
หนึ่งนะ
no,
จบแล้วเนี่ยใครโอ
strong showing in
ให้
the
แบบ
pistol from him, and what I like to
ใคร
see
โอ
as
ให้แล้ว
well
วิน
is
เนี้ย
just the Kankan show already getting off to a good start. The fact that he's so
รั่วเลย
aggressive in that pacing. I think especially on a map like this, if you can get him rolling, he's going to be a terrifying force. But the same could be said for Cryo. They still did some damage on the site. Of course, in the best of one stage, we were talking about the value of the pistols, and it doesn't change at least per map, but of course, a lot more of an opportunity to reset into the next if things don't go your way.
On that 1-0 start, attack looking to repel the A site. Fortunately, Kankan's already been taken down. Cryo with the classic pick. But there's plenty of players a little bit further away, able to clean up some of those fights, able to deny any retrieval of weaponry.
อ๋อร้อยที
And
นี่ว่า
100 Thieves, well, they don't have much of a choice. Classics in hand. A situation where obviously we're not expecting a ton of damage, but anything from this point forward will stand to benefit them.
เบรกบี
Taking it nice and slow, of course,
Big
is that
howler.
attacking side. Wary of pistols lurking
Apun
around
cha.
any corner, and for good reason. Xander almost getting one with the element of surprise.
Luckily, got Smoggy to watch his back. For EU,
ตัดได้หนึ่งเลยเหรอ
getting out of the smoke shouldn't be easy. He's at least going to get the info of where these remaining players are, but it's nobody to clear out that final pick. A little bit dangerous in the early stages of the round, and some decent damage done, unfortunately. For the side of 100 Thieves, they keep all the weapons over. They're going to come in with 5 rifles for the next, of course, not quite in the Vandal and Phantom camp, so the buy for the defensive side will be that little bit better, but clearing out, they're still going to have to be quite careful with the caliber of player that's on the other side.
Yeah, this is really where the game will be a little bit meatier, I suppose. A solid start for EDG, a 2-0 up, but this round, quite a bit of promise.
Okay.
That's
all right.
Fortunate way to lose a
ยังไม่ได้
player
เล่นเลย
off
ครับ
rip.
ผมวินนี้
He's just taking him down through the window. Okay, already one
Bam,
player
bam,
down. That's going to be the Outlaw left on the floor as they trade off to take the Guardian. But still, 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs, and an A site mostly open.
ไฮโอ
Decent
วาร์ปมาไวครับ
chance. They've slowed it down though.
Yeah, and also they've reclaimed the space on the A
Bad
side.
lane
I think
break,
100 Thieves making a very good read early on of where they're likely
ไม่กล้า
to
เข้าเล
double
ยทีนี้
back to with the map
เหมือน
control
มาเรียก
is
ของ
lost.
ก่อนแล้วเดินกลับ
I do like that spam. It's one of the most common spams in the game, but with
ให้โยกไป
teams
ซีนี่
regularly
แย่
wanting
นะ
to go for these
ต้องปล่อย
pacey
รี
B
เทค
hits in round number 3, especially when you have weaker weapons.
เหมือนจะเป็น
I
กาลา
think
ทู
it's such
ซี
a
อะ
powerful initial play from EU, and it's about as free a kill as you're ever going to get.
กาลาดไม่มีคน
For now, though, after some initial presence towards that A side, they've managed to make it into C, where there is no resistance. It's a full retake setup for 100 Thieves, which, hey, I don't mind it. Look to use
Retake.
that extra
แต่ว่าผู้เล่นเยอะ
personnel,
กว่า
but the plant is actually seemingly going to be that little bit more aggressive. They're planting for the
พยายาม
spawn
จะหา
and
ตัด
looking
ที่
to
โชว์
push it, but they are walking into pretty much all the defense.
เฮ้ย
This is a
Ah,
different
Buddha!
scenario with
Oh,
Asuna jumping and spraying. Still, it ends up remarkably
God.
close. A couple of
อันนี้
picks
แหละ
from the
เป็นเรื่อ
side
งปก
put it
ติ
down
ครับ
to
ผม
2 alive on 100 Thieves. You know, considering, what was it, a
ใครเพิ่งเคย
42,
มาดู
5v2 at
นี่
that
ไม่ต้อง
point?
ตกใจ
Asuna
นะ
just
อันนี้
goes,
เรื่อง
I'm
ปก
going
ติ
to jump in and start shooting around.
ปกติ
I
เล
don't
ย
know
อัน
what
นี้
gave him that idea, but, well, if it works, it works.
มียิ่ง
There's
กว่า
always,
นี้
I
อีก อัน
feel
นี้
like
อันนี้
there's
ธรรม
always
ดา อัน
been
นี้เด็
something
ก
like that when watching Arsenal as well. Like, just where he'll go for these, like, you see him do something, you're like, that doesn't make sense. when watching anyone else play.
What was that?
Said JC, welcome to North America. You're in for a treat, but no, I think the hero of the round is still EU. Like, I think you can look at this squad, and obviously, historically and even in regular times, like Cryo has been an incredible player, but
มันเคยมีช็อตที่มันดังๆช็อตหนึ่งที่มันกระโดด
They had
ยิ
a
งไอ้บล็อกอะ
fantastic game yesterday versus Fnatic, even in defeat, and has brought a hell of a lot of value to this squad since joining. And that's the other thing, when you look at 100 Thieves, is like the caliber of these players. You're talking about champions, winners, contenders as well, with the likes of Exet. Expectations are still pretty high, even if the success hasn't been there for a while.
อุดมสมบูรณ์อยู่
A minute left on the clock, and you can see Chichu pushing into that space on B, looking for an opportunity. The drone to go through the doors, clear that player up close to the judge. Not something you're going to want to challenge, but this is all
เสียง
just...
ดังฟังชัดครับผมเอ้า
What?
ไปสแปม
I
เข้า
was
หั
going
ว
to
เซ
say
น
it's
เตอ
all
ร์
posturing. It's just them feeling out the space. They've gotten a wallbang kill there over towards the doors. The judge down, and this puts a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves on that side of the map. I would have thought that they rotate out of that A site, but they're still very much expecting EDG to take it there. While we see that movement towards the C site, where now Boostio is set up and has a hell of a challenge on his hands without that garage control.
It almost feels like he needs to get 2 here as a minimum. There's nobody else even remotely close, and he gets nothing. ZJC, another high impact kill. We saw in the pistol, he basically won it for them, and now this round's looking done. I think the remaining players on 100 Thieves are almost forced to save, and it feels a bit silly with how, well, sort of just 2 kills have gone the other way, but you look at the finances, you got a couple of players who can maybe invest into like a Guardian, a Bulldog, or something of the likes, or maybe Cryo can drop a proper rifle over, but if they don't save these 3 weapons, the chances are they're not going to be able to have a buy in the next round, and I think EDG have made that realization. Okay, nobody's come around this position. We need to clear these guns out.
And that they will. A full swing into spawn takes down 1. The others backing off. You can see Asuna up in heaven and already sprinting away from that big push coming down. They should be able to get those 2 across the line without too much of an issue, but yeah, it's a weird round. You look at 100 Thieves there. They have their garage and C player. They have a 3 stack on A early, despite sound being made towards garage. And it's this reveal here. No, it wasn't. It was smoked off. They actually blocked the reveal and still was able to get
Never mind. He just spammed it.
Yeah, we switched away. We didn't see it in the moment, but it was a blind spam through the wall. That's unreal.
You gotta be a little bit tilted when that happens, because that's also maybe a little bit of sweet justice with the spam that came through a couple of rounds ago through the wall, but that one's more absurd, if anything. It's a straight walk up. Like, okay, he took so much damage early, but what? What is that? That kill couldn't see a thing. Just takes the head clean off. They only had a couple of guns to play with in this scenario, but it seems to have worked out for them. Blink and you miss it. 100 Thieves break back.
Well, Asuna's taken over in that one. A straight push down, a stun that perfectly delayed those big swings, a double spray down, and a full blind spray for the 3rd.
I always wonder if the 3rd kill is like maybe he could see slightly more in his POV, but I don't think he could.
No. He might have seen Tracer.
Oh, he could.
Just
a tiny bit, but that's still a fantastic shot from him.
Unbelievable. And here, you know, they've been pretty direct in taking the A plays, then A space into slow mid push and garage push. So the idea there from 100 Thieves to go down on C, they probably thought they'd get free space. And instead, they had a perfectly timed push, great utility. Following up into this round, the same thing. Direct A play, opening pick is wonderful. Xander caught after 1, but there's plenty more players to fill in that space. And 100 Thieves, now that we're seeing that little bit of aggression coming out of them off rip, they seem to be a different team altogether.
Yeah, I think that maybe in some of the early rounds, they were showing a bit too much respect to EDG. And you can understand it. They're champions winners. You're talking about Khan, the man with the most aura on the planet. Like, he will literally stand up and sing after winning a Champions MVP. Like, it really doesn't get any better than that. But I think with this composition, you almost have to show that little bit of extra disrespect. Like, I'm going to sprint down, I'm going to take these fights. And, well, the last couple of rounds to get confident. I will say, for me, very happy to see Boostio back on an international stage. I just think that he has so much more flair than anyone else. I've seen this round before.
Yeah, it's a little slower, a little more
มาเหมือนเดิมครับ
the
รอบนี้
paranoia primed and ready, fired through by Smoggy to try and delay. This time EDG a bit more ready. They hadn't put all their eggs in one basket with a big C long swing. They waited it out. And as a result, relatively even footing with that pick from Chichu. That's opened the B site. That's given info on Cryo as well, so no jump scare for him. And they'll go right back towards this C site, up against the U, who was their standout player in their opening matchup here in EWC. And you see why. Connecting two solid shots and leaving Chichu to pick up a 3K. There's a minute to do so, but they know exactly where he is.
I like this as well. It gives them an opportunity to sort of group up and actually play this one together. A split 1v1 for Chichu, the guy's terrifying. There's a real chance that he takes that round instead. Even though they haven't managed to do something with deal other than information, the main thing is both players are now playing off of each other. This 2v1 has just become so much more difficult for G2 to try and win, and that's incredibly well played. And again, another high-impact round from EU, a second 3K that he's added to the table, and I believe that's now them taking the lead.
It's one of those moments really where you see that like the coaching staff maybe would have even thought about calling a pause coming out of round 4, like leaving B site completely open and stacking heavy towards A, expecting EDG to run the same round again and again, and even playing passive on that stack. It was a terrible idea, and it was one that, you know, it's a gamble, because if they do go A, great, but when they don't, when EDG play the map, it's an easy win. And I think that they've obviously heard the players communicating that, okay, we need to play a little bit more aggressive. We need to make a little bit more aggro control in those early rounds. And, no need for a pause, because they had the right ideas in between those rounds. Again, the early aggression gets 100 Thieves the advantage. Now 5 versus 4 to play with. Still, a couple ultis that could make this, at least turn this back in EDG's favor a little bit. The Rolling Thunder for ZJC. The Hunter's Fury for nobody as well, and clearing out these spaces, but they need something to go their way soon.
It is just this aggression and re-aggression, though. You think you've managed to survive that initial hit, that you can see EDG are trying to slow things down to be more prepared for the way that 100 Thieves are playing, but it doesn't seem to be working for them. And Arsena has just been incredible with that first bullet accuracy. It's some of the shakiest game I've ever seen in my life, but somehow manages to make it look even better than just someone hitting those first initial one taps. For Smoggy, he can take the spike if he wanted
30
to,
seconds left.
but I don't think he's going to do that in a 1 versus 5. And if anything, maybe just holding on to the gun will be a choice. It's difficult though, because I think the way 100 Thieves are playing, you can see the EDG are currently adapting their game to try and counter it. Because of that, some of the early success they had in like the pistol and these more direct, aggressive takes, that's what was working for them on the attack side. They can't do that because they might just run into Arsena's bullets or a wall bang from EU. Like, they have to be a little bit more tentative, but that's actually kind of messing up their own game plan.
This opening fight was interesting as well, because you look at some of the others like the C long play where, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Normally you have a ton of utility. This time it was just a drone sent up through the smoke, and then Arsena goes, oh yeah, I'll just run it down at him. And of course they're jumping out of the way to avoid the reveal, to avoid being spammed by the reveal of the drone afterwards. They don't expect this guy to just come out swinging, and that shows really the difference as these rounds keep going. As we hit 4 in a row for 100 Thieves, the confidence is now sky high. They don't need those 3 pieces of utility to go for that fight.
แต่อยากกลับมาเล่น
They're willing to
5,900
just
แล้วพอ
grab
ดู
the
แข่ง
reveal
อยากเล่นเป้ามีแก็บหรอกไม่อยากเล่น
immediately
ดอทหรอก
scrap. At least Arsena is.
Yeah, of course, why not? Why not? With the success he's had already on the defensive side, you can understand why they're going to continue this aggression. Paranoia set up for the 1-2 punch of the double duelist. Any contact in that direction will be a problem, and they're leaving Boostio basically just alone for information. Of course, there is a gate crash up top, which could be available. Now, in terms of finances, this round is incredibly weak for EDG, but they do have some ults, and that's what you have to be wary of. A Rolling Thunder that potentially gets you a gun, a Hunter's Fury placed in the right position, and this could get dangerous, but you can tell that EDG have a good read on the economy. They are playing a lot more passive than they have been. Because of that, EDG
ไม่เดินช็อตแค่เดินช็อตไปนี่โดนนะบอกเลย
Well, we've kind of just wasted a minute.
สไลด์ปาดหายดูดิ
It's another one of those rounds where, a risk is being taken. It's being covered now by Xander, but most of the time he stood there, paranoia in hand. The B-side contact would work wonderfully for EDG, but it's a gamble in where they take it. Towards the C site through Garage is clearly the play. 100 Thieves know that. The TP coming through from Xander from the shadows that was cancelled on C-Long, spotted them. They hear the noise in Garage, and now the plank coming through. Great shock dart. A lot of damage done. And a follow-up by Chichu. This is looking doable. They'll even put the Hunter's Fury in, starting to believe, but perhaps they shouldn't. Asanas behind, and he takes the picks easily. 100 Thieves, you can see that even with the Hunter's Fury, EDG believed for a second, but that belief quickly faded away.
One of the funniest Neonauts ever because
คืออิทธิพล
he
ด
was
อง
already
มันแบบ
behind him.
มัน
He was
มา
already
ถึงวาโล
behind
ได้ไง
him.
วะ
He was already dead. The only thing that did was alert
ตอนแรก
him.
เป้าดองมัน
He
มี
was there.
แค่คนเดียวที่ใช้
Wait,
ก่อน
what
ด
do
อง
you?
คือพี่เลียนครับผม
Well,
ที่
he
เห็น
found a
บ่อย
pick
ๆนะ
just before
พี่
as
เลียน
well,
ใช้
so
อยู่
they're probably calling it out. He sat there so and
ก็
gone,
สักพักเหมือนดองแบบ
I'm not long for this world.
มันแข่งรายการอะไร
That
วะ
dart from
ที่มัน
EU
ได้
as
แชมป์
well,
อะ
though, just absolutely destroyed. But
แล้วคนใช้เป้าดองเพียบเลย
the ZJ
เรียกว่า
wasn't even
มัน
a headshot.
ไอ้สเต็ปนี้ดีไหม
He didn't headshot him. Like that.
He was low
It
for
must have
the-
just been
he was
the
the
shot
planter.
dart.
Shot dart
signature อยู่แล้ว
Like low, and then just
Full
whilst
blown.
finding, like I feel like you could make
ไม่
a
คนตบมือเดินไป
highlight
โหม่
reel
คน
of
แรก
just
เลยทุกคน
straight BS
ต
kills
บมือ
from
เฉยเลย
Arsenal alone in this map. And wow, it's no surprise
เป้า
that we're
หนึ่
getting
ง
a tactical pause out from
หนึ่
EDG
ง
because
สอง
what was
ส
a
องห
pretty
นึ่ง
solid start to this game from them has
เฮ้ย
quickly
หนึ่ง
diminished
เหรอหนึ่งเหรอ
into them. They're just getting battered. Like there's not really been. Highlight of that round for them was Chichu getting 1 kill. And from
เป็น
there
เป้าที่
onwards, it
ใคร
was
โดน
just
ใช้
them
อะ
getting mowed down. Sure, they had weaker weapons, but as you
ทาง
mentioned,
หน้าไม่สู้
they
ดีเลย
put
วัน
an
นี้
ult into that round. They clearly
ไม่ค้าง
invested
แบ
at
บ
least a
หน้า
little
อิ่ม
bit
เฉยๆหรือเป
to
ล่า
try and get something done.
ข้างบอกแม่ง
That
เลย
said,
บอกแม่งทำให้กูดูแย่
ทางมัน
it
ดู
was
ไม่
the
ค่อยอารมณ์ดี
defensive
เท่าไหร่นะ
side
ดูแบบ
versus the likes of Titan and FPX that
Do
looked
ทุก
much better
เกม
for
เลย
them. But I'll be honest with you, the way things are going, I feel like
ทุ
it
กเก
needs
ม
to
โด
be
นน
a complete change of
มัน
pace
ดัน
for
ร้อย
them
ตี
to
ฟไง
come back into this game because Arsenal and EU are just frying 12 and 5, 11 and 3.
This is the scary thing as well.
กอง
100
นี้
Thieves
ใครๆก็
obviously
ใช้
on form,
โคตร
but
ดีอะ
for EDG, very similar to what we saw in that previous game that they played.
อุ้ย
Okay.
Damage done as well. EDG
พอละมั้ง
against,
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
Just they're destroying them.
Gen G got
Like,
wrecked.
this is a buy round. They're just running it down. They've already got a Hunter's Fury kill. They got a kill to the play. They're in spawn, Mitch. The
เราเยอะ
EDG
จัด
are
อาสนะ
cowering in spawn.
straight off a timeout as well. And what I'm saying, like up against Gen G got wrecked in the same fashion. It was an early start that looked okay, and then a commanding lead, and it looked like they didn't have anything to say in those rounds from round 3 onwards, essentially. Here, they get a 3-1 start. It's now 6-3. They're being dominated in almost every fight that 100 Thieves are going for, sometimes with utility, sometimes without. This time, a crossfire. Asuna gets ahead of it, and sure, a couple of things come in, but look at how desperately low they are. Still 3 rifles on the other side, still control of the map, still got them boxed in with Boostio pushed up. This is like major deja vu for EDG.
บูติโอร่างใหม่
Oh, there's no way they expect Boostio to be here, and they're both within a shot or two. I don't know how he got hit
บูสติโอ
I feel like that one was almost as free as the next one. Fair enough. Boostio's not, he's the leader. Doesn't need to get kills. He'll leave that to Cryo and Xander to finish off.
ถ้าแพ้นี่คือ
It
มัน
is
โคตรหาเลยเนี่ยร้อยตีฟ
If there's anyone you'd want here in this scenario, he would be the guy. He's going to hear the steps of the clone running past, but it doesn't really tell him too much information. He's locked in the back corner, but the plant could suggest that maybe he's gone all the way back towards Long. The first onto Cryo. That's not bad, but he's not going to correct in time to find out onto Xander. It's a nice attempt from Khan. But the round seemed dead from almost the beginning. Like the way that they basically approached that round was just, okay, they've called a pause. They've tried something. Let's just Hunter's Fury and run it down immediately. And they had 2 kills in the first, first few seconds. I that was basically off the barrier dropping.
It was, yeah. The first second that there was an opportunity for it.
It's just JC again. It's the same guy. He's just spamming him through smoke.
Genuinely just need an Asuna package of every skill he's gotten so far. And this is the problem. Again, you look at Asuna, great game that he's playing here. He's 14-6 at the moment. EU delivering on the same level that he did in their opening matchup. But like I'm saying, for EDG, this is what this tournament has been for them so far. They played a BL1.
ไม่ไปไม่ผ่าน
Finally an opening pick. They need to have a commanding comeback into this half. 7-5 closeout. At least then, it's the best of a bad situation. The spark lit right at the end.
Yeah, they're good on the defense. I think I'm less worried so much about the direct scoreline and more so just the manner.
The context.
They're getting destroyed. And while managing to shut down Arsenal is a great start, he has been the bane of their lives, especially ZJC. He probably has a smile on his face just seeing that he's gone down. And maybe he won't get spammed through a wall or a smoke or something this round. And while the gamble so far from 100 Thieves is not the right one, 3 players towards that A side of the map. Drone might give them the information that they need. I think, yeah, they're going to start their push-up, but it is being watched.
Spike planted.
เฮียสมอกกี้ยืนอยู่บ้าน
Play from 100 Thieves. Smoggy.
ยังไงก็ต้องสั่งเวอร์หนึ่งชีวิตโค้งนี้ครับ
เพราะอันตราย
They'll be covering that C walk up, but Sanders still manages to get the pick. That pulls Smoggy in the other direction. ZJC filling in the space. Smoggy gets another. For the squad of EDG, they're now fully in control. The time taking backside being controlled there for them. Kankan spotted in the corner. But lurking in the back of their mind is Smoggy, and it's Kankan with the op shot to put it all onto EU. A standout player for them.
ในเกมเลยพี่
A solid, reliable pair.
เพราะว่าวันนั้นเล่นกับอเลนใช้สกินนี้เวลาซูมกับจออเลนปุ๊บแม่งบั๊กเหมือนกัน
They get the opening kill. They trade out
คน
along
ซูม
the
ไม่เป็น
way.
เป็น
And
แต่
this
คน
is
ดู
the
จอ
important thing. Like you said, Tom, it's not about 7-5 as a scoreline. You come out and you go, okay,
ไม่ให้ดูอ่ะ
that's workable. But the fact we were 3-1 up,
ยิงไม่โดน
and not only were they losing
ช็อต
all
นี้
those
ช็อตนี้
rounds
ยิงยากกว่านะ
so convincingly. I mean,
ทาง
EDG
เทพ
had
สไน
no
เปอร์
say. For 6 straight rounds, finally they're back with their hands on the reins.
Yeah, it was a bold call anyway. A glass cannon operator
เมื่อกี้ไอ้
Kankan, but
EIU มันยืนเยี่ยวเหนียวเมื่อไหร่มันจะพีกวะ
Put it in his hands.
แตะบอมไปทีนึง
Now we even have a little bit of extra spice of life. He managed to find the kill with the Vandal, but this is all just to make sure no one could push. And it hasn't worked. Finally, Cryo will be able to at least get the trade, but even still, again,
อยู่ลึกขนาดนั้นมันยังโดนเทรด
not bad for EDG. That does feel like a worthwhile trade out, and now they're going to try and pinch down on it. It's not pretty.
อะไรโดนใจให้ซูมครับโนบอดี้
I don't mind him pushing up in that space. Yes, he's alone, and it was a 4v4, but the B space has been left open by 100 Thieves so many times that the contact play seems worth it. But with him going down, now the players are left with a disadvantage. Moving back into this C site, the space has been filled in. Cryo was towards the A site, but now they've got numbers ready and waiting. An easy pick. A good trade, though, by Smoggy keeps them in it. Rolling Thunder still online. They might use this a bit more aggressively to try to take this control.
Maybe you'd expect them to almost try and challenge the spawn. They are going to try and challenge the spawn, but they don't realize that they've already lost too much control.
จบเลยครับรอนานไปหน่อยไม่รู้รออะไรเมื่อกี้
สโมกก็ปิดอยู่กระลาดไม่มีสโมกไม่หันไปดูนหมดเลยงงกับมันวะ
No, this really is a confident display.
เหลือจะเชื่อปะ
T21 ดีๆบอก T21 จัมชวนเพื่อนโดดหน่อยดีวะ
ไอโดดไปยิงไม่เท่าไหร่เพื่อนไม่ตามถ้าเกิดมันตายขึ้นมาแล้วเพื่อนไม่ตามมันหายอยู่
แต่ก็เข้าใจนะที่มันกระโดดคือมันฉีกเป้าไง
แต่เพื่อนมันไม่ตามไงเมื่อกี้ใช่ป่ะมีมันออกมาคนเดียวแต่มันได้ไง
อาซูน่าคิวเพรส2เลยเหรอ
least, but looking at how aggressive Asuna was on the defense, I'm worried for what they're just about to come up against.
Hey, win the pistol, get the operator in Kankan's hands, you got a game. Lose the pistol, you might never get the operator in his hands. So it's definitely tough times for EDG, but they're another squad that if they find their stride, no matter what moment it's in, they can become a devastating force. 100 Thieves, though, have looked fantastic. And now, with this double duelist going into the attack, I don't think the pace is going to be stopping. The B-site read, though, from EDG was good to start.
เบรกเกมเติร์ฟครับ
Yeah,
เลี้ยวไป
good
ซี
gamble certainly pays off as they managed to stop the initial push. The C-site play, though, stun was perfect. It actually stopped Chichu.
มือสั่น
Kept him in
มื
the
อสั่น
corner, so they can't
สั่น
fully
ตู้
get
สั่
that
นตู้
space
นี่
back.
เรียกว่า
But
สั่นตู้
Smoggy
นี่ไง
up on top
เฮ้ย
of those logs, able to grab himself
เฮ้ย
a double,
โอ้โห
a
สโมกกี้
triple, in fact, and EU
เป็นไง
will quickly be
มันเหนียว
dispatched.
จัด
A
ใจเลย
much
อะ
needed pistol round landed for EDG.
ขนาดมันโดนแฟดไปเป็นวิเลยนะ
Time found. It would feel pretty brutal for this map to slip away after that first half from 100 Thieves, but
เขาเรียกว่าความหล่อมันบังตา
getting those early rounds has been enough to sort of put EDG at least into a position where this map can
มอง
become
อะไรกันหมดตรง
competitive.
นั้นมันมีอะไรวะ
I like that though. It seemed like they had a good read
ไซ
on
เปอร์ตัว
what
เดียวเอง
100 Thieves were going to be doing in the pistol.
ปิด
Like having
มุม
that
ด้วยไซเปอ
initial
ร์อะ
three-player stack up over on B, having the quick switch to C once that hit failed. It definitely looked like they were ready in a big round, more so from Smoggy. 100 Thieves not deterred though. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Well, this time it is left a little bit more open. So much so, the plan's going to come through for 100 Thieves.
Spike
เฮ้ย
planted.
เอา
Even getting out of there, outlaw
ปิ
shot
ด
not
ช้า
going
นะ
to
ครั้ง
land, and
นะ
they're going for aggressive push towards A.
โอ้โห
เจอวิ่งไทย
วายช้าไปหน่อยนะ
Overrun, but the site has been taken back. A full rotation
เรา
here
ดูหน้า
from
เดินงานแล้วดิ
Asuna. And Smoggy so
แม่
late coming back from A
Oh,
that he will catch
God.
him off guard. EDG seem to have this one easily across the line. And it's 4 players alive as well. The question was, would there be any more damage? Chichu 21 HP, Concon 56, but those weapons are brought through to the next.
Yeah, they got everything they needed. The low HP, okay, sure, you might have to rebuy some shields, but it ultimately becomes irrelevant, and it gives them that opportunity once again to try and get something done going into this bonus round. But yeah, you look at the buy rounds overall, and that is where we saw 100 Thieves have the majority of their success.
One enemy
That
remains.
1-2 punch of Arsenal and EU being the difference makers, but Smile's still there on Kankan's face, and that you know what, it fills you with confidence. It's the same when you see that for someone like Chronicle. You just go, I think they're going to be okay.
We've already had the trap
พูดเป็น
destroyed
ไง
เรา
บ้าง
คอน
on
สูตร
C.
ตัวนี้มันคุ้มจัดอะ
Shock dart sent through by EU is broken.
Shock
That
dart
พอดอีกแล้วเหรอ
is the only real
นี่
piece
เซ็น
of
แม่งเซ็งแล้วมั้ง
information
เนี่ย
they have to work with. 2 players spotted and through the cage. Concon's gone down. EU's a menace when it comes to these spams. And another found by 100 Thieves. Bustio lurking over on the A side. Grabs himself a double, and this round is done and dusted before it even gets off the ground. EDG come crashing down.
Yeah,
ยังเลย
this
ยัง
now
เซ็น
comes
อยู่
down to
เออ
how much
4 ชั่วโมงแล้ว
nobody wants to put into this, because they do have some credits for the next round, but
โอ้โห
สงสารนักแข่งที่ผ่าน
saving
ไม่
the
ได้ไป
gun
ทำอย่างอื่นต่อ
might hold a little bit of extra value. I think he's
ตอ
been
นนี้จะ
spotted
พอ
as
มีทีม
well.
ไหนต้านไปเป็นเล็กได้
They want to
ทัว
try
ร์
and
นี้น่าจะมี
remove
แค่
this
เอเวอ
gun,
ร์ติกกับเจนจีครับผม
but also don't want to throw too many of their own away. So it kind of comes down to just being clever about it. I like
ร้อยตีไม่ไหวอะ
not just coming over the top of the map. He's
ยัง
having
ยัง
to
ไม่ถึง
fall
ไม่ถึง
back,
ขั้น
but I think with how much time, how many
แล้ว
angles
เฮเล
would
ติก
need
ไม่
to
ไหว
be
เลย
cleared, there's a good
ยัง
chance
ตอนนี้
that nobody's going to be able to hold on.
พี่จะมองข้ามเฮเลติกไปได้ยังไง
ที่เราต้องอยู่กับความจริง
By now,
อยู่
there's
กับ
no
ความ
chance.
จริ
But
ง
another round for 100 Thieves. The question is this going to be right back to winning ways? The streak of rounds that they found in the previous basically locked EDG out of it. But this one's got to be frustrating. The lurk on A gets great value, but here it's all about spams. Okay, Cryo actually got a little bit of a glimpse of the player before taking him down through the smoke. And that prompted this full A push as they go for the rotate through their opponent's spawn. But Bustio's there waiting for them. It's going to be frustrating though, just the amount of times. Like, Asuna's been hyper aggressive.
จำได้ว่าครั้งล่า
He's
สุ
been
ดที่
supported by
เห็นมัน
utility most of the time. EU
มันก็
has
ผอม
found
ลงเยอะ
so
นะอัน
many
นี้ผอม
kills
หนักเลย
through walls, through smokes, through just spams. The same shock dart fired through here, and it will be
ป
one
กติ
trap
เขามี
down.
แบบตรวจ
But
ก่อน
this
เล่นอะไร
time
อย่าง
they've
เงี้ย
left one a bit more passive, attempting to
น่าจะ
punish
แอบ
that
อะ
slide in.
This also, they've just given up. the site completely. You've got this super aggressive push through middle that just wasn't
เป็น
caught.
ไปได้
Xander was
ไปเลยครับ
not
ดีฟอล
prepared
ของ
for that sort of a swing.
มีจุดโบด
EDG
จุดช่องโบดเฉย
trying to almost match the level of
ทาง
aggression
แม่
we
ง
saw in
ไหล
the
ไว้
last
ยิงแบบ
half, but with a completely different set of abilities to back it up. And 100 Thieves have decided, okay, we don't want to get picked apart here. Let's group up, move around as a squad.
มุม
At
มาขังแม่ง
worst,
เด
we
ทแม
try
น
and get
มา
a
ก
trade. At best, if we can find one of these players, maybe
แล้วเขา
we
เดิน
can
ผ่าน
pick
ที
up
ที
going
อะ
through the spawn is an interesting piece, though. They're just trying to
ไม่
avoid
เจอ
เข้าไปดู
ไม่เจอ
เข้าไปดู
the
TT
extra
เลย
utility. The drone
เอ้า
isn't going to find them. So as
นี่
of
ไหล
right
อย่างนี้ไหล
now, EDG are clueless to where they've
อุ้ย
gone.
ทัมมิ่ง
Although Kankan has the right idea.
เฮ้ย
Oh, just missed
มัน
the
กำลังจะพ่น
timing on
ส
it.
เปรย์เลยพี่เมื่อกี้มัน
Now
ก้
they
ม
know
อ่ะ
it's going to be an A-side play.
ยิงไม่โดนเลยไม่ได้พ่น
Usual
เลย
round. 4 players from the attack in spawn, 5 players from the defense, basically making a column over on Garage. You don't normally see map control like that. And 100 Thieves read it perfectly, even with that push up through mid.
ตู้สมุน
Not
ไพร
the
ก่อน
initial
ลง
one,
แข่งครับผ
but
ม
the second one, and how they were being held, the wrap through spawn.
Ui,
On site
thắng.
now, Concon wins that. Stunned
น่าจะ
up,
ได้
but
นะ
he's still good for the fight. And it all goes crumbling
อย่าดม
down
อะ
for 100 Thieves. That win streak that we saw
อัน
in
นี้
the
สโมก
first
แบบ
half,
ว่า
not
รี
likely
เทค
to
แบบ
be
ไม่ต้อง
replicated
สโม
here.
กตรงกลาง
EU will find nothing. And EDG, 5 players alive. It's a flawless round to put them 9 and 7.
Yeah, I think the great thing there from EDG is you see what happens when they're actually able to set up. Because that was the main problem with that first half, is they were being bullied and battered and bruised before they even got to make their own set play. This one was a little bit slower from 100 Thieves, and because of that, you then get the setup retake, you get those extra supported pieces of utility, you get them moving as a unit, and that's where EDG play their best Valorant. A 7th round onto the board. Similarly to the last half, it's that 3-1 start, and that was where it all came crashing down. So seems like we are gonna have ourselves
good.
maybe just
ถ้าบอก
a
เยี่ยม
small moment.
กู๊ดพีซี
Kankan's already
สงสัยต้องให้พี่เน็ตมาเช็คพีซีเนี่ย
เฮ้ยโหยาวเลยนะ พี่แนทเช็คนี่คือแบบ โอ้โหเทคยาวอ่ะ บอกเลย
ชมคอม
แค่อธิบายให้กรรมการก็โอ้โหหลายนาทีแล้ว
จะไปดูไอ้ไวคอมมัน ก็พูดยาวจริงเลย
XOG have pushed them to a third. No, I've actually just checked the score. Like, XOG might be coming back. Never mind. Never mind. It might be a very bad day for
จะบอกนะ100 ทีมัน
yeah, bad
เลือก
day,
ด่าน
a
ที่มา
bad
มัน
day
ตีไม่เข้าเองเนี่ยฮาเลยนะ
North America, but we'll see. 100 Thieves still in a good spot right now.
ปกติด่านที่เลือกมานี่คือแม่งต้องมีทีเด็ดในการตี
And a 4-player stack up of that right side of the map. In fact, even Smoggy starting to rotate away from C. I guess they're sort of expecting that it's either going to be that fast-paced
ก็ต้องปล่อย
initial
ซีรีส์เทป
battle,
ไปครับ
and if it's
EDG
not, well then they might as well just play the retake
ก็
because
จะ
they have
อยู่
got
เอ
this
อะไรข
one
นาดเล่น
completely
ขนาด
wrong.
นั้น
Yeah, I mean, they heard the cam get placed on A, that they heard a fake TP
Retake
put
God.
in.
แต่คอม
It off the top of my
คอม
head.
EDG
I don't
คอม
know
รีเทค
what
อยู่แล้ว
100 Thieves
ขอ
have
ครบ
done
ด้วย
to
บีท
fully
เพราะ
sell
ว่า
that fake, but
มาผมเป็นบายของหมด
a free C site claim
ไอตัว
เล่นใน
ไอตัวหลังกล่องนี้
สาย
น่าโดน
ลำบาก
สแปมมากเลย
taken out.
ไอเซนเดอร์
In towards
Ui.
Garage. As EDG look to flood back in, they're already thinning the herd quite
Ui,
nicely.
home.
Cryo
Cryo.
up to a triple, and it's a 2v1 now with nobody left alone. Cryo needing a 4K to take this across the line, and he's going to commit that TP. Making his way off the site, buying a little bit more time. The smoke fading, he's being caught, but that actually confirms that the defuse isn't underway. Just now getting the half.
Let's say we-
As he gets right back on that defuse, and a 4-piece for Cryo puts
ใช้
100
ได้ใช้
Thieves
ได้
up
ไค
to
โอ
10.
Yeah, very well played
That's
from him.
CJ Fong
The thing
ก็
is, you
ผ่าน
look
ครับ
at
มาตร
that
ฐาน
initial setup, like it does feel like the retakes from EDG are very strong. Already managing to, I think it was Smoggy catching out Boostio, and then the quick swing from Kankan giving them that man advantage. But Cryo was just a force to be reckoned with, just making sure that nobody was getting back out from that connector, from the double doors, and then in the 1v1 at the end. Okay, it got a little dicey for a second where they doubted the smoke, but the second it came down to that tap, he was ready and raring to go. Operator in for Kankan. I mentioned it. It's always a difference maker on this defense, but he is in the wrong place at the wrong time in back-to-back rounds.
เฮ้ย
Yeah,
ที
the
เด็
A
ดวาร์ป
side's just been overrun again. Chichu, he's going back
อ้าว
out. He's
อุ๊ย
looking
โด
for
น
the
ปา
fight
หมว
and
กไป
the
ละเป็นเรื่อง
information on the back of it. Well worth it. The fact that he gets out of there without being punished is huge. Hunter's Fury put through. Good tag.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Is there. Cryo
โอ้โห
down.
ยังมัน
EU left all alone. He's being
เป็นเรื่อง
flanked
เลย
out. Reads it, but
อะไร
can't
กันวะ
land
เนี่ย
the shot. Well handled.
เร็วไปหมด
EG, they're not letting this one slip without a fight.
It feels like both teams
น่าจะ
have
เรียน
that
เรื่อง
sort of
ไฮ
like
เปอร์สปีด
switch
Also
flip
no.
in their head where they go, am I showing these guys too much respect?
เป็นเรื่องเลยโดนปาหมวก
From Chichu is exactly that. He goes, they may have the A site, but I'm going to swing and just take one of them out and get all of the information. So it allowed them to take that full mid control. They then did a lot alongside that sort of Hunter's Fury, and while the Asuna swing out this time, it looks a little bit ridiculous when you watch it back.
So much committed. I like that. Yeah, exactly as you said, Tom. Just
ให้ดูลายมุมจัด
going in deep for that pick,
PK คุณภาพ
waiting them for Asuna to go pushing. I think it was 30.
เพราะมันเกิดเรื่องมากมายจนดู
Manages
ไม่ทัน
to find a second. It's a great round from him, and I like to see EDG.
ใครเป็น IGL นะไอ้บูติโอเหรอ
โมเดล
อยากเห็นในร้อยตีฟเจอกับไอ้นี่เหมือนกันนะไอ้บู๊อะบู๊แฮมตัน
This defensive side is
ตอนที่
definitely
จูแฮม
better
ตัน
for EDG. It's a lot more difficult for you to be disruptive, and they've started playing retake. They've
ทำไมต้อง
started
เป็นคู่
being
นี้
more passive
ยืน
overall,
ไงยืน
like
ใส่กัน
not taking these super aggressive
อ๋อ
อย่า
fights
ดูไลซอ
unless
ยื
they
น
do
ใส่
it
บู
as
ติ
a
โอ
full squad. So 100 Thieves haven't been able to just catch a stray here and there or have their own defensive setups.
มันสังกัดเดียวกันปะมันโลโก้เหมือน
A
กัน
little
อะ
bit quicker towards middle, but just look at the purchase. That's all
เฮ้ย
you.
What?
That's all
ไอ้
you
เหี้ยนี่เขาตล
really
ก
needed to know. It's not all you need to know.
โอ้ย
What
เฮ้
you
ย
need to
เดี๋ยว
know
ลิน
is
มันหลัง
somehow they got
เฮ้ย
two
อย่าหยุด
opening
อย่าหยุด
picks.
เอาปืนไปด้วยเนี่ย
Sheriff
ไม่ต้อง
and
โยนแล้วปืนให้
Assassin.
เพื่อนอะ
And now throwing in their ultimates to try and turn this round into a win.
Well, they've got rifles to play with, or they
แต่มัน
did.
ดี
Asuna's been dropped. That's
อะไร
the
วะ
rifle
น่ะ
on the floor.
แล้วปืนมันไม่ได้ดรอปให้เพื่อนด้วยนะชนะน่าจะไม่ได้ดู
It's Bustio to pick it on the way out, but he is immediately dealt with the blade storm of Concon.
ไอ้ฮาในฮาเราดิ
Play. And it's only a classic spamming through. EU tries to
โอ้
get
ผม
the
ว่าถ้ามัน
side, but no
ตั้งใจหน่อยนะมัน
chance.
ได้อยู่นะ
They did very well to find those opening
อา
picks.
ซูน่า
but
ต้องยอม
When
อะ
push comes to shove, EDG are the ones coming out on top.
คันหัวเลย
10 to 9, one behind after an abysmal first half.
Yeah,
Không thể nào là
it's
gì
really
hay là
is
gì.
just quite an odd scenario where you
Cái
see
gì mà
a classic and a sheriff win
Mà khăn
two
hùa
fights
không?
versus two
ใช่
rifles in
แต่มันยื
middle.
ดอะ
I'm not really sure how that managed to go their way, but then the way that they come back into it, like none of the guns were actually
โอ้
retrieved
โหเมื่อ
by
กี้
the
อาสนะมันน่าจะ
attacking
แบบ
side, and then
กลับ
it's
มา
just
ก่อน
trying
นะ
to play
เล่นกับเพื่อน
post
แล้ว
with
ก็เอา
much,
ปืน
much
ให้
weaker
เพื่อนอะไรก็ได้
weapons.
เออ
ไอ้ที่แม่งดันไปแบบโหบ้า
Taking the lead in terms of the kills. That operator, ever present in his hand, he is so good that you almost feel like you need that sort of old school
แพ้ก็ยิง
100 Thieves strat. It's not avoid CNED, it's avoid Kankan.
They've done a good job of it so far.
Have they? He's got the most kills.
Yeah. You look at the scene. Typically, they're going to the opposite side of where he is. The gamble's paying off.
They avoid him for a bit.
But it's kind of hard to avoid him on a retake. if he's not there, you
Hey.
wonder what the hell he's doing. Asuna going out to Chichu. Go! He's
Ui.
in for another two. Slide
Ui, một lưới.
with the shorty.
Giờ
in
đi đi
hand.
lăng.
And he's going for
All
one.
right.
โคตรซิ่ง
Ridiculous. The confidence certainly
อะไรมันจะ
back
ขนาด
in
นั้น
Asuna's
ชอบ
body.
อ่ะแม่ง
What was
ชนะ
that?
แม่งอย่าง
He
ซิ่ง
goes into flow state.
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine that anyone's brain is ticking that quickly that he's like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna pick this up, I'm gonna go with the shorty, I'm gonna pick up the op, I'm gonna then go for a no scope. Like it's just like my eyes can't keep up with what he's doing. So
กินอะไรวะ
I
ทำไม
think
อะดรี
he's
ลีน
just
มันหลัง
it's
ข
like
นาด
he's
นั้น
entered the matrix and then yeah, it's like going for a sliding
ส
no
งสัยมันอัด
scope at the end.
คาเฟอีนมา
It'd
ตั้
be
ง
different if
200 มิล
like
ลิกรั
he
ม
didn't have a rifle,
Còn
but
lên.
he intentionally
Mà
picked
chỉ
up an op and went, I'm gonna
Chỉ
slide
lên.
in no scope this guy. Like the confidence
Tưởng
you
nó chẳng
need to
phải
pull
hò.
that out in what is now a very
มัน alert จัด
แต่นี้น้อยลงแล้วนะเมื่อก่อนหนักกว่านี้
เมื่อก่อนเป้าอย่างสั่นสงสัยลดปริมาณลงเมื่อก่อนนี้น่าจะหนัก ห้องโค้ดที่เขาใช้ห้องแข่งแน่เลย
then they just don't go that way. So it's going to leave them in a bit of an awkward spot for this round. The finance is definitely not the best for EDG, but I think they don't want to leave themselves out to dry. And yeah, Glass Cannon, that was how he got that 4th round in the the previous half. Unfortunately, though, at least for now, it does seem like he's not going to try again.
ไม่อยากให้เขาขึ้น
Everybody else has got credits for the next. It's just Con on that op that doesn't. If things don't go their way, they'll be looking to save that. And the problem is, again, the op, the big investment is on the A site. No one is on the A site, with the exception of Boostio's being left behind to lurk out that space. But hold on. They took Garage, they looked for a C play, but now they come back in the other direction. Con waiting patiently, and he finds his reward. An opening pick, a second on the follow-up, a bold choice to continue trying to challenge. EU's got the spike. It would be brave. Indeed, he did end up swinging it after hearing the dash back. He'll creep up behind. Asuna, EU finding some. Boostio in there for a double. And now it's winnable for 100 Thieves. Con
Chichu, light up.
Chichu, it's a double spray. Both headshots. We need that in the replay. I don't know how he got a double
แม่ง
there.
กะไม่รีเซ็ตเป้าเลยอาซึนะ
The round ended so fast, I was like, he can't have won. Because it shouldn't be.
It's a 1v1 now.
It shouldn't be possible, but no, he gets both headshots in the same spray. That's madness. Like, the way the round started, yeah, EDG probably should have won the round, but like, oh my god, they even played it together.
มันล่างบนด้วยนะ
That's so brutal.
12อยู่แล้วครับผม
What an unbelievable spray down. Con was sat there thinking, what more can I do, man? Double open and pick. Trying to carry them through, and in the end, they get there. Op saved. Full economy, 11 to 10. That play right there just saved the game for EDG.
That'll keep you up at night. That's what I'm gonna say. That's a round. If this round, this game, this map ends up going in the other direction, and while this time they know where the Con is, but I have a feeling that's by design. Yep, look at him. Look at him on the map. Immediately shoots 2 shots through the smoke. He goes the other way because he's thinking they're trying to avoid me. You could try and avoid Con, but he's in your head as well as you're in his.
But it has been the difference maker. One sees there for the opening fight. One sees the one picking them off. They've been winning the rounds. And again, he'll be here. The first shot into a decoy. Now they know what they're facing.
อันนี้ก็พอกันเลยแต่ JC
Cryo gets one, but
แต่เข้าใจได้เพราะว่านั่นมัน
the
เป็น
Hunter's Fury chasing Con, but it won't delete him. But nobody falls. The numbers are back to a 3v3. The flank watch by EU could pay off dividends with Chichu sneaking his way past the cage active. But that gives away his fog. Con from heaven, making it difficult. This is where EU needs to move. And he's heard the steps. He knows that Chichu's here. This should be an easy equalizer. Xander looking the right way. Had all the info to play with. We're down to a 2v2.
Round that could end up deciding the map.
EU
shot. I thought for a second the Con had managed to make that work, but he hasn't. And now left on to Smoggy. A man known for those high impact moments, but EU has discovered him. He knows that there's 2 angles that he needs to clear. Smoggy trying to find that second player, and he's just not quick enough. Xander is going to get them to 12. A game that started in fairly dominant fashion, but has quickly turned into a banger. 12 and 10, 1 more needed. And I think that economy-wise, it's going to be a little bit more interesting for EDG in this round. I'm not sure they'll be able to get the op.
It'll be a struggle, and what a blow that would be. Con happy to even take it out Glass Cannon, and he's made all the difference with it. But yeah, look at that buy. It's miserable. Now, the ults are in their favor. That could buy them 1 extra round. That could get them into a better position to fight for this map, to fight for OT.
I have retrieved the spike.
Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury.
คอร์สไปในตัว
But if it comes down to an opening duel with just the weapons in hand, They are not favored in the majority of those fights. 100 Thieves, knowing that, obviously. They're just looking for a direct approach on C. Late play by Xander, watching the flank. Boostio, your designated planter.
เนี่ยจังหวะขาดพารานอยไปถ้ามีฮันเตอร์ฟูรี่ตามมาผมบอกเลยชะตาขาดเพราะแม่งจะไปกองอยู่ที่เดียวกัน
They going back? Xander doesn't really have any space. It's not like he's been pushing up A. It's just passively spotting the mid and A pushes.
มีคนบอกว่าบูติโอไปไฮกิ้งมา
The spike is gravitating back towards the other side of the map.
กับปีนเขามันขาดแล้วเลย
Taking this slow, but it's a
ฝรั่ง
lot
มัน
of
ชอบ
time
อยู่แล้วไอ้
already
เขา
gone. 35 seconds, and they've made the decision to go back towards this C site. Kankan is in position. They're leaving this very, very late already. I think that's the Hunter's Fury going through. One player has made it in, and they have managed to, I believe, reveal that Chichu is on this corner. They know he's here, but he still wins the fight. 15 seconds, they've got to try and make that run, and in fact, they're going to go back towards the B site, right into the hands of Kankan, who's just waiting for them to take them all down. 4 kills for Kankan, but it really feels like 100 Thieves have kind of fumbled the bag there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the idea behind that round. You even see for a moment they wanted to go to the A site, and that was the right call. The site was wide open. A big gamble by EDG, sticking in position on C, thinking that they'll come back there eventually, and they did. Kankan being able to push up mid to close this, I'm not even sure how necessary it was. They would have had to sprint into B, and even just a pick on the planter from Connector would have closed that one out. It's a really interesting round from 100 Thieves, and it feels like they just reached the point of desperation. They had to make a play, any play.
อีกคู่หนึ่งมันเลิกเทคแล้วเซน12-9 XLG กำลังจะจบ
จอคังวัน2010 960นะที่ให้100 ทิป
ยืนนะปุ๊บ
กาดมันหนาวกับมันหนาว
พอสมึงก็ยืนนะสุดยอดแห่งการยืน
ทางซัดไป24ครับมาแล้ววะ
Going to be online alongside a Bucky. Boostio down to a pistol. He's not had the best game individually, so again, there's opportunities. I'm more worried about EU not having a rifle. That guy's been probably their best player.
Yeah, tough to wallbang with the stinger, so...
Kankan after the 4K has decided, you know what, a rifle will do.
If it works, it works. It certainly did for him. Overtime possible here for EDG. Asina's dove into that back side. Ult activated as Cryo gets traded out. Here's Asina's moment. Kankan is shutting down. An immediate reversal of the favor as 100 Thieves. Weaker weapons for the most part. A man disadvantage. A paranoia that catches all 3 players. That's an easy dive in as all the control should be taken back. Some still inside the smoke. And they're running out of it. Too slow to follow up on that paranoia.
นึกว่าโอเวอร์ไทม์งงเลย
ครูก็จบแล้ว
2 versus 4, and then both players just hitting 2 taps in a matter of seconds.
Sentinel ใส่ Nike สีเดียวกันนี่100 ทิปใส่ Adidas สีเดียวกันเมื่อกี้2 สีครับผมเอาไปคนละ2อะ
ถ้ามันจบพร้อมกันอย่างนี้เราต้องกด ทำไมไม่มีอะไรให้ซื้อเลยดูดิเพราะอะไรมันถึงไม่มีอะไรให้ซื้อเลย ไม่ได้ไฟแมทเลยนะเดธแมทเดี๋ยวเกลียดเล่นทีมเดธแมทเจอแต่ของอยากมายิงไม่ได้อยากมาเจอของ
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
วิ่งเยี่ยขวดยากับกระเด็น
We are strong because we are
ดู
together.
เซนเนี่ย
Don't forget that.
Fight.
Ready.
อีกคู่หนึ่งยังไม่เริ่มไม่มีปัญหาอะไรใช่ไหมแค่ยังไม่เริ่มเฉย
ยังไม่เริ่ม
มาแป๊บนึง
What?
On target. Three gone. Now 4. Sleep, brother.
Dominating.
เฮียมันไม่แขนมาเดินวะ
Die.
Dominating.
Perfect.
Pen. Oh, the plan.
Taken out. Shot down.
Ê, man vậy cái gì?
Neutralized.
Leo. Ảo,
Down.
P file ยิงเรียก
Defeated.
โอ้ดูไอ้ขี้นี่ยิงดิ what the fuck
Gone. Enemy down.
จะรับไฟยังโอเคยัง
10 kills remaining.
เฮ้ยโดนรัวๆเลยวะผมเดินยิงก็ยังโดนไอ้เหี้ยมึงโหดเกินครั้งเดียวพอ
Quiet now. No more. Silence.
Five kills remaining.
What? Phảiยังระแวงว่ะแป๊บนึงนะมันต้องงี้
One kill remaining. Match found.
TH อีก3 นาทีเราจะย้ายไปดู TH ไหม
I don't try. I do.
Bringing us to a
มันยืนทำไม เกมยังไม่เริ่มมันก็ยืนแล้วเหรอแล้วคุณต้องซื้อไหมครับคู่นี้ใครชนะไปเจอเจนจีคือเจนจีถูมือรอไปแล้ว
Concon certainly did. Now it's their time to carry that momentum into Sunset. Kicking us off on the attack side, the pistol round. Well, the barriers will be up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, similarly to the last map, when we saw them play this it was actually last week. They ended up with a 9-3 defensive half for EDG. So maybe even again, if they have a slower attack side, it's not the end of the world. Cryo, there's nothing slow about this defensive side from him and Asuna. Straight down into the mid pressure. Now, one of them is able to get out of there for free. EU doesn't have that luxury. He is just going to have to stick it out in mid, at least for the moment.
They got back up. Boostio's here. Had a tough first map, but he's putting himself on the board early here. Concon, oh, a few missed shots. That was almost EU sent out of the round. Nobody on his way up to do, or at least make an attempt at the same. He's wall-banged EU down to half. Prowler's on its way. And that's going to get the players out to the side. EU, not much that he can do about this. Oh, wait, he goes in for one anyways. He's hit a wall-bang headshot. ZJC desperately low. Picked off by Cryo. An easy follow-up onto a Concon and Shitty with 10 HP. And with nobody gone, this round done and dusted.
แต่พูดถึง
Fittingly, a
รอย
wall
ที
bang
ก็
to
เล่น
close
ก็
it
ดี
out.
นะไอ้
I was
สอง
going
หัว
to
หอม
say,
ได้จับ
it's
อยู่เลยทั้ง
another
คู่เลย
spam. That
Home dome.
spam kill was not aimed for ZJC, and he's the one that dies to it in the earlier battle. Like, the man is feeling cursed right now. Needs to go back to his old name if he wants to get a little bit of luck. But no, it is going to be the pistol going in the direction of 100 Thieves. Of course, I believe on the last map it was both went the way of EDG. So they had those strong starts and even still didn't manage to close out the map, even when maybe they should have at least taken us to overtime. For 100 Thieves, I think they're going to be very happy starting on this defensive side, because firstly, there is no tape on what they were going to be doing. They haven't played it since its reintroduction. And then on the other side of things, very recently, we saw EDG play this map versus Titan. And, well, the player to watch out for in that match was nobody, because he had an insane performance.
Hey.
Well, not a bad start. That's the one pistol upgraded that they have. Concon's able to grab an opening pick for this side.
สักหน่อยปะ
EDG's response is to
แต่เกมจะง่ายเกิ
execute
น
into A, a stun being lined up, but Asuna's gone walkabout to stun gives it away. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that's so funny, because you understand exactly why he did what he did. But at the same time, there's just a little gap between where the stun actually is and when it hits someone. So instead, you've just got us going, are you good, bro?
Oh, that could have been a second opening pick for this squad. Very valuable one indeed. Oh, Concon, he's threading the needle. That's a big gap left open. They have to be aware of it. Surely, no, they're not even looking. They're just running as if everyone's gone into market. Okay, spike planted. Recovered weapon. Concon now coming around with a Guardian, but he thought that was the last rotator. Xander was a little deeper. Asuna, it's a little shaky, but he gets there on the Chichu, and a lot of the danger of this round already subsiding. EDG need a big play. Both players with classics in hand. Okay, nobody. That's one found, but
so close.
She wrote. Still, 2 players left alive for 100 Thieves. All things considered, that's a great round for EDG. They came in with a sheriff and nothing else.
Did they both walk past the spike at the end? I feel like they didn't spot it just behind the box, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, and all in all for EDG, like you look at that round and if you come in with what they had, a single sheriff and classic, we didn't need to. You literally see the moment he goes, wait, what? What? How's the stun come through and I've not been hit by it? It's unfortunate, but hey, 3 kills, it's not bad. You've at least reduced the amount of money the defense has. And interestingly, 100 Thieves clearly feeling very confident because they've still bought anyway. They're using this as a full buy. There's going to be 3 players without any real remaining credits. So if they lose this round, it is not a bonus.
And who could be surprised to see Asuna getting aggressive?
With Cryo and Zonda? No, I've not seen that before.
A paranoia on the contact? This is such a strange play. I wonder when they thought of this one.
On Haven.
Seemed to be before the previous map, yeah. The flash ready as well for Cryo. If Concon steps forward, this will be the end of him. Maybe not. Good flash. Stun goes out. Cryo's caught. He can't follow up. That's gone about as well as it could. 9 HP left on Concon, but it's enough. They've got the opening pick. They've dealt with that early aggression right off rip.
In the meantime, EU swung into mid and lost the battle versus Chichu. It's going to be re-aggression. That's the thing with this composition. You kind of need to get aggressive, and when it fails, the dominoes start to fall. Kankan desperately low, so a trade onto him. I could say it should be easy, but actually he's just 5 HPs under. He's clinging to life, and well, the rotation again is being held by Chichu. He's had a great round away from the rest of the team. Talk about this guy and his lurks on that Sentinel, but that made it very difficult for the rest of the players to even group up and help.
I mean, Kankan had a weaker weapon, a paranoia and flash lined up for his contact, and still he's able to walk out with aura.
One enemy.
Sure, Tom. Sure. I suppose he did.
It's your favorite one, I've heard.
Oh, I love it, mate. Chichu as well, like you said, away from the pack, cutting off all those rotations, keeping so much space for this squad. That's about as good of a round as you go for. And it might make 100 Thieves think about early aggression. Kankan played aside to macro of his own, and it's a double opening. Cryo, at least able to follow up. It's pistols for the most part. I'm not sure about that play, but Chichu's there to clean up anyway.
Oh, Pop, just as almost like a
งงเลยชิชูปิดเกมโดนเช่าอยู่มาเลย
เมื่อกี้ได้ยินอะไรเช่าๆเลยตกใจ They've got a couple of kills. They've made things costly, but that is all she wrote. Not bad for either side. I don't think 100 Thieves would have gone into that expecting to win the round, and this is where they will have the haunt as well from nobody is just fantastic. Like it makes things so much easier.
ยิงทะลุสโมกกันอย่างเดียวเลย
The backup was at least there. 2-2. This time the early start went the way of DDG, but
ใส่กันมันอยู่ตอนนี้
we now look at if there's a response. Operator in for Cryo. It's going to change the dynamic of how he plays this defensive side. It looks like B is going to have a lot of congestion, and that's exactly where he is.
ถ้าอยู่มาวันหนึ่งวาโลปรับให้ยิงทะลุสโมกแล้วเป็นรู
They're backing off.
แล้วแฟนคอมนี่คือหลับปักเกียร์
They don't want anything to do with this. It's going to be a
น่าจะโดนด่า
ทุกวันนี้แม่งยิงกันแบบไอ้นี่แหละใช่ไหม
Shoots it, but still. EDG
มันจะโดนด่า
send
ก๊อป
this in
ไป
the
ดิ
other direction. Trap hasn't been broken, so they know there's no real aggression. They clear that first corner.
อาจจะต้องเปลี่ยน
Well, there's a lot of steps being made by nobody. That's going to be a quick acceleration into this site. Still though, one of the players waiting for the.
แต่จะว่าไปเดี๋ยวมันจะมีรันเดียว5
Good for a double. That's 100 Thieves with a quick response. Bustio gets one before falling. Asuna does end up going by the wayside, but it's still a 1v3 needed for Smoggy.
This is a lot to ask.
เวลาเยอะด้วย
เดินเปล่า
Manages to
ต้องเดิน
reposition.
หาก่อน
Has
ล่า
actually
ก่อน
found a slight gap, but I think very quickly EU makes that realization of okay, there's one spot that he could have gone that we're not currently covering, and immediately fills the cap in. Even still, Smoggy has managed to hit the headshot, but he's completely blinded. Still makes it around the corner. The B site is open, but he's not necessarily looking to go there without at least finding the kill. EU playing this one incredibly safe. 30 HP. Okay, a plant should at least go his way, but the round, no chance.
Even the plant, I'm not sure. He's running a knife out, gets there a little late, but I mean quickly puts him to bed. Another round for 100 Thieves, and Asuna, definitely the player you look to. This is the reason they're able to find that. He shut down that split immediately, cut one head off the snake, and none really grew back.
This is a lot of what has been the story of this game. Arsenal in positions where you kind of expect maybe that he'll get one, maybe he'll do a little bit of damage, but he's been over-delivering in every position he finds himself in. How good's your lip reading?
Not good enough.
Okay.
Their fears betrayed them.
You might have said, I got my one.
เอฟลองสุดวิดีโอป่ะล่ะ
Off in play for Cryo. It's gone mid this time, but they're bypassing it yet
มี
again.
มีแต่เขาลาดบุรีปีนี้
No
เขาแบบ
Asuna this time to hold on
ไอ้
to
นี่ได้
control.
ไอ้
Good reveal.
ชลบุรีอะ
Great reveal, in fact.
ตรงที่มี
Kankan
ที่มี
still
ลิง
gets
เยอะ
one.
โอ้โหไม่ไหว
Takes down EU.
ปีแข่งกับลิง
And now Xander, oh, he's TP'd into the breach util. A shock for him for sure. Still manages to get one, but EDG have all the information. A player behind.
เฮ้ยแต่ทีเฮดแข่งยังวะ
Okay.
น่าจะเริ่มเลยปะ
Both players
นาน
have
ละ
that additional information. Nice
ยัง
shot
พี่ยัง
from
BTI
Bustio at least, but the remaining two have made it difficult. The IGL having to try and take this over the line, and he's managed to get rid of ZJC. Both players with knowledge of the other. Smoggy healthier and will be there to close. A close round for either side and a decent attempt coming out from Bustio in that remaining position, but it will be Smoggy to get it over the line. Another round for EDG, and I actually really like the call in that round. Like, you've gone for that aggressive A-side push, you get shut down immediately. They double down on it. You're not going to stack up that position twice. And well, their gamble pays off.
It's all about that short fight. And the fact that Concon goes diving into the smoke, even gets revealed, still finds one, and also gives the information away. There's another guy close. It's so easy to follow up on. Cage to deny some of that early aggression. Asuna jumped through it, but not able to really spot anyone out. EDG have just given up the control now, looking to move in the other direction. They see a push on A. They look for space on B. Holding for the mid crosses as well. There's not going to be any commitment from this side just yet. Knowing that they're up against these pistols and weaker weapons, they're expecting some form of aggression from 100 Thieves that they can catch off. That's why you're already seeing Concon on the B side despite everyone else waiting outside A. The problem is, this is again, Asuna's contact gets a paranoia, this time from much closer. That slows down the play, but they don't get the pick they wanted on the back of it. Right read by EDG as well, just leave at that point. 3 players pushed up. Surely the B side should be easier.
ทางมารออยู่แล้วเพื่อนโยกได้
A little bit awkward with the weaponry for Concon. They haven't checked. Got away with 2. It's a good thing that Chichu manages to find that trade, or this could have got truly dangerous for EU's also then thrown in Fury. A little bit too much distance between him and ZJC for that kill to come through. It was desperately close, but he at least had him up once, leaving the breach low.
45 HP. A rolling. Oh, a shot dart to the face! Smoggy has to do it all now. They don't have that rolling thunder to work off of. It's all down to him. And EU with his 3rd kill of the round. Hunter's Fury, shock dart and a stinger. And it's enough to give 100 Thieves a 4th.
He's so good. Like, all of his utility seems to bring value to the squad. He was actually, as I said, a little bit unlucky that the distance between ZJC and the Hunter's Fury was just a little bit too far. And then the shock dart ended up being, absolutely perfect. It's Robin Hood.
That was a wonderful round. A double classic kill, a stinger, a shock dart, and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, it's not a nice one to lose. You can see that EDG, this was their chance to build up, to gain the lead first of all, and maybe even build up a couple of rounds, put 100 Thieves economy in the bin, winning this one, and run away with the lead. Instead, they've been punished. They're put down to pistols. A rifle on Smoggy is all that they have to work with. He's hiding inside a smoke as somehow an entire portion of the map has gone EDG's way. They're already swinging it behind. Concon's got a double with a sheriff. Smoggy strikes towards the A site, and with a TP in, they're now ready to run with 3 weapons in a 5v2.
And these last couple of rounds have just been utter madness. Like, the supportive utility that was about to be put into play for Concon became completely useless because he killed both players before it hit. Just so you know, he headshot both, and then the Rolling Thunder went afterwards. Or just okay, we've bounced their corpses a little bit off the ground. Like, that was just pure individual menace. And the worst thing is, they were spamming it. They spotted it.
My favorite part about that was your explanation of the Rolling Thunder was a vision that nobody can see us right now.
No, I was talking to you.
Okay, well, I mean, I got it. It was very good. I wish we could have shared that with the world, but.
So basically, what you're saying is you want the return of the TikTok stream.
Absolutely, Tom. I mean, I'm doing all these dances for nothing right now. What's the point? 4-4.
If anything, I'm seeing too much movement.
Look at that, man.
There goes the rolling thunder. See?
Yeah,
the movement.
Yeah. I don't even like seeing it in the game.
And then he did a handstand.
Oh, look at him go. Oh, Tom, you're going crazy. Oh, God, if you guys could have seen that. He did a flip into a handstand. Unbelievable.
ไม่หายอ่ะตรงนี้ทำไงให้หาย
4-4
วะน้อง
Thieves call a timeout. They want to touch base with their coaching staff as, again, they had a very crazy round themselves where they had classic to win it, and then the exact same things just happened for their opponent, resetting everything. EDG had the chance to run away with it, and that chance is now theirs yet again. It's part of the
Of course, for the side of 100 Thieves, you want to try and get this done in 2. You know that if EDG, they already got the momentum in the last map, and you could see that fire really starting to build within them. For now, at least, they spot the wall going up and don't opt to challenge. Of course, this purchase is a bit more of a bite to it with the sheriffs alongside the rifles. But they've already lost a lot of control. Well, that wasn't pretty.
No, it was
ที่ช่วย
enjoyable to look at. Poor Boostio.
โยกยับเลย
Run of it.
Spike planted.
Shots from Asuna, not landing anything in the flash, primed and ready for set. JC, Chichu picks up one, the deep push towards the spawn, working well. He's going to keep on going. Sheriff waiting for it. Cryo's only good for one. Chichu keeps on going for his triple. And then, of course, Con is there to close it out. EDG, a much more direct approach to this round, just blitzing the site. And I think maybe even a response to the fact that, you know, mid's been left so open, expecting the gap to now be elsewhere.
มันเดินยิงเลย
What they've been doing is just leaving Chichu around that position to just catch anybody trying to push around.
เพราะชิชูไม่คีนอีกต่อไป
Taking control of B main. And then done the majority of the work for them. He's right at the top of the board alongside Kankan. Seeing those two in form is probably as scary as it gets for the 100 Thieves coaching staff, because they're a big part in their successful run at Champions. And well, Chichu, it's just disrespect now. He's taken what Arsenal was doing in the previous map and said, you know what, I'm in form right now. I'm going to try and fight back him up. I think he's seeing ghosts at this point. Was expecting
พอดูเมื่อกี้ขี่หลอกกันไปตอนไหนอะว้าไปเมื่อกี้
Xander knows that he's coming around that corner and he'll take him down. The jump up, poorly timed. Exact angle Xander was holding.
โคตรมีมันสัตว์นี่
You can see Boostio caught towards the backside. Cryo comes in to support him.
อุ้ย Cryo
on the left. Finds 2. Smoggy eliminating Boostio. It's a little more pressure on that backside. But Con running it down has just flipped the scorer with a triple kill. EDG. It looked like there was a bit of a bump in the road in the side take, but again, Con's the one to close it out. Yeah, he's just unbelievable. And Chichu as well, I just want to mention that cage that he put down. He's put that a number of times, and it's always been to deny aggression. This time he uses it for his own aggression.
ทางแม่งวิ่งแบบว่าเมื่อกี้แม่งสะบัดเมาส์ตามไม่ทันอะ
Just how much raw individual skill we have in this server. Like, you see that double. Okay. You see the double coming up from Cryo. You're like, okay,
box
that was
Heaven
sick.
Sunset
And then 2 seconds later, you see Cargo go, okay, double. I'm getting 3.
โอ้โหแล้วไอ้บ็อกทีเฮดอย่างโหดแล้วมีเฮเว่นมาอีก
This time you're gonna push my cage, and then so he doesn't push. It's like
ไม่น่ามีปัญหาใช่ไหม
not that useful anymore.
Yeah, Chichu's. I mean, they're going for the same strat they did on their low buy. Blitz up to mid, stun on one side. Con opening it up.
เทคมันกดไอ้บ็อกใส่ติดกับพี่
ไม่ได้ดูแข่ง
Oh, this could be a mistake. Xander hoping for some impact with that judge.
อุ้ยเป็นเรื่องมันอีโคกันมันเลยพี่
JC looking the wrong way. A thrifty round
อี
win.
โคแต่ละกระบอกแสบๆตรงนั้นบ
As
อกเล
soon
ย
as I
สติง
saw
เกอร์
Asuna go the other way, I thought, oh, this could be it. At least the trade will be found, but not even close.
This has been such a peculiar match.
ไม่มีวันเลยไม่มีภาพเลยนะที่ทีเฮดจะแพ้
EU just crispy as ever.
เน้นๆนะ
ด่านนี่คือแบบเน้นๆจริง
The thing is, I kind of understand EDG's attempt to go into middle. It has been a spot on the map that's been very, very open. But the fact that they then end up in just the most horrific crossfire, yeah, I think that's how everybody's feeling after
ถ้า
that
6-6
round.
นี่โดนนะ EDG
Another low
ดั
by
นกันเลย
victory.
พี่
Thankfully for
บุกกัน
EDG,
ยับ
they still have the
ตอนเนี้ย
finances, and well, it's going to
ซิ่ง
be
อย่างเดียวแหละ
operator for Kankan in this round.
My ult is ready.
See if he can find the same success as he did on the previous map.
อย่างน้อยก็เรียกกำลังใจคืนให้พี่เอ๋ยหน่อยเฮเลติก
Only one round to play for it. A minute 15 on the clock, and EDG evidently expecting some form of aggression.
ต้อง
Someone to take a
13-0
peek
นะ
that
ถึง
they
จะ
should
แบบ
step
กลับมา
into
เชื่อ
that
ใจ
off.
เกินไปพี่เกิน
Space
ไป
being worked by
Okay,
G2 towards that A site. Making the noise,
ใคร
hoping that the rotation
โอ
comes
มัน
through, but it doesn't.
มันมีไลน์อัพ
50
โย
seconds
รู้
left.
หมดเล
They
ย
have
เนี่ย
to
ทั้ง
decide
ทั้ง A ทั้ง B ไป
where
กั
to
บ
take it. It looks like they'll go towards mid
เรื่อง
again.
คุณภาพ
Just barely dodging that reveal. Xander not catching the steps
Yeah,
across. He
Kang.
can't see the
Luo.
peak from where he is. The timing's been poor. So they've got this space to
Yeah.
fight with, but 100 Thieves are
แล้วเจอไซเฟอร์หน้า A
giving up the space, not looking for the fight, and then grabbing the information on that player still outside of A. Cryo
เฮ้ย
gonna go for it.
nobody.
Asuna ran in, but nobody's just picked up both. A beautiful spray from him.
โคตรบ้า
Well as well. Finding no targets. He using the same boat. The time is the main issue for EDG, but they managed to get into the side, find the opener onto Boostio, and then put themselves into the post spawn. Now we saw
มันน่า
the
ถอยมาเล่น
2v4
รอ
to
ได้นะ
end
เวลา
the
จะหมด
last
จะ
map.
ไปเราเพื่อน
ZJC
แบบ
walking
เพื่อน
backwards
โร
as
เทต
well.
มาแพ็กได้
He eventually
ผม
gets
เล่
the
นกันสองคน
information that
เจอ
there
ทั้ง
is a
ทีม
player in behind.
โดนทันเฟอร์คม
แต่จริงๆมันก็จะสวยแหละ nobody มัน
He's
เวอร์
his way through the edge of the
nobody
smoke.
ไม่
He's
เวอร์
just
น่าจะเป็น
waiting
แบบ
for
ได้
his
กำไรแล้ว
teammates
ก็
to
ถอย
come through. It's the usage
เฮ้ยอ้าว
of that paranoia. Shot starts doing damage. They are whittling away, but Kankan still survives at the back of the site with nobody alongside him. It is going to be EDG to go in with a lead on their map choice.
ใช่โซวารีมันติดไป หลายอย่างเลยเมื่อกี้เกิดขึ้นเช็ค
ไม่ได้เห็นแบบภูเฮเลติกแล้วแบบ 2ท็อปเทียร์ของด่านเฮเลติกมันมาอยู่2แมปแรกมันจัดไอ้บูดิโอดีนะถ้าเป็นอาคัง2023ที่ยืนสู้แล้วบูดิโอเนี่ย
ทำท่าสไนเปอร์ยิงใส่ด้วย
ทำไมคู่เฮเลติกถึงไปแข่งห้องที่มันมีปัญหาบ่อยด้วยเอกพอสนี่ความอดทนนะแต่จริงๆอ่ะเฮเลติกได้เปรียบเลยถ้ามีเทคพอสฝึกความอดทนมาเยอะแล้วเรียกว่าผู้มีประสบการณ์ตอนนี้ใครเทคพอสแข่งกับ EMEA นี่คือไม่ไหวหมดอะ ประสบการณ์แน่น
ใครภูมิน้อยมาแข่งสเตจ2นี่เจ๋งนะ
มี2ทีมที่จะสู้ได้คือบลีดกับทีวันผู้มีภูมิจากเทคพอส6 ชั่วโมงมาแต่2ทีมนั้นไม่ได้มาเลยทีมหนึ่งแตกไปแล้ว V3 Pro ลดเหลือ 2,900 พี่พอ V4 แม่งจะออก
โอ้เศร้าจัดแล้วพี่ซื้อมือ2มา
เท่าไหร่
เกือบ 3,000
Chances are, as one of your opponent's better maps, they're going to pick
ผมเนี่ยซื้อมา 5,600
look
แบบเต็ม
at
เม็ดเต็มหน่วยเพิ่งซื้อมาได้ไม่นาน
as an
นี่มัน
opportunity
2-3
is
เดื
you
อน
have this hyper aggressive comp, you have this double duelist, you have Cryo who can take a lot of space without having as much of a risk.
ไม่ดีก็ปีแล้วหรือเปล่าน่าจะปีแล้ว
I think if they've let this go through, there is a very good reason for that. Nobody though. Already in a solid position. And well, you can kind of see why they had such a defensive side if he's going to be doing stuff like that all half.
He's been reliable. You think back to the last rounds, Asuna and Cryo go swinging.
ถือว่าซื้อเวลาในการใช้ไงอย่าไปเสียดายของ
with a beautiful spray
แต่
transfer.
เจอแบบซื้อเกมมาวันนี้แล้วพรุ่งนี้มันลด 50% อันนี้คือแบบ
Here he finds a double and
ใคร
backs
โดน
off.
นี่
He's in
เจ็บปวด
spawn right now as they push down on mid as a response.
เกม 3
Completely
ว่ะ
surrounding these last players and leaving EU and Xander. The 2 versus 5, very much winnable, but not when they stack up like that. Swinging in was Smoggy with 8 on the board now. EDG have their lead extended. But for 100 Thieves, like you said, they've got that double duelist. There's weaknesses to that on the defense. You expect to see a little bit more from them. Certainly comp-wise. And in terms of preparation, for a map that you don't play a lot, I think you will be punished more on the defense in terms of your reactions, your rotations. And we definitely got to see that in the first half. Here could be a little bit more of comfort.
Yeah, my only worry is that I think when you look back at the last map, which was running exactly the same comp you can, they sort of struggled when the element of surprise was lost, which is normally the case on the attack side. Like, you will expect players to run through and blitz, especially Neon has been a main for quite a while. 2 players have just immediately died in middle as well. Like, that was just maybe a jiggle peek. It didn't even look like they went that far. The remainder just trying to get in. And of course, this is...
ที่เก็บแล้วมาวางใหม่
So even a kill here would be nice, especially when there's investment on every single player. Even JC has gone for a stick. So they can at least drop a gun. It's not looking too likely. Oh, there you go. At least one. Will be the stinger that is gone in the end. But hey, the 4 rifles remain.
Yeah, that's the main thing. A very little impact realistically. And a solid shutdown. A brave play on a round like this to go swinging into mid. We didn't get to see it on the screen, but here you go.
ไม่สไลด์สเปรย์ยับเลยบูลด็อก
Nothing like that, just a wild walk up.
บูลด็อกโอนี่เสียงมัน
Spotted and dealt with immediately. And I think one of the worrying factors, I suppose, is that EDG on the previous map, we saw them a number of times wait for the aggression and still get rolled. Here,
หรือว่านาวี
like I think Asuna has what 6 kills coming out of the first half. Like they have dealt with every single piece of defender aggression that was put down.
ไปนึกถึงใครวะ
Xander V1 หรือเปล่า
Easily at times. So for 100 Thieves, then
เป็นกองข้างล่าง
that's all that was working really, and what you need to be working about this composition.
M80 บอก
Yeah, I think as well, just the comfort of Kankan on that Neon. He has been a menace, and you're looking at this with 4 rounds needed for EDG, and I would be surprised if they don't get them, but we're yet to see a proper 5 round just yet from 100 Thieves, so
ที่คล้ายๆกันอ่ะ
as I said, I believe that they will have come into this with a game plan. Nobody though, he is being watched for.
อยู่ด้วยกันมาก่อนเนี่ย Xander EU
He had a bit of a quieter first half individually, like he was okay, but as said, when you look back to their previous result versus Titan, he was their best player. And we're getting glimpses as to why. That was as said, it was a predicted push from the side of 100 Thieves, and now you're looking at the timer, 35 seconds left, and they are going back to mid. Like, there doesn't seem like they have a plan set in motion just yet, and they're figuring it out as they go along.
Well, the only thing going for them is that they're heading towards the site with just 1 player. A chance to pincer, but they're late coming to mid, and now there's already 1 Chichu. They're spotting for it. Going into the A site, still up against Trap, up against Con. It's not going to be workable. And they decide, to save after losing that player inside of main. It definitely seemed a little bit de-synergized. Those 2 players are sitting towards tiles, not crossing mid, not moving in. That is a bold play from Con, but you understand why. Confidence is sky high.
Also, realistically, what has he lost? He's lost a Bulldog in a bonus round. Why does he care? He's going to either upgrade to an operator or upgrade to another rifle.
อเมริกามันเหมือนมันทีมใหญ่ๆยังไม่เปลี่ยนเจนผู้เล่นมันก็เลยดู
His teammates out there with a ghost is probably thinking, I would
สู้โซนอื่นไม่ได้มันใช้ผู้เล่นเก่าๆ
I would have had that.
I think if you're a teammate of Kankan, unfortunately, you have to accept the fact that you are not Kankan, and so the decisions he makes, you're not allowed.
ที่ผมจำผิดคือไอเซนเดอร์
Probably 9 times out of 10 he gets that kill and then goes, hey, I've got a battle for you. So, fair enough.
He's also currently 19 and 9. So I think if you went, I don't think that was the right play, go.
บุติโอนี่หนักจัดเลย
Shut up.
Who do you think you are?
And here he goes again, and that's why.
เรียบร้อย
Well, he got to win the fight last time around, but that's the upgrade. See, he's got a Phantom now.
Busio tried his best
เอา
to
โบ
save
เตอ
you
ร์
there.
บุ
He
ติโอ
threw
แล้ว
down
ก็
the cage,
ผู้
but
จานไม่ได้
Concon's just too quick in following up on that aggression.
ใคร
The
ยิง
benefit, as you said, the
ทีมไอ
comfort
ที
of
เอ
the
ล
neon here shining through.
ยิงไงวะเนี่ย
Surprising, EDG, you know, they're in a 5v4.
เอาบูมาอยู่ใน
And
ตอนนี้
Chichu's
บู
making
กำลัง
it
ฟอร์ม
again. You
มา
see this discipline, the wise
Oh.
call of
Top
not
sour
playing on the A
level.
side. If they need to play retake, they will. But if he stands there and goes down, now all of a sudden numbers are even, and it's a different game
ช่วงนี้มัน
altogether.
เป็นช่วงขาลงของไอทีเอล
Look at the
มันกิน
minimap.
กัน
They
หนักอยู่นะ
group up. It's going to be a full 5-player retake.
It's a counter
เฮ้ยทำไม
paranoia.
หมุน
though.
อีกแล้วว่า
Yeah, they're waiting for it.
เป็นที่เน็ตหรือเป็นที่ช่องเนี่ย
เป็นที่แล้วแหละผมว่า
There goes the stun. Paranoia immediately thrown through. Bustio tries to make a play off it, but
หรือว่า
can't
เน็ต
find
เน็ตแรง
anything.
ไม่พอหรอก
Can't lead in the charge, but he is lost. Arson and Cryo combining.
เอ้าอยู่ดีก็ได้เล่น
Back at least, but it's Cryo once again. He's been having a solid game, and now that advantage swings firmly in the favor of 100 Thieves. It's going to be left all on to Chichu. Chances slim as the swing back from Cryo. It is a superb round from him individually. And considering they had some weaker weaponry after the last round and they lose the opening pick, that's an incredible recovery.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, like, you have your stun and your haunt thrown through, but that counter paranoia just deletes it. And then your actual push to the side is dry. You don't have a lot for the retake. You're just swinging on in, and those picks being won out by Cryo, by Xander over towards short as well. Pivotal to keep this under their control. 100 Thieves, they win out in round 4 of this half after 3 in a row for EDG, but the big danger has now just come online. Con with an operator. You bet your ass he's playing aggressive. Straight down to mid. He spotted the barrel. Blood in the water. And he's eating good tonight. That's Asuna down and out already.
Only just about.
ทำไมคนเล่นเดียวต้องวอลต่ำ
Spam has done a lot of
ผม
damage.
ก็เพิ่งรู้นะว่าวอลสูงๆมันจะข้ามกำแพงได้
You best believe there's
เหมือนวอลไวเปอร์
likely to be a reposition. Kankan he's just got this spot on. A couple of other players building up in towards that B site, but I think with how low on HP is, the risk really isn't there, especially when you consider that Hunter's Fury is available. Now the idea from EU is sell a fake, sell a ruse, try and bait them into a rotation, and he has at least kept players on the A site. The problem is, if Kankan hits this first shot, the round almost feels like it's over.
Well, he's hit it, but not on the player. It was only the decoy, the stun got Chichu the pick, though, down to 2 HP. When he can tank a body shot,
ได้แน่เลย
it was a different game, but now just one needed in return. One shot from any weapon, and he's down and out. Xander's the one to land it. Smoggy, though, has kept things heavily in their favor. An accidental weapon swap for Xander. He's trying to bait them in. But look at the 3 players pushing from the same angle. Jump spot to start. Beautifully handled there by Smoggy. Nobody's the one to find the kill that puts EDG up to 11. And we talked about this map. It's somewhere that should be favored to EDG. Looking at history, looking at the lack of history for 100 Thieves. And doing so dominantly certainly resets what we saw over on the previous map, where that first half was abysmal. But now, morale will be sky high going into that final map. Just 2 more rounds to lock it in.
Yeah, I think that definitely caught off guard by how 100 Thieves were playing that first map, but you could see it in the first half of this one.
เจอเกม3ครับ
เฮ้ย YouTube ก็หมุน
น่าจะเน็ตพี่แล้วใครโหลดอะไรเปล่า Wi-Fi พี่
ไม่น่ามีนะ
Even if you're that he might
ภาพที่คิดไว้เลยพอกันปุ๊บครั้งซื้อออฟรัวๆเลย
with Chichu smoking over the NZJC, which there's like they're all doing pretty well.
Yeah, Chichu especially being good on containing that space. Oh, he's going in, but a rare miss from Concon. 30%. Yeah, indeed. The stinger back in return. That's potential huge upgrade for 100 Thieves. A great weapon to have in their hands.
ออกมาให้เพื่อนเล่นมา
The man advantage will prompt EDG to get pushing
วิ่งออกไปให้
towards
เซนเตอร์
the
หน่อย
safe
ไหม
site. Ready and waiting is Xander. Just on the other side of that cage. ZJC has an idea and he'll get him. Okay, numbers equalized.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done. The operator has been handed over to
เอาชิบหายแล้ว
โอ้โหเป็นเรื่องเลย
ชิบหายการช่างแล้วพุติโอ
That walk up is going to go completely unspotted, and it might not necessarily be the death of him. No, it won't. But the rest of the team could be in trouble. The Spike is the last man through. And nobody's following, tracking. He's got the scent. That operator, the biggest weapon that they have, is dead to rights, but nobody, he wants a little bit more. He is playing this so incredibly well. Here's the Spike being planted to swing out, and it's actually EU to put him down at least, but there's so much still to be put in hands. JC with another, and in fact, he'll close it out with 12 rounds onto the board for EDG, and 6 in a row needed for 100 Thieves to even try for overtime.
Great read by Nobody too, realizing that that cam was being blocked out by the lantern in middle. And here you see actually exactly what you mentioned already, Tom. If you deal with Concon, they still have so much to fall back on. And Nobody's flank was great. ZJC though, he was the one taking it. A 4-take great utility that pushed Asuna out from that plant spot. The cam had already spotted him. They were ready to take him down, but the utility got ahead of it.
ไปแมป3เถอะ
The spike left in spawn by 100 Thieves here. See, it's just going to be contact play across the map.
Yeah, I assume that will be Xander to collect. The ultimate available. They're trying to bait Concon. That's the thing about Concon. You think like, okay, he's just gone for that face in the same position. Surely it'll be a bit passive goal. And also not expecting, but it was a bit of an off angle. That's already as bad of a start as you could have. You've lost one, a second gone as well. Now the spike has finally been reclaimed, but this is already feeling like too little too late. The TP at least puts a little bit of danger, but he's been seen.
Yeah, the idea here, Nobody had already put Nightfall through. Didn't spot anyone. Gets past the first player, but now shot in the back. Xander and Cryo able to bring this back to even numbers. The timing. Oh, it's terrible for Cryo. He's picked off going into his ultimate. That should have been a free rotation. Information, droves of it. Smoggy. That wasn't quite the TP he was looking for, but EU's gone into the smoke. Spike in hand, picked up Chichu. Concon hot on his tail, swinging around. They're both in utility. Xander gets his weapon out just in time. That was dangerously close, but 100 Thieves. They get at least one more round.
If he'd won that, that would have been the worst round I've seen in Valorant this tournament by far. Like that
smoke and drone.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One player getting caught using their ultimate. One player get caught pushing. One player getting caught TPing, and almost 2 players being caught with utility. That was wow. That was almost an absolute nightmare. Like that was a split second between disaster. But hey, the 100 Thieves live to fight another day. 5 in a row needed. Operators still in hand for Concon.
Take flight.
He's been battling for B main throughout the map so far. And although the Prowler doesn't get the information they want, after the drone is heard, they knew someone was there. Nobody has still just walked up, by the way. He has just taken that control for free. He's still going.
โอ้Nobody ดันไปขนาดนั้น
going. He's still
เป็นเรื่องแล้วตรงกลางไม่ดูในแบบ
Bustio's hiding at least behind the box, but he's going to be cleared. It's a free pick for Nobody. You know, not ideal to say the least. Chichu's got Asuna. Now we're down to a 4v3. Xander picks off another. Okay, that's Concon dead. That's a big player out of the round. Nobody somehow backstabbing another before he's dropped. Gaps for 100 Thieves. And there's a second flanker coming up. ZJC's got a freebie. And it's the spike on the floor. 30 seconds. EU has an idea. And he's even shot him through the wall, straight to the dome.
30 seconds left.
But Smoggy still drawing breath. 25 seconds left. And look, they're just playing the regroup. ZJC back with his teammate now. 20 seconds left for EU. Time running desperately low, and he still has to get past ZJC. He's already tagged up the other player. It's winnable. 12 seconds. He's got to run. He's got to be fast, and he's got his knife out as he goes through the smoke. Smoggy's inside already, waiting for him to...
เน็ตที่กากกว่ามึงนะ
เฮเลติกมันก็ยังไม่เริ่ม กูงงมาดูอีกคู่หนึ่งต่อเลยครับต่อเนื่อง
Hey, farming to watch video games sounds pretty good to me. That's a lot actually playing, so I feel like co-streamer.
Wow, did you just
วันแห่งสองเนี่ยเดี๋ยวคู่นี้จะเป็นคู่แรกที่2-0นะเฮเลติกเดี๋ยวนี้เขาเล่นเมาส์ไร้สายกันหมดแล้วนะไอชีแบบเมื่อมันจะแข็งเดี๋ยวต้องกดเดทแมทแก้เคสแม่งถึงจะแข่งนี่ไงพอกดปุ๊บแม่งว่าเลยดีนะยังไม่เจอห้อง
Change when I got up, but we're hoping that we're gonna see
ตอน
a
นี้ไม่มี
change
เปเปอร์เล็กครับ
pace and tempo shift. Best of 3 elimination. Heretics versus Titans.
Yeah, and taking a look, we are going to get essentially and actually pretty much truly mirror matchups here. So different for what we kind of came to know and expect. No deadlock here for Titan Esports, which we were framing up. They're going to go the more traditional route of the Killjoy, which I also agree on that. Vipers on both sides. You know what's going to expect with those walls. And it looks like TEC do want to take a bit of an opening aggressive push to try to get some forward pressure through B. The sentry turret at mid to try to keep that on. Yeah, T-Virus right here in the corner.
นี่อ่ะมาถึงหายไป2นี่หายไป3
The practice range diff from Tech, just the 3K off mid. Okay, the Sentinel diff is insane.
เพลงแม่งยังไม่ปิดเลยมันเงยแล้วจบเราแรกแม่งก็ยังไม่ปิดเพลง
And for Heretics, just trying something a little bit more
เป็ด2เหมือนพนักงานไม่พอ
their compositions. They had played Neon Gecko before
แล้วไม่ได้บูโอเมน
with the same Killjoy Sova Viper. So again,
ไม่มีดูว่าลิส
แล้วอยู่ดีไปเปลี่ยนผมเลย
ทีมดูลิส2คน
this calendar year. So this is going to be, I think, an interesting spotlight to throw onto
โดนว่ะ
mostly on the timings of when they want to use things like the knives, how you want to execute off of things like flashes, and how deep do they want to scale. Not playing Neon, like we talked about, we often expect that type of a composition wants to get deep through Snowman at B. So have they done their prep? Are they ready to go? Understand this more traditional, more orthodoxical type of setup for composition.
คือแม่งจับกล้องแบบว่าดูฟักมาก
The less we look at him, the better he is at the game. I don't know, and it wasn't even through just watching over mid. It was through shutting down A single-handedly. So Team Heretics are really not off to a good start. What did we say about them?
สเตจ2เขาใช้ทีมงานสำรอง
Now you're facing a peaking Sentinel.
Yeah, this is the last thing you want
จับ
to
พง
peek
จับภาพ
into is
เด็กพงเด็กพอสโอ้ครบเลย
ทีเวลาลูเก้ก็กลายเป็นเฮาตรง
against
ไป
just
แล้ว
classics. He could definitely pop off and single-handedly get the job done. There's the first to connect. Follow-up is going to be shut down by Coco, and this should be a pretty comfortable anti-eco here for Titan. Keep saying talent.
You got the knife too from Tag
นี่
and
ไง
Heretics.
เดี๋ยวพี่วูดเอา
ไปเล่น
คลาสสิ
นะ
ก
แบบ
ยัด
นี้
หัวไป
ไปเล่นนะ
By that,
ไอ้เก็บปืน
they're
เล่น
able to turn
ไม่
this
มีเดียว
all
เสียแล้ว
around. After Heretics got first blood
เอ
in.
อ
Still that big old threat. It's a double flank. The
แต่พี่
walk
วูด
from
ยังมี
Tag
คลาสสิก
coming
อยู่
to respawn, and Woot has a big old challenge, or challenge you like to
อุ้ย
say. And
เกือบนะ
Howdong takes care of business. Flank develops. Boo the last one, just hoping to play his life in this tower. And with the wall coming up just in time. Gets to kind of isolate these angles. 1v2. Spike's going to get tapped. He's not going to peek it quite yet. Almost got that finish against Lucas.
Yeah, you get a couple of repurchases out though going into this bonus, and of course you get the plan to
Guardian
kind of
หรือ Bulldog อะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะ
reestablish what your economy is going to look like coming into this purchase round of round 3. And for TEC, see what Titan wants to do in terms of purchasing.
เอาโบแม่งเอาไป3หัวเปิดม่านราวพก
Full armors across the board everywhere else for the most part, but yeah, it's just that's a pretty punishing follow-up for Heretics considering the start. You're going to appreciate the idea of making.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเห่าตรงโดนพี่วูดนะเป็นเรื่องอะบอกเลย
about what Heretics want to do from an identity standpoint with full rifles in hand.
นี่ถ้าเขาเอาไซมอนมาอีกคนหนึ่งนี่
Tech off to a fire
ไท
start
ตันนี่รวมคนออกคาจาก
as
EDG
Oppo's
นะ
4-0. And
เอาโบฮาวดงไทตัน
rejoice even more
เอาไลท์ใหม่คน
how good he's been with the sheriff. Just
ไม่
give
มี
him
อะไร
the
อวย
sheriff
พีเฮด
again.
ไปมากกว่านี้แล้ว
I don't know.
เทคพอร์ตแมปพู
You got the sheriff and the outlaw pop off. There's kind of like a cowboy
พร้อม
theme
ทุก
going
อย่าง
on here.
พร้อมทุกอย่าง
Titans are locked
พีเฮด
in.
2-0
What's your favorite cowboy themed gun, Valorant?
เทคนี่คือเทคพอร์ต
Outlaw.
ทีมเท
It
ค
shoots twice, so if you miss, I was gonna say if you miss, it's very forgiving compared to the other steppers.
I'm more of a Marshall stan.
Ooh.
I like the Marshall. I love the days back when like people started to recognize the first time that like you didn't need to scope for the Marshall to still pack a punch in anti-ecos, and we just got like what I like to call musket warfare. We're just
ตอนนี้พี่เหรียญกำลังคิดอยู่ทีม
my
แม่ง
sound
ชื่อ
effect.
ไม่มงคลเลย
We're
เทค
gonna,
เทค
we're
อะไร
gonna
ก็ไม่
start
รู้
rap godding over here if
don't
you
know
guys
about
make
that.
us go crazy again. And then you know your Call of Duty isms of hitting a no scope that translates down.
อ๋อมันเป็นที่พี่วูดคอมพี่วูดเห็นนะ
But you got a
คือหลอกเมื่อ
360.
กี้แม่ง
อ๋อ
คลาสสิกผมเข้าหัวด้วยแต่
Jump
ไม่
off
ตาย
top
อ่ะ
of the
มา
field,
เช็คคอมหน่อยดิ
360, get on a Taj.
เกมบั๊กแล้ว
Old school MW2 days. Oh, that was 15 years ago almost.
We're old.
We're old.
Got you to admit it.
I have the luxury of admitting
ให้
it.
แชทบทอ่ะจะดูคู่นี้ต่อหรือว่าจะย้อนกลับไปดูคู่
Just kind of own it.
Can't avoid Abo either. Despite me being a hater of the deadlock, at least the solo deadlock, he was still a top fragger and kind of a huge carry when it came to that sunset. And he's 4-0 and takes a lot of kills to get the KJ ult online, but still huge for this map.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. I think especially considering, you know, where the success stories were for Titan yesterday, it did come by way, you know, of Abo and really of just the Sentinel gameplay at large. Just kind of stopping and putting a pause to some of our RQs, you know, executes and things of the nature. Obviously, again, this is a fresh look here for Titan. You already kind of mentioned it in the preamble to this setup. You know, it's not just that they played it yesterday.
อ๋อพรุ่งนี้เจนจีพรุ่งนี้
a lot. And it's not a stranger
พรุ่งนี้คู่2
to really a variety of maps.
วันนี้ RQ เจนจี
Also included this icebox. So this is a fresh look for them. As we're hearing that on stage, there's a couple of small audio issues, which is what we're trying to resolve at the moment. But, you know, for Titan, you're feeling really, I think, again, just that mental freedom to know that Abo's not a new character for our maps pool here, and he's already popping off. You know, locking down the lanes that he needs to. Granted, it is just pistol and anti-eco, but still, that boosts a lot of confidence, I think, across the board as Titan try to move around the map, especially they rotate from site to site.
Yeah, because it's not even just Abo having a good EWC, but a good qualifier in that EVO Chinese qualifier to get here. He was a top fragger there too, and you can't really say that about a lot of teams where your Sentinel is the one that's muscling in all these kills. And Abo was part of that early Chinese Valorant, those early Chinese Valorant days too, where he actually played with Howdong. So they have that earlier friendship from the EDG days. And you know, I was hoping to see more out of Howdong when we talk just about how many years he's been playing Valorant. And you got this rookie young talent coming in, and they're starting to frag too.
Yeah, just to kind of give you the numbers, I mean,
a 1.4 for ABBA with a 263 ACS throughout the entirety of the Evo event in Act 2, and that included him.
Our wonderful analyst desk. You guys are looking great out there today, just like EDG were in that previous map, shutting down a lot of the things that were working for 100 Thieves in the previous. You look at Asuna and getting aggressive early on. It dominated over on Haven. EDG had such a problem on their attack side dealing with it. Wasn't
พี่เอ๋ยรู้จักการยิงมาแล้วโทรกลับไหมเด็กสมัยนี้งงเว้ยพี่
ยังไงนะ
อะไรคือยิงมาแล้วเดี๋ยวโทรกลับ
อ๋อ
sort of standardized questions that have come in, but we did see Chi Vice.
แต่เดี๋ยวนี้โทรศัพท์แม่งผมไม่ค่อยอยากจะรับเลยรับแม่งก็มีแต่พี่มิตรไม่ค่อยมีใครโทรหาหรอก
โอ้ย
ส่วนใหญ่ก็พิมพ์กัน
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาไม่โทรหากันแล้ว
แม่งโทรวัน10 โมงเงี้ยคุณธีรพัฒน์คุณรู้หรือเปล่าเนี่ยคุณโดนคดีอะไรไม่รู้ผมแม่งพูดแบบผมก็ปล่อยแม่งพูดผมก็นอนต่อ
เดี๋ยวนี้พี่ชอบนะเวลาโทรมาแต่ถ้าตอนว่างนะ ถ้าตอนว่างโทรมาพี่ก็คุย พี่ก็แต่งเรื่องคุยสู้กับมันนะ
คอนเทนต์เนี่ย
Right. You think about how fast he's been getting into those.
เฮ้ยเวเลว่ะพี่มาว่ะตอนแรกนึกว่าจะเจ็ตเสียงแต่ไปดูตามคลิปเลยมาเวเลมันโคตรเก่งเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยคือมันไม่ได้เก่งตรงที่มันควักปืนไวเนี่ยคือไอ้ที่ปาสโลแล้วมันอย่างกว้างเลยไอ้พวกแองเกิลเอเนี่ยพวกบีอย่างเงี้ยบีเมนอย่างเงี้ยโอ้โหโดนทีแบบนิดอะครับไปดูทีเฮดก็ยังไม่เริ่ม
At least we saw quite a bit of
ไปเลยอ่ะ
หมายถึงชนะ
EG จบแล้ว
normally you won't be able to make those sort of like that space being garnered. I think as well the saturators and is something that I think works as almost like a stun that you can throw yourself. So it's definitely an interesting one, and I think with what we see with these sort of jet setups, it actually opens up more doors because you can get way further into position. So it's one hell of a time to bring it out for EDG. We'll see if it works.
ฟังชอบคนไทยเนี่ยนะเลยเลือก
Yeah, exactly as you said, it is a bit of a bold move at this stage of the game. Elimination on the line for whichever team drops the ball here. This is the lower bracket run. That means that they're key, standing in front of the players on the stage now. At least one of those will be crushed before the day is over. EDG on the attack. The B site under pressure. Smoke flash already down, and here he goes. Con on his way.
เอาไม่กลับครับวันเวทริป
The opener.
อุ้ยเดี๋ยว
The Smoggy immediately there with the trade. Bucio's gone down alongside.
โอ้เอช็อต
just waiting. Those mid lurks on Sunset were a real problem for the side of 100 Thieves, and it seems like that is going to be a repetitive theme for them.
เป็นเรื่องเลยครับ
With him just holding that ground. Arsenal now on a slightly more passive agent of the KO. Nice couple of shots to start, but there are so many more to find and so little time to try and do. He's hit another dink. It's a nice amount of headshots, unfortunately only rewarded. Back to winning ways, it is EDG with the first under their belt.
Yeah, Chichu's been having a wonderful performance. I think you look on the other side, this is a really rough series for Boostio. I think on Haven, 0-4 in opening duels. I think the previous map, 4 duels. at all that went his way. Like he has been shut down, and by contrast, the map control that they've had on the attack side because of Chichu, the punishment on some of those rotations, the defense solo side holds. He has been leading the way, at least in some of the rounds. Overall, it has been Con, but no one's surprised by that.
ไอ้แถบอันนั้นแม่ง
the other players.
แถบหน้าบีเห็นปะ
To be honest, that's always something I feel with EDG. I
แม่งชอบ
think
โดน
that
ไหล
at
ออกมา
least,
ยิง
again in the champs run, the Chichu sort of got his flowers. Like people, you realize how good this guy actually is, but it's always going to be difficult when the guy who's most of the time just doing these crazy aggressive rounds, winning them, gets MVP and sings a song. Like you're not gonna be, you're not gonna stand out more than that guy. Also has some of the most poetic lines I've ever heard, and stood up and did the sniper. Like the cool guy. That's all I could say. And well, he started off this round with a bang as well. We've seen them take quite a bit of damage in some of these rounds, so I'm sure EDG would love a clean one.
Guess who's waiting for that rotation play? It is, of course, Chichu. Nobody's coming in to help him out. Might be needed for the trade. Cryo on just 9 HP. Recovered a rifle, but he is not long for this world.
Okay.
Does get another before falling. But
that's one rifle lost.
It is one lost, 3 carried forward, though. Not going to be the end of the world, and that is the key that's under threat in the 100 Thieves camp.
Yeah, at least dropping one means that maybe they're not going to come in with all 5 rifles for the next round, so... Or they'll have to gamble it. Either way, it's definitely better than nothing. Yeah, of course, for both of these squads, they are the clubs that are also fighting for that massive prize pool that could contribute to all of the other esports as well. So becoming one of the first teams to get your key crush and not earning the points that will help to that leaderboard is not something that either of these teams will want, but also they're both gunning for their own trophies. And what a start he's had in this round! That's absolute destruction! They barely make it out of the choke, and the one player that did was dealt with immediately. He was a shining light on the last map, and it seems like he's not going anywhere.
He was even hit by the waylay stun and manages to connect those beautiful final 2 kills as well. Great timing on the spray. That's got to be.
ทำไมเวลาคนเดินเข้าสมองมันต้องเดินขอบ
Con not quite able to convert that pickup, hoping his teammates would at least find him, but coming out of that smoke, well, they didn't make it very far. 100 Thieves. There's the vibe check. They're looking good. Operator in play for Cryo as well, and that could definitely be where things take a turn for the better for this squad. He's going straight in for this mid aggression. No dash even activated just yet. And it looks like nobody is just about to walk into him. In fact, it was ZJC who backstepped a little too early.
Didn't have the information over middle.
ไม่เสียแดดด้วย
Again, something that we've noted with EDG, especially on the first map, was they love those sort of set play executions and sort of feeling out the map and then falling back to one side. And when they were being pushed and pressured by 100 Thieves, that was when they really struggled. Well, the set play didn't work in the last round.
ไม่มีโดนละ
And they've been pushed on this round, so both those sort of win conditions for 100 Thieves are in play. Now they have to make sure they clean this close angle. Kankan's dashed over the top, but he is yet to be spotted. That's a freebie, at least for one, but the trade back is there, keeping things at least in a workable position. However, the defense do have an advantage.
Well, it's not over till Kankan's dealt with, and Asuna, he thought that space was clear, was theirs, but not even close. Kankan's double has got them a plant and an advantage now in a 2 versus 1. And Xander, the player who picked up that 4K in the previous, has to pull off the 1v2 clutch. He's already been spotted. And as you said, Kankan has the ultimate. Could think about deploying it here as soon as they hear those steps, those boots on the ground. Spotted by the cam as well. Time ticking away. Pressure on for Xander. He's made his way around to the right side. That paranoia is perfect. It's caught them both. It could be a freebie, and Xander.
Xander
again. The round
for
100 Thieves.
How did he know? know. Like, I was going to give credit to EDG. They were both backside. They got spotted and they went, let's completely reposition. Let's go.
อย่าลืมออฟด้วย
He just TV'd to get the off. I love that. That's how much they value the from the
เพื่อน
shadows.
นวดไหลอะไรเมื่อกี้
But yeah, it was a complete reposition from the attacking side. That I was like, okay, that's brilliant. Because he's just seen you at the back. So why would he expect you to be there? Well, guess what? He expected you to be there. Like, that was a brilliant read from Xander. I don't know if there was a step made or something, but I don't think there was.
What you guys fucking do?
Xander's coming up clutch in this early half. He's already picked up 2 rounds for this squad. A 4K and a 1v2 clutch. That accounts for all 6 of his kills. The A-side push. It's going to be fast for EDG. Ult put through. Concon chasing down Xander. He won't be getting away with it.
มาเร็วมากไอ้เหี้ยช็อตอะไรวะเนี่ย
There's still so much more to contend with. Cryo off up top. Good for 1. He'll get out of there even without the dash. Actually he won't get out. The players are joining him. He's looking for a fight. He's caught Concon. He's dived in for more. And that round for 100 Thieves. It started off a bit shaky, but Cryo came in clutch.
I like that. He's trying to escape, and he's like, no, keep going. No, you're fighting them. Fight them all. Hey, if I'm his teammate and he can do stuff like that, why not? Just cleaning up the round with the operator. You can see, hey, it seems like just maybe getting rid of from the shadows to save him an operator might have just been worth it. Who knows?
Potentially. I mean, too early to say, Tom.
Yeah, he got 33% of the kills with the shorty, so if anything, he only needed the pistol.
Exactly. Who knows what he would have done with the judge, for example.
That is true.
Could have saved the game with a 4-piece. Well, 100 Thieves now 3-2 up. EDG, they started out well. Big plays by Xander. The operator in the hands of Cryo. Change the course of this map, perhaps even this series. Cryo going in aggressive, and it's Concon waiting for the both. That has put a pin in 100 Thieves early fights. EU's going in for more. It's a big mistake. They are spoon feeding Concon.
นี่ไงเพื่อนบอกว่าเมื่อกี้ว่ายังพิสูจน์ไม่พอแซนเดอร์เดี๋ยวว่าให้กลางโชว์ดิ
I'll be honest with you.
แซนเดอร์บอกกูเซฟแล้วกันเพื่อน
Look at this match
มึง
so
ไม่คัด
far
ละ
and you go, yeah, Concon's really good on the waylay. I don't think there's been a single piece of utility that he's used that's been successful. I think he's just out-fragging everyone. Like, that was 3 kills that he got from them peeking him. That was nothing to do with, he threw the really cool slow or the dash. Like, of course it helps him take space, but it's just Concon. I think he could be playing a jet and it would make no difference.
It is attack side ascent. He's ended up dropping the op as well. Just going to keep the rifle for the next. And I 100% agree with you, Tom. I think the only impact we saw from that specific utility, aside from the ult that was used to push into the site, fair enough.
But even then, the guy he killed wasn't hit by it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess it forced him to reposition.
It made him move.
Yeah, but the only real impact was that it got him killed on the dive into the A site where he decided to throw the stun rather than take the fight. So, realistically, it's only been a disadvantage for him. The guy is just cracked. 3-3. We're tied up here, and I'm expecting it to keep going this way. A back and forth affair. But if they keep pushing into Concon, it might not be. He was gifted 3.
I see, look, technically he could have escaped there.
That's why he swung.
He didn't, but he could have done.
All
Well, they're having a great time. You can understand why. 3-3. We mentioned it before, like this map, especially for the 100 Thieves, last couple of times they played it, heavy defensive side success.
Back in a flash.
For EDG, they've proven, at least versus Titan, they could have great attack sides, but historically, again, it's that defensive side immediately. They've thrown in the Hunter's Fury. EU has managed to dodge that completely. I don't know how. It looked like it was going straight into the back of the site, but he hasn't taken a lick of damage, and instead, it's actually Cryo to find the first, but guess who's there to trade? And running at his opponent. Blink and you miss it. It's all down. Nice try, but you didn't get the raid.
Started to believe in the ace there. Forgot Concon was still alive. That's my bad. A little bit of a misread. His 3-piece matches up to Cryo's, but the numbers keep on increasing on the EDG side of the scoreboard. This is a close angle, I'll tell you that. I like his glasses. Oh, I didn't catch that the first time around. Nicely done by Cryo. The op didn't even play that much of a role. It's becoming expensive as well. and economy constantly being pushed to the brink, and I think coming into the next, it should be somewhere they're struggling, right? Potential eco for them, EDG running away with this early half.
Well, you know as well that
when it comes to like doing our flood, we need to like.
Well, when it comes to doing their flood, they.
เอาเลยครับ
เอาถุยมันก่อน
could have made that they didn't, because obviously before China wasn't within the way of getting to those international events. But he does not want to lose. Like now that he's back at an international, obviously they'll gun for champions as well. But he seems so pumped up in every single round. And well, of course, for EDG, the pressure is on. They have a nation at their back. One that was very proud when they took champions home, but of course they're gunning for more.
Coming.
Towards the A site we go. Pistols in play, but Cryo's in the right spot to get Smoggy on the TP. Concon makes up for it with a quick pick, and nobody cheats you. Well, they follow suit. It's all pistols. The rifle recovered by EU, but he doesn't get much more than the one. And so Boostio is left all alone, spotted out by Concon as he tries to retrieve a weapon. And it's an immediate punish on 100 Thieves. But like we said, that was a low buy. That was the pistols. This is a round that EDG earned with their previous. Now's the real challenge.
2 ults. Like they immediately pop both of them. I do think part of that is just respect for 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves have been so good at the low buys. Like their pistols, shotguns, like ult rounds have been disgusting. So I think that was just a moment where EDG went, look, if we use null command and then the convergence path, they're not winning the round. They have no utility, and they should be set. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think the convergence path hit anyone again. But we'll ignore that, because it's fine when Concon can build it up every 3 rounds.
It did force a player to move, who then got a kill. So, yeah.
Peekaboo.
There we go. He spotted the info. 100 Fury goes through. Good connection. And Concon down early. A very valuable pick. A scalp taken, who's almost got as many kills as the rest of his team combined. Nobody down and out. Damage done to ZJC and Smoggy with the Hunter's Fury. 100 Thieves, they have a big advantage to play with. Only thing is, they've rotated heavy to the A site. Based on what we're seeing here, EDG may still walk into them.
It's been the one player you really haven't wanted to face off against on this 100 Thieves side over the last couple of maps. Having an incredibly impressive performance, getting a little bit dangerous though. Back to a 2v2.
I have the spike.
He's going to be able to get out of there and retrieve the spike.
They have
already cleared the majority of middle. The B site's being looked upon, and it seems like they already have, well, they definitely have all the information, because you don't run through a site like this if you don't.
Yeah, Chichu got all that space for them.
Spike planted.
EU and Cryo have to retake op in hand for Cryo. In terms of utility to break back through, they don't have their drone, probably have to wait for the reveal to come on. That's just come on now. So they've at least got that to move towards the site. That's Chichu stood in this alleyway waiting for the peak. If EU can find this, they've got a good chance. He's at least avoided the danger at the start. Reveal pops, and here goes Cryo, but they're ready. Each fight taken, and each fight won. EDG, they bounce back. Again, that start of the round was perfect for 100 Thieves. They came crumbling down, and that's a lot of momentum, a lot of wind in the sails of EDG.
Yeah, they seem to do very well when it comes to playing around that Hunter's Fury with the setup. But yeah, I feel like that was the turnaround moment, just Smoggy being able to find that pick, secure control of the spike at that, and then is able to just rotate into the B site that the lurk of Chichu has already found. We've been highlighting a lot the impact of Concon, but his wingman has been Chichu. Just those late lurks, catching rotations, making sure that any attempt to support whichever site they decide to hit. Okay. Obviously, it's only a pistol for Cryo, but I don't think it mattered what gun he had there. He didn't get a second to breathe.
I think, again, looking at that previous, you just have to highlight that, you know, Boostio, he's getting diffed by Chichu when it comes to those late round lurk-ups. Chichu's having all the impact in the world. Right there, losing Boostio, losing all that utility on the B site. That's what gave them an easy route in and an easy plant. Man who was standing up to start this series out is being sat down a little bit. Gets in, uses the util to stun them up, and then TP's right back out. He's got info. He knows one was playing up close. Xander's already been dealt with. EU trades, places, classic out. It's a brave play, and nobody punishes. Doubles up as well. Oh, that looked like there was some real opportunity.
อยู่ในไซส์ไว้ใจไม่ได้เลย
It will go the way of EDG as per usual. Chichu with the late lurk to close out the round.
Yeah, this is now. I'd say it's
เหมือน
past
แม่ง
danger
เจาะยาง
territory
บูติโอ
for
รัว
RGB. So
ๆตอน
you've
นี้
had
แรงสู้ไม่มี
a
แล้ว
lights out attack half. Your defensive half in the last 2 games versus MIBR and NRG.
ไม่มีเลยแบบเอา1เอา2เลยบูติโอฟังไว้ตัดทุกอย่างออกไปไม่ต้องใช้สมองเล่นเข้าใจไหม What are you doing ตำนานเสร็จแล้วไอ้ที่จอห์นแม่งลุกขึ้นแล้วก็ทำมือแบบเป็นเลข 1แล้วก็สะบัดพอมาเกมถัดไปแม่งโดน 13-1
Back into the round so far, at least. This timeout, hopefully, we'll see something change. Or 100 Thieves will be joining G2 with their key crushed and another America's team out of the running.
Yeah. XOG have fallen the same way. Of course, that is the brutality of this stage. 4 teams will lose their key as the rest go marching on. Deciders tomorrow, and then the playoffs after that. Cryo already under serious pressure, but Xander again has dealt with the menace that has been Kankan. The executions onto this A site haven't had nearly as much success because of that. And you can see from the other side of the map in the form of Boostio, he goes, you know what, I don't want that smoke. I'm going to make sure that while my team have managed to successfully defend A, I am not letting them near B.
I mean, that came off a single alarm bot.
เพื่อนโรเทตมาไม่ทันตัวเอง
Killjoy ult, and it's a good job too. It bought time for EU to come into play. EDG looking to execute through as 3. 2-man disadvantage to play with. Should be the round that 100 Thieves finally get on the board. Cryo's on his walk through. Boostio's got the wall bang. This is it. This is 100 Thieves back in the saddle with Chichu falling. Boostio, solid round from him. That's what we needed to see. The ult helping out, buying time. And he's there to fight alongside his squad. Still possible for a 7-5 half.
Let's be honest though, like I think that a lot of that was EDG going, okay, we've had lots of success going towards this B site and playing into middle. We've not really been able to crack the A site, so chances are if they've taken a pause, they're going to adapt away from A. Let's try that push again. And instead, it was actually just the read from 100 Thieves that maybe the pause would trigger that, because they had the A site stack up. They had, more importantly, Xander, and that's been the one player that I really think on that side of the map has been causing issues. I wouldn't be surprised if EDG make a return to B, but I think 100 Thieves initially had the same idea. They knife it and then rotate back.
Especially considering he stopped the push on the A site in the previous, I think I can put 3 of these rounds for 100 Thieves down to Xander, down to his impact. He has been phenomenal so far. Shining light in the darkness for 100 Thieves and giving them a leg up.
Oh, careful.
To climb back into this wall bang attempt. As long as it's not EU on the other side, you've got a chance at least. It looks like EDG spreading the net. I mean, they are looking for contact absolutely anywhere.
มันวางบอทไว้หน้า B ใช่ไหมแล้วมันเอาป้อมไปเล่นที่ไหน
Will be the group up and pressure what has been that weakness towards the B side.
มันเก็บไว้เอาไว้ใช้ เอาแชทตอนโดนตัว
Arkan already looking to put the pressure on.
ใช่ไว้ไหนวะ
He's been using
Market
this a
หรือเปล่า
lot for information.
เฮ้ย
Arsenal tries to counter and succeeds. An impactful double that at least gives a little bit of room for Busio to play with. The full force of EDG now remain on the B site, but there's not a lot of time to play with. Busio just trying to hold on to the back of it. The cam will give away his position, but he's landing the shot. Looks a little more, and he gets it. It's left all on to Chichu. That 1 versus 1, and it's Xander up against him. You mentioned the amount of rounds this man has won for his team almost individually. He is slowly sneaking his way and spots his opponent. It's another clutch, and it's another round for 100 Thieves. They will at least bring it back to 5.
Well, Xander is the guy to close out the round, but you got to put your hands together for Busio there. He's had a really
ระหว่างรอครับอย่าให้เสียเวลาเปล่าไปอย่าให้เสียเวลาเปล่าครับแข่งอีกเหรอเมื่อกี้มึงแข่งแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอมึงหลอกกูเหรอโอ้ดูก็ดูคู่นี้ก่อน
Khan had a great first half, but it's Chichu.
เพลงมันจะยิ่งใหญ่ไปเลยเนี่ยเพลงมันยิ่งใหญ่จัด
The fact is, though, it's not too late for a turnaround. One team will march on to the decider in Group D, the group of death. However, will claim its first victim and its first key. For these two partner organizations, that is not what they will be looking for. Khan already the point of contact, but they know he's here.
Oh, he's not going anywhere. Swings back into the angle and takes down Xander. Smoggy with the paranoia. Ray buys a little bit more time, and they're worried about that short crunch. This is a much more direct play from 100 Thieves. A pistol here to put them right back into the game. Level things up, and I like that they're not just going to dive into that A site. The rotations have already come in, but they'll have to contend with nobody having pushed all the way through B.
Just like Sunset all over again.
ใครเห็นก็ว่า
He
แต่
was just taking
ร้อยทีบินนี้
ridiculous amounts of control, and a lot of it did feel like, as you said, like the lack of well, for better word, Chichu. It was because they didn't have that same impact on the lurk. The thing is, though, they're actually going to go splitting back in the other direction. So he hasn't been able to see almost anything, but it has still left multiple players to defend.
As that JC closed the door, they know he's up close. dealing with them still lost another player. It's keeping numbers even. Smoggy blinded up. They'll make their way towards the site. Chi-Chu swings. Smoggy does too, but they fall at the hands of Boostio. A sliver of health left for him, and nobody in the 1 versus 1. Shock Dart is good. It's tagged him up heavy and hard. 25 HP, and the reveal gives nobody all the information. He knows now that player is boxed in, and he even backs off. He's playing mind games with EU, hoping that he'll push out into the open and give him the opportunity. For now, at least, EU's just retreating. He's trying to find a safe space to hide, but nobody catches him on the ball back. EDG, 8 rounds on the board.
It did eventually work.
สแกนก็เจอแล้วอยู่อย่าง
All he was trying to do is just, okay, the lack of information is going to be enough for my opponent to make a mistake, and while nobody in those positions doesn't make mistakes, that was fantastic from him. But again, that needs to be something we keep an eye on. How much control he is able to claim. It is Boostio to have a huge round individually, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for them to get that one over the line. And we mentioned it, that a lot of the time when there's been success on this map for 100 Thieves, it's been on that defense. A pistol round really would have been nice.
Yeah, definitely. The problem is momentum for EDG. They already have that lead. They'll start to run away with this. The 3-round gap about to extend unless these pistols can work a bit of a miracle. A paranoia might have caught some of them, but the problem is it didn't catch Concon. That's probably the player you want to blind the most. Easy close out. Boostio does well to find one, but it's the Concon show for the triple. Little bit of damage done, but 9-5 nonetheless.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to look more towards 100 Thieves to try and make some sort of response. This round was really just
one enemy remaining.
A little bit of damage and some hope, but EDG now find themselves in a very good position. Similarly to the last map, 4 rounds needed on this defensive side.
ตบอีกรอบ
But this fight is not the best. Couple of Sheriffs, Guardian, and some Bulldogs. Definitely more of a bonus round, as the next is where we expect to see the proper weaponry come into play. Maybe even the operator could be dropped over for Kankan, which we've already seen it across the last couple of maps. When he has the op, it really is a different gravy, and when he's playing that Waylay and has the chance to retreat after the first shot, I wouldn't like to be against it.
That's definitely dangerous. Using himself as a recon dart sometimes. Others just going in to cause some problems with the stun. I don't think we've seen him too often be set up for those fights to use the fallback, but definitely could.
เรามีปืนแล้วต้องมาเล่นอะไรแบบนี้โคตรเครียด
EDG win this round. I think that is the beginning of the end. We're well on the path, the home stretch.
ไม่ขยับเลยจริงๆไม่เชื่อ
very cautious still. The site they're going towards has 3 players on it. Nobody's already found them. Mercy followed up with more. The Guardian doing so much work here for EDG. Paranoia is good. Asuna does manage to make it raised, but nobody's far. And so close to the ace. Still, he's done enough.
They had 2 Bulldogs, 1 Guardian, and pistols, and 1 Guardian. Probably should have got the ace, I'll be honest. I think the last kill was the easiest of the lot, but the game can be a cruel mistress sometimes. Just immediate couple of openers. That was already bad enough for 100 Thieves, but this may have just been the nail in the coffin. So clean with that Guardian. And while yeah, it's a good round, but desperately close. Their key is looking shiny. It's looking safe.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Crusher is calling out to the 100 Thieves key. 5-10. EDG on double the rounds, and 100 Thieves on an eco, moving towards the B site by the looks of things. And if they bring it there, it's Concon and it's Chi-Chu that you'll have to get past. That is not an ideal scenario. At least for now, they're going to try to work that mid control. But, you know, you're working with Sheriffs. It's not somewhere that you're going to go pushing out to in the late game. Indeed, they move back towards B main, which means past the trips, past Chi-Chu, and then dealing with Concon, who is hiding on the back of the B side in Boathouse.
getting ready. What will be an incredibly
เลือ
difficult
ดเซ็ต
take.
ถูก
You
ไซส์
look
ด้วยค
at
รับ
the weaponry that's
แบบเป็น
available,
ตัว
and
บวกมาเลย
instincts. Maybe the
ต้อง
Hunter's
มีสัง
Fury
เวยหนึ่ง
can
ศพ
pad the gap a little bit, but
แน่นอน
it's just whether or not he decides to spam it directly into the backside. It has been utilized. Chichu's gone down, but there is a second threat that they need to deal with, and the Hunter's Fury hasn't connected, at least just yet. Repositioned slightly, but still in this back corner, and still just going crazy with this rifle. He has bought the time for the support to come in, and while once EU finally makes it here after the Hunter's Fury, he has got no friends left. We are down to just one thief, and he will be dealt with as well.
I like that attempt from Concon too, trying to use the refract to dodge the Hunter's Fury. He still gets hit by it, but the quick reposition grabs him one more. The stun not even needed. Nobody was quickly flooding back in. You see it here. He picks up an easy double knowing there's a player in that corner. The one pick that they found, not even nearly enough, and that's the problem. They didn't know going in there that the two strongest players here on this map for EDG so far were the two they were trying to get past. And now it all comes down to this, a rifle round that the last chance for 100 Thieves to start the comeback that they need. 6 rounds behind their opposition. EDG just needing 2 with all credits on the line for the
น่าจะ
attackers.
บัฟแล้วนะ
He's going.
มันเลยเอามาเล่นกันหรือเปล่าหลาย
They've
ที
got to be so careful. They've
บัฟ
definitely
ละ
spotted
ว
him
งแบบ
before
กว้าง
that
เลย
means the escape, but instead it's Cryo to at least be able to find a couple back. Give them the man advantage for this round. He's one off a Blade Storm. Kongon's going to go for it again. This time he doesn't have the utility to keep him safe, but well, eventually will go down, but nobody is still and now going to look to double back in towards this B side. Timing's going to be everything. There's a chance that nobody could catch him instead. Hearing the TP across, maybe a little bit wary that that could have been an attempt to bait him. Instead, he might actually just get himself the 1v1s. It seems like Boostio will get into position.
Yeah, they're lined up nicely now. On Boostio's contact, Xander will swing. The reactions needed for nobody to get away with this, or surreal. Reveal goes out. Oh, it was so close. But Xander, always reliable for 100 Thieves. He'll lock in the 6th round. So many more needed, though.
Like, every single time I've seen one of their players in a clutch scenario, and probably Xander on the other side, there's a level of belief. Well, you can see the level of belief of Kankan. The fact that he's just wanting to drive through smoke to try and end this game as quickly as possible. Maybe it will be their undoing, but I have a feeling eventually one of those times it will work. 5 rounds the difference.
Get out of my way!
A mammoth attack side needed from 100 Thieves, something we haven't seen from them.
Impact อยู่นะฝั่งกันเวเลที่แบบว่ามีอันตีฮะ
Throughout this
เข้ามาโดนตีสวน
including the qualifiers on this map. Cryo gonna have himself the Blade Storm. Ever present, ever dangerous. They are pushing into what is the weakest side as of now, if you can call it that, with Chichu and nobody in close proximity.
You should run.
Well, that should at least save them a bit of bother. Chichu forced out of this site as the lockdown stands strong. The dash in, Cryo clears all the space, and a plant can now be found on the back of the site. But in the meantime, hello! He's just taken Xander down through the wall! Looking for a little more tagged up heavy at least. But the players using the smoke to get on out. EDG flooding back towards the switch and landing themselves a few. Nobody with 2 keeps the advantage in their favor. Concon has ultimate, and it's going to be put through. Cryo forced into the open. He gets a free kill. And ZJC with it all to do. But it's only 1. Asuna, he knows where he is. The nade is good. Ooh, he's just gotten past it. And ZJC's not ready for that. A 3-piece from Asuna. And 11-7 as a result. 4 rounds between them. And the problem here is, though, Tom, these rounds are becoming incredibly close. And it feels like EDG are always just 1 shot away from putting 12 on the board.
Solid opener.
1 enemy remaining.
But I really like the re-aggression. I think they had that realization that the convergence path was coming, and with that site being so tight, there's really not a lot of places you can stand where you won't get stunned. So they played ahead of it, gave them the only chance they had, and well, Arsenal took that chance with both hands. They still are yet to break the bank of EDG, but the next round will do it. That would get them within just 2 from a game that was looking done. A round victory here might just ignite the fire of 100 Thieves and put the reigning
พี่ไอพอดโก
champions
พี่ไอจะหมุนไหม
at risk.
ช้ากว่าตอนนี้
ผมเร็วกว่า
Well, the mid controls given.
นี่พี่พอดโกแล้วตอนนี้
อ๋อเหรอ
Play here
เท่าไหร่
for
พี่
Concon.
59
ตอนนี้
The
0
threat around
59
middle is to sit
58
in one
57
and hope that this is a main play.
พอๆ
Big
แล้ว
gamble with 3
ยุ่ง
players
เร็วมาก
towards that side of the map.
ที่ไม่ได้พอ
No
ดโก
real information kept around
สายเน็
middle.
ตแรง
Jump peaks for the most part.
อ้าว
Paranoia's
หายแล้วไม่ลงแรง
Hunter's Fury as well.
ฮะ
Oh! They've gotten away with an opening pick.
Oh,
Hunter's
didn't
Fury
it?
was to punish A main to get a bit of information.
คนมันกำลังเข้า
Instead,
ข้อ
they've now
ยิงอะไร
got
ก็
the
โดนตอนนี้
advantage. Reveal is great,
เฮ้ย
but Chichu, whoa, he gets enough damage in. Nobody following up. What? But EU somehow picked up a double.
อันนี้ก็
That
เข้าข้อเหมือนกัน
equalizes the numbers. That puts it back
สุดท้าย
into
แล้ว
a
บอลตก
winnable
บอล
space.
ตก
But
ด้วย
the spike is on short,
เป็นเรื่อง
alone, and challenging Concon. That's a
เข้าข้อจริง
freebie. EU. 3 kills to his name already, but sprinting towards Concon. There's 12 seconds left. The door has to be wide open, and of course, Concon is just waiting for his chance to take them down. This is done. Even if he doesn't find the kill, the clock was going to defeat them. That is a big mistake to give Concon the spike like that.
Well, it was initially just bad luck. Like the player that got hit by the Hunter's Fury had the spike. So then when the rest of the team went for their play into B, I don't know, I think Marvin Zander went to collect it. Went, okay, well we've seen that a player's gone down on the B site, let's try and go in the other direction, and just walks into the best player in the server. Like, it's unlucky, but it's one that was kind of caused by just the chaos that was created by EDG. 25 and 11, by the way. Any doubt? I don't know who's doubting at this point. Fools.
เกียดโว้ยสมอง
This
กี้
guy is back in form. Hunter's Fury and Arsenal's Stinger, but it's a very quick trade back.
มีคำว่า
That
เก่งก
advantage
ว่า
was barely felt.
At the beginning of the end, it seems Zander does well. Damage done to ZJC too. I mean, this could come back into their favor with a TP to the other side of the map. EU lurking up on mid, but he's been tagged heavy. The shock doesn't soften Chichu enough. He survives on 3 HP. They've got the bodies. And fighting in is Concon.
What?
Oh, and he wins that somehow. Asuna,
they're both low.
He needs a plant. They are both low. And it's a stinger that he's got. The perfect weapon to quickly clean them up. And those sprays, close as they may be, not close enough. Asuna still drawing breath. They'll push this together though.
รู้แรงหมดละ
Oh, even if they do, that might end up playing in his favor. A single burst from that stinger could be enough to take them down. He's in the corner, but of course, they're so low, they're not going to spam it. They're never going to...
อย่าเลย
across! Asuna takes them both! They are keeping themselves alive by the skin of their teeth! And in with 4 kills off the back of a stinger! That is madness!
That's a couple of really big rounds from Asuna, keeping them alive.
ไอ้โนบอดี้มันโยน
Get
ที
away
เดียว
with that, but so quickly punished. You see it here. This was the start of it. This was the end. A beautiful swing, perfectly timed. And if Chichu wasn't 3 HP there, that's a completely
หลัง
different
เอ็น
game.
หลังนี่เก็บกระเป๋าไว้พร้อมเลย
Feeling
นะ
good in the 100 Thieves camp, but plenty more to go. Just 1 round needed for EDG to take this across the line. And a timeout will be called, presumably by them, as they look to steady the
มันสะบัดมือเพราะว่าอะไรมันเย็นมือหรืออะไร
มันสะบัดมาตั้งแต่เกมเปิดละไม่รู้เหมือนกัน เพราะก่อนสะบัดหนักกว่านี้
รีเซ็ตอ่ะไหนลองสะบัดมั้งนี่มันรู้สึกดีป่ะมันเป็นคนไฮเปอร์เว้ยมันอยู่นิ่งไม่ได้ไงมันต้องทำอะไรสักอย่างเกี่ยวกับมือมัน
ต้องกินยาจำได้อ่ะ
Spray downs on the solo A site hold. Now Asuna alongside Cryo have been there. Boostio's had his rounds. Like, this team have proven that, okay, they may not have made it to the internationals in a while, but they definitely can still swing with the best of them. Losing 13 to 11 to Fnatic in that first matchup. The team in the final of Masters Toronto now facing off against EDG. And now it's EDG who are on the back foot in terms of the weaponry, but you always have to be careful.
Oh, they've seen this one before. Chichu playing with his util. The second player deep on site being Con. 100 Thieves knew what they were facing. Well handled. The post plant up against pistols. A rifle in the hands of Smoggy. A rifle not in the hands of Smoggy anymore. Gone to Chichu, but and maybe they can hope for a bit of damage. A few old Dorbs farmed, but that is all that they will get. EDG, they finally faced off against a dominant round from 100 Thieves as the North American side continues their climb back into this, and overtime needed. It's not that far away.
No, we thought we were going to get an overtime on map number 1 as EDG had to make a similar climb. 100 Thieves have definitely found their footing. A 4-round streak at the start of this half and then a 4-1 in response. They need to max out at 5 in a row and then continue that form into overtime. It still feels like it's a little bit away from being a reality, but EDG have definitely been sweating a little bit when it comes to some of these late games, when it comes to moments where they need to close. On Sunset, it looked a little bit easier. On Haven, it looked like they made the comeback happen but failed. Are they going to let this one slip?
But it does just feel like you need that one round from Con. One round from Chichu. It won't be his this time. It's Con that's got the challenge. Oh, the damage is huge. Cryo just about surviving. The weakest weapon for this squad in the hands of Con.
ไม่แน่นะเดินเมาๆเข้ามา
a kill already. Certainly slowing down the pushes. Asuna had activated his ultimate. They had Chichu off site, so the traps didn't go down. And yet they're not able to push on the back of it thanks to that stall utility.
That's scary as well with 40 seconds left. There are no ults even remotely close to the side of 100 Thieves, so whereas a single kill for Con would put that Converger's path back online. He's going to make the move across and actually spot them on the corner. That's quite a lot of information for the team, but he's going to be the one under pressure. And he doesn't get the job done. Spamming through the smoke once again. Who could have guessed it? With 3 players, an attempted retake just doesn't seem like a plausible good outcome for the side of EDG. They're going to have to save. 100 Thieves are continuing this streak. They will be at double digits. They will be at 10.
Just 2 away now. It has been a really impressive climb back from this squad who previously couldn't put a dominant round on the board. Now they're stringing them together. For EDG, saving these weapons, definitely the priority, and well, it seems like they'll get away with it. EU is the real hunter here, as his ultimate implies. For that attacking side, more of the same. They need these rounds to continue in relatively dominant form because they've won those clutches. They've been ahead, but because of that, the game's been on a knife's edge a number of times. Coming into this round with the saved weapons, the weapons carried forward, it gives them a chance to get a really strong buy. Con, light shields, and the big gun. This is where things could take a turn for the worse for 100 Thieves.
Well, you know how much faith they have in this man when nobody, the second top fragger, on his team, on the server, has taken no shields in order to get that man off. And honestly, I 100% agree with the decision. It was 5-11 at one point in this game. We now sit with a difference of just 2 for 100 Thieves. A victory here would be big problems economically for EDG and potentially give us an overtime that could send the 2024 champions out of the tournament in dead last. Con though, between them, but again, he's gone down first. Cryo has dealt with him 2 rounds in a row. And what was a heavy investment into the superstar has come up with nothing.
Nobody wishing he had those shields now. the fight seems to be coming G2's way. They'll be caught by the trap, but nothing comes of it. G2 knows, though, that these players are getting close. Both cages up. He's built a wall, an area to defend, but they're about to go down, and he only grabs the one.
Smoky
is in there with a double, though. Emerging from heaven, the savior of EDG in this round. EU, a sliver of health, and nobody can even end it with that shock dart he had primed in his
แล้ว
bow.
มีคนเอาให้
For EU, this needs to be an unbelievable clutch, and it is unbelievable. As
ไม่เคยขึ้นนึกว่าตื้อตื้อ
ไปกินข้าวอร่อยเว้ยกว่าจบเกมไม่ลุกขึ้นมาบอก
เฮ้ยเอาเฮ้ยกูดู Facebook ซะละสตรีมเล่น Facebook ให้คนอื่นดู
ครับทีละติโดนเนี่ย
เมื่อกี้มันยัง5-2อยู่เลยพี่อะไรวะ
เปิดมาดูเจอห่าวดงนึกว่าดู EDG เหมือนเดิม
แล้วเป็นภาพมันขาวไงเป็นที่ผมบอก
ทำซีดๆป่ะ
ใครมันแฟดวะอยู่ในสโมกพี่ไม่เป็นไรเล่นในสโมก
ต้องทำเป็นในสโมกไหนวะอันนี้เป็นภาพจับเป็นจี้อยู่ป่ะ
ใช่แต่ว่ามันอยู่ในสโมกว่ะเนี่ยมันขาวจั๊วเลยจอพี่ไม่ขาวเหรอ
ไม่ขาวเฮ้ยเบนจี้นี่อ่ะ
แล้วเบนจี้เอาหมดเลย
Yeah, really good stuff right there for Heretics. Again, they dump all of their utility, which there's not a lot for a pistol.
อะไรวะเนี่ยกูรีเฟรชอีกรอบ
แม่งจริงแบบทำไมวูดไม่เจ็ดวะ
where TEC, that's their flank watch.
กดไปโดนอะไร
ไปคอมยอดฮิตเลยเอาวูดไปจับ KO เฉยเลย
Not finding success breaking through yellow on their initial hit of is
เมื่อกี้มันเปิดไอ้นี่ไงเปิดฟิลเตอร์ CGS Camera มันเลยขาว
and then you just hope a recon bolt enough
อันนี้ต้องแบบลดพิกเซลหรือเปล่าเอาคมชัด
พรีเซ็ตเปิดพรีเซ็ตไว้
ไปบ้านกล้าบ่อยไหม
ก็ไม่บ่อยขนาดนั้น
ไปก็แบบหาผ้าไปเช็ดเว็บแคมเลยถูกเอาเลย
ไปเซ็ตกล้องมา
ไปเช็ดกล้องแล้วได้ชัด
ว่าเรารวมเงินซื้อกล้องใหม่ไปเปลี่ยนให้มันแอปเปลี่ยน
ไปเช็ดก็ชัดแล้ว
เช็ดก็ชัดแล้ว
ได้
โอ้ยแล้วทีเฮดมาแล้วอ่ะชอบจริงๆเลยวินิบูดไอ้มาเชลเนี่ย
finishes things off too, and the comeback is there.
Yep, good stuff. Clean.
ให้ได้ติดได้พกนะ
Not much really to break down there. It's Miniboo hits shots, win round. So now we go into the bonus for Team Heretics. Well, really just the one repurchase has to come through for Miniboo, whereas full rifles are not as potent as you would assume in round 3 of a half for Titan Esports.
มีห่าวลงใช่ป่ะเอาโบไลท์ไซมอน
regenerative armor plus 1 light armor.
โคตรเป็นอัปเตอร์อีก
Dealing with no shock darts for Lucas. That's kind of an important note.
EDG 2.0
I think this again, like this utility and the weaponry plus the armor situation is not as comfortable for TEC as you like. This is everything you would want to see if Heretics were to pull off something like a bonus. So we'll see if they can find a way to muster that as Lucas
เอายูด้วยโอ้ยูไม่ต้องมาได้ไหม
off angle from Miniboo
เดี๋ยวไปทับสร้างงานให้เพื่อน
ทีมกำลังรุ่งเดี๋ยวโดน
ทีมกำลังรุ่งเลยเจอยูไปโอ้โหเละเลยนี่
or even use Coco's and knives and just layering that. Can't underestimate what Heretics can do, especially someone like Woot.
โอ้ยไม่พี่วูดเก่าจัง
behind him. Make this as difficult as possible, and you also have that anchor.
ไม่ยิงแฟด
Not letting Heretics go for any quirky flanks.
เกินมันน่าจะยิงแฟดให้แตกได้เลยเหมือนแฟดเก็กโกะ
ก็เจอคนแม่นๆทำไงแฟดน้อยเลย
โอ้พี่ยากเลยเราคิดภาพแฟดเคียวปลาเหมือนยิงเป้าบิน
เจอพวกแบบว่าแท็กกิ้งบ้าๆเพนเนี่ย
แข่งกันไหนน่าจะรอเพย์ออฟครับ
will reveal a couple, but the long peek does not work out, and now Titan can just run forward. Yeah, no chance for Boo, and it'll be a comfortable purchase win here for Titan.
Yeah, Tech revealing their numbers and overwhelming Heretics in that encounter, and
มายืนรอเหรอ
left with a lot on his plate to finish. 1 versus
ลังชิวเลย
Not a lot of time to do so.
เป็นจี้มันเล่นเมาส์ไว
เมื่อก่อนยิงได้เลยปรับให้ยิงไม่ได้เป็นจี้เมาส์ช้า
ใช่เหรอดูมันเล่นแบบ เหมือนคนเมาเลย
แต่มันหันเมาส์แบบยกเมาส์ไงยกเมาส์กระดึบกระดึบกระดึบ
ตัดเยอะอยู่
ไม่รู้เลยเกิดอะไรขึ้นทีนี้
Yeah, but for a bonus, you're going to take that. I think
เห็นอะไรกินเบียร์
you're able to force out 3 repurchases.
ดูช่องสองมันชอบหมุน
for Titan. Plus, of course, they did save a little bit of an economy for not purchasing into full armor, not being able to, and then also kind of saving some of the resources on what utility they purchased. But initially, you kind of look at how this execute or this initial push attempt for Tech was kind of stalled out again, and you think, wait a second, Heretics have a chance to try to battle back after a lot of the key execute utility was
ยักษ์เมาส์ช้าแต่ดีพายไว
a couple of opening shots leading to a numbers advantage, allowed Tech to continue to use their numbers best they possibly can, opening toggle for position here around the orb. That Nano Swarm trying to get some pressure on top 410, but Woot is still in position up there, and I'd be curious to see if Tech will do their diligence and continue to put the focus up top here after using some utility to try to contest it.
Yeah, that's crazy pressure out of Heretics, but how long can they really keep this up for? Because this KO don't have a dash the way that the Jet does. Of course, you're not even running a duelist, so well, you just get to escape the old-fashioned way, and Tech are being patient. See if that pays off.
Up and over goes the Jet. Lucas
ไม่เอาสักตัวเลย พี่เหรียญยิงมาเลย3ตัว
before eventually being shut down. Boo, last one, standing now in the 1v2, rotating from the other site. This should be a post plant. Just comes down to where do you want to set it up if you're Tech.
The Heretics had some good cutoffs. As soon as you saw that dash past, they cut off the reinforcements, and there's some duels on the front line. Tech still stands, but for how long? Wait a minute, Boo. No 1 versus 2, now make it only 1. And it's against that star duelist. T-Virus has been on one today. Now you kind of force him to play close to the spike because of that wall. Now that that's gone, spamming through the box, Boo will touch the spike, and T-Virus
Great stuff from Tech. You know, it is interesting, I think, to kind of see the decision. We haven't really talked about this in the compositions, but for Heretics, they don't play a Jet here.
เอาจะไปเท่ากันเลย โอเค โอเค
แม่น
kind of have free reign over the high ground, which is why I think you're seeing Mini Boo like teleporting up top over towards the backside of A. You have the same thing kind of occurring.
ไอ้ค่ายแดงมันกินเน็ตน้อยกว่า
like that. Like you have to find ways
for
Heretics to make sure that
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันพี่แล้วแต่บิตเรทที่เขาปล่อยมา
you don't have the same manipulation of space, especially with the speed that a Jet normally would. So it does require you to, you know, find success with your utility or win your first 1v1. Neither really happened there for Heretics. Outside of Rians, who does a nice job down low. Hunter sure going to get called in. Just trying to create something here if you're Rians blindly over towards closet with Heretics. Not really playing on B this time. But with that clearance, Boo will step up, and the rest of the numbers of Heretics will stack on.
พี่เหรียญบอกว่าว่างไม่มีอะไรทำ
especially when he didn't get anything off the Woot knife that early, but
เรียบร้อยเจอพี่วูด
and so is Woot after a shot like that, and
อย่าทำนี้กับพี่วูด
Rians
ครับ
pulling it down.
เอา
Oh,
เรียบร้อย
อีโคไปเลย
What a round for Heretics.
ช็อป
Momentum changer right there. And as much as Rian's ult doesn't find anything, it also confirms no information is good information. If you're not connecting with anybody over towards closet, over towards green, even over towards the backside of that alleyway to spawn, you should know that Tech not showing much pressure towards you. The utility is stacked up at A.
เฮ้ยไททันมันก็ไม่หมูพี่
The Guardian sings a bit of a song, the sheriffs follow up.
ไม่น่าฟุนขนาดนี้เจไททัน
largely off of the utility from Boo there. So great stuff with that toxic screen. And a big flip of the eco now as Titans have to go onto their eco.
Tech on the approach.
เป็นเทเลตี้ล้วนๆตอนนี้สิครับ
Let's go
ชัดมาก
somewhere else. That's not fun. Both Recon and Knife being used too from the initiators of Heretics to check out A. Lurk not being sussed out there yet. Tech take their time to clear.
It's just this is a uphill battle right now for Tech. Losing on your execute of Luke's Jet is pretty big. It's a casual flash over the top as a response to the Owl drone.
ถึงวูดล่างดูเอเวอริสนะล่างที่มันไปเทคอะ
Does he see anything? No, it doesn't cut over the top.
โคตรโหดล่างนะ
Shock darts just kind of picking away at this. 50 seconds to play, and Tech have to try to force something, and the play is going to be up towards mid. Good catch from the observing team here as BLG is avidly watching it and able to find one. Trade is decent, but again, that's just classics. You're trying to get the weapon, and there's someone there to guard it.
เหนื่อยว่าเหนื่อยแทนเลย
Than you would expect, but largely comfortable here for Heretics to get to a 9-9 count.
Drive through window with the drive-by afterwards.
30 seconds left.
The Heretics.
ตายเลยแล้วกัน
มึงไปโดดตรงไอ้นั่นก็ตายแล้วเปลือง150เพื่อนฆ่าจนตายแม่งเลย
No real win streak from either team.
รู้เลย
Now we'll take a timeout to figure out these ultimates. Hunter's Fury and Pit for Tech. Hunter's Fury, I think. Well, we'll take a look once again. But yeah, 2 ults for Titans.
อ๋อแต่ถ้ามันโดดตายมันก็นี่ได้คิวใช่ไหมก็ได้ออฟอยู่ดี
Has been kind of the same thing that Heretics were facing. Like, how do we get the defense to feel a little bit
อ๋อ
more?
คนที่ยิงทำดาเมจมันได้สิทธิ์ไง
ใช่ใช่กระโดดตายคนที่ทำดาเมจไปมันจะได้คิวนี่แหละฆ่าตัวตายเลย มันดูเหนื่อยว่าทีเอสช่วงนี้
ดูไม่ค่อยอยากเล่นเกมอ่ะอยากไปทำอย่างอื่นมากกว่า
เบนจี้นี่ถ้าผอมวันนี้โคตรเหมือนนาเรตอะนุ่มผมทองๆเหมือนกันด้วย
more off guard and not just allow them to, get these early picks or early information gathering to allow them to triple stack on A.
And just great reads from Heretics to just always catch every rotation, every pivot, every second thought. Tech have had still a very even series for Icebox. As Tech now can scale off their Viper wall. Of course, there is always that secondary option as it looks like Abo is going to go lurk too, 1 away from the lockdown. Deep smoke allowing Miniboo to creep up towards mid.
Yeah, different look here for Team Heretics. You've got the Killjoy utility set up at yellow because you can back off and lock down if you feel the presence. You also have one off a null command, so in terms of Benji Fishy being a defender, he's got all the tools needed. Although this step up to yellow causes maybe a little bit more of a, I won't say like a concern, but it does raise an eyebrow because you're going to need help for it. Dark cover comes through over the top. Luke going to dash right past the flash. Benji for 1. And the opening engagement solid here for Tech, who have still not lost eyes on A with Albo watching over the top of it.
That's the strength of having that jet, being able to access that high ground a lot easier. And be as aggressive and fast like that. You didn't let that paranoia and any development come out of Miniboo because he was still placing a smoke, and Tech will go to plan B, aka the A site. Pressure back on the screens. Great opening shot. Next level of their impact at being the anchors for A. And Woot against 2. Howdong and T-Virus.
อยู่นู้นมาเลยไม่ต้องระแวงแล้วหลังเนี่ย
getting planted. And nothing for Woot to really use.
And he's uneasy about the flank, so this is going to be really peculiar to see how he puts himself in position to handle this 1v2.
Has to go and explore. And health draining. Has already put shots in, so he alerts Tech to his presence. Not even going to tap the spike, and Howdong peeks in. Double digits for Tech.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Tech, and it's almost exactly as, prescribed. Put pressure across the entirety of the map. You've got Abo, who never loses eyesight on the top of A. You play the little flash and dash cover over towards top green into yellow. That works out really nicely for the opening engagement. Yes, there's a trade that comes through, but again, in that picture, you never lose sight.
ว่ามินิบูมันรู้แหละแต่ว่ามันแบบคิดว่าคนตรงเหลืองจะเอาให้เลย
Making sure the defense was kept honest on the rotation back through mid as well. So
ที่มันโดนยิงบนหัวนะ
really good
ใช่
off the post
เทคคอร์สด้วยลงไปเอาข้าวก่อน
to stretch the defense, contest them across every angle of the map, and not just play them, 5v5 or 5v4 or 4v3 like on top of one particular site. So really love that a lot in terms of Titans' evaluation of what's going wrong and how they can best counter it.
Technical Esports Club. 10-9. It just builds tension, guys.
Does it? The only tension I'm feeling is in my lower back right now.
I see you doing yoga over there.
That's just stretching. I'm old.
Prod, hey, I got you to admit it twice today.
I'm owning it today.
We're gonna start doing yoga classes, Prod. Where you show us on cam, hit the what's it, the Iron Man pose? What is that?
What, T pose?
Not the T pose. Oh, the warrior.
The warrior.
That's
the one where like you're like in lunge.
Yeah, I like that one.
You like this? You like this form out of me?
I can tell your jeans are stretchy because
they are a little stretchy. I can't lie.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of people who are probably tuning into the stream right now because the A stream is over. Hi.
Well, it's over?
It's over. EDG 113.10. Little comeback effort from 100 Thieves, but couldn't quite get over the finish line. So
that's a bummer
yeah, they're
for
down
100 Thieves, but awesome for EDG, obviously.
Yeah, and I think, 100 Thieves will look at this event and say, not bad. They played Fnatic down to the wire, and they played, obviously, a really solid team at EDG right afterwards, and played them really tight. So it's just one of those things that you look at and say, okay, like we're competing with some of the world's best teams, that are out there, especially after what we saw at Masters. And I'm sure they're looking at Stage 2 North America and saying that we can compete and be at the top of the lists again. Things are going pretty well. Looks like the adjustments are solid.
We've had some keys get crushed.
Yeah,
of course,
3.
if you guys go to EWC _extra question.
Is that what they're doing that?
I saw some photos. I don't get to watch the A stream too much, handling business here, but the whole hydraulic press and everything, I like the little purses that everyone keeps their keys in too, nice and safe. I'd be losing that. I'd be putting it in my back pocket, and do not put me in charge of keys.
It's heavy. It's like straight gold. It's heavy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, and having keys get crushed. I just want to see the first Valorant event. You pick 3 keys.
Yeah.
Of losing teams to put in your trophy.
I think there's going to be
juicy.
Let's just say and hypothetically go down this pathway. Let's just say like Paper X and Fnatic play the grand finals as a rematch. You take that person's key. And then after that, do you take like your inter-region rivals and take their keys? Even if you didn't beat them, like do you just like take the teams from your region, or?
I would take the #1 from all the other regions.
That's fair. I think there's also
maybe
a level
the people
of
you just beat.
Yeah, people you beat, like that could be something.
Sense.
Yeah.
But also aura farming to be able to put all the #1 teams from all the other regions, because you would be just the best team in the world, quote unquote.
Here's a question for you. So I know like we had this conversation as like a talent team before the event started. Like a lot of us still ranked Fnatic higher than Paper X because of the consistency they've shown on the year. What would have to happen for that to be a distinct difference? Like does Paper X have to win for them to be the best team in the world definitively, or do they currently hold that after winning Masters? Like what's your take on who the best team in the world is right now?
That's so tough, because I really would just want to be on the Paper X. I'm very Paper X pilled.
That's fair.
They won the Masters, and I think the winning team should be considered the best team.
Yeah.
But it makes for a great comeback story of Fnatic, who really beat themselves up and thought that was winnable. And if they were to go and win this event, I mean, the esports narratives write themselves.
That's fair. I think there's also a level of like, we talked a lot about how Group A was like super soft. And Paper X struggled versus Billy down 10-4, ended up winning it in double overtime. But then they dealt with Carmine Corp pretty quickly, like 2-0. So, I don't think there's a lot of weight flown around towards the caliber of opponent that they've played to this point.
What if this is the event for NRG? Can I just throw that out there? They look really good.
They're currently, based on like map differential and round count differential, they're currently the best team at the event.
Just Mata is so sick. That whole team is North America's hope. Sentinels have to face DRX, so we'll see.
That's gonna be a banger
tomorrow.
By the way. I'm pumped for that one. That's a banger.
We'll see tomorrow. Maybe I don't know who we have to beat up to get that on the B stream, but
I think it would be, right? Because
I don't know.
KC, Billy.
I just work here.
I just work here. No, they're. I bet they sauce DRX Sentinels to main, because that's some aura farming match right there.
And we're not gonna. And kind of what I like about this format is you get like if you won early, you got more breaks.
ลงไปตั้งนานขึ้นมายังไม่เสร็จอีกเหรอ
figure out your next move, watch the tape on everyone else.
Yeah, sure.
Heck yeah.
Who do you like between Gen G and EDG?
I'm pretty EDG pilled. I'm pilled on a lot of things apparently. I keep saying that, but
I can hear that. They already had. I mean, they had a 13-4 win already. It's a rematch. Gen G had 13-4 win, I'm saying. But.
Oh, and then
ย้ายห้องไหม
CJC,
ไปแข่งห้องนู้นไหม
I thought it was going to lose some aura after changing that name.
Kong.
Oh, Kong. Who was the guy who changed his name? ZMJ?
Oh, no, ZJC did change his name. Yeah, you're right. ZMJCKK 52 exclamation point tilde key.
Yeah, one of the Z's changed their name.
ZJC did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, changing your name. We kind of wanted our lives to be a living hell about at least player name pronunciations.
Yeah, for real. There's a couple of tough ones at the event for sure. Kind of tallying what's happening at the moment on stage. Looks like the issue is on the side of TEC. There is quite a huddle of referee black shirts around their stage, but they're starting to disperse. We really should. You know, that's a heck of a way of motoring off. One by one they go.
I heard game is ready, so any second now.
Famous last word.
This is the youngest and oldest you're ever going to be. Live in the moment.
Well, no, it's the youngest I'll ever be. You always get older. You never get younger, right? Youngest and oldest. Wait, is that right?
Now you're making me think too hard. This is the youngest. Wait.
This right now is the youngest you'll ever be.
Yeah.
And now you're not. Now you're the youngest again.
Yeah.
Because you never get younger.
Yeah. Well.
Uh-oh, Mitch is coming back up. That's not a good sign.
Mitch, are you the youngest and the oldest you'll ever be?
No.
He's just laughing.
If he were to die tomorrow, in the next second, he's the oldest he'd ever be.
Oh, your mic's up. What's up?
Hi, guy.
What was the question?
Are you the youngest and oldest you'll ever be?
Jen just said you're the youngest and oldest you'll ever be right now. It's like, it's the youngest I'll ever be.
The youngest?
Not the oldest.
Huh?
Because you're constantly getting older, right?
Yeah.
Like every second you're getting older.
Yeah, I'm aware.
That's kind of like how it's like a mind, it's a mind
impending
twister.
doom.
Yeah, it's the mind twister.
Daily.
It's kind of like saying like there's no such thing as a unused mirror. A mirror is always used. There's no such thing as a non-used mirror.
Oh.
You know?
All right. Thanks for the insight, Mitch.
Woo,
We'll see you at our next tech pause if you want to hang around and talk about concepts of time with us. We were talking about concepts of yoga too. I'm about to warrior pose on whatever is causing these technical issues, but tech 10-9. Can they stay in the lead?
Yeah. This is a big round right here. No command, and you have the lockdown at the ready for Heretics. Just comes down to the timing of at which point would you like to use that, knowing that a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown is available at the same rate for TEC. Coco is one off of a no command of his own. So what I'm trying to get at is this could be a very, very cinematic round.
I love that for Valorant. 2-3 setup. Heretics, the ball is in your court. Pawns in place.
แพ้เลยวะทำไมอยู่ดีคันปากคันมือไปหมดเลย
From Mini Boo and
เมื่อกี้ผมกินโกโก้คันคือกูแพ้โกโก้คันเหรอหรืออะไร
Rian's going to allow himself to be seen off of that. And a forward dart cover to keep the pressure on to Tech if they do want to go over towards A. But they've gotten a correct feel for this, saying, you don't need to deal with that. Let's just head back over and scout out B. Now, keep in mind, Benji Fishy has all of his utility to block off any early play towards yellow. If that starts to get triggered, he has the ability of lockdowning and getting out of there to allow his defenders to get back over and reset.
ไม่เชื่อใจแล้วอ่ะ
Use it to enter or use it for the post plan. I would say post is looking pretty good unless Benji's got something up his sleeve and you always can fight fire with fire, lockdown with lockdown. We already had 2 pits. What about second lockdown?
ทำไมพวกที่มาเล่นคอมเดิมมันจะไม่ใช่ภาพนี้วะ
ทำไมบูมันไม่เรียนรู้การสแปมตรงนั้นวะไม่งั้นนี่อร่อยเลยนะพวกวางฟรี
Fury 2 at a distance. Lucas is going to keep himself safe. And here is Heretics cutting through B-Link. The smoke's in place to try and separate Team Fires from the rest. And it's the first lockdown, I believe, from Benji and then the other. Okay, and now all the cards are on the table as Tech hopes to protect the stake, and a beautiful 3K from Haldong seals the deal for Tech.
That is absolutely brilliant, especially just, again, the knowledge and the wherewithal of Abo to sit here and say, okay, we've gotten about half of this plant gone. Time is going to be an issue here for Heretics. We haven't seen the lockdown yet. You know that Benji Fishy's close by. You know, more importantly, that Woot is rotating off of A. So you call in the lockdown right before the KO gets there. Never allows Benji Fishy to get his down to deny the plant, let alone the post-plant setup. And Tech, that's a massive round advantage getting late into this first map.
They're yelling too. That must mean the PCs are working. And they're working hard too in this map. 11-9. The narrative continues. Teams just seem to peak against Heretics.
Yeah. I mean, that was...
Even the PCs.
That was perfect for Titan. Absolutely perfect.
พร้อมเนี้ย พี่วูดเปลี่ยนพี่วูดเป็นเจ็ตอะ
Everything
เป็นเท่า
in
กับ
terms of
พร้อ
how
ม
they
เมตาไอบอกเลยพอดี
manipulated
เป๊ะ
off of A to pop in an ult command early to make sure that lockdown doesn't get thrown in immediately. And then just the proactive timing to drop your own and then have the Hunter's Fury as a last chance kind of security tab to make sure there's no push-up is just absolutely beautiful. So we did get the sentiment that we expected with all those ultimates being spent and the pressure now firmly onto the shoulders of Heretics to see how do they respond. Do they even have the economy to get back into this round? It's going to be a very tough purchase where they just lost against so many tools.
Ever since that tech timeout, Titans have been, I'm going to say the Titans Esports Club timeout. They have been flawless, 2 away from taking their map pick, going to Haven, which is the playground of Heretics. Ooh, the double walk-up from Heretics on the left side of the map.
Yeah,
getting aggressive too.
You got to do something with the limited purchase. So you're putting the judge in position to stop things at B. You can rotate quickly if you're Miniboo with the from the shadows.
มันดูแบบไม่มีอภินิหารไม่มีอะไรเลยพี่
For Heretics, no commitment to teleport yet if you're Miniboo. Dark cover to support as best as it possibly can on the cross in through where the orb would be. Fragment also here for this. A little bit messy as Tech makes their way forward.
Big battle of the mentals and battle of a duelist versus none, and Virus on the high ground and in the back of the minds of Heretics as they're behind in this round as well. And that double
ถ้าเจอไท
walk
ทันแล้ว
up
เป็นอ
did
ย่างนี้
not
กับ
serve
กับ
too
ส
much
เตจ
on the
2 ไป
limited
นี่
buy. You did what you
น่าจะ
could.
ไม่ได้ไปแล้วปารีส
Miniboo thought about it. I mean, he hit from the shadows over towards the backside of Raptors, but as soon as you lose your first 2 defenders, it's just so difficult to commit to staying in that position. So you'll back off, rotate over. You have Benji Fishy on a bit of a lurk, but Miniboo would have to supply all of the antics if this would be some sort of a bounce back round, and it will not happen. So 12-9 going to be the count here. Benji just looking for some sort of an exit elimination, but this has been really, really clean for Tech. Again, if you're joining us late here off of the A stream, this is a composition that we have not seen from Tech. They like to play Deadlock in the past. Same can be said, though, for Heretics. They appreciated playing Neon in the past. Now they're going no duelist, and at the moment, kind of squaring up against the adjustments, Tech have held a major advantage.
Heretics have run out of second chances. And it's a win streak that is now formed for Titans ever since that timeout. You got a big Hunter's Fury from Rians, and he has had a pop-off with those, and just pop-off even individually when it comes to anchoring the A site alongside Woot. That has been a deadly duo where Miniboo is flexed between serving B, serving A, and acting as like a pseudo-initiator in some ways with these blinds.
Yeah, it's just Tech have done a better job in the exchange of utility to feel more confident getting onto site than what we saw yesterday. That's kind of my biggest takeaway at the moment. A little bit of a walk down here, though, with Aldron really the only thing in the way. It does get a bit of a reel. Miniboo may have taken a step too far, and that will be enough for him to back off. But again, Heretics defense will appreciate the forward position at A, allowing themselves to commit more resources and eyes of attention in other places, including an Aldron, which does see Luke up top on tube. Hunter's Fury, bold, but does connect the first. Does it get the full elimination? Doesn't need to. Boot gets the kill. Last shot for Rien to make sure no one's playing through A, and that will make sure he feels pretty confident staying up top on ropes.
That's tough. That Hunter's Fury just clipped the shoelaces of T-Virus as they thought he had enough height on it. And Tech have their lurk insert at A that can maybe wrap around, and despite all the space that Tech had made at B, they're swapping.
The thing about this, though, is they don't know that Miniboo is playing on top here. So they're sitting here saying Lucas is clear. He gets shut down. And with 38 seconds, you kind of have to commit. And Miniboo's completely unnoticed. Hi, how are you? Easy follow-up in with no more action. And that Ryan's not revealing anything. The defense will quickly rotate back over to see if they can help out Boo on the other side of the map, who's in a 1v2 by himself at the moment.
Yeah, that's a decision that's going to haunt Tech. Just that indecision is, it's not the first time we've seen that out of Tech. And 1 versus 4. Heretics are still in this. They'll get to double digits at an arm's reach of Tech. Tao Dong is taken care of. And Heretics get to still keep 4 of those guns, which is considering how broke they kind of are.
Yeah, and I don't know if I classify that round as indecision for Tech. I think it's just kind of unlucky, you know, that you got this really far forward play from Lucas, just getting quickly to the backside of A, but never tallies that in that opening exchange of utility that Miniboo had played this far forward. We had not seen this yet, so It's a bit unfortunate. I think the most impressive part about that, and whether it's a little bit of that Spidey sense tingling or not, it's that Heretics actually do get the kill onto Lucas before he can make a play behind the defensive rotation, and that makes that round so much easier. But yeah, Tech are just trying to stretch the map in a different way. With Luke up towards mid, trying to pull the focus for Heretics. That doesn't really fully work out. And then, yeah, just two ships in the night that ends up favoring Heretics as you jump in around 23 with a Viper's Pit blocking green.
Well, at least your decision can be certain this time for Tech going towards A when
Yeah,
B is all
moment.
pitted off. So it's T-Virus that has to lay the groundwork down. Pressure that high ground against Woot. He's able to drop down whenever.
Yeah, he's also hearing a lot, which is the biggest thing here. You saw him pull the knife for a moment, but wants to see if he can catch timing from top 410 and maybe feel things out a little bit later with a deeper knife if they want to try to see if Tech are still here or not.
โดนกันดิโอ้โหน่าลองโดนก่อนไปป่า
All right, that smoke clears and it's time to move. Your T-Virus. Of course, when that suppression is over, of course, and Woot will have a fun angle to use and spotted the jet. Okay, the flash is out. The drone won't ping Woot, and he falls back, but his omen's revealed, and Mini Boo, all the initiators working together. It's a big first blood for T-Virus. Dodges a paranoia, won't be able to dash in, and Heretics hold the wall.
Follow-up knife, though, for the offense reveals both. So you just have to try to find a way to execute and break down this setup. Reveal is out. Mini Boo caught. And now knives to try to put this over the finish line for Tech as they're going to get the plant.
All right. Heretics have to save themselves here. And he still have rotations from Boo from the other side of the map. And Heretics only have so much time they can kill. Abo has been pinged. The shock bolt doesn't get damage, but it is trying to force some movement. The double watch from Tech. The top door. Rians is going to need help. He needs luck. And Benji does cause a ruckus. And it's all
หมดเลยพี่บูไปไหนไม่มาช่วยเป็นจีเด็ดงงวะ
Beautiful stuff out of Tech since the post.
เมื่อกี้พี่บูเดินมากับเบนจี้ไม่ใช่เหรอวะไปไหนวะงงวะน่าจะเทคพอร์ตยาวๆเล่นเกมเนี่ยรอเล่นเกมรอปวดหัววะทีเฮดของพี่เอ๋ย
อาเวนไม่แพ้ครับ
แฮวินนี่ชนะเฟนาติกหมดเลยนะเว้ยเหลือเชื่อไม่อยากจะเชื่อในตาตัวเองว่านี่คือฮีโร่ติกโอ้ยว่าอยากจะเชื่อสายตาตัวเองเลย
Reloading. Reloading.
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
I'm out of here.
Begin.
Go, go, go.
Try again.
Bye. Gotta go.
Focusing. Reloading.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Charge your arts. Stop fire.
Got one. Nice drive.
Who else?
I'm out of here. Go, go, go! This way!
Stage 2.
Go, go, go!
Away with you. Reloading.
Take this! Gotta go!
เฮ้ย
I'm out of here! Next! My ult's ready! Here we go!
Making cover.
Wow.
Go, go, go! Nice! Go away!
It's you and me.
This way! Watch out!
Destroyed. Stage 3.
That's 3! Gotta go! I'm out of here! Gotta go! I'm out of here!
Careful here.
I'm out of here!
Ultimate
Go,
ult.
go, go! Smart move! Take this! Go, go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here!
Stage intact.
You blink!
Careful here.
Go, go, go! Too slow! I'm out of here!
Reloading.
That's 3! Gotta go! Four down! Go, go, go! Take this! Gotta go! Next! Too slow! I'm out of here!
Fuck.
I'm out of here!
Ultimate orb spawning.
All's ready! Go, go!
Page.
Here we go!
โอ้ไม่
Gotta go!
I win again.
Get out of my way!
In sight. Cutting their vision.
Gotta go!
ต่อยสหาย
Fire in the hole!
Aye. Reloading. 15 kills to go.
Go, go, go!
Fuck.
Gotta go!
อุ้ยมันจะโลอะไรกันขนาดนั้น
I'm out of here.
Reloading. Focusing.
Stealing sight.
Go, go.
Charge your ults. Reloading.
Drop. I'm out of here.
อีก4 นาทีเลยอ่ะน้อง
Reloading.
Go, go, go.
สวัสดีครับแฮมสเตอร์ทำไมมันนานขนาดนั้นนะ
ที่รู้แอบเทคพอสอยู่นะ
เนียนอยู่ฮะ
เรียนอยู่ วันนี้ตอนแรกวางแผนไว้กะจบสัก4 ทุ่มเล่นเกม
ไป
สัก3 ชั่วโมงนอน เรียบร้อยแล้วตอนนี้ ทุกอย่างสลาย
Match found.
อันนี้คือชนะใช่ครับชนะ เมื่อกี้เล่นทีมเดทโดนนำ50-30อ่ะอยู่ดีไม่ชนะเฉย
เล่นอีกตาก็ทันนะ
เพื่อนระเบิดฟอร์ม
They have no idea how heartless I am.
2-0ไหมเนี่ยดูทรงแล้ว
เฮ้ย อาเว่นเลยนะ
เว้นเลยนี่ก็ไอบล็อกเลยนะพี่
แต่เมื่อกี้
มันเปลี่ยน
ไม่ได้
คอมทำไม
ดิคอมมันไม่ได้
มายังมายัง เอ้ย ใครมันโหลดนานเลยขนาดเนี้ย
I'm watching here.
Let's begin.
Pathetic. 3 souls. their vision. Get it. You're done.
Satchel up.
Get grounded.
10 seconds. Stage 2.
Fresh one. Still in sight. Don't resist.
Barrier deployed.
No surprises. Ultimate ready. Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in. Not ready yet. Pardon the wish. Reloading.
One left.
Stage 3.
ไปเกมมาแล้วน้องนะมาเลยกันเยอะแยะวันเลยเนี่ย
They will cover. You disappoint.
Reloading.
Still in sight.
Go juicy.
เอ้าทำไมเป็นกูอะ
Sensor destroyed.
Satchel out.
โอ้นัดเดียวเองน้องเฮ้ยเขาเริ่มแล้ว ไม่คิดว่าจะเริ่มเร็วขนาดนี้
ก็จะมา เฮ้ย มีแบบสามแน่
Get out of my way.
Lost streak.
Oh, so no Neon T-Virus really warmed up from that icebox, and Coco sticks to that breach. And again, a lot of weight on his shoulders to set up T-Virus for success, but I mean, that's exactly what Tech did to give themselves a map win. It's going to be some C pressure initially.
Yeah, just to kind of speak to the history for all you nerds out there, Heretics have not dropped this map since February, so it's been good, it's been clean, it's been pretty much perfect across all of the EMEA. A little bit of pressure here at C. Paranoia at the ready. Here comes Rite quickly. Moved able to find one Benji, another, and the trade's good for Heretics as they're going to finish things off swiftly.
ปลายเดียวจบครับ
That
ให้
sparked
มัน
a
จบ
lot
ที่
of
ปลายนี้ฮะ
energy, a lot of hype from the Heretic side. They had me jump scared too. And it's all about that break between the maps and how they're able to circle that initial box and just
ใช่ดูแข่ง
kick back against Tech, who had such good early pressure on C. And now it's the anti-eco for Heretics.
เครื่องติดแล้ว
Going forward, hoping to force that map 3. This is, of course, their map pick. Big win streak, as you mentioned. And Sniper buy from Mini Boo, which he was very good on the previous map.
Yeah, why not?
เฮ้ยแล้ววูด
The other side of this for Heretics, you know, that we often see with this double duelist composition. What kind of early success can you find contesting a lobby from the defensive part of the map? You get the early recon bolt, the early dark cover. That's kind of a standard approach toward is that Benji is just going to kind of spam through the smoke at C long to find first blood. Rest of the focus here for Tech is just looking for a pick somewhere else, as it's just classic with the one Sheriff of Abo, and Mini Boo is not missing. Little right click off Boo's bursting Bulldog, comes up a bit high, and well, 5v3 with weapon advantage, things looking pretty comfortable.
TS 2-1 Tech Confirm แน่นอนอยู่ครับอันนี้
Tech.
นี่อ่ะเสียเอมเสียเอมหรอ
Even just backdoor garage was
ไม่ปลื้มหรอพี่เอ้ย
ไม่ค่อยปลื้มเท่าไหร่
ไอโซถือ
The Abo Sheriff is always nice, but it's the Heretic start that is even nicer.
Yeah.
ผมแบบ
That's what you need. A little momentum resetter here for Heretics. Your Tech, you're not sweating yet.
3-0
pistol and anti-eco after all.
แต่ท็อปแฟกเลยนะพี่
Now we're going to kind of see what they want to do to Heretics defensively to try to get. Do they almost what they did in Icebox? Like, how do you keep this defense a little bit more uneasy on the sites? You know, you don't expect to see a lot of kind of poking and playing through mid, at least not unless the intention is to finish on to be. But trying to win a long, I think it's going to be a very key success point for Tech, especially considering that you know Yoru has the ability of dancing back and forth on sites so quickly. Want to allow Heretics
แต่
to
ชูรสมันก็ไม่ได้มีผลเลยมากเลยแค่มันโซเดียม
ที่ไม่ซีเรียสขอให้อร่อยพอ
Okay, things are gonna settle down now that the smoke's in place and Mini Boo is
น้ำตาลไม่ค่อยใส่ใช่ไหม
teleporting out, and that's Tech left with a mystery, but slow type of default style that they had on Icebox
คนออกกำลังกายฟิตเนสเขาว่าให้กินแต่กาแฟดำนะแต่พี่ก็แบบหวาน25
thing too here again for the side of Heretics
ขอติดมานิดนึงอ่ะให้มันมีแบบว่าอย่างน้อยก็หวาน
decision on what do you want to do with Woot because he could technically jump into A if you lose long and then just pop the double
เราเดินทางสายกลาง
as long as humanly possible with support from Boo
ความสุขว่า
the judge usually wins that battle
เสียป่ะคะนี่เสียไหม
They're going to put a little bit of responding pressure back through mid keep
ไม่เป็นไรพี่ปืนทำชั่วไม่ค่อยขึ้น
contingency comes through that will be an opportunity here for Mini Boo and Woot try to work their way back onto site
yeah the plot armor for Abo is strong Howdong will be in hell and Tech have all their corners checked and a crossfire they do shoot the Yoru clone there's the ISO wall
เนี่ยมุมที่เจ็ดยืนอ่ะยิงทะลุได้นะพี่จาก CT อ่ะ
trying to still assess the positioning you get the ping on the one which
ใช่ต้อง
is
โอดิน
check the
ไม่ก็
corner
พวก
but
เชอ
the
รี่
smoke really messes things up
เฮ้ยแฮก
random headshot through smoke, but shouldn't make much of a difference here. There's no way that Wood goes for this. So, yeah, really good from Tech.
เพราะฉะนั้นกินไปเลยครับผมชูรสน้ำตาลนะแต่อย่ากินเยอะ
broken record. Tech needs to continue to win the isolation battle on A long. If they can put pressure on A long,
ก๋วยเตี๋ยวชอบคอแห้งไหมไม่แห้งนะ
how long does Mini Boo want to stay?
นี่คือทำกินที่บ้านเองไงแต่แบบมันรู้สึกเหมือนมันขาดอะไรไปนิดนึง
Does that mean that Wood has to hard playing inside of A if Benji Fish is going to continue to put his utility over towards B and C?
แต่เขาบอกว่าโซเดียมถ้าคนที่ออกกำลังกายแบบ
the opening
อยู่แล้วอ่ะ
กินน้ำเยอะอยู่
โซเดียมก็ขับหมด
at A long. And you can see it. I mean, it's against
กินน้ำเยอะใช่ไหม
We'll see if Tech to try to match that.
มันก็ออกกำลังกายเหงื่อกินน้ำมันก็ยังไงก็ออกหมดโซเดียมอ่ะ นอกจากว่าตั้งอยู่เฉยๆอ่ะ
peeking early in these rounds trying to go for picks and Tech just don't want to give him an inch
นั่งเฉยๆก็คือของใหม่เติมของเก่าไปเรื่อยแล้วของเก่าก็เติมขายก็วนเวียนอยู่กันแค่
Meanwhile, you have Benji hold the whole left side of the map. He's got cameras, he's got trips. Allows Heretics to stack over at A, which has been a lot of the action for Tech.
Yeah, and this is the power of playing the Yoru here. Is if things start to feel weird,
มันนับหนึ่งไวอยู่เนี่ย
Yep, that's exactly right. Now you're all of a sudden
แต่ก็หยุดนับแล้วของที่มันบนนัด
You win that A long battle. Tech not really going to get much of an effort this round, and Woot will also find through B main. So
จับมาเลยครับเปิดก่อนแล้วพี่วูด
Only real resistant point would be here.
เฮ้ยจังหวะนี้แหละเลือดเต็มโดนแล้วเลือดเต็ม
ยังอีกเหรอ
Yeah, just plot armor not helping Apple this time when you're caught mid jump and your
ช็อต
gets all messed up, but Tech could still end up at A.
Low mod
You
ใช่ไหม
never know what Lucas can
โอ้มันจับ
accomplish,
ตอนวาง
but
บอม
the
แน่
Cypher Camel
ไม่
score
วาง
would be nonetheless.
เฮ้ย
And
เร็ว
kill
เมนมา
contract. There is Woot against Howdong
อื
and
มคม
Steady. Woot with 3 this round.
ต้องอย่างนี้ครับพี่วูด
Heretics to just extend this, he bring as many rifles as they can into the
มัว
next
แต่ไปเล่น
because
อะไร
of that,
KO
of course, work from
ศพ
Lucas
แฟต
that was from B mid to all the way to C. Hope to get the spike down as quickly as possible.
Benji's
ทุกอย่าง
watching
ก็
this,
อุ้ม
and Lucas
มี
has
แถ
to
บ
make
กา
a
ล่า
play, and he
ดู
does.
สีดัน
This makes this round. I
ใส่เมอร์
I
อยู่
hate to say the word winnable because it's still a 4v2, but it allows Lucas to go a
เฮ
bit
เลติก
rogue.
กับพี่เอ๋ย
And if he finds another isolated win, maybe
โอ้
there's
ดูไอ้นี่
still
เดิน
ได้เลยนะ
a
เพราะว่า
chance because the Hunter's Fury will then
ไม่ได้โพซิชันไม่ได้อิน
He's
โฟ
so
เลยเลย
aggressive and maybe
ตาย
needs
ครับ
to
เสีย
เพ
แบบ
ราะว่า
เสียพื้น
come
ที่
back
จัด
and
จัด
help his breach, and he gets caught extending way too far out of sight. And now this is really cooked this round for Coco unless he gets fun timing on the flank, but he's kind of loud with it. Now hearing members on the spike and on the other side of the site, and the defuse is going to be held, and Heretics go to 3.
Yep, and I get it there in
พี่
terms
วูด
of
เอาไป
what the
3
opening setup is for Titan. You're trying to kind of make some noise, create some distraction.
ด่านนี้นี่คือ
choosing not to play
ขนาดเจ้าของเขายังแพ้ งงเหมือนกัน
and that first blood just completely foils how that playbook was trying
เฮเว่น
to
เป็นแนวแอบบุก
kind of
บุก
stretch the
ค่อนข้าง
defense
จะ
out a
บุก
little bit more. If again, if you're going to keep throwing 3 members at A long, talking about Heretics defensively, Tech are saying, all right, we'll try to put a little bit of pressure on other parts of the map. And again, make some tough decisions have to be considered for Heretics. But when you lose that first blood battle at mid, that makes life very easy for Heretics to follow up. And yeah, maybe there would have been a chance there if Lucas wins another 1v1 and gets the Hunter's Fury off that 2v5, but it would have been a stretch regardless. And here we go again, that utility battle, kind of both deep up towards A. Luke already into sewer, and you have a dirt cover for the offense, blocking off that pit play. So again, Tech really putting a lot of resource management into making sure they're keeping the focus for Heretics a little bit further back on the A site.
And T-Virus being much of a distraction as he can. A lot of util being thrown his way on top of the paranoia, and he's about to get chased down, and he'll keep Heretics busy while the rest of Tech make headway towards planting at B. Now the breach towards the right side.
Yeah, Lucas.
But now it's just Boo that is
ในไซด์แม่งตายหมดแล้ว
both Boo and Mini Boo get things done for Heretics.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations again that Luke is just trying to kill
นี่
as
คือ
much as possible over on A.
เฮเลติกทำไอ้เนี่ยยูโรไปแล้วตอนนี้กำลังกราฟขาขึ้นเหมือนเปเปอร์เล็กป่ะที่แบบเด้งสุดลงสุดเด้งสุด
And T-Virus who does break the shield on a wood. If
แต่
he
ยัง
would
ไม่
have
ใช่
found one of the
ยังเหรอ
change things in terms of how Heretics continue to play that
มันต้องมีการปรับเปลี่ยน
retake
กระ
through
ตุ้น
A
สั
long,
กหน่อย
continue to play to isolate at A
รี
long.
เซ็ตเมนทาลิตี้ในทีมหน่อย
For the post plan for
แบบ
Lucas.
ไปว่าเล็กเอาแพทแมนมาอะไรเงี้ย
แต่ตอนแรกมองภาพแบบไม่น่าจะเป็นไมฟิกว่าที่ออกกลายว่าพอเป็นไมฟิกออกดีเฉยแล้วดีดาไวลั่นแบบ
แต่ถือว่า ถูกใจอยู่นะพอเอาไมฟิกออกเอาแพทแมนมาใช่ปะแล้วเรื่องโลเรื่อง
ลงตัว
การจัดการผู้เล่นอ่ะดูลงตัวดีตอนแรกถ้าแบบถ้าไม่เห็นภาพตอนเนี้ยแล้วเปลี่ยนไมฟิกออกอ่ะมานั่งคิดอ่ะมันยากมากเลยจัดให้ลงตัวกลายเป็นลงตัวเฉย
แต่เป็นเล็กเมื่อก่อนมันจะขาดโลคนที่เล่นโซวาเพราะว่าถ้าเอาไอเจสันไปเล่นโซวาก็
if you're trying to line up against it. But coming off this timeout, I think the discussion needs to be like, hey, we're not doing a terrible job of stretching the defense out. We're not maybe winning the battles that we need to be winning over at A, but we're at least putting the right amount of pressure on. So now coming off the timeout with the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket, looking largely to see if they can find an early creation for a potential at C long. They know that, largely speaking, Benji's been here by himself, so
มันก็แค่เคลื่องไอ้ดีคอนไปแล้วก็วิ่งไปยิงมันไม่ต้องมาดังงานถ้าดูแล้วแบบ
And look at the sun again. Heretics quickly onto site, try to contest.
I was gonna say the post play would have been strong, but the Hunter's Fury is brought out early to just help support T-Virus as best as you can. It gets Heretics scrambling, but they fight back with their own paranoia.
เอาไปปาด
จัดการก่อน
โอเค
And Tech, the numbers
ระแวงอะไร
ไปไหนแล้วเพื่อนก็บอกไง
2 versus 2, and Lucas tries to carve through the left side, but with Boo standing in his path, won't be dissuaded by the Yoru clone, and it's Lucas that clutches.
It's a hell of a hold from Tech on the site. Hunter's Fury was perfectly utilized.
บูมันไม่ยอมไม่นี่เดี๋ยวออกมาเล่นแบบว่าตำแหน่งที่
Yes, him getting the opening.
ที่เหรียญไม่โดน
More importantly, you get the ping.
ให้เขาแง้มมาสลึกเลยบูไม่ก็เล่นสลึกไม่เปิดมุม
does
เล
what
ย
he can to stop the play on the site, but everything that unfolds in that choke point is not nasty enough to stop Titan from getting
บูม
on.
ไปยืน
And then eventually, again,
ยืนจะชิดเลย
the space here. Once you know there's a player backside sight, Lucas deals with the player off the cross on Garage, and then, yeah, quick finish. As you also saw Hao Dong just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the opposite side of the map as we get quickly into an A hit, at least towards long.
Hao Dong is gonna keep it.
Unreal.
สแกนยังไงไม่เจอวะ
On Boo, one Omen still remains in the Paranoia throne, just in case Tech were hoping to follow up with their Omen. Seed Orb is grabbed, and another decision will be made from Tech as the Abo is gone too. So this round's not looking too good for Tech.
คือตอนนี้เป็นเล็กหลากหลายแล้วที่ทีมสู้ไม่ได้ทีมอื่นสู้ไม่ได้เพราะว่าทีมคาดเดายากว่าจะเล่นอะไร
But neural theft
อ่านยากเรื่องเป็นเล็กอ่านยากจริง
That will reveal, of course, that everyone is still playing up towards A, which is enough for many.
ไม่รู้จะมาโดนตอนโดนบุกเนี่ยหนักเลยไม่รู้จะโดนรูปแบบไหน
have to commit onto A.
Now Tech have to watch their back, and big info advantage for Heretics. Numbers too. Let's see what Mini Boo can cook with the op, and he's not even gonna get out of that small room, hoping to escape through the window, and he doesn't even have to teleport still. So Tech chasing it down.
ค่อยๆยิงด้วย
One for Mini Boo.
จะวาร์ปไปยิงต่อ
นี่อ่ะ
ไอ้
Cracks him like an egg.
เกินหน้าที่มัน
The op is dropped in Coco.
แต่ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรก็เลยเยอะ
Does have the rolling thunder, but not likely you would assume he pulls that here unless he gets a couple of kills randomly, which almost had a chance at re-ends. Shock dart will
ไอ้
land.
โคโก้มันคัด4ขึ้นมาคัด5ขึ้นมา
Benji drops.
รีไทร์
Top loop finishes things off. So
5
5-2
คน
the
ต้อง
count.
รีไทร์แล้วครับ
And another moment where it's just
รีไทร์ด้วย
you see
รี
how
ไทร์
it's
เลย
supposed to develop.
โอ้ยวินิบูน่าจะเครียดอ่ะ
Aggressive
อยู่
pressure
ได้
down A long.
รีไทร์
See
ดี
if
กว่า
maybe
เขาบอก
Hao Dong
นะ
can sneak behind with it from the shadows, but it gets picked up beautifully at topside heaven. As this hit through sewer starts to develop, maybe a little bit slower than you'd expect. And then, yeah, just do not allow an exit to
ขอ
happen.
กล้อง
Mini
ข
Boo
อง
connects.
ไททันไม่ตรงกับสัก
It
คน
puts
ครั
the
บ
round well and truly out of question.
Heretics take all the right steps initially and even have just great reactions to what Tech throw at them, whether it's the Omen ult as you
เอ
pointed
อพอเห็น
out,
บู
or
ธไปดี
just
มันค่อย
the
ได้ยิง
neural
หน่อย
theft was such a huge advantage for Heretics as the mid-rounding came in from Tech. Now the knives are out for Lucas, or
Interesting.
Luke.
Hold on to this. Is an interesting crossfire. We haven't seen this
นี่
yet
มุม
from
อร่อย
Heretics, and it works out.
ไม่โดนสแกน
Beautifully. Absolutely beautiful.
Spike down A.
Once again, Heretics cooking things up with these first
ไม่ได้จ
bloods,
ริงๆนะ
and
มุมเนี้ย
Tech keep having to pull a rabbit out of
ส
their
แกนแล้วนึก
hat
ว่าเคลียร์
to salvage
แม่ง
these
มันมุด
rounds.
สโมกอยู่
And with the spike being down, Heretics are gonna drone and still see that it's down. A paranoia, the aftershock to try and buy some space for Coco.
วางเข้าไปใหม่ละ
You have the spike, but not much hope for this round.
No, not at all. Again, just for what it's worth, you're dealing with limited purchase anyways in the round for Titan on a broken economy, but still, we had talked about this a little bit in the early stages of the Icebox defense for Team Heretics. It's showing up here again on Haven, just small variations to their defensive play, in particular at A long. This time, they don't throw all of that same kind of burst of utility. Some of that has to do with the fact that the operator's in hand for Mini, so you can just hold a hard scope angle, and that gives you a natural advantage, especially if he's going to keep connecting like he has, but you play inside of a more passive dark cover at A long, you play in that dark corner over towards bricks, and that little crossfire has not been seen yet by Titan. They don't expect it, and they get punished really quickly for it.
Now the spike soon, maybe giving that to Lucas would have been nice, but he's off on an adventure again. He's looking for the ace, and he gets it! And scares the heck out of Tech going forward, tripling their score.
That's big. 6-2 now the count, and
Top
things
back
start to
there.
become a little bit
Yeah,
dire for Titan. You do have a rolling thunder and a lockdown here in this
5 ตัว
upcoming
เฮ
round,
ท็อป
with
แบ็ก
not a
เลย
lot to counter that unless re-ends
กลางตาราง
finds a pick to get the Hunter's Fury. So advantage in this round, and let's just call it what it is. It's a must-win round here for Titan. But in that last round with the knives looking at the kill potential, you're sitting here and you're hoping that you can kind of catch off that TH defense at A long with a quick burst play. It doesn't work out again with a different setup. So nothing, again, in terms of how Tech are trying to counter what Heretics are doing has really worked to this point. So this round has to provide something to start changing the pattern, because right now Heretics are well and truly comfortable.
Yeah, Lucas separating away from the flock to put it on himself to be the big playmaker. Just joining now the team, and it's another first blood goal Heretics' way.
เราได้ลองด้วย
They'll be able to
เฮ้ย
pinch into Tech,
เฮ้ย
find
กระสุน
themselves
เป็นเรื่อง
mid-C, trying to rolling thunder through the
พี่
front
วุฒิแม่ง
side,
เดดแมน
Tech
จะ
playing
โดนอันติยัดด้วยนะ
front facing, but not getting
This is tough.
anything.
This is tough because you know C long is not in your hands, so you have to play up through garage, which you also have not really fully cleared out yet. This is Again, a little shaky in terms of the ground that Tech are playing the post plant off of, but you do have a lurk starting to develop here, at least for a moment. Abo does get taken down. T-Virus is low, tries to catch Rian's with the bow out and will. So now the only play available for Heretics is to try to hit this back from C-Long.
Ooh, could be fun timing from Coco.
Reload,
Yes, the double kill to convert.
Alright,
But
Boo.
Boo from an ace to an 1v1. But T-Virus is so low, the spike's gonna get tapped, and T-Virus doesn't finish off the job, and it's halfway. Not enough, and T-Virus
น่าจะสวนไปสักชุดนะ
Yeah, great round for Titan. In particular, you also do it by really only having to spend the Rolling Thunder after the dash comes through for T-Virus. So you still have a lockdown available now, which is going to be counterable with the Hunter's Fury if that's the way Rians wants to use it. But initially, you start to look at how this sets up with the Op and Cypher walkdown. You're thinking, uh-oh, this design play towards C
มันต้องเอาครึ่ง
has
ก่อน
now become super difficult
จ
with
ริง
C
ๆครึ่ง
long
ครึ่ง
no
แล้ว
longer
ผมก็
being
ลุก
there
ไม่
for
ทันอ
your
ยู่ดี
post
มัน
plant.
สโมกไม่ดี
The most important elimination
ส
for
โม
me
ก
in
แบบ
that round
คน
is
สแป
taking
ม
care
ง่าย
of
อ่ะ
Woot on that
คน
corner
เห็น
by
ด้วยว่า
the
กู้จริง
defender spawn towards C entry. Allows Tech to find a little bit more footing and a little bit more real estate. Early Hunter's Fury, that's over towards the backside of C-Long and it connects to the first blood. Virus is in
ส
trouble.
แกนไม่
He'll
ทัน
drop the Benji.
จะมีอะไรไม่รู้ว่าเดินผ่าน
And
กล้อง
Tech have seen this opening execute go completely
ตัว
wrong.
ปลอม
It's not the first time or the last time Rians is just gonna open up the round with these Hunter's Fury and just a beautiful part of the map to do it at. Just a
อยาก
tight
เห็น
choke
คน
point.
เฟกโคน
You
โด
saw
นรู้แล้วโดน
T-Virus
ยิง
trying to dash
น่าจะ
past
หาย
it and not much you could do when you're separated away and isolated from
ไม่ค่
the
อยเห็น
team.
ส่วนมาก
So
ถ้าเฟกก็คือ
just
ได้เลย
Benedict's outplaying them. So many first bloods back to back. I don't want to call it too early. It's just giving Sunset vibes.
Well, the thing is, like, the decision making is fine. It's just the execution's being met with just too much resistance. Heretics are not avoiding at all on their setups. I mean, again, that kind of starts, you know, to kind of give a bit of a synopsis to how this map had gone in the first quarter of it. It's that battle towards
แค่
A
กูสแกนดูนี่เหลือ 13
gave up on it
บ้า
too
จัด
soon, but they kind of did. And when
เลย
you're
สง
dealing
สัย
with
ใน
an ISO
ซ้าย
that
มึง
has
วะ
the
มึง
ability
ยิ
to
ง
kind
ไข่
of
ทิ้ง
freely
วะ
roam as they see fit, it just
ยัง
makes
ไงต้อง
that
เช็คครับ
agent that much more potent with the ability to throw things out like
นั่นไง
contingency and walls and things of the nature, like
โอ
right
เค
here. Abo's
เฮ้ยมันเหลือ 10 เอง
Coco's weak, trying to get into sight. Sound trigger on the cyber cage. Lockdown's here, but honestly, for Heretics, they just don't give a toot. They don't care about that lockdown, and it's just too simple.
โอ้
Just got hectic
นึกว่า
at
จะโด
the
นซะ
end,
แล้ว
especially just coming through garage and just
ตอนแรกไม่มีภาพแพ้
screaming
อ
at
ยู่
each
ดีก็
other
เหมือน
on
จะ
the
แพ้
other side of the post. So Tech are going to do their best, but I just feel like Heretics have a better clutch factor right now with people able to put up these multi-kills and really muscle these rounds
เดี๋ยวให้เรตติ้งมัน
together.
จะไป
It's
โหดกับ
not
ทีม
that
ใหญ่ที่
Tech
เคย
are
ดู
trying, like they have Lucas adventuring around, but it's solo
มันก็เพิ่งเจอ
And
มา
the
นะ
thing is, kind of going back to what we said in Icebox,
แต่
and
ไม่
where
มีใคร
Heretics have found
RQ
success on
Tech
defense is
T
they're
Head
able to commit another member
แล้ว
into
ก็อีกทีม
sight.
หนึง
They're not
ใครวะ
allowing even
อ๋อ
post plant
NRG
setups
ไม่
to
ใหญ่
come
นะ
through at all. Like
แต่
outside
โด
of
นไป
the
น่วมเลย
first full purchase that Tech had
ใหญ่
was the
ใหญ่เนี่ย
follow-up
เดี๋ยวไป
they
เจอ
had
อ๋อใหญ่
on the spike plant.
ตัวสิบ
So
สามสี่
you
เล
know,
ย
Heretics are just able to reinforce the site so damn well.
เดี๋ยวมันจะไปโหดกับพวกแบบ NG เปเปอร์เล็กเลย
More importantly, it's just off of the fact that they're not being tested across the map. And finally, we get something for Titan to write home.
เกี่ยวกับ Fnatic นี่ไม่รู้อ่ะ
that allows an outlaw to be picked up for Luke, but even that's
เหมือน
not
มันรู้
gonna
มือกัน
feel
นะ
like it's win condition. So you got to find more than just that one.
Right there.
Well, at least the aim was tested. Such a great shot from Haodong before Miniboo could even teleport out, but all that map control you're giving the Heretics, they're starting to take advantage of. And Lucas just can't keep
ถ้า
up.
เป็นที่โดดนี่
That should
อย่าง
be
แย่เลย
sealing this round for Heretics, and that'll be 8-3.
That's just too easy, honestly speaking. But again, it's just down to the simple fact that it's a, you know,
เอาตรงคัดด้วยคลาสสิก
quick purchase round.
อุ้ย
Pardon
เชอ
me,
รี่
did you see that uppercut?
กาด
And I think the thing too is like, again, time has run out on this half here for Titan. Obviously, that's easy to call.
They're doing the same.
That's some couch level color commentary for you. But I think the thing too is just when you start to like build a game plan like off of that timeout where it's just like we're not finding success at A long. Do we just abandon that and try for something else? And you don't find success there either. You just kind of lose all grip of what's happening on the map. And outside of first blood engagements, you also have just had, simply put, Heretics looking super resistant to anything and everything that Titan have thrown. Just kind of as an example point, you see Titan try to play for a quick burst play onto A. 2-2 split from Sewer and Long. Plus, you get a teleport from the shadows up top at Heaven. and all of that gets met with resistance. It gets dealt with quickly. Similar situation in terms of trying to set something up with a little bit of a split hit over towards C using Garage, but you lose your one defender, or offensive player rather, on a post-plant defense that's supposed to be set for C long. That changes things completely. So it's just all the things that Titan are trying to develop and design are just being flat out beat. And that just goes to the credit of Heretics being excellent at this map first and foremost, but they're also just controlling the map so darn well. Like if you were to have a heat map of where Heretics have played this map, it's been at or beyond the choke points that you find on the extremities of the map, and that's just not great news.
Just the way that Heretics are playing, you can tell this is their comfort pick. You can tell that this is their playground, and I mean, it's also just not been a good map for Tech in terms of just the fragging department. Like Haodong and Abo, especially 4 kills each. I mean, Abo had more kills in the Icebox first pistol round than he has in 11. So sometimes it just comes down to being able to out-frag and drive in that chaos, which Heretics have really locked down on.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a must-win pistol coming up for Tech.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. Because otherwise you're looking at the decision, do we force buy the rest of the way through, and that just never feels good. So if you have not been actively tuning into our fun little production here on the alt stream, get used to seeing that little lower third. We've had a lot of that today.
Hey, but the last time this happened, Titans won the map.
If you want, yeah, let's just try to manifest that storyline into play. We saw it with Sentinels. They were even tweeting just like the tech pause Reapers, but a tech pause for Tech is on brand? Question mark.
Yeah. Sometimes the PCs need a break too, huh? Think about the AI or whatever.
You know, they've had plenty of a break to this point. I'm not giving them that forgiveness. Built to last.
โอ้ยไม่มีเทคพอจบไปนานแล้วครับผมคู่แรกมันเทคนาน
What the schedule's gonna look like tomorrow? What matches do we have? We have time to pull up
We do have time to pull things up.
our websites and whatnot.
Should start with KC Billy or DRX Sentinels. Those are the two options to kind of kick things kicked off. That'll happen.
So yeah, the big deciders, whatever about the order, but KC, BLG, DRX, Sen, whoever wins this, RRQ,
and then Gen G Edward, which is another rematch down there too. The only unique map that we have, or matchup that we have, well, is the first two. It's KC Billy and then DRX Sentinels.
Ooh, that Gen G EDG rematch when Gen G beat EDG 13-4.
And I don't know, like EDG did not, like I know they beat 100 Thieves today in 3. But that third map started to get a little bit too close for
มีเกม3ด้วยแล้วยิงเทคพอดิ
11 or 12 to 5.
น่าจะเป็นประโยชน์ของจีนมากกว่าเนี่ย
I just noticed Titan all have matching shoes.
Yeah, they got the Panda Dunks.
แล้วคิดดูดิที่นู่นแม่งกี่โมงวะ
Wait, maybe?
Yeah, they do.
2-3 ทุ่มแล้ว
I was looking at Heretics.
Oh no, they're just vibing with what? Well, maybe.
It's giving all same black
แล้วไปต้องเทคไปสัก 4-5 ทุ่ม
Are we getting our cameraman to pay?
ก็ยินด้านซีดกับผมไม่เคยนั่งที่เขตแล้วแต่ด้านซีดก็สบายดีครับ
We have to stand there and wait.
ถือว่าตอบโจทย์อยู่
I love that esports has gone from not just jerseys to now you got different fashion fits, different types of jerseys to now the pants and the shoes are matching.
I'm gonna say it though, and this might just hit all the NA sneakerheads that are out there. Panda Dunks are one of the most overrated shoes.
Oh no, you're in your hater era today.
I am a little bit on the salt train right now.
I could use some salt, like food-wise. Kind of got my cravings. I've been casting 2 BO3s back to
you've been
back.
the blender out here. I mean,
my noodles are cold, but sometimes noodles are good cold.
That's fair.
You know what's not good cold? Hands.
That's true.
You don't want to get your hands cold. That's why those hand warmers are there. But also these breaks are.
This has been bad. This tests you on a different mental level.
I like the shoes of our cameramen too.
This is where we're at, fam.
There's like blue sneakers. I like it.
Those blue sneaks are pretty tight. New Balances, love them. But how are you guys doing out there in Chatland?
Chatland.
Finesse, how are you doing, bud? I know Finesse is probably still watching. He's been up since like 5 in the morning. That guy is grinding. Good for him. You know what? Good for you.
You know what?
Good for you, Finesse.
Get that back, King.
We love you. We miss you.
Let's see what time it is on the west coast of the U.S. It is 9 a.m. Good morning. East Coast, noon. Happy lunch. Giving you more time to go warm that thing back up.
A little afternoon delight.
be delighted to see.
Oh, let's do this.
Oh.
Teams that are still available and around. Let's just go through it.
Okay.
KC, Billy, who gets out of Group A with Paper X?
I mean, do you want me to be controversial and bold?
I want you to be who you are.
I mean, BLG obviously make it out.
Obviously, it's kind of crazy. Not really.
I mean,
actually, that should be pretty straightforward, I think. That's where you're going. What? You're going BLG? You're going Billy?
Yeah, KC. I
สง
mean,
สัยว่า
I think
มัน
look
มีอะไรให้
good
ติด
against
พอร์ต
G2,
เยอะแยะ
but
ขนาด
it's
นั้น
a nerf G2.
Yeah.
กูเดนพีซีป่ะ
Are you on the
ที่เขาไป
same
ลุม
wave?
คอมใครอยู่ไหนหาวดงเหรอ
ขอบคุณมาร์กี้นะครับสำหรับสมาชิกครับ
Does that match
What
what your
.exe
predictions
ป่ะ
were for Group A in terms of who gets out at the beginning of the event? Did you have those too? Because I
Maybe.
personally,
I mean, we all thought G2
before that,
Leaf happened.
even with the coach situation though, I still thought G2 was going to get out.
ลองแบบแมป3
Oh,
เปลี่ยนไป
yeah,
แข่ง
you
ส
did
เตจ
think
1
they
ไหม
could 4v5.
Yeah, I had them as
เวทีแรก
8th in the power rankings.
Look, Group B, I didn't really know.
Group B was kind of a hodgepodge. I mean, I think everyone was expecting Sentinels, but then afterwards, like BBL DRX, I thought was going to be kind of a absolute even match, like kind of a headbutt match. But honestly, seeing how Sentinels have played so far and how they struggle a little bit versus XLG, and DRX looked really good versus XLG, like talking about like common opponent litmus test.
Yeah.
That one's going to be saucy. I didn't expect, like, I think for me, I had Sentinels and DRX exiting, but that was before they announced Flicker was playing instead of Estrella. But I think Flicker's looked really good. That's an absolute upgrade for DRX. I think BBL has really impressed, but I think, you know, my predictions initially were that Sentinels and DRX would get out. So I'm going to stick with who I had winning that group initially. I think Sentinels win that matchup.
Ooh, I love seeing headsets on. I also love to see who would come out of this group. It's NRG, RRQ, Heretics, Titan, where RRQ faces the winner of this. And I mean, they would look forward to seeing Tech again when they beat them down 13-6. So
I don't think RRQ would be upset at either of these two teams. Excuse me. I think RRQ looks pretty darn good this weekend. I keep feeling that's so weird.
Weekend, I know esports is so weekend.
Yeah.
Based. Fnatic, EDG, Gen G, 100 Thieves. I mean, I think everyone was
I think everyone had
their
Fnatic
concerns.
Out. Yeah. Who do you have between Gen G and EDG? You favor the Gen G edge that they were able to already show us, or do you think
Gen G looked really good against EDG. I thought EDG was going to be China's strongest hope, and well, the 100 Thieves win is cool, but it went to 3, and 100 Thieves.
They were right there, man. They almost surprised Fnatic. I mean, everyone looked at what Group D was going to be. It was going to be the group of death. Do you think it lived up to that expectation? Do you think Group D ended up being the group of death? You're so literal.
Hey, I think it was cool to see Fnatic just kind of play that close to 100 Thieves, and feels like they have a lot of expectations on them to go on and win the event. And Paper X having a good time too on their end.
I would pay, well, I was going to say an ungodly amount, but not actually. I'd pay a minimal amount of money to see a rematch between Fnatic and Paper X here.
Like $3?
Yeah, probably $3.
I'm excited for the opening ceremony. We got Posty.
Yeah, we didn't even get tickets for that.
I think we could sneak in. We could look official.
Sure.
Well, let's go and try and steal tickets. We're going to go and throw it to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have audio.
เรียบร้อยเข้าคัดซีน
โอ้โหชัดเลยครับ ชัดที่สุด
ย้ายห้องเลยไหมไปแข่งห้องที่เนี่ยเวลา10 นาทีขนของไปเตาใหม่
จริง
แป๊บเดียวเหลือจะเชื่อพักชมสิ่งที่น่าสนใจสักครู่ โอ้เมื่อไหร่จะจบเนี่ย ข้าวก็หิว กูจะได้ไปกินข้าว โอ้อัดไม่ดูเหรอ อัดทีเฮดอะทีมเฮเลติกเลยนะ หิวข้าวแล้วนะโมโหหิวแล้วนะจะเทคอะไรนักหนาก็ชนะเข้าไปเจอ RQ เฮเลติกDRX เจอเซน16 นาฬิกา BLG KC โอ้โห19 นาทีแล้วพี่ยังไง
เฮ้ย โอ้โห KCBLG DX ชุดโหพรุ่งนี้ยังไงก็เซนติเนลว่ะ
เดลนะ
KCBLG
ผมให้ BLG ว่ะพรุ่งนี้
Match found.
KCBLG เหรอ
KC ไม่ชอบหลอก แต่ KC มันตบ G2 ไปเลยนะพี่
KC โหดสิตอนเนี้ย
BLG ก็ตบ G2 อยากตบแบบ BO3 ด้วย
โดนเปเปอร์เล็กมาทั้งคู่คิดว่า KC ครับ
ตาเด็กใช่ไหม
ที่นี่ดีกว่า JNG EDG
เจนจีว่ะ ไม่น่าไหว EDG ถ้าทรงเป๋ๆแบบเมื่อกี้เนี่ย โดนรวบ โดนเจนจีรวบแน่นอน
แล้วถ้าครั้งระเบิดปลอมอีกอะ
โอ้ไม่ไหวดิใช่ว่าแบบแดดไปเจอแบบออกซินายเงี้ยโอ้ เปลี่ยนจากบูติโอเป็นบ็อกซี่ไนที่ครั้งแบบเข้าไซต์ไปเจอ
Gotta go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
อย่ากระโดดไม่ถึงพื้นเลยวะ
Too slow. Gotta go.
เจนจีครับ
Go, go. Get out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Adios.
Charge your ults.
เฮ้ย
Go, go, go.
หันมาให้ตัว
Pathetic. Bad move. Reloading. Gotta go. Reloading. Ciao. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
New stage in 10.
I'm out of here.
มันยิงโดนแต่ตัวผมว่าเล็งสูงนะ
Stage 2.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
กูโดนไป11 ตัวละ
Reloading. Reloading. Bye bye. Go, go, go. Stay down.
อันนี้มันคือเวลาของนู่นในไทม์โซนมันบอกด้วยเทคคอร์สมาเมื่อไหร่บอกในคำนี้ครับแม่งชัดแล้วนะ
มันเหลี่ยมอ่ะ
มันเปลี่ยนแล้วมันเปลี่ยนที่แล้วเนี่ย
เปลี่ยนที่
ชัวร์
ไอ้ผี4 ตัวเลยเนี่ยบ้าคือ
Back off. That's 3. Gotta go. Down.
Solo. Ultimate orb spawning.
Taken out.
เด็ดแมทดีกว่า
I'm out of here. Enemy killed. Here we go.
วิจ้าบ้าจัด
Cutting their vision.
New stage in 10.
I'm out of here.
ทีมเด็ดแมทไม่เลยไม่เลย
Go, go, go.
ทีมเดสแมท
Short gun. Gotta go. Oi.
ข่าวเลย
Go, go, go.
One less.
Cutting their vision. Grenade. That's 3. Go, go, go.
is ready. I don't see.
อุ้ยผม
That's three.
Get out of my way. My ultimate.
You want to play? Let's play.
You blink. I'm out of here. Suck it. I'm out of here. Go away. Go, go, go.
Kills left.
โอ้ยเจ็บหมดเลยอ้าวหมดเลย แบบแรกจบที่สกอร์เท่าไหร่13 11 39ประมาณนั้นน่าจะ39ป่ะดูแบบอ้าวเบราว์เซอร์ผมหายไปแล้วแป๊บนึงนะ
Match found.
ไปเปลี่ยนห้องแข่งให้มันเรียบร้อยไปใช่ไหม
ตามเอาอยู่อ่ะเป็นมันเทคนิคเข้าพอร์ตเลยมายิงรอ
เทคเลยไม่ใช่เทคนิคอล
Death match. Warm up.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Fight!
Try not to die. Don't get it. Killed them. Back off. Bad luck. Anyone else? Idiot.
ปิดเพลงแล้วนี่
Die.
เอามันจะใช้เตะเดิมอ่ะ
มายัง
มาแล้ว
4.
มาแล้วพี่
ป้าบิดดูด
หยุดเดี๋ยวนี้
Don't say Valorant.
โอเคเรื่องเสียงแล้ว
มาแล้วแต่เหมือนจะไปแล้ว
They do be yapping.
มาแล้วเหมือนจะไปอีกแล้ว
Lights out.
It's actually really funny because like after you turn 30, you pick up 3 things. You either have like lawn care.
Baking goes kind of crazy.
Baking's a good one. I think you can.
10 kills remaining.
Not allowed to
เฮ้ย
poke, like, nuggets
ที่โจมมีอย่างเดียว
especially if I smell food while I'm casting, I will crash out because everyone's enjoying food, and I enjoy my job. I love my job. Food is up there for another thing.
Big fan of food.
What's your favorite food?
Honestly,
Oh yeah, we did talk about
it doesn't miss. Like, you have to make a really bad.
You're done.
tomato sauce, 'cause that can be easy.
That or like like a Sbarro or something like that. Which is like not chicken and it's like overbreaded.
What's the best?
5 kills remaining.
Don't mess with me.
That's facts, dude.
Dead.
I've kind of suffered through microwave through many years until technology.
Caught up to your
2020, whatever it was at the time.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be fast.
Lights out.
We're still using a microwave.
I mean, technically, we've had flying ships since like the 1920s.
โอ้ดูยิงหลัง
Luxury thing. They're probably getting
Killed them.
I want to hit FNS's watch party with some trivia.
Embarrassing.
1 kill remaining.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I think
เริ่มแล้ว
Oh my god.
we play Valorant.
There's some for at least this round.
I'm here for that.
Last round of the half, by the way, so at least we'll have the halftime. Make sure the fires are out. But Team Irish trying to start some fire over at B, and you just can't
แล้ว
win
ไวรัส
that
บอก
against
ไม่ไหว
Boom.
แล้ว
Love
ม
to
งเลย
see
แล้วกัน
it.
รอนาน
เดี๋ยวไม่ไหวแล้วอะ
From of course
เอา
the
กลับบ้านแบบ
Ace to
ไม่เอาอะไรแล้วครับผมจังหวะนี้
opening first blood for Team Heretics.
This Hunter's Fury is in a
Kidding
really
my
weird
out.
spot. You're going to have an opportunity here to get back in if your Team Heretics. How long backside gong is good. There's the kill contract being spent for.
ใครดูน่ะ
Just saying, hey, how are you? Abo gets pulled into the kill contract. Spike does
พี่
not
วูด
end up getting into play.
กวาด
And
ด
it's
วน
going to be just down to Lucas. It's a cheeky idea for Tech trying to find something new and fresh, but it does not work. 9-3. Any cursors in chat?
แต่ร้านบอกไม่เอาตังค์นะไอ้เหี้ยอยาก
Love
น
to
อน
hear Heretics just get the energy going back again. I don't think the tech issue was on their side, so they're just happy to be here and maybe get some dinner afterwards. 9-3 half in favor of Heretics. A lot of curses going on, but is the 9-3 curse real?
Yep. Well, let's give you the spark notes because it's been an hour since we saw Valorant. That flat out is Titan just trying to counter what they're reading from Heretics. Their reads were not poor. Just the execution could not quite get over the threshold that it needed to. You know, kind of the level of the same thing that Heretics were trying to do on Icebox. You had a situation there where Titan were doing everything they needed to respond what Heretics were throwing their way. Kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another, or shoes on the opposite table, which has turned. something of that nature, depending on which cliche and phrase you prefer. But that, again, I'm not upset. I think about how Titan played the half in terms of their adjustments from like a gameplay standpoint or game plan standpoint, but Heretics are just so damn good at this map. No one's really beaten them on this map this year, except for like a very early iteration of EMEA Stage 1.
แต่มันแอบเทคพอสเชื่อดิเนี่ยมันแอบแบบไม่บอก
Yeah, like Tech won their map pick
พอส
of
เนียนๆ
Icebox,
อะ
but
ชั
the
วร์เลย
lead
เนี่ย
changed as much as my socks do. Like it was just you didn't know who was gonna come out of that Icebox. So Tech happy with that one, but
ตอน
this
นี้
is
เจนจี
the
หลับไป
best
แล้วมั้งเนี่ย
Heretics map. This is
ข้า
their
ว
playground
หลับ
and
เรียบ
it's
ร้อยแล้ว
obviously
เดี๋ยวตื่น
showing.
มาเช้าๆรอแข่งดูไปเดินจ็อกกิ้งสักหน่อย
Like we set up
ขึ้น
this
เลย
best of 3. We said that Titan had to win map number 1 on Icebox just due to the fact that this has been such a
ส่วน
strong
เฮ
map.
ติกที่นั่นจะชนะ
อยากเห็นคนระหว่างเทคพอสแล้วแบบแม่งลุกขึ้นมาคุยพื้นมือเดียวอะไรเงี้ย
Is another one of those that you
แต่
look
แข่ง
at
ต่อ
and
ไม่
say
ไหว
Heretics have some favor built into the recency bias, but Titan did play this map yesterday, and they would have had time to go back and kind of get themselves polished up on what went wrong.
ก็วันนี้พี่บูจัดหนักมา
We'll see
16-4
as it looks pretty inevitable that we are about to
ลั่นเลยทัวร์นี้เนี่ย
เล่นเหมือนแบบว่า
Get to that
มา
map
นั่ง
3
คิดแบบ
affair.
แม่งต้องมีคนคิดว่าต้องเอากูออกแน่ๆเลย
Heretics took the
ลั่น
first
ให้มันดู
one.
ซะหน่อย
Both
Hey,
teams
มา
exchanged
ลั่นเลยทัวร์นี้ก่อน
pistols on Icebox. And if Tech want a chance to somehow pull a sweep together, which would be very unexpected, it would take a must-win pistol here.
Yeah, I won't say it start and ends with the pistol, but it definitely
มันเอา
starts
กี่
with
ทีม
it.
นะเข้าเพลย์ออฟ
And the problem here again is
ก
like
ลุ่มละทีม
playing up against ISO
4
Yoru
กลุ่มละ2
can be very, very difficult just in terms of how you slow down the pace and tempo of when the hit does develop, which at the moment is looking like it's going to go for an initial poke at B. Crossfire set up on the way, and actually T-Virus is spamming through the smoke. Doesn't work out. Double tap comes in late, and it's broken. So nice stuff there from Luke.
โอ้ไม่นับวินนี้ไม่นับมัวจัด
เอาไว้ในมือ
Double kill for Tech, but Boo still will break in. But now that you got all the attention of Tech, Heretics are going to pivot to one of the many sites on Haven.
Yeah. Just difficult to know with any sort of confidence where you want to head towards. The spy cam being behind A lobby will have them leaning over for an initial look at A. I say initial, it's going to be a last second look at A. And it looks like Titan are going to play for the retake. So 3v4 situation, not unwinnable here for Heretics. This comes down to at what point does Lucas get into the top side of Heaven? Can he get a read on where the post plant would be set up at? Can you tally the information? These are not comfortable peaks, but he does have a recon bolt and a shock dart, which could make things very difficult. You hear it again. Bow down low. Benji going to be flooded, and that'll work out for another follow. Looking good, and they will follow things up nicely with a Lucas double kill.
What a flood in from Tech and Lucas. The shots are looking clean, has not slowed down, has not missed a beat. And Tech, don't call it a comeback yet, but this is going to help things, especially their chances of trying to claw their way back. And you really iced out Heretics with all the pauses. So the plot armor has been real from the side of Tech. I mean, I remember even a point Abo took a judge to the chest and lived to tell the tale.
Yeah, true.
So.
I will say as well, just kind of who do you want to look out for in terms of this second half for Titan? I'm really keeping my eyes on Abo, who's going to have to juggle a lot, especially if they find themselves as the solo island defender against the double duelist, which gets a pretty guaranteed walk down.
ใช้แผ่นรองเมาส์เลยพี่ใช้แบบแผ่นรองเมาส์ของ
Yoru flashes.
ETA เป็นลาย
So Abo's the player for me to watch, who's been so good for Titan, having a bit of a slower start here. Many will be able to find first blood. That's in the backside of B, so that opens up a different route here for Heretics on what is just a solo share for Classics.
Does bode well for Heretics. Now bringing pistols to C long. It's going to be pinged by the turret. So a lot of talking that you can do with Heretics, and not having any Sova util is not going to help, but flashes from Mini Boo is the only saving grace that they would have. And Abo could have some good timing here. He is smoked off, but we get a good backstab going.
Yeah, this is about delaying the hit on C and then hoping you can get this long rotation from Lucas into play, and Abo actually commits to try to break the timing of the execute as soon as that handles from response to fire. Only finds one. Benji uses that as a way to upgrade to a Spectre. So this long play through the backside at C has to find value. And Boo has tucked himself into a corner. Good opening shot from Virus, though. Pulls the attention of Heretics back towards the front side of the site, and that's enough for Howdong to follow up.
Such a good day for T-Virus. I think Abo could have been even more efficient. And Woot, last one that remains between everyone of Tech that take care of business quickly in the anti-eco that brings 3 weapons into the bonus, including an outlaw that has been very strong in the hands of this deadly duelist.
Yeah.
มันน่าเล่นด้วยกันสักทาง
ถ้ามันเล่นด้วยกันสักทาง4 คนต้องตัดมัน
ต้องลุมก่อนปืนมันไม่สมขอบ
Find the pistol on the anti-eco. How do you start to structure up winning a bonus where, again, off the defensive side, the ability to purchase on the 2 players that had previously dropped is minimal. In fact, it looks like it's just going to be a Sheriff that's being purchased for now, as Abo, of course, has to invest into their utility to stay a little bit more potent and a little bit more stalwart onto whatever site they decide to play on. And Tech are going to see if they can find some sort of an opening pick here with a quick flash play over to a long. Works! That's beautiful for Luke.
He just does it again. This is the version of T-Virus Luke that I wish we saw yesterday. Now it puts you in an elimination match, but one last chance, and Tech are in full swing and full motion, because a lot of the first bloods, I feel like in the first half, went Heretic's way, and we'll see. We'll break down the stats later on, of course, but Tech are willing this win into existence if they can, and Heretics just can't withstand.
Unbelievable resiliency here from Titan, and again, it starts and with that double tap over towards A. You get that first blood, it allows you to stack up somewhere else, and that place is here at Garage with an SMG, a little bit of team fire coming through off the connector. You now have a 5v3, and honestly, the options here for Heretics are limited to largely either a rogue play from Boo or trying to force something into B where you don't really have good clearance utility, and as I start to break it down, Boo does drop, and the door has largely shut here on Heretics. Huge opportunity here for the to come through and Titan to bring this game back to tight.
Right here. Saving the 2 rifles is going to be good for Heretics, but this will be 3 rounds in a row for Tech, and the eco that gets ever so larger. Knives going into the next, and buy-ups coming up too. Great second half for Tech, and Heretics got to bring back that energy.
10 seconds left.
So now all of a sudden,
ไม่น่าจะได้ดู
for Titan
ฮิเลติกในปารีส
you're looking at obviously the perfect start defensively, but can you start to establish pattern and trend changing that makes Heretics uneasy
ตอนนี้ใน
where
แต่ละทีม
you
มัน
have
แบ
to
บ
essentially
เซตอัพหมดแล้ว
execute the first time you try to execute, dump tons of utility, overwhelm the corners that Luke is trying to play with these opening first bloods if he continues to try to get things like a sniper rifle into play. It won't happen here with the purchase of, a rifle, but if you were to go to an operator, Heretics, it feels like this upcoming round needs to establish their own tempo, and it needs to establish like the burst of this composition is something that Titan need to put a response to as they're in full purchase.
Streak could continue for Tech with a mixed buy situation, 2 pistols out of Heretics, and using the ISO wall to just lead in, follow up with Boo. He's gonna have to hold it down, and he clutches and holds it solo, and now Heretics can stack onto the site, and Coco is being proactive. He gets his one. And Heretics with a clean round despite not having everyone with rifles.
Yeah, initially the spam that comes through the choke point at C from Titan looked like it was going to be enough to kind of stop the play as the double tap. I don't know if it still stayed integral on that next kind of play, but Woot didn't look all that comfortable coming on the site. But the thing about it is you had everyone else, in particular Boo, who teleports to the top side of the box, kind of making up for not having that jet. You play with the elevation, and Boo just finesses the dark cover to keep himself safe, the paranoid to help his teammates get back on the secondary engagement on the site, and then you follow up to put pressure onto Coco, who's the last contestant of the back part of on the spike site. So good stuff there for Heretics. That puts them well within control again, but of course that coming off the bonus win has Titan still in a position to purchase, and in particular the operator is in play, looking to make a play in the sewer.
Dimensional drift almost available for Mini Boo. Lucas has an Odin and hoping to maybe just spam through. setting up T-Virus, but now has
ลอง
lost control of short.
ลองไม่เชียร์เฮเนติกสักวันมั้ยล่ะ
The double duelist from Heretics.
And I think the other side of this is, the operator being pulled back is not the end
มัน
of
จะมี
the
อยู่วัน
world
ที่
for
ไม่เชียร์
Titan,
แล้วแบบ
but it does
ลั่น
force
ระเบิ
them
ด
to
ป
have
อ
to
ม
keep a second member here a little while longer as they're trying to feel things out. And the
ที่ดู
Aldron
เบิร์ดถอดใจ
will
ทัวร์ที่พี่ถอดใจเฮ
on
เน
a
ติก
kind of
แล้ว
a
อยู่ดีก็
passive
มาระเบิด
starting
ปอมเลย
point towards A long. I don't believe it sees anything.
ไปดูสเตจ 2
And yeah, this is what Heretics want. They want to
ถ้า
keep Tech
ถ้ามันแพ้
uneasy
ไททัน
on
แม
A.
ตช์เนี่ย
And then try to again
หมดใจเลย
utilize
หมด
this
ใจเลย
burst.
นี่ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Through the door gets one, not enough to stay alive to keep the defense in the advantage, but not a bad one.
ดีนะเพื่อนสแปมเอาคืนมาได้
Didn't
นะ
even see each other, and he just sensed it. Violence delivered and exchanged, and Heretics still move on towards A. But it will be T-Virus leadership watching short with the op.
เก็บออฟดวลสไนไปอุ๊ด
Not a way to dash out, but angles being held.
ไปเดิน
Lucas
ช็อต
at the
ชิว
Odin at the front with no real way to escape. Because the flashes from Coco will be on their way. It's all
Hey.
timing as Heretics got good
Oh.
pings off the recon and fire at T-Virus.
โอ้โห
Still get a knife in.
สแกนก็โดน2 คนอะไร
ไปได้ครับ
Of the smokes, Heretics are behind.
There is no way your two defenders, a stationary turret in form of the Odin, revealed.
แล้วพี่วูดไปตายท่าไหน
Missing the opening op shot, has to pull the knives. Revealed. Dark covers looked perfectly placed from Heretics, but they can't connect. It looked initially on the approach, as soon as you get the Odin reveal, that was going to be enough to kind of spam through the side of the box. I don't know if we catch that in the replay. But no, we don't. He gets down to 26 HP. This doesn't get finished. And somehow, some way, Lucas inside that dark cover finishes with 3. What a heroic play for Titan.
What an incredible talent Lucas is. Turns 18, joins VCT, and
นี่มัน
young IGL making the whole difference for Tech.
โว้ย
180
หา
from
มัน
Day 1 as
พี่วูดไม่ดวลด้วยจะเดินมายิงแม่งเลย
and it's that deep into the
นี่
fight.
อย่าไปดวลตอนนี้
Triple kidnap 1.
เฮ้ย
Woot against Coco, and Woot has
หลับแต่กลับ
pretty
มา
much
ได้
I
ถือ
think
ว่า
converted
400% นะ
every single kill contract in
Yeah,
the
he's been good. I mean, let's be honest. It's tough to beat an ISO at that type of an advantage with a shield in play. But he has been solid, and Heretics not going to
ไม่เฮาดง
allow
ไม่ใช้มือเล่นแล้วดูดิ
that little moment of euphoria for Titan to last all that long.
เชียร์ครูใช้มือเดียวเล่นว่ะเป็นไงเกาค้างด้วยเล่นไหม
เดินยังไงอ่ะ ใช้คันเร่งเหรอ
Wait,
คันเร่ง
how
ล่าง
is he
พี่
moving and aiming when one of his how many hands does
โค
Haldon
ตรอยาก
have?
ได้คันเร่งข้างล่างเลยเอาไว้เล่น 7
ผมอยากได้ที่เหยียบข้างล่างเอาไว้
But Haldon
กด
will
ไม
just
ค์พูดเวลา
keep
เหยียบ
the
พูด
gun,
อ่ะ
especially
ถ้า
at
พี่จะ
zero
แบบกด
credits.
เหยียบขวาแดนขวาเหยียบซ้ายแดน
That
ซ้าย
should
อ่ะ
be
มันเกิน
enough still for
พี่ไม่เอา
Titan
แบบ
to purchase.
ลู่
Haldon
วิ่งไปเลย
was
ต่อ
really
คอมแล้ว
in
แล้ว
some
เวลาเล่น
trouble
เป็นนีออนส
financially,
ไลด์
so
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
โอ้โห
smart save. Obviously, you don't
เล่น
assume
จ
that
บ
a
แมป
1v4
ตายพอ
is
ดี
going to
ชั่ว
be
โมง
one
นึง
minute.
วิ่ง
So let's tally the
Oh,
resources
okay.
here.
Okay.
As you've got Hunter's Fury online for Lucas. Nothing else tremendously close upcoming for the next round, but Abo is not out of the picture of potentially earning a late lockdown if that comes through. Rien's Hunter's Fury on the other side. And that's really about it, because the kill contract, the dimensional had been used in the prior round. So Titan Esports likely the timeout here, just to kind of discuss what we want to do. That initial tool and maybe what we want to do with the defense, because so far, the two convincing rounds for Heretics on the offense have come by way of throw out a contingency, throw out an undercut, hit the double tap, run through C-long, get onto site, plant, profit. So there's a level of Titan. You have to consider that as they go forward, especially seeing as they really haven't been met with much early aggression over towards A-long. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do something like throw an early Aldrone down C-long and see if you can get someone to walk down C-long and take that space away if it's open. Might be an opportunity to, again, just kind of change up your defensive look, as C has been really the only linchpin for success right now for Heretics. See if you can maybe funnel them back towards Garage or in towards B. We'll see.
And Tech are 4-2 in the second half, and as much as it looked kind of cool winning the pistol, getting momentum, even converting the bonus, Heretics are always trading rounds. And because of all the work they did in that 9-3 half for Heretics, it's still giving Sunset.
Yeah.
As long as they keep trading rounds, that's all you need.
That's true. But this is the game right here, I think, in my mind. and Titan will not show any sort of immediate force down either extremity, actually. From the shadows, we've seen Boo stick this before. This time not going to happen. But that little bit of a hit towards Heaven, plus the decoy maybe has Tech leaning a little bit towards A, but here comes that walk down. Nanoswarm placed on the corner will slow this up just a touch. Hunter's Fury for the offense, trying to cut this back. Also the reset coming through.
She can dodge a Hunter's Fury perhaps, and good suppression from Tech, but the numbers in Heretics favor with the big double could convert this for Tech. And the spike is down, and Rians has to reunite with mini boos coming through double doors.
ถือว่าเป็นผู้เล่นที่มีสติครับ
Droning up to play from safety now.
They know they have spike. That's the big key here. So Heretics have to find a way to sneak on into sight. Good reveal into how Dong deep, but the response for Lucas. Steps out of the sight. Now it's just down to Rians.
He's such a hero when you need him the most for Tech. And Luck and main character energy on his side, and Rians can't clutch, and Tech live on within now 3 rounds of Heretics.
That was a beautiful small adjustment to how Titan we're going to try to guard on C. You put the Nanoswarm a little bit tighter onto the corner. It doesn't block the entirety of the choke point, but it does stop the offense from getting over towards Garage Link. But more importantly, it's Lucas who waits and responds as soon as Heretics pop their Hunter's Fury. And maybe he didn't find any eliminations, but I'll tell you what, that thing packed a hell of a punch. Connected onto a couple of members, had Heretics offensive players on the site extremely weak, making the job of T-Virus that much easier. Knowing that, again, that Nanoswarm blocked any pathway for the offense cutting straight to the right. He can keep his eyes up and off to his perspective right, and it works out beautifully as the defense rotates in to deal with it. So great adjustment in the smallest of ways to stop that very aggressive push out of Heretics.
And it's just been the clutch factor yet again. I kind of pointed this out on Icebox, where Titans have had more players with pop-off moments. And having their duelists showing up on day 2 has been a huge factor to this, especially when, you know, there wasn't a duelist to face off against on Icebox. But Tech having those big pop-off moments. Heretics, of course, had an ace. You can't discount what Boo's been able to do, but this has been a way tougher challenge than Heretics are expecting. Something about Heretics that brings the best out of every opponent they face.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off of that and send it to one level further, this is a team that wins 70% of their offenses. So after coming off of a dominant first defensive half, you're sitting here thinking, okay, let's just start talking about Sunset. But now the map starts to change. Especially with Abo one off of a lockdown, Coco now has a world where he can earn another Rolling Thunder, which could be a huge round-winning ultimate. And if you win this round, if you're Titan, you've broken the bank accounts of Heretics. This is a crucial round in the scheme of things. How Dong staying a little bit longer because he stepped up through the contingency? He does. So this threat at B has been dealt with. And look at the difference of the setup. The Nanoswarm system now set up largely for Garage with a quick play with the Judge for Abo. Meanwhile, Owl Drone's going to find a little bit of intel here with a triple stack of defenders for Titan. They are set up perfectly.
Tech are not taking any risks to peek out against Heretics, but you are giving them some space to get in. A teleport from Mini Boo, but the smoke that came out isolated that duelist, and Tech just held the crossfire. A has been impossible for Heretics to penetrate, and Tech will not allow them to trade them around.
Virus has 9 flipping lives. He has been revealed for 90% of these offensive hits from Heretics, and it doesn't matter. He's still coming away with 2, at least. Unbelievable, because again, it just starts to look like the setup is good for Heretics. You throw a little bit of a flash in, and then you gate crash onto site if you're Mini Boo, but there's a small delay. And I don't know if you caught it, but an aftershock cuts off the choke point, so Heretics can't fully get in.
เดี๋ยวพี่เซน1 ปีหน้าเลยไกลไหมบ้าง
It does exactly what it's intended to do.
มองข้ามสเตจ 2 เอาปาลิสไปแล้วตอนนี้
Luke
อย่าเพิ่งหมดใจพี่
9 lives, and he's used about 7 of them into this point.
My favorite part was the team fire is smokes. So man, how to break apart the Heretics core is everything, and now a first blood for Tech, but it was a save for Heretics. Is it a fake comeback or not? Believers got to rise up for China. XLG gone, but Tech is still here.
The only thing you got to keep your eye on right now is can there be enough noise created for Mini Boo to actually utilize this position deep over towards Garage.
ไม่จ่ายสกิลหมดตัวไม่ได้เลย
Because now you know for a fact that Titan's defense is split. Never mind, not anymore, it's not. And if you're Heretics, I think you got to run. You got to burst onto this site knowing that the defense is still a little bit further away, but they're going to take their time. They will get a plant, but Titan will be right behind them trying to play for the 4v3 retake.
At least seeing that drone inspires Heretics pedal to the metal, but no smoke covering heaven.
Yeah.
Gives Tech now the upper hand to get a lockdown and some vision up, and Heretics try to escape.
Yeah, cross your T's, dot your I's here. Don't drop anything here if you're Titan.
Okay, Benji, that was sick, but Tech still had the ults, the weaponry, and carry 3 into the next. So Tech
การเล่นของเอเดติกมันก็ไม่ได้เก่าอะไรขนาดนั้น
That's massive, and I again, it might feel like, you know, throwing a anvil at an already kind of down opponent, but I love the idea of just don't drop anything. Have to.
เฮ้ยพี่เอ๋หมดใจแล้วน้อง
And so you spend the lockdown, you don't let any crazy sheriff shots defer into a Heretics map point situation, and you're 1 away from a rolling thunder. You're close to re-earning the Hunter's Fury, but this time out, the conversation is multifaceted because now all of a sudden off the save, Heretics have a couple of really key ultimates and of course the full purchase. So a small advantage here in terms of what's available coming into this next offensive round.
Both Heretics timeouts coming out in the last 3 rounds to try and kill this momentum from Tech before Heretics killed out of this group. And it's just not obviously what you expected to happen in this series. I mean, this whole day was giving 4-0, and then we kind of got 6 mappers, or at least what the setup seemed to be after a 9-3 half for Heretics. And this Tech comeback is insane. Their defense on Hay is just so well timed on how they're able to isolate the smokes that are causing a chaos that Heretics can't find themselves out of.
Yeah. What an affair this has been. Because any avid enjoyers of EMEA Valorant would say Heretics up 8-4 at the half. Oh, they win, especially with offense coming up. But Titan is fighting back and fighting back with some major resistance. Double tap's been popped open here for Heretics, trying to get some early aggression through Sewer. How Dawn.
โอ้โหนี่ขนาดมีคิวแล้วเนี่ย
The headshot on top of that. Paranoia to cut off the choke point, and Heretics don't even have a chance to get the kill contract in.
เมื่อกี้วูดเกาะเล็กปะ
How many first bloods from Tech over this A side? These anchors just untouchable. You had Coco into the mix. Feels like Heretics have to pivot, but they don't have a lurk. They'd have to re-clear. They'd have to take the time to do so. And
ถ้าเกาะเล็กนะคือแบบมันเอาตังค์ไปปล่อยสกิลส่งบูตายเมื่อกี้ไงตายหมดตัวเลย
win this round. Work off the info they can, and it's the exchange. But Lucas and Coco do all the work, and it's Boo left to pick up all the pieces and the spike.
Whoa, I don't know if we need that. Yeah, I was going to say, we got a fault line. I don't think we need to commit the Rolling Thunder for this, but no, it looks like they are going to just, again, try to get this to an 11-11 count.
เฮ้ยเป็นเรื่องแล้ว
Teleports away safely, wins the first 1v1
Oh.
with Coco.
Oh.
No, not going to happen. And it's 11-11. Make a wish.
Coco, that was so important. And I wanted him to show up on the breach.
My God.
When he wasn't as explosive on the Sunset in the BO1, he found the confidence. He's a younger player. As Tech, really the puzzle pieces that have built such a strong core against one of EMEA's best, that have the potential to send them out of this bracket. And they're energized 4 in a row. Both Heretics timeouts are out. No more timeouts to figure this out. It's do or die.
Yeah, but you're on a half buy, but dimensional drift and kill contract could potentially get yourself an advantage here because Woot has the hero rifle. Oh no! Aba wins the first.
แล้วไม่เป็นคนเดียวที่มีปืนแล้วมันทำไม่ได้ไง
มินิบูเวลทีไวรัสได้อยู่
Was a 4 versus 4 neural theft for Benji, and the aftershock won't be forcing Heretics back. They're still going to be at the front. Tech think maybe they have space to play.
โอ้โหโดนท็อปดาดตาย
Up close, and Abo at least trades, and he stepped up to the plate. And up next, it's Benji with the stinger. Koreans tries to get the objective done, and Tech are gonna allow it.
He's gonna get the Hunter's Fury off that though, Jen. This could be big if he can get back to C long if he wants to try to play for that as a post-plant security tool.
One enemy remaining.
They were insecure about Garage. A 2 versus 1. Koreans backs away. Locus has done it again.
Unbelievable composure from Titan.
อะไรก็แย่ไปหมดเลย
And it just honestly, we talked about it. Woot has been so good in the kill contract. Hasn't even looked shaky at any given moment in time. And you get the perfect target. You get the killjoy out of the picture. But then for the first time, it gets windy inside the ethereal battleground.
One more.
And Abo punishes. Titans stay on site. And now all of a sudden, you've got a chance to close this thing out. You've got knives available. You got full weapon purchase. You've got 3 regenerative armors that you're battling up against. Everything's starting to trend in favor of Titan off of mount 5 in a row.
Shakiness in the Heretics camp. It's come down to the wire. These 2v2s, and Woot tries to make the space off the wall. The shock bolts.
Doesn't hit the shield.
Now a Hunter's Fury on the offense. The red carpets laid in blood.
มาว่ะได้
Double kill.
ได้เลยไปตั้งแต่ได้
อะไรวะเนี่ย
โอ้โห
They're gonna
ตั้ง
reset.
กันเหนียว
Okay.
จังวะ
Have to take a breath here. And the thing about it is you're looking at Booth from the shadows thinking, was there maybe a chance for him to teleport to C? But I don't know if they know that Abo had already gotten onto site at A, so everything has to come to a momentary pause. Cool the jets. Titan gonna hold hands through mid. And they may make contact here, Jen.
And it all comes down to this, and Heretics have to lock in, and with at least the power of friendship, they just gotta focus on also getting this round and the spike planted.
ไม่ค่อยดีหรอกซี
Previous teammates from EDG on Tech looking to make the biggest upset at EWC happen. From underdogs to top dogs, it's
30
Tech
seconds left.
on the other side of a smoke.
Dark cover replaced.
On the other side of the odds as well. That's
player
Heretics.
standing.
The spike is dropped. It's
ไม่มี
all
ปาฏิหาริย์สำหรับพี่เหรียญ
Last
Oh,
player
and he gets it.
standing.
Okay, he gets Abo.
15 วิ
It's the ultimate showdown. And Howdog, couple of seconds left.
ไม่มีปฏิหารย์สำหรับพี่เหรียญ
Wow. What else could you possibly want out of
แต่มีสำหรับพี่เอ๋ยนะ กินเผ็ดครับกินเผ็ด
And just finally a pop-off moment, and you can just see the sweat off the brow of Team Heretics. A 9-map losing streak on their bread and butter. Have not dropped this map since February.
ในวันที่พี่เอ๋ยหมด
And
ใจ
even that loss was a 13-10.
พี่เหรียญก็เอาให้พี่เอ๋ย
And they've gone through the gauntlet of playing all of Europe's best here on this map.
ใครที่มาดูใหม่ก็อาจจะแบบ
But
งงหน่อย
Titan
ว่า
has
เฮ้ยมัน
something
เกิด
a
เรื่องแบบ
little
นี้
bit
ขึ้นด้วยเหรอ
special. Do what need to be done to get us back to a clean slate here in OT.
Titans were able to play close to EDG at EVO on this map, so this is definitely been the Heretics show when it comes to, like he said, the stats of how well they've done on this map. But
อยาก
this
รู้ว่า
is
ทีเฮดเนี่ยใครมัน
not
เชี
how
ยร์
well
เป็น
you
ทอง
do on this map, but how you do
ดูนั่งหน้าตึง
against
ทุ
a
กคนเลย
completely
ตอน
different
นี้น่าจะไม่มี
environment against the peaking Titans, but against a Heretics that will not give up.
So now we need to start going back over where the problem spots were for both these two teams, on especially the offensive
เมื่อไหร่
side.
ที
for
เฮดจะ
Titan,
กราฟดีดแบบเปเปอร์เล็ก
not able to execute to the level of what their game plan was starting to amount to. Again, the attempts, the modifications, the adjustments that they were making to try to beat this Heretics defensive setup were not bad. It just came down to they weren't able to find the kills they needed to get over the threshold. A lot of that being resulted into just giving away this A-long setup. And based on where this alarm bot is placed, it looks like Titan are not even going to bother with lobby whatsoever. Maybe just a quick peek towards sewer, but nothing too crazy. Are they going to try to surprise Heretics with just a random burst play towards C? We did not see that much, but that spy cam in the tight corner, the trap wire deep onto site, would counteract that pretty darn nicely if this is eventually a burst play onto C.
The walk down from Heretics just to sell that fake gets the attention of Tech, but then that Yoru TP's the other side of the map to help support, to just be at the ready for the Tech execute.
What does Howdong want to do with his first dark cover? Do you want to try to throw some force over to A long? See if you can move the defense around a touch. Are you going to save everything? Owl drone sent over towards garage. and towards B main, simultaneously speaking. Nanostorm in the corner. Do they have the idea that someone's playing close and tight on the door? This could be massive. But no, Alba doesn't predict. We'll have first blood, and that shuts down the play towards Garage. And now all of a sudden, if you're Tech, you kind of have to go back over to A where Boo has been seen.
เอาให้3คนเนี่ย
I mean, he just wanted to go for the safer play. I thought he was going to maybe think about flashing out. If Tech were going to keep trying to hit B, now it's a paranoia leading Tech into an A hit. The recon gets the attention of Tech. Heretics have limited info. Tech gets deeper into sight. This ISO is everything. Woods with a big double. Rian's anchors for Heretics. And it's Lucas against the world. Low HP. Emerging.
ยิงทะลุโว้ยพี่เอ๋ยร้องเฮ้ยรอแล้วควักช็อตตี้ว่ะ
คัดกระโดดอ่ะจบเลยนะเป็นช็อตตี้อ่ะ
เห็นมันควักช็อตตี้ร้องเฮ้ยเลย
And it nearly works out.
ใจไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
Comes up Giga Chad levels. The ISO just resetting the shield, saying so cemented on the site. And clutching up in the final 1v1 where it looked like for a moment Lucas may just get a lineup to win the round right there. Not the play that they wanted to make, but the one they had to, and it nearly works. But Heretics continue to win on defense. And now it just comes down to, can they get away with a burst play of their own again? You know, again, not having ultimates. One of the things that they did find success with in limited purchase and even on one of their full buys was that same kind of setup. Just feel things out early and then burst through C1 with the contingency and the double tap shield. But we've also seen Titan modify their Killjoy setup to deal with that same play. So again, it just feels like we're hidden with heavy hands right now.
Absolutely. And it was Heretics just now on defense, and that was that 9-3 half. Definitely the stronger side for them. But not only that, just breaking the 5-round win streak for Tech. Just about that momentum. Be able to cement yourself and stabilize your own team. Now Heretics 1 round away from getting into Sunset. Whether it's a fake comeback or not, Tech have really ramped things up towards the end. Holy cow, they've traded round after round for so long. Could have just closed it out. If it wasn't for that last 1v1 to send us into OT.
Here we go. Luke, we have not seen a walk down through grass yet. And he's playing just inside this dark cover.
โดนแล้วมุมเนี้ย
Haven't seen this before. Virus gets both. That's before you see the double tap come through.
พี่เหรียญ
to the follow-up, but
เหรียญประเทศให้ตอนนี้พี่เหรียญเท่านั้นที่ไว้ใจได้
The Heretics have any hope after that?
ทำอะไรกัน
Trying
อะ
to defend B with the limited numbers. How do you pick it out of here when you have to
you don't.
clear?
You stay. You've got a spy cam set up to watch Garage, and you've got now one off of 100's Fury for re-ends, but you don't have the ability to immediately exit. You need to stay on site here.
That's all they had the option to do.
พี่เอ๋ยเครียด
Coco's got no fault line yet, but does have both flashes. They're going to wait for that fault line to come through, and if they can combine it with something like a recon dart, it could be massive. Extends the play and scales a little bit deeper for this post plan.
Really great effort from Rians. And now he's already cleared the left side. And now from main, the Hunter Fury to surprise.
เอาเป็นเรื่อง
เอา
เกม3ไปกันต่อวูดเดินมายิ้มแล้วให้แฟนๆได้ยิ้มกันหน่อย
มันลุกมาแบบไม่ค่อยดีใจเลยรู้สึกปะงงๆอ่ะเมื่อกี้วูดลุกขึ้นมาบอก
กูชนะแล้วเหรอวะ
กูชนะเหรอวะนึกว่าแพ้ไปแล้วอ้าวเพื่อนกูคัดนี่หว่าตายก่อนงงเลย
งงคนหมดใจกับเฮเลติก
Match found.
Enough training. It's time.
เข้าน้ำก่อน
ดูพี่เชียร์ติดแล้วมันอารมณ์เหมือนคนที่กำลังเชียร์เป๊ปแล้วแบบเป๊ปแม่งกำลังแบบเล่นกับใจคนอยากเล่น Minecraft ไปแล้วอ่ะน้องเฮ้ย
Neutralized. Enemy down.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Reloading.
One down.
เออ
Show me a target.
10 seconds until stage change.
Try again.
Stage 2.
Three. Reloading.
ไปโลแล้วน้องเนี่ยไอ้ชิดเจ็ตนี่แม่ง
Stabilizing.
Charge your ults.
Three. Get out of my way.
New stage in 10.
Enemy removed. 3 down.
Target down. Easily.
ไม่ตาย
Focusing.
Charge your ults.
Ult is ready. No distraction.
Right there.
Stage change.
Eliminated. I'll take it.
It's you and me.
Final stage.
Breaking them.
Begin.
what
Show me a target.
Ready. Watch this.
Rainer's got the bloodlust going.
Try again.
Hi! I'm pissed!
3 นาทีเลยวะ
Match found.
บูด็อกเฟดการ์ดนี่สวยปะเคยฝันไหมว่า EWC มันจะจบเกือบตี 1
Death match. Warm up.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
Fight.
Let's get this done. Cancelled. Kill confirmed. Obstacle removed.
กูไม่ออกนี่มึงโดนหลังมึงตายว้าว
Hostile KIA. 3 kills. 4 kills.
10 kills remaining.
เนียนเทคพอสชัวร์พี่ทำให้มันไม่ได้ละ
5 kills remaining.
Target 86.
1 kill remaining.
เฮ้ยมันเนียนแล้วพี่เนียนเทคพอสอันเนี้ยกลัวเลย
ตัวเงี้ย
ผมกดเดธแมทไปตาหนึ่งทีมเดธแมทตาหนึ่งยังไม่มาเนียนเนียน
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
ไปยับ
Dominating.
เอฟดูที่มันทำลายแจ
ยังเลย
เนี่ย
I'll do my job. You do yours.
ทำลายเลย
แต่
เดี๋ยว
Fight.
I'm ready.
ตันอยู่ก่อนเริ่ม
Dominating.
เฮ้ย
Retired.
What เฮ้ยมันมาแล้วมันเนียนเทคพอสอยู่ตั้งนาน
When Zekin was in the picture and a
อย่างน้อยมินิ
neon
บุก
for
ก็
him,
จะเล่น
and
ตัว
just
ที่ถนัด
Deadlock can really cut the heel of a neon. If you throw the barrier behind, you take away his ability to
ได้
escape,
ได้สู้ได้ข
or
อง
even just create such good delay. The importance of Abo can't speak to it enough.
เล่นยากอยู่แบบนี้ไม่
So
มี
with the
ไม่มีเรียว
neon
เซนเตเนล
KO Vice, again, the initiation will look a little bit different for Heretics than it will
นี่
for
ไง
Titan. But Lucas will drop first blood. Benji Fishy countered by Abo. Lots of action here at mid as Abo's able to find another right click. Rian shows himself at tiles, dealt with the wide swing by Coco, and quickly we're into a 4v2 in favor of Titan's defense.
That's a good, have a good dismantle of one of the parts of Heretics. What a 3-2
เมื่อกี้มันจะได้
split.
ยิงฟรีอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
Now still with the blind available for Boo. Soon the smoke goes out. He's not going to take the risk of swinging out, trying to have some good timing, unless he wants to wrap around. But it's all going to depend on if Abo can stop him in his tracks. Either way, the knife thrown from Woot will limit things for Tech, and the
เฮ้ย
paranoia.
ก่อร้อยหมดพี่วูเสกให้ก่อร้อยหมดไม่มีหัวไม่มีก่อหัวครับดิ้งนัดเดียว
And now maybe just to add a distraction, it's a
Tola nat.
fake and it's Tech wrapping around and
Yeah,
Tech
Tola
trying to
nat.
put a smoke in place and even with the
Tola
net
nat.
with T-Virus leading in and it's Boo against the world and Tech finish off what they started with a pistol going their way.
And I love just the early establishment. And again, it's I don't want to sell the farm here in round number 1, but Titan showing that they want to battle at mid. Did not see a lot of that yesterday, especially from their defensive side. So that's something that's already new in terms of what they're trying to put into the picture. And to be fair, like Titan just didn't have a chance to play much of their defense because, well, they were down 8-4 at the half. Ended up losing 13-6, only winning the guaranteed gun round in the third of the half, and then a follow-up gun round a couple of rounds later. But they didn't really show the commitment to wanting to contest across multiple areas of the map. So that's already something that at least they're trying to mentally establish through that pistol. One-way smoke plus the Prowler just to check things out over towards A. We'll read a little bit of an establishment of pressure, and that may lead towards Coco rotating over so he can be in range for the fault line.
Tech have won every defensive pistol in this series, so.
That's a shout.
And Heretics just trying to read if there's any kind
เฮ้
of
ย
trap
ได้เล่น
play
นะแบบ
and
เนี้ย
what the setups are going to be around Coco. Tech have been, at least off the pistol, very, very deathbally as you kind of sort of play in that round. But is that going to be the style they go for? I did notice those initiators playing very tight together in the last Sunset encounter. So Mini Boo taking the wrong angle, and he only just sneezed at. The fall line is going to force him back nonetheless, and taking the helm is that KO. And a lot to watch out for. But Heretics doing a death ball of their own, smokes in place, but now trapped in the sight of it all. That's where they want to be, but a lucky right click from Marines. Or no, it's actually just shots through the smoke, and Tech want to find their way in with a 2-2 split. There's also a lurk from Benji that could be coming up from behind Tech. They got to get the job done soon. And Lucas steadies his aim, but a big double from Haodong. And this flank from the Vice came in too late from Benji. And Heretics about to convert that anti-eco.
Clean. I think the biggest thing here for Titan is how they try to hold on and contest before the spike can fully get planted. More so, it's not that they stop the plant, it's that they stop a post
จังหวะมันอยู่ที่มินิบูทามมิ่งจังหวะแรกเลยที่มันไม่ได้เล็งตรง CT แล้ว CT ปาดอะถ้ามันได้ตรง CT ตัวแรกนะจบเลยแต่ได้อยู่แล้วเซี่ยววิ
หันหนีเฉย The only real influence of power came off of the outlaw play. So Heretics just not having the weaponry to survive through the retake. But this bonus is a little bit lighter here for Titan due to the nature of round 2's anti-eco. So advantage coming back forward here for Heretics.
Sonic Sensor could be big for Abo if Heretics do decide to commit to B. Oh my god, you just bring the parade to Mini Boo. Still gets one for his troubles, but
good help.
Now there's amazing help from Heretics to punish that Tech Swarm and Light Bees. Tech still sting, and Heretics trade every step of the way.
Yeah, that's really good team help from Heretics because it did look like Miniboo's timing on that initial peak towards B main was going to get punished. But Titan Esports kind of red dot chasing a little bit on that double chow. Doesn't work out for them. Good supply of support from the cast behind at B main. And the stronger weapons looked like they should win. Lucas will have an isolated 1v1 here around the corner. Clean. Doesn't even take any damage. That's going to be a rifle upgrade if he so chooses, what she does. Haunt to clear off the front. Still has a seize. That will go next. Crossfire setup, though, is potent, and Boo will spam through, find the win, and Heretics are on the board.
Only able to keep those 2 rifles, though. But hey, that null command early. Or sorry, null command for Woot, always nice. It's been the teamwork. Especially Abo is having a great performance once again. He's been the top fragger, and we tell the story of just the Sentinel being the best player there for Tech and being able to add that stoppage against the Neon of Mini Boo, but it's the cast behind Mini Boo that makes Heretics such a threatening team.
Well, and that's the other side of it. You know, we've seen a lot of the adjustments on Sentinels in this map because of the presence of Neon go to Cypher, or Vice for that matter, but the Deadlock provides a different level of, I think, offensive consistency for again, just making that post plant that much stronger. But it does keep you vulnerable on the first half to things like Mini Boo being able to run and go as far as he wants, not being tripped up whatsoever. Because the sensors, as much as they obviously can provide a sort of line of sand, it really doesn't deter a burst play.
จริงๆใน EME มันหาดูลิซี่โหกกับมินิบูได้นะ
Heretics in this full gun round going to show some presence at mid. Toss even an extra smoke that will pull the focus of Titans off of A and back in to make sure mid stays safe as the smoke dissipates. Late barrier mesh is planted. Over towards B main, no command early earn will be spent over towards market, plus now the fast line to try to get in. Just comes down to Kanabo, hold this crossfire.
Yeah, because that barrier Heretics can't even play through B main. It's just got to be the front charging in against Tech. And the Neon breach is on the way. Kobo has flashes, but Tech won't be able to prevent the inevitable, and that's the plant. Now the barrier's gone. Heretics can now back play through B main, and the paranoias are huge, but Benji's just clear. Playing at a distance, playing safe, and Tech are out of options, out of util, and can't swing together both corners.
แฟนมาล่าสุดท็อปเลยผมไม่นี่เรียกว่าใส่มาไทยแม้ตัดมา
You deal with the first blood, but honestly, that's just a really impressive off-screen moment from Benji for the 1v2. Deep on the site, an angle that really requires you to have to hit the head. And he does well to convert onto a huge double kill to keep that post plant safe. Back to a save go. Titan Esports now with only annihilation at the ready. Overdrive is close. And a Bucky in play could provide some
ก็
fun
เช็ค
if
พอร์ต
you
ก็ไม่ตรง
get it into a good spot, but Heretics will have the power of the Outlaw against 3 non-armored players of Titan Esports.
Hate to get brothers confused, but it was like one of the boos were really good with the Outlaw and Icebox. It's been their signature. So brothers will have to work together on opposite sides. Now through the A elbow. Just the Bucky, which could enable the overdrive. T-Virus gets lucky. Of course, you have a Prowler that could give him a heads up if Lucas gets a sense. And there is the shot, and Mini Boo, the stun to just get him out, and Mini Boo does escape.
Yeah, it's fine though. I mean, if you're Titan, it's 60 seconds left on the clock, and you've pushed off the A hit. So not bad in terms of being able to do that with just Sheriffs and a Bucky. But this quick rotation back to market will be uncovered. The knife will stall out Titan a little bit, and okay, Annihilation pulls them back. That's going to be a free kill and a free weapon on top of that.
ไปเลยวูดเจอกัน
So now you have a numbers advantage. How do you utilize those numbers to try to break down a little bit difficult post plan? And Lucas hits another shot backside of the side. There's no exit for Miniboo, and now Titan have weapon upgrades.
Now a Nightfall, but Heretics trying to play together, play for trades, and Rians won't have the space to play the Hunter's Fury. It's just the shots they gotta count, and it's Tech that have numbers and Plot on their side.
T-Virus on a pogo stick says, "Hey, everyone, look at me." But it starts with the Annihilation behind the play, chasing shadows through market, and it connects onto the last player for Heretics in the convoy. No chance to turn around and deal with it because of the close corner that is able to capture it on. It's a weapon upgrade. You get a little bit of team shots going on the backside of the defensive screens towards B. And then T-Virus just does neon things off the top rope. Look at me while my teammates clean you up. Huge round for Titan.
What an Annihilation too. That grabs just like the tail end of that KO. That was funny. Thought he just had barely escaped there. To go forward.
มาจากไหนวะลูคัส
Heretics with mid-exploration. Oh, just Miniboo has been fast. He's been loose and aggressive, but put down like a dog by Coco. And Tech hold their side of the map. And it's Heretics with the Hunter's Fury. That'll still get Tech dancing. And Boo wins market. And of course, coming through main is that Vice. So Heretics have the sight.
Gloves are off here, Jen. This is just a scrap battle. Both teams just throwing their weight around the rink as Coco's able to capitalize on the Rien's isolated mid-map, but trying to get back into this post-plant 2v3. No easy task. If you had a Rolling Thunder, maybe there's a chance to break down the post-plant at B, but it looks like they're just going to give this one away and maybe play for an exit. I don't know if they have the time to really even commit to even finding more than just Boo on site. Well, we're going to see. There's the reveal plus the fault line. Boo jumping, avoiding the pre-fire. Has a bit of help, and oof. That doesn't feel good. Coco's going to get one consolation kill before exiting, and Heretics respond and get us tied at 3.
Just took too much time for Tech to
ตีให้ได้สัก7
develop, get to that side of the
ไอ้
map.
ลูคัสนี่ตอนแรกแข่งอยู่ลีกมหาลัยของอเม
I
ริกา
kind of put a
นะ
lot of pressure on him
ใช่ไปดูลีกมหาลัยอเมริกามาแบบเหมือนแบบ
contributing to the team in the same way, and he has stepped up huge on the Sunset, having a way better
ฟิลิปปินส์
performance.
อะไรเงี้ยที่เรียนอยู่ที่นู่นอะไรเงี้ย
It's a lot on the initiators.
คงไม่ค่อยคงมั่ว
Make sure
มั่วหมด
T-Virus and his job is going to be easier, especially against the Sentinels and everything, against one of Europe's best.
This early timeout, I think if you're looking at this from Titan, is I think, can we slow the game down a little bit? As much as you can set up trap plays of your own with the composition you bring to the table, things are getting a little squirrely. And if I think you were to ask them what their choice was, of would you like to play a slower game where it really gets figured in the last 30 to 45 seconds of a round, I think they would probably prefer that than having a round come to an end in the first 45 seconds. But we'll see how they try to unfold things from here. It's just, you know, again, the trap play setup is really just resorting to Coco and what T-Virus want to do. And so far, it's just been this really weird battle across multiple points of the map. Like, it's happened a bit, it's happened at A, it's happened over towards B main. But I think if you were to ask Titan what that timeout was about, It's about trying to slow this game down a touch.
Especially when Mini Boo is just running around wherever he wants, and Tech have had good shutdowns against him, and to be steady against such a scary duelist, but Heretics cooking something up to flash in, have Mini Boo make a lot of noise over on the B side, already getting the berry and pulling 4 on the rotate.
That's big value. And again, it is a save round here inside the solo rifle for Coco with the Hunter's Fury. You also have the overdrive available for Luke, but Lucas, yeah, is going to get isolated here on an island, so this round should be pretty comfortable unless you find some sort of a hero headshot for Titan, and then maybe you talk about things like that Rolling Thunder coming into play, but Boo going to take the high ground on this post plant, and you also got all of that Vice setup at the choke at mid, so this just doesn't feel good if you're Titan. Here's your try. No, I don't like that.
And Coco ideally just pretends he doesn't see anything. Backs away slowly towards the other side of the map to keep that rifle. Yeah, that's awfully nice.
That's a weird call right there for me. T-Virus just on sprint tries to pull the overdrive before they even get a tally on what's on site, and they had tools that could have at least blocked a couple of line of sights or at least flashed an angle early. With Coco holding onto a flashpoint, it just felt a little disjointed there, because I think ideally, if you can, again, create some space on the front side of the site to get into it and try to contest the post plant, then you have the chance if the overdrive gets into play to try to combine that with the Rolling Thunder, but not the case, and comes out empty for Titan.
Oh, both
I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's real.
Okay. We'll see. I was going to say, damn, we're really just calling 911 here, but I mean, first time out at least, Tech just couldn't find the solution. They really got baited, but it wasn't the best buy, of course. So now we can really take them seriously and what they could cook up against the Rolling Thunder and use that to retake, because it's been really difficult to get back into B once you give it up to Heretics.
Yeah, it's really difficult for both sides at the moment. I mean, again, there's a level of Titan have allowed these quick action first blood engagements to happen up until now. So there's a level of it becomes difficult to retake if you're playing 4v5 or 3v4, whatever it happens to be, where you're down a man and you're trying to retake with largely what is just either the fade or the breach based on where they've been positioned off the barriers. Mostly looking at Lucas, who's dropped as first death a couple of different times, it feels like. But different approach here for Heretics, looking to kind of extend through mid. Haunt comes out just to make sure that stays safe. Rolling Thunder here, Paranoia with that. Fault line. Well, I was going to say, is also spent as a part of that, but there's no real follow-up engagement. Another head-scratcher in terms of Titan's commitment on that.
There's some kind of suppression that didn't allow Tech to confidently swing and get eyes on mid, so yeah, really big waste from Coco, when I thought you would have just had that as a last resort for a retake. Once Heretics eventually get in, that's the one tap. Wow, out on deleted.
Yeah, the sensor doing what it does best, but now the Razorvine, or the Steel Guard rather, is out. Abo's going to be off of his rifle, trying to stay alive as long as possible. But a quick hit through mid. Luke on the quick pinch through market. Has created something, but yeah, there you go. You scale deep here. That Steel Guard still in play. Re-ends, whoop, getting the job done. All down to Lucas, well, may have to just get out of here, but Heretics have the crossfire set up to get the final kill, and now go up 5-3 with some financial choices to happen in this next round for Titan.
Abo was also kind of hidden behind that pillar, and I thought could have reacted to Rian's there. Not that that would have just made the whole difference, but man, Heretics are frying right now. Yeah, just the one tap, that was really nice. You got a Rolling Thunder out of the picture. That's a huge silver lining for...
I still don't get that.
You will have shift displeased.
Quite.
Quite.
I mean, like, I understand that there's a way that like, you can follow up off of that, but I just... Okay, hold on a second. You've got a quick play. Trap play here for T-Virus Luke. That works out nicely with the grab net over the top of B. And that's a little bit more like it in terms of kind of establishing an early first contact on your terms.
Now imagine if that had a Rolling Thunder first, but well, I still think something spat back at Tech when that Rolling Thunder happened. Didn't get good vision on that, but we haven't seen T-Virus really activate like that. It's very Mini Boo-esque.
No, yeah, you're right. We haven't, and that includes, again, reflecting on yesterday, we didn't see that level of proactivity even when they were on the offensive side, so it's a little bit refreshing to see that come through. But you have a wide open A site now. From the shadows will reinforce the play. And of course, Miniboo can just hit the high gear and sprint over if they so choose. So again, everything's setting up for Team Heretics' advantage in this 4v5 post plant.
Looks like they're still going to try and get some work done with Abo having that hero Vandal. 2 at the front. Boo, no paranoia. But Rians with drone and shocks. But with the one way, they'll play off of that until they don't need to. Fall back into elbow.
Not ready yet.
It's Miniboo lurking around. He'll come up from behind Tech here any second. And a clean round. Clean Valorant out of Heretics.
Yeah. And now we need to see Titan off of that prior timeout give us something to work with, because again, like outside of the one Annihilation catch that we had a couple of rounds ago, this defense has not looked good. Pistol and an anti-eco, and then Annihilation that saved a round. That's been it. That's not good enough. Especially considering that we know that their offensive side struggled against RRQ.
Been better showing all around. A close series. Marathon, but in the eyes of Miniboo, it's also a sprint. The fastest Neon in the West.
We're in the East.
True.
Depending on how your perspective.
The Middle East, I guess.
Yeah.
Heretics doubling the score from Tech. We're so hilarious.
We're dumb.
We are. Trying to sound smart right now, though, but Coco still has fault line, but not as many trap plays as I expected out of Tech.
I mean, like, the problem with it is, like, you're, in a certain way, like, you are kind of mirror matched in the ability to trap play on the other side because of things like paranoia, push-ups with smokes or flashes, or whatever it happens to be for Heretics. So, like, that was kind of like the first 5 rounds was a lot of that, of like both teams trying to establish that, hey, we're the ones playing aggressive, you have to play more reactive. And for Tech, oh, this is one of those moments that better collapse. And it does. And it does. And it does.
หมดดงครับ
That's Lucas to you. I didn't think he had it in him. He's lazy. He's a laser today. And the ace opportunity.
ไปกับคนเดียวพอ
Big. Now you've got the Nightfall back into play. That gives you the opportunity to get this thing to, hopefully, if you're a Tech fan, a 6-6 count. Problem is, Heretics have built up their coffers so much that they can afford for pretty much eternity, at least on this half. They're going to be fine for the next 2 rounds. They also have a couple of key ultimates that are going to be coming up in the following 2 rounds, maybe even in this next one. But Lucas's ace here gets him right back onto a Nightfall. Gives you the opportunity to play more reactionary if you want to. Use that as a chance to kind of break down the post plant.
Out of your seat. And he's just 18. Imagine the career ahead of him. Generational talent. Now the Nightfall from Tech to early suppress. A elbow. Some safety from Heretics. Can't hear, but you can see the dub if you're Heretics. And it's the Hunter's Fury. Causes some obstacles from Tech. But a null command added into the mix. A lot invested from Heretics. Given now the sight, but T-Virus looms around the corner. And his rifle is shown. And his death is exposed. And Heretics another clean, and this time flawless round.
Flawless on Astrid because you have to like reboot Woo.
Okay, if you want to get technical with it.
You know,
okay.
Another though, like, look, color commentary is not my main role, but if you were to have told me that we're gonna throw a Nightfall in with only one other member defensively nearby to try to stop Heretics with a null command, I would say that's not worth. Like, instead of waiting for your Neon to get back into the picture, have a chance to use that as a way for them to track down kills while they're, you know, again, nerfed from audio. It just feels like, again, the execution on Tech is a little bit scattery. It's a little bit panicky.
Yeah.
Of, well, what's happening? We got this is trouble. Got to throw the ult. It's just not working out. So now you've got a little bit of a limited buy here for Luke, as Titan have an Annihilation to play with and maybe an overdrive if Luke can find a couple of kills.
Yeah, very panicky. That's the key word. I thought even from the Rolling Thunder to the Nightfall, you would have just really liked those for the retake and just go for the
or like a contest on the spike plant, like not on like as the execute's starting, especially with the Rolling Thunder at mid and the Nightfall through elbow. It just, you know, those are huge stall ultimates at, you know, worst. if you're trying to use them before a spike plant comes through, and it's just neither were used in such fashion.
Now Mini Boo is lurking. Abo just ace potential as he nets and does not want to go fishing. Delay, the stoppage created from the barrier to the net. It's going to get Lucas running and getting his steps in to go and help. Still Mini Boo causing a ruckus, trying to get everyone's attention in mid.
30 seconds left.
Oof. Annihilation countered by the knife. No, doesn't actually.
Oh, the angle!
They should be able to clear that though. The Cocoon does come back in. Yep, good pinch for Rienz. Picture perfect. Again, it just feels desperate for Titan. That one is kind of a forced issue because you're stuck on site, but you do have a long play from Luke. The problem is he's got a stinger.
I didn't like Abo just still being in the middle of the site, and I still wish he played back safer. That's just my style over what Abo likes. So.
Go.
Because be a weapon collection here. Instead, how about you run forward? That will work. Woot able to try out one though. Aftershock clearing the space. A chance here for Luke to try to flood through the fast lane, but Heretics come up big with a couple of collected headshots and an 8-4 half as Heretics primed and ready to try to get into tomorrow.
Tech are trying to find the right tempo, the right timing. Catch Heretics by surprise, whether it's these early ults that haven't had the impact they were hoping for, just Heretics counter positioning, just being in safe. I mean, not even counter positioning, just staying kind of where they are, which was either a elbow, sitting in mid, throwing back at Tech, so they can't capitalize off the rolling thunder that happened in mid. So some minor misses from Tech. Now behind by 4 rounds. It'll be Tech going on offense this time.
Another pistol that you look at and say, kind of had to have it. But the issue, again, just to reiterate, as I know we're all kind of locking in right now, Titan Esports Club, when they played RRQ yesterday, really lacked on the offensive side, and in particular, the efficiency of T-Virus was mitigated. 2 and 5 in the first blood duels. And a lot of it came in, like, again, very jittery fashion, where we weren't committing, like, of fast lane, fault line, flash, deep smokes, let T-Virus go in, get his 1-for-1. It just was like, we're kind of like halfway going, and often T-Virus is getting caught as like not committing in or committing back as like that's just a fake, it's just a show of force. So that's what needs to be better today after going back and rewatching over the things that were not working for them versus RRQ. Again, they only won a couple of offensive rounds, 4 in total. It's just not enough. You figure where the current meta is with Neons.
1 enemy remaining.
Love that ace out of Lucas, but that was a momentary win out of a sea of round wins from Heretics. But I'm hearing the energy behind me. Tech hope to come back, and it all starts with this pistol, and that was their way to keep Haven close and into OT after a pretty big deficit, what, a 3-9 deficit to Heretics on that map.
Right here.
Mini Boo pairs up with Woot, kind of flash and dash, and you don't even need the util, just cleaner shots from the Heretics cutting the Tech push in mid.
Same kind of story that we saw in the first couple of rounds from the first half, where Titan are saying, yeah, we'll duel you at mid. Pardon the tongue twister. And Heretics like, fine. You know, a little bit easier to try to mitigate and, you know, manage those battles when you're on the defensive side, because you can just choose to back off if you want to. But Sheriff at that range against Classic, like all day, every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. And this is gonna fall apart pretty quickly. Spike is down. Yeah, Mini Boo, little shotgun the way in, breaking ankles, breaking cameras, and it's on to Lucas. 1v4 with a Ghost, no Spike to play with.
Heretics just get more confident, despite the time, but also the pace that they play at. And you're like, yeah, Jen, they're playing Neon, but I'm not seeing that same style out of T-Virus, and speaks to just the level of experience that Heretics have on this map.
It's early. Like, it's the pistol round of the offensive front. Like, we're not going to know if Titan are making modifications or adjustments to yesterday until we get into their gun round. So there's a level of, I think if you are Titan, I get it, like you're trying to put some battle around the map and try to force Heretics to consider multiple things to make that execute a little bit nicer, but until we get into a rifle round, it's just like you gotta survive to it. It's just not enough.
Not enough. Tech lose one early and doesn't bode well. Okay, nice clip from
นั่น
Mini
แน่
Boo.
อย่างพลิ้ว
แล้วถ้าจัง
Keeps
หวะ
A
หัน
on
มามัน
lock.
ยิงได้
Paranoia that could
เทจับ
assist depending on the numbers that they expect to face. And a lurk from Lucas checking out mid, but it's Heretics getting to double digits ever so closer.
อะไรมันจะคมขนาดนั้น
Trying to
มัน
get
โคตร
out
ชอบ
of
เล
their
ย
group.
ปืน
This is elimination, so they still have to play another match, but sort of exposes the cracks in the armor of Heretics.
ดาว
Who
2
were,
ไม่มีใครซื้อเกาะนี่แหละ
I think, a big favorite, obviously, to get out of their groups.
Oh, for
but
sure, yeah.
How are they going to look in top 8 when
ในแรงนี่ไม่
a
ได้
team
เจ
like
อ
this
เจอ
exposes
ฮิเด
them
ติกซื้อ
like
เกาะเล็ก
this?
มาให้หมดอะ
The other side
เกาะ
of
เล็ก
this,
คลาส
and,
สิก
part of the question and conversation that Titan are going to have is
เอาไว้
not
ฆ่า
just
มินิบู
about improving from yesterday, but how do they want to play into a Vice, which is something they did not face yesterday either. And again, like you look at what is a very standard approach towards playing things like Neon, Breach,
เป็
Fade.
นปืนที่เวลายิงหัว
You
พวก
need
ไร
to
เฟิล
also
แล้ว
know
จะ
where
ร้
the
อน
shear is. You need to have an idea of
Bonding.
where those Razor Vines could be, because that is a way of obviously stalling out the Neon from scaling deep into sight. So it's a lot of figuring out to do and not a lot of time to do it. So 10-4 pistol in the follow-up, pretty much perfect from Heretics. And a must-win round here for Titan, otherwise they're in force fire mode.
Oh, it's crunch time. And Heretics, they only scale up from here, and when the pressure is on to try and match their speed, very hard to execute. And we've seen obviously the Neon from T-Virus before, but I've liked his Jet a lot more when he can cover himself and be more selfish in that regard and kind of be more solo. But Neon going up against what looks like a mini boost signature, it's been tough for T-Virus to keep up with. And this is a must-win, which is where the economy is at, as you mentioned, and kind of playing things as slow as you can.
Yeah, just covering your bases here, Prowler, just to make sure you can walk in to B main. Arc Rose right on top of the site. Razor Vine, you see it planted in the corner. Haunt, smoke, comes through. This would be where you would look for something like, yeah, is the shear here? And that'll be enough for Titan to grab the orb and just get out and reset.
Yeah, building up for the long game. It's just going to be a long-term project for Tech. And it's Heretics that were able to take that overtime in stride and kind of accept what happened and just get
ไอ้
back
โดน
to
ใน
the
มินิ
peak
บูเอาปืน
form
นี้ยิงหัว
and a
ปวดเจ็บปว
scoreline
ดร้าว
that I honestly thought we were going to see on the previous year, considering the previous stats, but now Tech, this is do or die, and it is T-Virus that just dies. Blue holds the corner, and T-Virus just can't lock in when he's not that fast.
Where's the flash? Like, Coco hadn't even set up his flash yet for that poke. It just, they out-trade it, thankfully.
ก็โอเคอยู่สำหรับโบ
Again,
นัส
it's like Coco's got both flashes available, and we're trying to shell a tight corner
สามคนนั้น
without
คอย
giving
สักหนึ่ง
ourselves
ว่ะ
a bit of
อย่างต่
separation. The chance to scale a little bit deeper here for Lucas.
ยิง
This
เพื่อ
would be huge if he can find the pick onto Rien. Sees the dart, easy follow-up, plus a follow on that. So
เราให้ละ
now it just comes down to
รู้แล้วเนี่ย
finding
รู้ครับรู้
Benji
แล้ว
Fishy.
เอาเฮ้ย
And that
โอ้
might
ย
be
ดิ
just in
รู้
the
ได้เลย
double
เนี่ย
one.
Oh, Coco has to lock in and end it better than it started, and he does a better swing
อารมณ์สุนท
for
รีเขาเปลี่ยน
Benji.
ปืน
Can
ในตรงนี้
notice, and
กลาง
it's
สง
Tech
คราม
still in it. It's a must-win
อยาก
rifle
ได้
round
ไง
we
ปืน
talked
มันมั่น
about.
ใจ
That's
กว่า
the need to buy, repurchase a lot of it.
Yep, that's the key. That was a potent bonus out of Team Heretics. They'll be fine to at least get a couple and most of their rifles online. But light armors aren't going to feel good, especially with Abo having to play off of a Guardian. And honestly, it's just one of those situations, again, where it's just like if you're Titan, how do you want to try to make sure that like Heretics are tested and stretch and not just getting away with murder on the outsides of the map? And you can see, again, Heretics just walk up past this one way. Are there any toes showing? No, not quite. Abo stays safe. He does have a sensor in the way to keep that flank relatively safe. good reveal off the knife in towards B main, where the Vice Wall is here this round. It was not here last time around, so we'll see if T-Virus continues to use a smoke to try to see if he can clear that front passageway.
See if this Vice can withstand Tekken. Okay. T-Virus is just not getting any luck and any headway, and Tech will have to do it without a duelist this time, and they'll have the Nightfall if they really think they're facing a challenge, but they already have Haldong inserted. The wall comes up, and there's isolations, and Tech trying to get a peek over, but all they see is death. This sniper is a hunter. Rian's the one who saved Haven. Saves the site here for Heretics.
Last player.
A pick there could have maybe led to an annihilation and maybe a lifeline in the round. Paranoia comes up a bit short. Coco, good for 2, but nothing more.
ต้องปืนนี้ใช่ไหม
But a 1v4 situation. And another moment that again, I know it's not at full value there for Titan, but the Vice Wall doesn't fully get scouted out. You commit through it, and you see what happens afterwards. You lose your controllers out of the play. And it just allows a free line of sight for the sniper rifle to connect, and again, just utilize the numbers that Heretics have defensively after that split off happens. So Heretics doing everything you could possibly want in terms of trying to get the advantages to close the map out, whereas Titan continued to struggle on their executes.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult comp to execute in terms of timings and how perfect you have to be, and just the level of perfection that Heretics is demanding you to play at. And sure, they've shown signs of
coming online in terms of ultimates for Heretics. But yeah, that's just, again, you lose out on a couple of the key members by being separated by that Vice Wall. It's not doing the job the way it's meant to be done. So here we go, force buy area. Stingers, 1 Phantom, Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, Annihilation. Key ultimates available here for Titan. Overdrive, Steel Garden, the only things that could potentially be earned here with the Hunter's Fury also kind of one away if you're Heretics. So we'll see. How does Tech want to try to get the advantage with those ults? And here we go. We're going to try to go right on into it. Razorvine blocking the way for now at Market. Good double peek coming through, and as Heretics are cleaning up.
Really good cohesion from Team Heretics to just surround mid. Absolutely wipe the floor with Tech. At least some stragglers went through B main, and we'll get a plant going, but at what cost? You're looking at match point very soon for Heretics, and after forcing OT, you hate to see Tech go out that way, but it's a Heretics that just keep punching higher and higher, that have reached that ceiling and can climb even higher, and Mini Boost even bringing out the ult to clean up the round.
Yep, this one is out of reach right now, feels like for Titan.
เข้าไปเจอกับ RRQ ครับสำหรับ Heretics.
Again, 3 of the 5 rounds are pistol and anti-eco, and then annihilation catch.
ทำเอาได้2ทำไมมันเหมือนมันทำเอาได้รอบเดียวเองอะ
So after that first force purchase in the last round, the
มันดูไม่ทำเอาทำเพื่อ
either.
มันเห็นเทคพอร์ตนานแล้ว
Nightfall's all that's really available. Hunter's Fury near set ready
เดี๋ยว
to
เนี่ย
go.
ใช้เวลาเทคพอร์ตทำเอา
And there's not a single moment that Titan have made Heretics even remotely sweat on this half.
ปกติก็2 รอบ
I don't even know if Heretics about to use a timeout yet. I mean,
I don't think they have, no.
So whatever Tech hook up, a miracle. Heretics will have a game plan and a response as they do. 2-1-2 setup on the defense for Heretics. And I think Tech should rethink how mid went, or how they want to do mid after what happened last round, as much as you want to forget it. Running system, Nightfall through the left, and a reaction from Tech through, or Heretics through top mid.
Yep.
But it's a good exchange. Who gets 2? And Tech live on with especially Sheriffs and a Stinger. Did what they can to shoot back against Heretics.
Gotta get a weapon here. Well, it's going to be a rotate back over for Planet A, but another moment where the Nightfall is used to hit at Market. You don't have anything blocking the line of sight at mid, and Heretics are like, all right, you want a Nightfall Market, we'll just run that guy away and double peek you at mid.
พี่เหรียญพี่
very
บู
much
พี่เบน
destroyed.
จี้
So it's
ครับ
going to
ตัด
be
ซะ
a
หน่อย
3v2.
อย่าทำให้มันยาก
Sheriff
ใช่ไหม
and the Stinger.
อย่าทำให้
Last
มันยาก
hopes
ปืน
for
เขาก็ไม่
Titan.
มีอะ
ถ้าแพ้หน้าต้องดิสแบนมีแค่สติงเกอร์เชอร์ลีฟ
They really depend on Coco anchoring this, and Haodong, who is smoked off, and he's
Oi.
going to swing out. There's Suri in front, and Coco has to work with them for trades, and Haodong muscles two with Coco.
This man.
And 20 HP tech still remain here.
Long road in front of them, though.
ถ้าแพ้ถ้าจะต้องดิสแบน
At least they can full purchase. So you can, again, try to dig into the playbook again. But so far, the executions have been not as convincing as you'd like to see. To try to show the patterns of how do Titan get another, what, 6 rounds in a row to get to an OT. Hunter's Fury no command at the ready as well, just on to make matters a bit worse. Plus a couple of light armors are all that
แล้ว
can
ก็
be
ไปกัน
purchased
ต่อ
for
แล้วถ้า
Titan's
จุด
offense.
เริ่มต้นของการแพ้นี่คือไม่จะเป็นอะไร
Knife
ที่โคต
reveals
ร
a couple.
โคตรแซด
Dark cover comes out for the one way, and once again, Heretics kind of freely win that A long position.
โอ้ถ้านัด
And
ถ้า
that
นัด
will
นี้มัน
allow
เป็นนัดแบบที่
Woot
จะ
to
ตาแบบ
rotate over with an
สำ
ult
คัญ
command can find tremendous amounts of value if
เกิด
there's
ร้าน
another
เมื่อกี้
hit
ขึ้น
towards
คือแบบ
market. The Vice Ball
ไม่
keeps
วัน
you
ลืม
focused
บอก
purely on
มาดู
market.
ย้อนหลัง
Do we have a flash behind us? There's the Razor behind us. Is there a double swing here? Sure is. And again,
มันก็รู้ว่า
where's
ตรงนี้
the
เข้ายาก
follow-
มัน
the support with the
พยายาม
flash? It's just
มี
not
หนา
there.
อยู่อ่ะ
Tech keep trying this mid approach, and it's been really
Benji
hairy.
ก็
They're
วางเหมือน
just
เดิมทุกวิน
hoping
แต่เป็นจี้
for
มัน
a
ซื้อ
better
แฟนทอมแล้วพี่
reaction
จาก
because
ที่
you
มัน
don't
เล่น
have
แวน
a
ดอมมาโดย
cipher.
ตลอด
You don't have as much of a flank watch, or at least you really have to dedicate a whole
นี่เขาเรียกว่า
person
อะไร
to
รู้
it.
ปะ
And Lucas
ไม่มั่นใจ
pointed
เดี๋ยว
out
ความ
the
มั่นใจ
hard way when Minibu scaled up through A main. Now a wrap through the backside, and look, Heretics are in
มันยาก
position to clap back against
ยิง
this,
เพื่อนไม่
and
ยิง
it's Coco against 4.
เน้น
And
หัว
Europe simply too strong, and Heretics remain in the group. And
จะเอา
โค
ไป
ตร
เหมือ
เห
น
นื่อย
กัน
เลยเจอเทคต้องเหนื่อยขนาดนี้เลย
พรุ่งนี้เจอ RQ ใช่ไหมพรุ่งนี้ให้ใครเลยถ้า RQ TH
โอ้ทีเอสเนี่ย
นั่นก็แน่นอนมันก็ต้อง TH อยู่แล้วใช่ไหม
2-1ทีเอส2-1
เหนื่อยทุกแมตช์แต่ก็ยังชนะก็ถือว่ายังดีใช่ไหมยังดีกว่าแพ้
ตามไม่ได้เลยเลิกกี่บุหลับ
แต่ลูคัสมันโหดจริงว่ะ
มันน่าจะเรียนจบอเมริกาแล้วกลับจีนมาแข่งมั้งตรง
แล้วแชทเจอกันพรุ่งนี้บ๊ายบายฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์